So you're saying, you are a system, right? Yes. But please address me as the most unbelievably awesome, most handsome cataclysm system in the entire multiverse. You're male, eh? Handsome is a feeling. To be precise, my gender is attack helicopter. So what can you actually do? I am here to cultivate you into the most overwhelmingly powerful deity in this universe. So are you ready to become utterly unstoppable? Ding. Please choose your initial believer race. Zerg, a sky-darkening sea of insects drowning your enemies. Order now and receive 3 mature Zerg queens as a bonus. Abyss, do you like succubi? Oh my god, pick this one. Pick this one. Pick this one. It's all about those scales and tails. Fireseed, yes, it's exactly what you're imagining. Choose it, and you can resurrect your beloved little wife. Tempted. Plant's not the best, but still viable. The road is harsh though. Ever heard the story of a nun and a pine tree? Grotesque, perfect for oddly shaped ghost brides. Do you like my masked split-mouth girl? Elements, all I can reveal is that fire element's self-heat and the suction of wind elements is quite something. Undead, this one is a no-go. Too cold, too rigid. But vampires are rather nice. 4th cataclysm out of stock, while I accidentally played them all to death. Unselectable. So, this system of yours, is it actually serious? Rest assured we are all properly trained. Pick one cataclysmic race and go blow up the heavens, my host. Song Yuan's face is full of disgust. Just listening to the system's announcements feels like his brain is getting frostbite. It's so hard to choose, I want them all. Very well, I have already processed an all-selected option for you. Song Yuan. Wait, what? You can select everything. It was always a multiple-choice question, moi. Did your voice just change just now? How could it? Our system's voices are all strictly trained. No matter how much we wish to change them, we simply cannot. Do you have a mute function? Theoretically, yes. But I hold control over it. Song Yuan curls his lip. Ending up with this system feels like he tripped while walking, and with his mouth stepped straight into dog's hit luck. Fortunate on the surface, but only he knows how it really feels. He summons the small world he had just awakened earlier that day, preparing to cast the system's initial believers into it. It's fine, host. A mere 100 square kilometers is still adorably small. Go, go, go. Year 1 of the Origin Realm. The creator casts 7 primordial races into the world. Abyssal will is born within molten lava. Thus, in later ages, abyssal realms are suffused with the stench of sulfur. Fireseed begins from a small iron or vein. From it, the first micro-mining machine is born. The elemental progenitor core gathers wind in the sky, fashioning the first tribe of wind elementals. 3 Zerg queens multiply at the world's edge, thriving until one jump insect falls into a death swamp and transforms into undead. Only then does the undead race truly emerge. Plants arise from a single seed, brimming with infinite possibility. All grotesqueries trace back to a source codenamed Ancestor, cast into the very heart of the Origin Realm. Thus the 7 primordial races begin. Wait, no, something's wrong here. Watching these 7 cataclysmic races ravenously absorb, suppress, and siphon his world's origin to fuel their growth, Song Yuan sees his small world's ecosystem collapse in the span of a single in-world month and falls into deep thought. Trash dear host, already overwhelmed by just 7 cataclysm races. What a useless little fish. Cataclysms are so named because of their terrifying explosive reproduction and destructive power. Yet something is off. Why are they destroying his world? No, seriously. At this rate, my world will be drained dry and break apart. 1 hour in the main world equates to 1 month in the small world. In other words, within the equivalent of a month, these ancestors have relentlessly drained his world's origin. It is unheard of. History has never recorded such a situation. It's simple, just feed them worlds. Once they're full, they won't devour yours. Who asked you to fail at filling them up, trash dear host? You tell me, starting off with 7 at once, how am I supposed to handle that? Answer me, how do I withstand 7? Alright. Ding. Newbie pack issued. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 cataclysm points. Handling fee, 50 cataclysm points. Actual amount credited, 50 cataclysm points. Song Yuan. Don't mind the details. Hurry and check the shop for goodies, smile. Song Yuan opens the Congratulations. As the first host in Wakno so many years to open the Cataclysm System shop, I've decided to give you a special 11% off discount. Song Yuan. Seeing that a small world originally priced at 10 cataclysm points now costs 11 after the discount, Song Yuan falls into silent contemplation. Should he just find a block of tofu, smash his head, die, and reincarnate again? Change to a different system? Please abandon that thought, because you would still end up with me, moi. Damn it. Losses or not, if those little ancestors go hungry and tear his world apart, he won't even have a place left to cry. Originally, Song Yuan could have bought 5 small worlds, no 10, but he tearfully purchases 4 and casts them into his world. Year 1 of the Origin Realm. For teleportation, gates emerge out of nothingness. One appears within the subterranean magma layer and is monopolized by the abyss. One gate is divided between the Zerg and the mechanical race. Another triggers a struggle between plants and undead. Grotesque and elemental races vie for control of the final gate. For that final gate holds the resources required to survive. With food secured, the 7 great races finally settle down and no longer gnaw on Song Yuan's world itself. In terms of appetite, the Abyss is the most brutal. Having exclusive control over the magma layer, it has already hatched thousands of imps driven by Abyssal will into the new worlds. They invade a gnoll world spanning 1,000 square kilometers inhabited by tens of thousands of gnolls. As a beastman race where all citizens are warriors, the Abyss finds conquering them rather difficult. The world divided between Zerg and mechanical races is comparatively peaceful and friendly, a forest world rich in mineral and biological resources. There are no particularly powerful races there, its rulers are merely goblins. Yet in the struggle for resources, enmity between Zerg and mechanical races is firmly forged. The 3 Zerg queens lay eggs desperately. Once hatchlings emerge as jump insects, they are thrown straight into battle. The mechanical race pours all resources into weapon production. Half of the once beautiful forest world is mined by Zerg into barren desert, while the other half is dug by machines into pitted wasteland. Mechanical artillery blankets the entire world, plowing it 3 times over. In the end, the Zerg lose 1 queen. The world's resource war ends in their defeat. Elements in Grotesque, by contrast, proceed much more peacefully. Their allotted domain is an ocean world, nothing but water. Its rulers are a race of fishfolk. The ancestor does something simple. It influences a single fishfolk, turning it into a flesh monstrosity, each scale concealing fleshy buds, every patch of skin covered in eyes. Thus the fishfolk are endlessly infected, becoming the ancestor's devotees and beginning to offer sacrifices to it. In the end, all fishfolk are transformed into offerings. The elemental race is more direct. They simply drink the seawater, turning it into water elementals. Only when the world's entire energy is drained and converted into elemental life do they finally stop. Plants and undead are comparatively restrained. Undead claim all biological resources, while plants occupy all land. Yet a taut sword's-edge tension envelopes the entire world. All of this unfolds while Song Yuan sleeps. The next morning, upon opening his eyes, he is stunned. His world has expanded to 500 square kilometers, and the once exhausted world origin now totals 1,000 points. Looking closer, he sees utter chaos engulfing the realm. Tens of thousands of imps attack anyone they see regardless of race. Undead rot plants. Plants purify undead. Zerg and mechanical races wage total war. Only Grotesque and Elemental remain relatively carefree, more or less slacking, striking back only when struck. This still feels wrong. Dear host, this is normal. Cataclysm races are naturally extremely aggressive. Put them together and they're bound to fight. Moreover, their battles benefit you. Their corpses return to your world and convert into world origin. This is my special setting. Well, what do you think? For now, regardless of what he thinks, today is the first day of practical class. If he is late, the teacher will figuratively skin him. Song Yuan hurriedly tidies himself and heads to school. I trust everyone has already awakened their initial believers. Our practical class today will be divided into 2. First, the development lesson, where I will personally teach you how to cultivate believers. Second, the combat lesson, in which you will connect to the school's trial worlds and defend against school-organized assaults. Leitsalian constructs, floating words above the podium with divine power. For this first class, we will begin with development. Who here has encountered issues in the growth of their divine domain? You may come up, and we will resolve them together. Most of you will face some common problems. Song Yuan glances at his own world of raging demons. This probably counts as a problem, right? Yet he does not raise his hand. He cannot expose himself lightly. It seems he must partition his divine domain and fabricate a more normal segment to cover things up. Just as Song Yuan is lost in thought, Teacher Li arrives at his side. So have you awakened your initial believers? Due to the system's interference during yesterday's awakening, Song Yuan did not actually awaken any initial believers. His entire world is bare, utterly empty. Song Yuan merely nods slightly. His persona has always been that of a silent, nameless background character. After all, hogging the spotlight is the protagonist's job and tends to attract enemies. Thinking this, he looks over at Lin Yan, the class's famed genius who has only awakened a goblin race and a divine domain of just over 10 square kilometers. Well, isn't this our great genius, Lin? What good are high theoretical scores? In the end, you're still a useless failure. And there it is. The classic troublemaking scene. Su Mingtian, stop bullying Lin Yan. And there it is, the classic Beauty Rescue Arrow moment. Class bell, Li Qiran speaks up for Lin Yan. If you've got guts, don't hide behind a woman. Has our great genius Lin fallen to the point of needing a woman's protection? Su Mingtian continues his assault. As expected, Lin Yan and Su Mingtian agree on a 1-month pact. They will duel in 1 month's time. Yes, that is the protagonist, all right. Song Yuan nods, inwardly acknowledging Lin Yan's status as main character. He himself is just a background extra saddled with a system that feels wrong no matter how he looks at it. Cataclysm races. At a glance, they are clearly meant to cast him as a villain, and villains are meant to die. Better to remain a minor extra, as long as he stays far from the protagonist's danger should not find him. The first development lesson soon ends and school is dismissed. Once home, Song Yuan immediately begins partitioning his world. He separates the magma layer from the rest and constructs a new 100 square kilometer world. The original Abyss is successfully established. Ding. Abyss lights up its tech tree's first racial technology. Endless Invasion Abyss does not require world barriers, and conversely, other worlds' barriers effectively do not exist for Abyss. Direct penetration is the goal. Abyssal will evolve Tier 1 Stage 2 hero. Imps evolve Tier 0 Stage 1 unit. New unit appears. Lesser Flame Demon Tier 0 Stage 1 unit. All demons cheer wildly as Abyssal will begins drawing power from beyond the world, crafting abyssal worms. No longer limited by Song Yuan's world, its unit production speeds up dramatically. Rubbing his chin, Song Yuan tosses the homework assigned by school to the Abyss. It is an exploration team average Tier 0 Stage 1. For others, with most believers at Tier 0 Stage 0, this would be highly troublesome. But for the Endless Abyss, they are pure fodder. The team consists of 5 members, a standard human adventurer squad, 1 swordsman, 1 archer, 1 mage, 1 priest, and 1 shield bearer. Valus, if this world turns out to have development potential, we'll make a fortune. Then, will you marry me? John, if it truly is as you say, I will marry you. Before stepping into the teleportation gate, the swordsman confesses his deep feelings to the priest. The shield bearer strokes a photo of his wife and children. The archer thinks of his younger siblings. After this job, the tuition fees should finally be enough. The mage gazes at his completed spellbook, planning to publish it after this mission. As the portal activates, the shield bearer steps through, first followed by swordsman and priest, then the archer, and the world they had imagined does not appear. Instead, endless magma and the stinging stench of sulfur fill their vision. This is bad. It's a demon nest. The swordsman warns, and the group attempts to retreat. But a creature formed entirely of black mist suddenly materializes beside them. Just as the priest prepares to cast blessing, blood tears stream from her eyes. Praise the Abyssal Mother. Valus begins laughing hysterically, chanting abyssal blasphemies in a high voice in worship of abyssal will. Her belly swells rapidly. Soon a little imp crawls out of her abdomen, mocking John with its gaze. John, I was actually pregnant. On Valus's maddened face, a single tear falls. Then she bolts from the team in frenzy and leaps into the lava. Valus! You monster! Die! The swordsman breaks through on the spot, reaching Tier 0 Stage 2, charging desperately at the incarnation of abyssal will. But it is useless. Abyssal will merely glances at him. The terror of the endless abyss presses down, forcing him to his knees, unable to move. Several imps crawl out from beneath the ground and tear John apart on the spot, devouring him until only scraps remain. Delicious. The imps turn their eyes toward the remaining 3. The 3 survivors are ashen-faced. In less than 10 minutes, their comrades have been killed in utterly brutal fashion. The 3 instinctively huddle closer together. Suddenly, a hand reaches up from the ground and drags the archer below. The archer is an elf, breathtakingly beautiful. What fate awaits her? Hundreds of lesser flame demons appear. Hundreds of small fireballs rain down on the shield bearer and mage. They have no value, so they are simply annihilated. Song Yuan's avatar watches it all, blinking rapidly. Congratulations, host, on killing a low-level child of destiny. You gained 10 cataclysm points. Wait, what? I'm a righteous background character, aren't I? Of course, Ovio, dear host, you are absolutely righteous. He watches Valus, now transformed into the mother of imps, a Tier 0 Stage 5 unit, as she and the imps breed ever more imps. He sees the elf archer's upper body gnawed away, only her lower half remaining, fought over by dozens of imps. Song Yuan blinks and erases the archer's corpse. I am truly too kind. Song Yuan nods, affirming himself. As one of the 12 foremost academies, Lingxi Academy is renowned for its harmony and balance, with the daily assignments of its students arranged by the divine domain of a high-ranking main god. The structure is meticulously designed. A well-developed exploration squad system can provide systematic power to the students' divine domains, while equipment and the cultivation techniques, or spellbooks, they carry play a crucial role in the birth of a new civilization. The pressure brought by external enemies also stabilizes the faith of believers. Even if the students are defeated, the exploration squads will not linger. They simply withdraw from the world and cancel the mission, ensuring no major damage is done to the students' divine domains. A notification chimed. A new hero of the plant race had been born. Ju, a hero of rank 0 segment 0. Why only rank 0 segment 0? Song Yuan immediately opened Ju's status panel. He discovered that it had only 3 skills, all of them passive: inedible, rapid growth, and extraordinary adaptation. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like nothing more than an enhanced blade of grass. Could this truly be called a hero? Could there be some mistake? Song Yuan began to doubt his incarnation, grasping a stalk of Ju and examining it closely, yet he still could not discern any remarkable trait. A message came. Our plant race is like this, but in time it will surely give you a pleasant surprise. I hope so, he replied softly. A month slipped by and Song Yuan's life felt monotonous. He attended a month of growth classes, yet his race seemed to require almost no guidance from him. They were completely left to grow on their own. Since Song Yuan was using the Abyss as his vest, he essentially tossed most of his assignments to the Abyss, which allowed it to develop far beyond the other races. Once it had developed, the Abyss immediately extended a tentacle toward the Origin realm, frenziedly transporting demons. 50,000 low-level demons of various kinds surged forth, attacking any living being they encountered. The other races were stunned by the sudden onslaught. The First World War erupted, and relying on Song Yuan's favoritism, the Abyss ruthlessly suppressed its sibling races, firmly securing its status as the eldest son. In this turmoil, all disaster-type races lost half their strength, and Song Yuan earned a hefty amount of world origin. He could not help but praise the Abyss as being so considerate, then spent 10 disaster points to feed it an entire world. Thus another month passed in seemingly unremarkable fashion until the first monthly exam arrived, also their very first practical combat class. In this monthly exam, your enemy will be the divine domain of a low-ranked lesser god, with an area of 20 million square kilometers. The 30 of you must join forces to defeat it. For the next month, that is 60 years under the small world's time flow, you will remain within that divine domain. Your grades will be awarded according to the extent of your conquest. All beings of rank 1 and above in that domain have already been cleared, so you need not fear enemies you cannot defeat. Very well, the exam begins now. A set of coordinates was sent to each student's divine domain account, and the teleportation array for the monthly exam world was completed. A chime rang out. A low-level planet had been discovered and locked onto. Song Yuan built the teleportation array in the primordial abyss, then left it alone. He was unaware that a single seed of Jew had quietly slipped into the monthly exam world. In year 61 of the Origin realm, the primordial abyss discovered a low-level planet. It was a tremendous find, although the abyss was still exceedingly weak at the time. That did not stop it from swallowing this succulent piece of prey. Yet the plant race seemed intent on taking a share as well. This is the taste of air. How intoxicating, finally something other than the stench of sulfur. Yes, I only hope this world has delicious maidens. The last one I caught was snatched by the warlord. Oh, I never even had a taste. Hundreds of lesser demons stepped out of the teleportation gate. They were the vanguard. Marching with them was a demon warlord taller and more robust than the rest, a rank 0 segment 3 unit. Oh my great abyssal mother, this place is marvelous. I can smell the fragrance of flesh and blood, and the exquisite scent upon the bodies of elves. Okase twitched his nose, breathing in the scent of the great forest. Back when he had still been a lesser demon, he had once tasted an elf's exquisite allure. He felt he would never forget that experience. Now, under the blessing of the abyssal mother, he had another chance. Okase raised his whip and lashed it viciously across a lesser demon's back. The demon let out a shrill scream, then collapsed motionless to the ground. Dead. Yet the intended effect was achieved. All the lesser demons snapped their mouths shut and stood in silence, awaiting Okase's command. Praise the supreme calamity, praise the abyssal mother. I smell elf blood in the air. Hurry and build an abyssal altar. I can hardly wait to savor elves once more. The lesser demons shivered, glancing at the corpse on the ground, and daring not to argue, hastily chopping down trees to construct the altar. Abyssal technology. Abyssal altar used to summon abyssal will corrupt worlds, summon demons, open demon portals, and offer up flesh as sacrifice. Little did they know, every movement of the lesser demons had already been spotted by elven scouts. Yet even as children of the forest swift within the woods, they were still too late. The first sacrifice was completed. Hundreds of lesser demons were transformed into fodder, devoured by the altar, and a bloated demon mother was summoned. It was Wilasai, who she had now utterly fallen, drowned in lust. A lesser demon clung to her swollen belly, coupling with her, and in moments a new lesser demon was born. Upon seeing the demon, warlord Wilasai even extended an enthusiastic invitation, which Okase declined. The lesser demons birthed by Wilasai were clearly weaker than the others, but she produced them at astounding speed. Only 3 seconds from conception to birth, and a lesser demon could already be sent to the battlefield. As the lowest rung of the abyss, lesser demons were the cheapest of expendables. I am hungry. I need souls, so many souls. Wilasai left one child behind to continue breeding lesser demons, while the others were sent out to seek flesh and souls. As a rank 0 segment 5, being her authority over the lesser demons surpassed Okase. He did not dare resist, and could only drive the newly arrived lesser demons from the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's believers were also teleported into the monthly exam world. At their head stood the Goblin King and the Goblin Sage, 2 rank 0 segment, 2 heroes. Song Yuan glanced at Lin Yan. Lin Yan had only 4 heroes so far. 2 Zerg Queens, Abyssal, Will, and Ju. The Goblin King was impressive enough, but the Goblin Sage was a hero so rare, it was nearly the stuff of legend. This guy does have some skill, Song Yuan mused. Su Mingtian also noticed that something was off about Lin Yin, yet still mocked him. They are merely goblins. So what if they have heroes? Goblins are widely acknowledged as the weakest race. His believers were werewolves, one of the more advanced branches among the beastmen. There are no weak believers, only gods who don't know how to nurture them. Lin Jesh can even cultivate heroes from goblins. As for you, after throwing so many resource cards at your believers, why hasn't a single hero emerged? LitRPG once again stepped out to speak up for Lin Yin. Her believers were winged folk, a lower branch of angels, a very high-grade starting race of believers. She was always calling him Lin Jesh, oh everyone in class knew the two of them had something going on. Su Mingtian, however, behaved like someone with severe cognitive issues. Even with everything laid bare, he still shamelessly clung to LitRPG, hoping to elevate his standing in her heart by belittling Lin Yin. By coincidence, the regions assigned to Su Mingtian and Lin Yin were identical, both located on a vast grassland. Su Mingtian immediately ordered his believers to seek out goblins and exterminate Lin Yin's followers. The Great Lord of Pasture has issued an oracle for the glory of the Hulker clan. Awo! Bloodfang howled skyward from atop his dire wolf mount. 500 werewolf warriors. By this stage of development, such strength was not only solid but even outstanding. Their dire wolves stood 3 meters tall, their werewolf riders 2 meters. Though most were still rank 0 segment 0, these bloodthirsty creatures could easily tear apart foes of the same level once they charged. Dire wolves possessed keen senses of smell, and with Su Mingtian's oracular guidance, they quickly located Lin Yan's goblin tribe. A horn sounded, and the entire goblin tribe mobilized. Song Yuan saw everything with perfect clarity. Scouts. This tribe actually had goblins specialized as scouts. Very soon, everyone present was astonished by this goblin tribe. Every single one of them had a profession. That was right. Every goblin held a specific role. Even if those roles were common ones like warrior, archer, or magician, these were still goblins, and they had awakened to this world barely a month ago. Goblins were notoriously difficult to tame. Lazy and fond of petty tricks, their faith was hard to consolidate, let alone training them into distinct professions. Was this the work of the Goblin King? Yet there was no such description in the books. Then it had to be the Goblin Sage. Song Yuan fixed his gaze upon that Goblin Sage. My name is Bu. Weak Wolf Cub, I permit you to report your name. The Goblin King Bu wore a crown woven from vines, and armor forged of refined steel. The Sunity have no right to know my glorious name. Bloodfang drew his great sword and pointed it toward the Goblin tribe. Charge! Dire wolves howled as they lunged forward. All 500 warriors were equipped with finely crafted greatswords, howling as they charged toward the goblin tribe. Suddenly, over 100 goblins formed ranks at the tribe's front, raising heavy shields. Dozens more goblins stood within the gaps of the shield wall, lifting long spears carved from wood. Bloodfang burst into wild laughter. This flimsy defense like paper was something they had shattered countless times. Yet he had not expected these cunning goblins to have laid trip ropes. The first rank of dire wolves were tripped and sent sprawling, and Bloodfang was flung directly into the midst of the goblin encirclement. Just as he struggled to rise, a steel blade pressed against his throat. Following the blade upward, he saw Bu, who held the sword, and looked down at him from on high. You should be grateful. My master wants you alive. Bind him. Several goblin warriors stepped forward, and in the end the goblin tribe seized the Hulker clan with 0 casualties. In 1 month, 60 years. And from an initial area of barely over a dozen square kilometers, they had cultivated such an army that obeyed every command. Song Yuan could not help but sigh. This was indeed befitting a protagonist. Unlike him, who had spent most of the month sowing discord and inciting his own believers to wage war upon each other. What followed would naturally be the familiar scene of Lin Yin showing off, LitRPG praising him, and Su Mingtian muttering impossible over and over. Estimating the timing, Song Yuan figured Su Mingtian might soon turn dark. Deciding not to get splattered, he chose to keep his distance. I truly am kind to I can hardly bear to see villainous side characters being killed by the protagonist. Song Yuan nodded silently to himself, once more giving himself a mental compliment. He decided to check on his own forces. A month had already passed in the monthly exam world. At first he was unconcerned, but one glance nearly made his eyes pop out. Where was that vast forest? Why was there only grassland left? Moreover, the area was shrouded in a blackish red aura. Aside from Song Yuan, no one could see the forest's true condition. Abyssal technology. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. At that moment, Okase was escorting a group of female elves back to the abyss. They were premium goods in high demand, accessible only to warlords like him. Boss, isn't this grass spreading a bit too fast? It's only been a month, and it's already destroyed an entire forest. A lesser demon, clutching a female elf, glanced worriedly at the Jew grass beneath their feet. Shut up. Okase lashed him on the spot. The faster it spreads, the better. Without it, we wouldn't have taken these little beauties so easily. Isn't that so? As he spoke, Okase squeezed the elf at his side. Her expression was one of murderous intent. In her eyes there was nothing but hatred. The Jew grass had descended alongside the demons a month earlier, yet within just a week it had been discovered by the elves. This grass could not be eaten, yet its tenacity was terrifying. Its roots coiled tightly around those of other plants, killing every other species of vegetation. The elves tried many methods, all in vain. Even the druids could not communicate with this grass. They burned it to ash, but so long as the ashes were not completely destroyed mixed with seeds, they would still birth fresh Jew grass. It was over. Everything was over. Within half a month, half the forest had been conquered by Jew grass. Above the sea of Jew, every tree stood dead and bare, and no plant could compete with it. Without their forest, the darlings of the woods lost their advantage. Nature no longer responded to the elves. Their nature magic failed. The demons felled the dead trees and turned them into altars, summoning even more demons. The land tainted by the abyss also slaughtered plants. Nothing but Jew could survive. In less than a month, famine loomed over the elves, and every elf's stomach was empty. In a forest that had once remained evergreen throughout the year, they had never developed the habit of storing food, for the hot, humid air caused it to rot easily. Jew grass. Until extinction, only Jew remained. For plants to stand alongside other disaster-type races, they naturally possessed their own terrors. Unnoticed in the corners of the world, few realize that plants are in fact the true rulers of it. They control oxygen and reshape environments. All creatures rely on plants for sustenance. Now Jew grass had severed that supply. I like that expression of yours. Okay, said, grabbing the female elf by the hair and dragging her close. Such pure hatred. It is intoxicating. The Abyssal Mother will certainly like you. What shall she make of you? Arachne succubus or a new demon mother? Okase inhaled deeply at her hair, then extended his tongue to lick the elf's face. From now on we'll be colleagues. Ha ha ha. Okase seized the elf and personally dragged her to the altar, hurling her into it. The altar opened eyes made of flesh and blood, then spat the elf back out. A new demon mother had been created. She cast a coquettish glance at Okase, and he accepted it with unrestrained delight. Song Yuan happened to catch this eye-searing scene, and with a wave of his hand switched the view. Urgent report. Urgent report. The southern provinces have suffered total crop failure. Duke Fedite appeals for grain relief. The refugee population in the south has already exceeded 300,000. Emperor Nilan Roshi pressed his temples. In barely a month and a half, crisis after crisis had erupted in the south. First the elves vanished entirely, then the southern forests inexplicably transformed into vast grasslands. Next came a relentless wave of malignant sacrificial incidents. Nobles themselves were implicated. Fear gripped the entire realm. Now with total agricultural collapse in the south, not only generating hundreds of thousands of refugees, but also severing the empire's primary grain supply. The very foundation of the state trembles. Dispatch grain to the south, and conclude grain loan treaties with neighboring nations. Simultaneously, he weighed the possibility of forging alliances. Alone the emperor entered the royal sanctum and opened the imperial genealogical codex. Their creator god perished 10,000 years ago. Since then the realm has endured ceaseless incursions from extraplanar demons. As once the most powerful theocratic empire, Lanei possessed a lineage uniquely its own. Even reinforced with preservation enchantments, time had rendered the codex ancient and tattered. Yet fortune smiled. A corpse recovered from the southern forest confirmed the identity of their foe. Demons. A perilous adversary, cruel, feeding blood and flesh to their dark deities. Should they consolidate power, not a single soul would survive in the south. According to chronicles, 8,000 years ago demonic invasion annihilated an entire kingdom. Emperor Nilan Roshi traced his fingers over the royal scepter embedded with colossal diamonds, a legacy and a solemn duty. As the most illustrious and enduring empire in human history, Lanei stood as the undisputed symbol of humanity. When foreign enemies threatened, Lanei could unite all humankind. But Lanei must always lead the charge. For the glory of mankind, for the sanctity of our home. With resolute resolve he rose, grasped the scepter untouched for 5 centuries, and raised his banners. Demons. By sheer fortune, Okathor was the first demon warlord to arrive in the Yuekao realm, and thus claimed the richest spoils, ascending to become a Tier 0 5th stage minor demon lord. Elves proved exquisite. Corruption pathways abundant, yields exceptionally rich. As a minor demon lord, Okathor's physique had grown formidable. His height surged from 1.8 meters to 2 meters, his frame thick with dense corded muscle. My lord, a human army has encamped near our territory. A demon warlord approached Okathor, who casually tossed the elven maiden he held aside. 6 or 7 more elven maidens lay sprawled nearby. The warlord's gaze flickered with raw avarice before rising to meet Okathor's eyes. What's the rush? Within Okathor's chamber stood an iron cage holding over a dozen elven maidens. He unlatched the door and seized one. Shall we refuse fresh meat delivered to our doorstep? How many humans can they muster? We command 50,000 minor demons. If Lanei Empire, home to millions, falls their flesh and souls offered to the Abyssal Mother shall crown you the next demon lord. Heya. Unceasing Okathor wove visions of power, then paused, seized another elven maiden, and flung her toward the warlord. Yours. With the elven race extinct and no new sources available, living elves now commanded a price of 1,000 souls each. Female elves fetched even higher, 5,000 souls alive. Each soul could be exchanged for a minor demon, tangible, irreplaceable strength, the very bedrock of noble warlords like himself. The warlord accepted without hesitation, sinking his fangs deep into the maiden's throat. Waste, Okathor muttered, watching her dissolve into the warlord's gut, disgusted by such profligacy. Yet the warlord departed deeply sated. The elven maidens, long accustomed to such scenes, watched in weary silence. 10,000 minor demons mobilized, to slaughter a mere 1,000 human soldiers. At that moment Duke Fedite personally commanded the human force. My lord, demons are gathering. They may Has the king's reinforcement arrived? Yes. Royal mages accompany them, and a coalition army drawn from 5 nations. Duke Fedite nodded gravely. By calculation 3 months had passed since the elves first exhibited anomalies. This demonic nest had likely matured to terrifying potency. Yet he could not bear to watch southern refugees starve and wander. His resolve hardened. He would end this. These 1,000 warriors were his inner circle, his elite vanguard, each averaging tier 0 second stage, clad in full ceremonial armor, armed with mastercraft weapons blessed with holy light. Alas, they were heavy infantry alone. No mounts could bear their weight. Had they been cavalry, this 1,000 would have challenged 30,000 foot soldiers without fear. Night fell swiftly. Demons knew no sleep. Thus night was their perfect hour to strike. Under cover of darkness, 10,000 minor demons crept toward Duke Fedite's encampment. There they found the campsite, and Duke Fedite himself armored and poised, awaiting them with every soldier at readiness. Imperial reinforcements had arrived. The first wave, 10,000 troops, mobilized in emergency response, directly sworn to the Emperor. It took an entire night to slay the 10,000 minor demons, costing 20,000 Imperial soldiers. Average tier 0 first stage, augmented by warlords' buffs, the demons overwhelmed human troops utterly. But it sufficed. Without granting Okathor time to react, the army marched straight for the Abyssal Altar. The remaining 80,000 troops held firm, absorbing all pressure, so Duke Fedite's vanguard could pierce unimpeded into the heart of the demonic domain. Song Yuan observed silently, marveling inwardly. Truly gifted strategists. This is nothing less than lightning warfare. Rupture the enemy line at maximum speed, advance, relentlessly strike the core. Alarmed, Song Yuan urgently contacted the Abyssal Will. Duke Fedite moved with astonishing speed. Within a day his forces stood before Okathor. En route, Duke Fedite's army met no resistance. No demon could withstand their might. Even several lesser demon mothers were purified, including Velis. Remarkable indeed, Okathor murmured, impressed. Among all realms invaded by the Abyss, this native force was the sole one to reach the Abyssal Altar. But here your advance ends. Tens of thousands of souls flooded the Abyssal Altar. Suddenly it gushed forth minor demons like a spigot. An endless tide surged forward, halting Duke Fedite's advance. Press on. Think of your families. Should we fall, they shall be devoured by these foul abominations. We cannot lose. St. Lanei Knights, glory, glory. In that instant battle forged will ignited. Every knight surged to tier 0 third stage. Song Yuan observing closely, Another sudden power surge. Unyielding courage, steadfast resolve, even unto death, drove this formation deep into the heart of the demonic maelstrom. They neared the Abyssal Altar. Okathor hesitated no longer, pouring every soul into the altar. Still it availed nothing. A hero cannot be denied. Light blazed from Duke Fedite's form, so radiant that Okathor could not bear to look upon it. How utterly loathsome. Okathor hurled himself forward, tearing through every human soldier who barred his path. Just as he closed in, Duke Fedite smiled. I have won. A beam of light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the Abyssal Altar. Its cataclysmic energy promised utter annihilation. Okathor's eyes widened. He already envisioned the torment awaiting his soul in the Abyssal Will's grasp. Yet suddenly a figure materialized atop the altar. Raising a hand, it intercepted the beam, sacrificing an arm to halt it. My dear child, you've caused yet another mess. The figure flickered, unstable, translucent. The Abyssal Will's avatar had descended. Such a revolting scent. In a blink it appeared before Duke Fedite, its left hand gripping his face. Bang! His skull exploded like a melon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a chosen one. Reward 10 catastrophe points. No wonder he ascended mid-battle. Another chosen one. Wait, am I truly the villain? Why do so many chosen ones keep appearing to purge me? Certainly not. Regardless, now that the Abyssal Will's avatar had entered the fray, further observation held little value. In a world where the strongest beings peaked at Tier 0 ninth stage, an avatar of equal power reigned its oppressive aura paralyzed Duke Fedite's army. They felt an infinite spiraling eye, bottomless and unseen, fixed upon them. Unintelligible abyssal blasphemies stirred dormant evil within their hearts. My child. Okathor had shrunk back into a writhing abyssal worm clutched in the will's grasp. Okathor curled submissively, licking the will's hand with his tongue. Yet the will showed no mercy. A slight squeeze, and he burst apart. To preserve the abysses standing before Song Yuan, the abyssal will chose to intervene directly, first eliminating the one who dared assault the abyssal altar. Through countless veils the will perceived the royal mage. Hidden deep within layers of protection, an elderly man with snow-white hair, a Tier 0 ninth stage sovereign. The will could only manifest fully upon corrupted land, yet this ground remained untainted. It mattered not. The will uttered an incantation and turned away. Minor demons continued surging forth from the altar. Too slow. Far too slow. The will extended a tendril directly into the Yuekao realm, initiating true invasion. Instantly, every living being shuddered under a wave of pure malice. The world itself roused, commanding all life to expel the invader. What in blazes is happening? Suddenly examination difficulty spiked catastrophically, merely surviving until exams and earned a passing grade C, seizing territory determined higher scores. Yet the abyssal will had ended this childish charade, triggering the Yuekao realm's autonomous counterinvasion. The first year passed swiftly. Of the 30 students in Class 5 had seen their followers exposed and eradicated, now weeping bitterly. Ruined. Failed the first exam already. Woa. A girl feigned sorrow, her follower likewise uncovered. Hoping someone might aid her, Lin Yan seized the chance to show off, stepping forward. Classmate Zhang, where is your follower? Let me see if assistance is possible. Song Yuan sneered inwardly, feigned benevolence. If he truly wished to help, a divine glance would reveal everything. Wait, this line sounded suspiciously villainous. No, must revise. Song Yuan pulled out a small notebook and wrote, never mock the protagonist. Doing so invites certain doom. Song Yuan nodded, closed the notebook. Its cover read, Background Character Survival Manual. That year only Lin Yin and Li Qiuran secured stable footholds in the Yuekao realm, immune to native countermeasures. All others teetered on the brink of failure. I've discovered something. Solar Sashi continent has begun collecting grain, in exchange for territory. I've already acquired several cities, guaranteed grade B. Don't believe him. My follower reported Solar Sashi continent overrun by unknown flora. Cannibalism has broken out. Even my goblin follower nearly became food. Only then did Song Yuan realize he alone perceived the entire world, while others relied solely on information relayed by their followers. Of course, host, because I the supreme system across all multiverses anchor your perception. In truth, he'd secretly redeemed catastrophe points, bribing the system for surveillance privileges. But would he ever admit it? Song Yuan nodded thoughtfully, turning his gaze once more to southern Lanei, now thoroughly corrupted by the abyss soil, decayed into rotting mire, air thick with sulfurous stench. Royal Mage Phi, whose fate remained unclear, had been captured by the abyssal will. After rigorous conditioning, he emerged as a demon sovereign, whipping lethargic minor demons into frenzied hunts for flesh and souls. Of Lanei's 300,000 southern refugees, 200,000 had already entered the altar, but this was grossly insufficient. Starvation had already claimed nearly 1 million lives. To drive his subordinates, Phi convened monthly assemblies, publicly executing the demon lord who contributed the fewest souls and sacrifices. Demon lords lamented inwardly. Woe. Woe. Minor demons bore the lash of warlords, real biting strokes. Warlords in turn endured the lash of demon lords, crushed beneath performance quotas. And demon lords themselves suffered Phi's whip. If output faltered, they were reduced to abyssal worms and forced to begin anew. Phi himself faced the abyssal will's wrath. If this Yuekao realm failed to surpass the grasp of absolute scarcity, his reprieve would vanish. Having just extended his lifespan through abyssal corruption, dying now would be profoundly embarrassing. From apex to abyss, the demonic hierarchy drowned in suffocating pressure. Yet what choice remained? The grasp of absolute scarcity had emptied Lanei. No food remained. Either starve or flee abroad. The abyss brazenly broadcast its coordinates across the world, daring all to attack. And the result? The coalition army contributed only 100,000 souls before collapsing, too shattered to pursue. Demons despaired. Where would they find enough flesh and souls to satisfy the abyssal will? Neighbors were already slaughtered. Even the neighbors' suffered famine. The grasp of absolute scarcity spared no one. Could you just one blade of grass please stop being so ruthlessly efficient? Grass. In the third year of the moon exam world, the absolute grass covered the entire continent, affecting over 10 million people. From this point on, absolute grass appeared in everyone's view. There are a total of 3 continents in the world, and a single instance of absolute grass has led to the extinction of one of them. Absolute grass has almost become synonymous with despair, pain, and famine. On the continent of the sun, there are vast stretches of grasslands, and the creatures left upon them have only 2 choices: to cross the ocean or wait for death. The sea cannot obstruct the advance of absolute grass. The aquatic version of absolute grass has emerged, and it is only a matter of time before it spreads to the other 2 continents. A village girl walked forward with a child, following the group towards the continent of the moon. Suddenly someone collapsed. The eyes of those around instantly brightened as they dragged their emaciated bodies closer to the fallen person. They were no longer breathing. How wonderful! They eagerly divided the corpse of that person. The village girl was fortunate, managing to tear off a piece from their abdomen. The body was already filled with absolute grass. At least she could depart with a full stomach. Absolute grass cannot be digested, and everyone believes this is a punishment from the divine, a means to exterminate all life. The child no longer cried out of hunger, and the village girl said nothing. Speaking was a waste of food. Oh, every word might cost her a step, bringing her closer to death. Crows circled in the sky, following the group of survivors. Flies buzzed around them. Scavengers were celebrating. Initially there may have been some who attempted to prey on them, but now this group had no strength left. Waiting meant death. Companions are far more terrifying than scavengers. There were no elders in the group. They were the first to perish, dying with dignity, their bodies untainted. Children were different. Without adults to protect them, their flesh was tender. Women were more desirable than men, thus women were often reserved. Several men surrounded the village girl, whom she could neither drive away nor had the strength to. If they had been fleeing before, they could have gnawed on tree bark along the way. Absolute grass is different. It kills trees and decomposes them, turning everything into nutrients. Fortunately, the village girl was lucky. Whenever she could not bear it any longer, she always managed to snatch a piece of meat. This luck has sustained her up until now, until those few men began to falter. The grasslands, endless grasslands, had nothing but absolute grass. Even the deserts were covered with no distinction. But today seemed different. The crows in the sky appeared larger, and they cawed, beginning to peck at the fleeing individuals. The demonized crows, 0 tier 0 stage. This was adding insult to injury, but the group could not escape. Running would consume even more energy. They could only walk, waiting for enough companions to die. Waiting for them to seize enough flesh and blood from the crows. These demonized crows were highly aggressive. They swooped down from the sky, tearing off pieces of flesh before soaring back up. More and more people fell. The village girl was fortunate. She was not attacked, and her son in her arms was also unharmed. The crows fed while circling above, following the crowd. Dozens had died. Oh, anyone with wounds in this situation had little chance of survival. Those who could not survive would become food. The 1,000-strong group feasted and continued on their way. Thus they shared half of their companions with the crows, sustaining them for a month. If nothing was amiss, they had reached the edge of the continent, and within a few days they would reach the seaside, where slave traders would take them to the continent of the moon. At least they could survive. But death always arrives when hope is about to come. The group fell victim to a plague. Corpses became a breeding ground for the disease, with crows spreading it to the remaining humans, harvesting the last vestiges of life. Children were the first to succumb. Those viewed as hope, carefully protected, were the first to be killed by the plague. Every piece of meat given to them by their parents could be the very cause of their demise. The village girl's son also fell ill. His face was pale, his breath weak. There was no need for words. His life was already hanging by a thread. Signs of death had appeared. Black sores formed on his face. A high fever had rendered him unconscious. The village girl held him tight, driven away by the fleeing crowd. Don't be afraid, Asha. The village girl held him tightly, unafraid of him infecting her with the plague, for he was her son, her beloved son. But all she received in response was coughing, unconscious vomiting, and an unresponsive state. Her son had already become swollen, his complexion darkening. No. The village girl could not accept reality. But she could do nothing to change it. Her son was slowly losing his breath. This was a good thing. He had been tortured for a week, and would soon be free from suffering. He was so well behaved, surely he could go to heaven and feast heartily. No. A beam of holy light descended from the heavens, piercing through the village girl and her son. Her son suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The black sores on his face disappeared, and his complexion returned to a healthy hue. Faith-based magic, 0 tier 5 stage, expelling the plague. As a representation of idealism, faith often stems from the power within the human heart. If this were the original world, the village girl would rise to prominence, attaining considerable status in the church. But now, sadly, the annoying buzzing of flies once again enveloped her. Because the village girl had just been imbued with holy light, those flies could not approach her. She held her son calmly, watching the disgusting swarm of flies. "Mother, I'm hungry." Suddenly her son in her arms woke up, uttering that familiar voice. She looked down, nearly dropping him in shock. Her son's head had turned into that of a fly, as she believed this was a demonic illusion cast upon her, and she closed her eyes. "Mother, I'm hungry." Asha pierced through the village girl's shoulder with his sharp mouthparts. In the village girl's terrified gaze, her son, no. Her son, now possessed by a monster, began to devour her flesh. So tired, so very tired. The village girl was eerily calm, or rather she had no strength to feel terror, complain, or attempt to alter her fate. She had heard that the king of the Rani Empire summoned an angel when his palace was breached by demons. And so what? The angel was also killed, its corpse defiled by demons. She had seen a young escapee erupt with red light, incinerating the crows attacking him. And so what? Great power requires more food. Did he not also die of starvation? She was exhausted, no longer wanting to struggle. Her son was dead, and she had lost the will to live. As the village girl gave up resisting, the flies surged toward her, devouring her until nothing but bones remained. At this moment, a man dressed in a brown suit, impeccably groomed, appeared not far away. He waved his hand, and the flies parted to create a path. He slowly stepped forward, approaching Asha. To kill one's mother and feast upon her, what a fine specimen. Upon closer inspection, the upright figure bore a massive fly head. The newcomer was none other than Beelzebub, the demon of gluttony, the infernal chancellor, the one who has killed the most humans, the source of the Black Death. With a mere gesture, Beelzebub transformed Asha into a small fly, making him one of Beelzebub's minions. Delicious indeed, the sin of gluttony is quite rich. Currently Beelzebub was only at 0 tier 0 stage, still quite weak. However, through his minions, he spread the influence of gluttony across the globe. Everyone became increasingly hungry, but Absolute Grass gradually cut off their food supply. One could say that Beelzebub and Absolute Grass were a perfect pair. Humans only pursue morality and etiquette after being wealthed, but now the entire world faced the threat of hunger. Evil and savagery were the true nature of humanity. Greed. Even though food was not lacking, prices began to soar, stripping away the food and wealth from the poor. Gluttony. The nobility still indulged in extravagant feasts, the food wasted by each. Greed. Even though food was not lacking, prices began to soar, stripping away the food and wealth from the poor. Gluttony. The nobility still indulged in extravagant feasts, the food wasted by each noble could sustain hundreds. Wonderful, delightful. Beelzebub was thoroughly enjoying this world. A continuous influx of power surged into his body as he closed his eyes, reveling in this comfort. Are you ready? Let me put an end to everything. Beelzebub's fly head revealed a chilling smile. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses, spreading his arms wide to fully embrace the world's corruption. In the 5th year of the moon exam world, Absolute Grass spread across half the world, occupying half the land. The Black Death ravaged the globe, and plague doctors with bird beak masks emerged. This was strange. Too strange. These bird beak doctors had never appeared before the Black Death. They seemed to have emerged alongside it. What are these? Song Yuan furrowed his brow, looking at those bird beak doctors. Why did they resemble history from the Blue Planet so closely? I don't remember summoning these bird beak doctors, neither did the Abyss. Suddenly the beings of the moon exam world felt a chill down their spines. O host of my fish lips, let the invincible omniscient me tell you. Actually, the ancestor has crossed over. These bird beak doctors are a projection of an entity. The ancestor is currently refining this entity. Oh, I thought I might meet a fellow townsman. Song Yuan's hand moved away from the devastating attacks in the disaster shop. For some reason, the chill that had gripped the beings of the moon exam world vanished once more. Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was a good employee. Even without tasks assigned, it still crossed over to work. Now the exam was nearing its end. Absolute Grass had completely overwhelmed them, causing chaos across the world with the societal system on the verge of collapse. Everything in human civilization was built upon agricultural civilization, which is humanity's foundation. When this foundation is kicked away, congratulations, this civilization is not far from death. After all, people must eat, right? Unless they are robots or in a vegetative state, they can simply bask in the sun. The followers of the students benefited from calamity as they had the support of a small world, and their food supply had not been interrupted. Although this was a result of Song Yuan's control, otherwise Absolute Grass would have invaded their world long ago, allowing them to witness the true peril of society. In this world where having food is akin to having power, the surviving students thrived, becoming formidable. A slave only needed half a gene of food, and there was no need to supplement their supply. Selling slaves required a rush to do so. If they were late, no one would buy them. The students resold quality slaves online for nearly tenfold profits. It could be considered a new triangle trade in the world of the gods. When had there ever been such an opportunity? Even if the moon exam world is weak, it is still a domain of a low-tier inferior god. Each instance was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to being driven out by the savage natives. Song Yuan's classmates' gratitude, raising hand, crying, jumping continuously. The gratitude bestowed by Song Yuan has been passed down through generations, never to be repaid. But that's not entirely wrong. If not for Song Yuan's specific instructions, the demons would not have eliminated those poor classmates. Because they were truly weak, they were even reluctant to eat. Those classmates who were eliminated by demons before Song Yuan's instructions, what about you? Song Yuan, I'm truly kind-hearted. Nodding, but there were two exceptions: goblins and wing people. They were Song Yuan's classmates, and he was very pleased. However, they flaunted their relationship in front of him, which Song Yuan disliked. What to do if he disliked it? It's simple. The weather has turned cold. Let Lin Yan and Li Qiuran handle their elimination. The Goblin King was quite troubled. His appetite had increased. This was highly unusual. He had also lost weight, and his appetite far exceeded his absorption capacity, even leading to adverse effects. Where did all that food he consumed go? He wasn't excreting much either. The goblins in the tribe were the same. Each had become a bottomless pit, not to mention taking out food to engage in triangle trade. Even maintaining their normal lives was difficult. Conversely, Li Qiuran's wing tribe had completely different circumstances. They truly gained weight from eating, becoming round and unable to fly. This left Lin Yan and Li Qiuran in a state of worry. Unable to find a cause, even the Goblin Sage's divination was ineffective, and it left the Goblin Sage in a coma. The moment he peered into the abyss, he was targeted by it. It was fortunate that Song Yuan intervened in time to prevent his corruption. With the first cough, the Black Death arrived, and under Beelzebub's control, Lin Yan's goblins were killed one by one until an expulsion spell drove the plague out of the goblin tribe. Let's retreat. Song Yuan commanded Beelzebub, his face showing understanding. After this moon exam world, his perception of the protagonist, the destined child, had completely changed. No matter how powerful, in the end they still became a disaster point reported by the system. This was also the reason he dared to deal with Lin Yan, but he had underestimated him. That expulsion spell was from outside the realm. It was easy to guess who it was from. Li Xian. She actually violated the rules to help Lin Yan. My goodness. What a shocking revelation. In an instant, the scene of her chasing him while he fled exploded in Song Yuan's mind. A forbidden love, a relationship between teacher and student, or an older cow eating tender grass. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. That's the scent of Teacher Li. That combination of wood attribute and holy attribute is unique in the entire school. So the rumors were true. No wonder Teacher Li had been so protective of Lin Yan, not allowing the class to ridicule him. So that's how it is. In the 10th year of the monthly examination world, the absolute grass has completely taken over all the land. This world has come to a complete standstill. How terrifying it is when a society no longer produces food. Social order has collapsed and all production has halted. It is too fair. Death is too fair. What is more terrifying than the apocalypse is that it is approaching step by step. Every grain of rice is so important that the unit of measurement has even become half a grain. Just over 100 half grains can ensure that a person does not starve to death for 3 days. 80% of the world's population has already died, either becoming food or starving to become food. There are no newborns. Reproduction consumes a lot of food. Animals have gone extinct and humans are at the absolute top of the food chain. Driven by hunger, no one considers ecology. Thinking also requires energy. Foolishness has become the norm. The world has quieted down, no one is moving anymore, because it consumes energy, hastening their demise. But strangely, although people are no longer moving, the Black Death continues to spread. Why? Is this truly a punishment from the divine? Of course, a few years ago there might have been complaints, but now there are none. Even the corpses that died from the Black Death are considered a decent supply. Picky eating can extend one's life by another month. However, there are exceptions. Those birdbeak doctors still insist on treating others. I suspect you have the Black Death. Standing at 6 feet tall with a deep voice, thick clothing, and a signature birdbeak mask. Oh, it's a miracle he can still stand. How extravagant it is. Standing consumes far more energy than lying down. The birdbeak doctor stands before a gaunt man who is lying on his side looking down at him. I suspect you are ill. This was the second attempt to communicate. Again it failed. The man ignored him, slipping into a state of stupor. People call it low energy mode. It indeed saves a lot of food. You are sick. The birdbeak doctor's patience was wearing thin. His voice carried urgency and warning, and if one listened closely, perhaps even anger. But the response was silence. The birdbeak doctor stood there, and after a while he took out a small booklet. It read, "Those who do not respond after multiple inquiries will be deemed to consent to examination." The birdbeak doctor nodded, opened his thick coat, and took out his tools. It was a surgical knife, very exquisite, very sharp. He crouched down and made a swift incision across the man's abdomen. The pain jolted the man awake. Who are you? But the birdbeak doctor did not respond. He needed to focus during the examination. One organ after another was extracted with the birdbeak doctor's superb medical skills without any damage. Finally, holding the man's stomach, the birdbeak doctor exclaimed in an excited tone, "Look, your stomach is sick." The only response was silence. The birdbeak doctor was pleased. He had saved another patient. This patient's stomach was slightly atrophied, and he enlarged it before putting it back. The surgery was perfect with no damage to the organs. Not even a scar was left from the incision. However, the patient had lost all vital signs. Who cares about that? He had become healthy. The bird-beak doctor had treated him from head to toe. He should be grateful. The bird-beak doctor took out the medical record and wrote on page 49 patient severe stomach disease. He closed the medical record and page 49 vanished. But the bird-beak doctor did not know that next time he would still record on page 49, still the 49th patient. The bird-beak doctor did not mind. He was a solitary doctor following the Black Death. His patients did not like to talk, which made him even more lonely. He occasionally encountered other doctors. Two bird-beak doctors shook hands and exchanged a single phrase, "You are very healthy." Then they parted ways. Today the bird-beak doctor ran into another bird-beak doctor. "I suspect you are ill." "Why?" The bird-beak doctor, who was accused of being ill, was shocked. "I think I am very healthy." "No, you are sick." The bird-beak doctor was knocked down, but he broke free. Why? The bird-beak doctor began to flee, but this time he encountered 3 other bird-beak doctors. 4 bird-beak doctors ran across the grassland, 1 escaping and 3 pursuing. The bird-beak doctor was in good shape because they had to search for patients everywhere. Thus he ultimately escaped. Bird-beak doctors do not need to eat. They remain strong forever. No, that's not right. Living beings need to eat. No, the bird-beak doctors do not need to eat. Because he had never eaten. No, that's not right. It seems he has eaten before. When? Right, it was when he was not a bird-beak doctor. Why? Wasn't the bird-beak doctor born as a bird-beak doctor? No. My name is Ben. Oh, I am not a bird-beak doctor. No. I am a bird-beak doctor. Ben covered his head, kneeling on the ground in pain. "I suspect I am ill." Ben found a lake, and fortunately the absolute grass had not consumed it. Ben knelt by the lake. The water was clear. Why? Because those who polluted the lake have died. The surface of the lake was like a mirror. Ben tore at the mask on his face with all his strength. But he could not pull it off at all. Ben took out the surgical knife and cut along his cheek. He pulled with all his might. The bird-beak doctor felt no pain. The mask fell off, revealing muscle and bone underneath. Ben was stunned, his hands trembling slightly as he looked at the mask in his hands. No, this is not a bird-beak mask. This is his face. In the end, he put the mask back on. "I am not Ben. Ooh, I am 049, the 49th patient." On the previously unopened medical record, a new entry named Ben appeared on page 49. In the name section, Ben was crossed out and changed to 049. Ding. The bizarre race hero bird-beak doctor, first level, second stage, is born. Finally, Song Yuan, who had been waiting, heard the notification of a death that was not from the destined child. "Did you succeed?" "Yes, my dear host. No matter how long it takes to finish. My classmates have returned. I am still trapped here. What a miserable feeling." "Oh, my dear host, listen to me. Open the disaster shop and use your entire savings of 126 disaster points to buy a zombie virus. Just drop it. It only takes 3 seconds and you will be liberated." "Too expensive, no way. Besides, the undead can research it themselves. Oh, why should I spend money?" "Poor, did you just insult me? And it got blocked." How could that be? We are very loving, aren't we?" Song Yuan silently cursed in his heart, regardless of whether this dog system could read it. He just wanted to curse, not directly, but to scold in his heart in front of the dog system. It felt like taking off clothes and then putting on completely transparent ones. I don't know why, but it felt quite refreshing. The system did read Song Yuan's thoughts, but he remained silent, cursing, curious. The system and the host were walking further and further apart on the road of mutual dislike. 2 years ago, that is a day before, in the main world, after the absolute grass covered the entire monthly examination world, LitRPG announced the end of the exam. Only Song Yuan remained, allowing the other students to leave. Song Yuan. This led to Song Yuan being very bored. Previously, he could tease his classmates, threatening them with death. But he couldn't anymore. The exam was no longer fun, and it was too dull. When will it end? Ahem, let me teach you once more. Just let the abyss drag this world away and swallow it into your world. Isn't that it? No way. Song Yuan suddenly became serious. Who knows if this world has been tampered with? What if there are tracking methods and someone finds his world? Wouldn't he be doomed? Although it sounds absurd, what if? It's better to think long-term. Nodding. There's no choice. Song Yuan continued to watch this boring world live stream with only grass and people lying down, watching them slowly starve to death while Song Yuan munched on snacks. The demon organization organized a hunting team searching for living people, but it was slow. Humans were too scattered. The world has lost all hope and the apocalypse is slowly descending. How boring it is to lie on the ground waiting for the demon dogs to track the scent and then be killed. Where is the destined child? Where is the protagonist? Come on, don't you want to resist? There's nothing to watch. It's one-sided, crushing, and Song Yuan doesn't want to see it at all. In the 11th year of the monthly examination world, which is the 71st year of the origin realm, joy cannot arise from thin air. If one place lacks joy, then it must be sought from elsewhere. Song Yuan understood this saying well, and he decided to compensate for his own happiness from other sources. For example, his own world. How to do it? This is quite simple. Is the amoeba still gestating? Yes, Ami. It may take some time, probably after this world contention. A massive insectoid queen was communicating with a brainworm. As the initial insectoid Queen Ami, he was now at the first rank 5th stage capable of birthing thousands of eggs every day. But that was far from enough. The mechanical race's troop production capability was also impressive, and both races had reached a bottleneck urgently needing large amounts of resources. And now 5 portals had been placed at the boundary between the insectoid and mechanical races. Song Yuan, indeed it's me. Let the battles begin. Inciting conflict. JPG. And the fact was as such a massive bait made the insectoid and mechanical races immediately take the hook. 5 portals meant 5 worlds, which were extremely important. Thus this time the mobilization of the 2 races was the largest yet, with the insectoid race rallying all queens and all insectoid warriors through the network, totaling 250,000, pausing the development of all worlds under their command. This time the insectoid race was determined to win. The mechanical race was not to be outdone, with a massive computer buried deep underground deploying their forces through the network. Signal columns were activated, moving towards the battlefield. The current mechanical race had not yet accessed quantum networks and could only disseminate information through primitive electrical signals. Tanks rolled out, mechas charged forth, fighter jets roared through the skies, and the steel behemoths rumbled, forming a torrent heading for battle. The insectoid race had greater mobility. The nest worms like transport planes deployed insectoid warriors onto the battlefield. First fire suppression, begin planning bombing points, calculating. Calculations complete. Thousands of missiles flew out from the base, first sweeping the ground. The brainworms took their positions, their powerful mental energy starting to cover the battlefield, recording every detail in their minds and constructing a simulated battlefield. The queens began production once again. They had halted production for a long time due to resource issues, but now sufficient reinforcements were necessary. They no longer considered resource consumption and focused entirely on producing insect eggs. A substandard egg could hatch a jump insect that could survive for a month in just 1 hour, consuming only half the normal resources. And a jump insect's survival time on the battlefield was even less than half a day, so this calculation was undeniably profitable. The ammunition of the mechanical race was very expensive and consumed resources heavily. Although they could convert all resources into the needed mineral resources, it was still far more expensive than that of the insectoid race. On the first day, the battlefield named Chi Yao Casping Plain saw over 10,000 insectoid warriors fall, including jump insects, stinging snakes, soldier mantises, and bomb locusts. The mechanical race unleashed 50,000 tons of ammunition, 3,000 missiles, thousands of tanks, and dozens of fighter jets. The insectoid race's assault this time was ferocious, and after a long period of conflict with the mechanical race, the insectoid warriors had evolved features that countered the mechanical race. The smooth and hard shell deflected bullets, while the shock-absorbing and explosion-resistant inner shell could absorb explosive shockwaves. Even if decapitated, the special neural circuits could continue to fight under the control of the brainworm. This is the insectoid race. Their swarm tactics are not their most terrifying aspect. Their ability to directly edit genes and evolve features to counter their enemies is what allows them to become a natural disaster. Survival of the fittest. No, it is I who choose. I will evolve to the point where you cannot defeat me. I will evolve to perfection. I am always evolving, always improving. That is true invincibility. On the first day, no one gained any advantage. The mechanical race, under pressure from the insectoids, had resistances, but not immunity. So increasing the dosage would suffice. If one missile doesn't work, then 2 enemies that can be dealt with using resources are not considered enemies. Thus the mechanical race's factories operated around the clock at full capacity, producing production lines that produced production lines, then producing various weapons and ammunition. Missiles were also urgently modified to adapt to the structure of the insectoid race. The mechanical race was not stagnant. They too would self-update and evolve. The second day was the true beginning of the war, with a total of 5,861 brainworms fully prepared and the insectoid network covering thousands of square kilometers of the battlefield. Insectoid technology. Temporary armed configuration consumes insectoid vitality, directly evolves temporarily to gain features. With this technology, the insectoid race was essentially undefeated in close combat. When injured, they could equip superspeed evolution genes, and when attacking, they could equip enhancement genes, adapting configurations to counter their enemies. The brainworms, known for their superior intelligence, became even more terrifying, and now, with the insectoid race boasting 300,000 troops, they could coordinate every insectoid warrior with centimeter-level precision through the insectoid network. The central control computer of the mechanical race urgently added over 100 unit clusters, doubling their computational power, while also establishing 3 supercomputers as secondary command. With terrifying computational power, even if the insectoid race had the variable interference of temporary evolution, the mechanical race could estimate the strength of the evolution and even control the insectoid's temporary evolution strength through firepower. Then suddenly intensifying their firepower, they could precisely target mid-level insectoid units for demolition. They could even calculate missile fire ranges coordinating with mechanical warriors for a barrage advance, ensuring zero collateral damage. The mechanical and insectoid races, two crazed masters of micro-adjustment, could coordinate massive army operations, even fine-tuning dispatches down to the combat units. This was no longer a simple battle. Two frenzied disaster races met their match, holding nothing back. From strategic layout to combat reinforcement, from command intelligence to battlefield adaptability, both races compared every aspect regarding the battlefield. Both races fully unleashed their wartime potential. This is the disaster race with terrifying combat capabilities. Even battles of equal strength would result in slaughter due to their astounding command artistry. On the second day, third day, fourth day, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Soon the fighting lasted a month. The plains land charred black, and the war investments of both races had completely surpassed the value of 5 worlds. But both races had ignited true fury, still expanding the war, even forcibly extracting resources from colonized worlds like killing the chicken to get the egg. All resources were devoted to war. The insectoid race killed all slaves, converting them into biomass. The world's essence was drained completely, all used to produce more line babies. The mechanical race frantically mined resources, taking no more than 3 days from extraction to weapon production. Both races were already on a high. Now it was no longer a matter of 5 worlds, but a question of racial dignity. This was the pride of being a disaster race. They had always crushed everything else. Each step taken was on the path of invincibility. Gene explosion ready. The mechanical race's trump card was finally developed. After a technological iteration, thousands of bombers roared overhead laden with missiles, their firepower enveloping the entire battlefield. However, these missiles did not explode. Instead, they disintegrated in midair, releasing countless toxins. The mechanical clan has no moral protocols. Oh, why not utilize the most effective weapons against biological gene-targeted bombardment? The mechanical clan recorded every gene of the insect clan, even though the insect clan's gene pool was updated daily, hourly, even every minute. Yet it was still deciphered by the mechanical clan, leading to the abandonment of central control computers from command to aid in the decryption. The insect clan's network was still too weak. Against an equally ranked disaster race like the mechanical clan, it was not without its solutions. I hope you like it. The cold electronic synthesized voice of the mechanical clan echoed in the air. Below it was a scene of hell on earth as insect clan warriors began to disintegrate, turning into pools of gore, their exoskeletons dissolving into liquid. Outrageous. These iron monstrosities are utterly insane. Look at what they have done. 50,000. 50,000 various insect clan members now all turned into the muck on the ground. I can't take it anymore. Ami, the youngest sister Amichi, was furious because those insect clan members were resources built up over time, the nutrients extracted bit by bit from the colonized world. Now, however, all of them were dying here because of those metallic lumps with no way to recover them. Ami closed her compound eyes, quietly pondering whether to withdraw considering the sunk costs. But Amichi would not grant her the luxury of time to think. She turned and joined the battle. As a first-year second-stage insect clan queen, she plunged into the fray. Each insect clan queen stood 20 meters tall. Normally breeding machines, they were in fact the most formidable battle machines of the insect clan. As queens, they possessed a complete insect clan gene pool updated in real time according to the insect clan network. With combat techniques engraved in their genes and bodies that were constantly evolving, they were terrifying slaughter. Amichi single-handedly suppressed the battlefield, her wings vibrating like those of a dragonfly, her speed exceeding that of mechanical clan fighters by more than double. No one could stop her, and nothing could defeat her. She lacked no energy, evolving all her characteristics to their limits. As a modified gene that had collected data for 3 months, Amichi rendered all mechanical clan weapons ineffective. Now the mechanical clan had no offensive means capable of inflicting effective damage on Amichi. Even sustained missile bombardment was merely routine for her. She could effortlessly consume such assaults. In the air, gene viruses continued to spread, blasting the insect clan's gene pool, annihilating the insect clan. Suddenly, a terrifying wolf pounced at Amichi. The wolf stood an astonishing 5 meters tall. Compared to the insect clan queen, it was like an elephant to a puppy. However, the wolf's terrifying bite force managed to shatter the exoskeleton on Amichi's limb. The defenses were breached. This was the mechanical clan's first successful infliction of damage on Amichi. Then it would be easy. The production line was established and mass manufacturing commenced. After all, they were also recycling insect clan corpses to extract various biological materials, injecting them into an animal, and then conducting directed cultivation targeting the insect clan's weaknesses for specific trait development. Although the mechanical clan had powerful weapons, they were resource-intensive. However, there was an abundance of biomass on the battlefield. Though it was a bit messy, it was still usable. Indeed, the first batch of biological beasts blocked Amichi. Before she had even eliminated a small squad, a new one had already spawned. Amichi was completely restrained, unable to extricate herself. Meanwhile, the mechanical clan continued to push their front lines, and Amici could no longer halt the Iron Tide. Suddenly, a massive fireball descended from the sky towards Amici. The Staff of God, an orbital weapon, was now the mechanical clan's only satellite hovering directly above the battlefield. Satellites were extremely expensive and resource-consuming, and the Origin realm had not yet become a planet, making satellite launches difficult with high escape risks and limited functionality. Thus, the mechanical clan deployed this one. Now it was finally put to use. The dark rod streaked across the sky, striking Amici directly. In an instant, the exoskeleton on Amici's back shattered completely, the horrifying momentum causing her to kneel and collapse to the ground. Amici let out a wail. Her back was scorched. It's the 7th day, time's up. At that moment, Amici heard an electronic synthesized voice from underground, her heart sinking not good. A needle burst forth from the ground, piercing into Amici's back. The injection of a ton of concentrated tranquilizer caused Amici to completely lose control over her body. Only then did Amici open her eyes, gazing at an insect clan queen. The cost was too great, reminding her of the one who had died to save her. Insect clan queens perhaps should not possess emotions. This would be eliminated after this. But now great insect clan will forgive my impulsiveness. Go save her. Amici exhaled. 6 insect clan queens surged into the battlefield. A new type of insect clan system emerged. Completely invisible, the hidden scythe stealthily approached the signal tower, inserting its antennae into it, as tanks self-destructed and fighter jets directly descended from the sky, landing vertically. Hundreds of bloated insect clan artillery platforms dragged their towering bodies to the battlefields. They opened their elongated mouths and spewed forth over 100 insect clan warriors who had evolved to be more compact and agile, with even tougher exoskeletons. They transformed into living bullets, their immense power propelling them to pierce through the machines, destroying the internal structure of the mechanical clan. A new round of meat grinder warfare began. With this mode of transport, the insect clan directly avoided 50 of the mechanical clan's long-range attrition. Although the mechanical clan deployed lower-cost biological modifications to intercept them, it was in vain. Helpless, the mechanical clan tore up the last protocol. Special life forms have been deployed. A deformed canine beast was locked in a cage, transported to the battlefield by 4 transport planes. I'm so hungry. A dose of frenzied serum was injected into the beast. The cage was not handled gently, but was thrown directly from the air. Upon landing, the door lock opened automatically. The monster, 30 meters long and 5 meters tall, charged towards Amici, biting off a limb of an insect clan warrior, ignoring the terrifying exoskeleton, crunching it down. The Hellhound Griffin, a wild hero, 1st tier 5th stage. This was captured by the mechanical clan at great cost, even at the expense of consuming the resources of an entire world. Based on it, biological technology was developed, which produced those biological beasts. Just a little gene was needed, and with resource investment, a combat power was birthed. The Hellhound Griffin had crimson eyes. To control it, the mechanical clan maintained only its most basic vital signs, resulting in its current weakened state. But that was enough to deal with the insect clan queens. It swallowed the limb it had bitten, droplets of green fluid splattering from its mouth. Then it opened its maw again, lunging at Amici, who had no way to evade. Amir emerged from the side of the griffin, his scythe-like limbs piercing into the creature's body, restraining it. The weakened griffin was momentarily trapped. However, being of a higher rank, it struggled fiercely and managed to break free, violently biting and breaking Amir's forelimb. Moreover, the mechanical race's biobeasts, engineered from griffin genes, began to escape control, resisting orders even when burned. Loss of control probability 0. 5. Correction 1. Correcting. The griffin devoured the biobeasts, replenishing its strength. Threshold breached, commencing recontrol. The griffin began to vomit, inexplicably expelling everything. The mechanical race had installed a vomiting agent release device in its stomach to prevent it from replenishing energy. The gene has been acquired. Amir looked at his already healed forelimb, indifferent, and told Amici that this time his forelimb was even more resilient, with bending resistance. Amici was also indifferent, as she knew very well that Amir was not saving her, but merely taking advantage of the opening the griffin had shown. The queen of the insect race was truly in a competitive relationship, as the true ruler was the swarm consciousness. However, the swarm consciousness was still dormant, leading to the queens fighting openly and secretly. Then let's kill it. In an instant, all the information recorded in the griffin's genes was uploaded to the gene. The restraining characteristics were chosen by the 2 insect queens, with a waxy coating on the exoskeleton covered by a layer of slippery liquid, making it difficult to grasp or bite. Amici's mouth parts suddenly elongated, becoming thicker and harder, her head swelling, as she clamped down fiercely on the griffin's waist when it leaped, immobilizing it. What a pity! If it were just 2 stages lower, I could have killed it outright. Amici spoke flatly. Perhaps this magical wolf truly was a magical wolf, its strength at 1st stage 5th rank, allowing it to dominate a small world. but it faced the queen of the insect race. You might be a genius, but a genius is merely a numbered collectible in the gene database of the queens. Is it the strong winds of the origin realm, or can you not hear what I, the queen of the insect race, am saying? As a battle machine born solely for slaughter, the individual combat capability of the insect queens could be said to be the second best in the entire origin realm. The abyssal will could claim the first along with that self-proclaimed ancestor, the nameless pollutant. The monster house, truly a monster house. In any world, the insect race is invincible with terrifying resource gathering ability and near-perfect resource conversion rate, swarm tactics, and infinite adaptive evolution ability. But now they are firmly held by the mechanical race. There is no shortage of geniuses here. To stand out, the only way is to please the supreme calamity, using disaster, war, slaughter, and exhilarating duels to win its favor. The Abyss gains favor this way, becoming the firstborn of calamity, with terrifying resources pouring down, able to lash out at all disaster races. Disaster system, cough cough. Actually, I wanted to see the succubus operating behind the scenes. Back to the battlefield. Under the threat of death, the griffin surprisingly regained a shred of sanity and let out a whimper. How many hits did it take to achieve such horns? Completing the domestication process from wolf to dog so quickly, it is no wonder the insect race has perfected evolution. But unfortunately, Amir and Amici do not need pet dogs, or what they need is a more complete gene sample. Amir, having sharpened his edges, approached the griffin. His gene expression might have some issues, or what could have caused the deviation. According to gene expression, it shouldn't be able to evolve to this extent. Could it be the Chosen One? The Chosen One is the insect race's term for the child of destiny, who can always transcend genes and exhibit abilities beyond gene expression. This completely violates the gene laws of the insect race. There was no mutation, yet it could directly undergo positive evolution. Let's dissect it to understand. Amir finally displayed a hint of joyful emotion, unconsciously releasing pheromones around him. As he spoke, Amir began to cut open the griffin's belly. Countless tiny insects crawled onto the incision, sucking the blood sprayed from the griffin with their long mouthparts, storing it in their bodies to maintain vitality. No way. Oh no. The gene explosion suddenly attacked Amir and Amici. It actually carries a virus that can pollute our genes. Amir's forelimb had already melted into the griffin's belly, and Amici's head muscles began to self-destruct, rendering her mouthparts unable to clamp down on the griffin. In an instant, the two insect queens became disoriented, their consciousness fuzzy, their bodies undergoing various changes, sometimes gaining exoskeletons, sometimes shedding them. The mechanical race took advantage of the insect queen's obsession with genes, using the griffin, this child of destiny, as bait to achieve gene pollution of the insect queens. Now they succeeded. After Amici, two more insect queens lost their combat abilities. Incompetent, causing more trouble. Amir let out a shrill scream, extraordinarily furious, having now lost the combat strength of 3 insect queens. Out of 7, 3 were lost. This war had lost all meaning. Amici was controlled by the mechanical race. Rescuing her would require an exorbitant amount of military force. Now Amir and Amir also encountered a problem. Due to the virus infectious nature, those two fools couldn't even act. They could only seal off and isolate. If they die, they die, or if they ruin the situation, death is better. Eat those two. Initiate the Ouroboros plan. Amir finally decided to issue the last order of this war. Lift all restrictions on mutual devouring among the insect race, accelerating gene evolution at a terrifying speed, using the brain worm's horrifying computational power to select for positive evolution. And the first appetizer would be the 2 insect queens of no value. Countless jumping insects, worms, and flies surged towards the 2 insect queens. Virus. The genes can be replaced from head to tail in 10 minutes. This gene explosion is directly ineffective. It went out of control. The entire insect race went out of control. Even those insects that can directly consume soil to grow have been evolved. Every insect has a set of gene combinations. The brainworms have become powerless to command the war. The originally precise control has been released. The insect race is simply too vast. Hundreds of thousands of insect warriors can generate hundreds of thousands of gene sets in 10 minutes, and another new set of genes appears 10 minutes later. With each iteration, the number of insects is halved, and the first target of the insect race is to consume their nearby comrades. The brainworms don't care. As long as it's a benign gene, they will keep it all. So it wouldn't be surprising if any insect sprouted gills and mastered swimming. Ding. Congratulations to the host, a new hero unit, the flying scythe worm, has appeared in the insect race 0 stage 5th rank. Ding. Congratulations to the host, a new hero unit has appeared. Song Yuan was completely stunned. What kind of operation is this? Hundreds of thousands of insects have been fighting for 3 months, yet even if tens of thousands of insects are blown to bits by bombs, it is not as fast as the current efficiency. New hero units of the insect race keep being born, and hero units keep dying. While others struggle to raise, even one hero, Song Yuan, now has over 10,000. Stop, no more dinging, it's deafening. Cough cough, while this is automatic reporting, I don't know how to turn it off yet. There are still 17,824 left. It should take about half a year to report all of them. So it means this thing has to ding in my head for half a year. Then I prefer purple clay instead. Hey wait, it'll turn it off, it'll check the manual on how to turn it off. After such a long time together, Song Yuan had discovered the system's one weakness, which was that it was afraid of him dying. The system is also a hard-working grunt seemingly managed by a company filled with golden fingers responsible for the protagonists of every multiverse. Failing to meet performance targets would result in being remade. The last host died recklessly, and the disaster system was severely punished. Cough cough, found it. The world was finally peaceful. The insect race's Ouroboros plan was also reaching its end. Hundreds of thousands of insect race members were now left with only 1,000, each one a combat force above the first stage. What the heck, are they all this alive? First it was micromanaging the massive army, then gene explosions. Now, they have devised a breeding plan producing over 1,000 high-end combat forces. This is much more interesting than bullying the kindergarten area, hooray. I want to see rivers of blood. Now the mechanical race is troubled. No matter how many low-level insects there are, it doesn't matter. When it comes to bullying the weak, no one can compare to the mechanical race. The speed of missile bombardment is much faster than using a sea of people. However, the mechanical race is now very afraid of elite combat forces. If an insect queen activates explosion resistance or bullet immunity, she can charge through a tank group. The insect race's ability to mass-produce elite combat forces makes the mechanical race envious. But now they can only initiate that. This is the launch silo. 30 nuclear warheads are already requesting launch authorization. This is the central server, launch approved. Instantly 30 somewhat different missiles were launched. Song Yuan, who was watching everything. What? Why are you using drugs? Song Yuan sat up directly and began checking the system logs. Year 57 of the Origin calendar. The mechanical race explored a world devoid of life and found a place where even activated intelligent machines would be interfered with, even rendered inoperative. They discovered uranium, mines the core material for atomic bombs. Thus the mechanical race secretly manufactured 30 nuclear warheads for emergencies. Heaven and Earth share the same lifespan. The world faces nuclear annihilation. And now 30 weapons of mass destruction, each over 10,000 tons, could fill Song Yuan's small and fragile world with nuclear radiation. Not to mention anything else, just the explosion radius alone could level 210 square kilometers, about 15 of Tokyo, causing over 3 million casualties, vaporizing everything within 30 square kilometers. And now the insect race contracted their front lines, just fitting within those 210 square kilometers. As 30 massive mushroom clouds rose, the original plains turned into depressions. 30 large pits connected together with only the color of emptiness above that of sand, as flames soared, forming whirlpools that scorched the earth, destroying everything on the surface. The brightness produced by the explosion was enough to blind the eyes. A figure slowly emerged in the explosion's light. It was Amir, the strongest of the insect race, the mightiest insect queen. Her body was now reduced to half her head blown to pieces, and her body was as tattered as a rag. Yet this is the vitality of the insect race. Even like this, Amir still lived. She bore the nuclear explosion with a first-stage 9th rank body. Although this was the result of her controlling other insects to block her, she survived. She lost. The insect race was utterly defeated. Amir gambled with the entire insect race, a reckless bet. Thousands of high-end combat forces. Amir could not imagine losing. Thus the mechanical race used methods beyond her imagination to ensure her loss. A robot staggered up to. Now Amir could no longer move, and nuclear radiation was ravaging her genes, and her self-healing abilities had failed. Insect race's leading life, you lost, but if you surrender, we can help you escape your fragile mortal shell. The robot spoke in a stuttering manner, obviously affected by nuclear radiation. Every part of it was meticulous. This was the first robotic body carrying the will of the central computer. So what? Amir lost, but there will be countless Amirs in the future. My genes have already been left behind. The swarm consciousness has also descended. Tin cans, get ready and enjoy this fleeting peace before revenge. Upon saying this, Amir committed suicide, controlling her body to collapse into a pool of pus. The robot, however, raised its head, locking eyes with Song Yuan, who was watching everything. It gave Song Yuan the illusion that they were sharing a gaze. Hooray! This is what battle is. So exhilarating. The joy of fighting crickets is this simple and unadorned, even if both crickets belong to oneself. At this moment, the moon trial world was also nearing its conclusion. Year 71 of the Origin calendar, the supreme calamity, granted 5 worlds. The insect race and the mechanical race erupted into the first insect-machine war over control. For 100,000 insects, not a single one survived. This was the beginning of the blood feud between the insect race and the mechanical race. I inscribed hatred into genes, etched it into bloodlines. You die, I live for generations, for ancestors. That same year, the swarm consciousness descended. The vengeful queen was born. In the 12th year of the Moon Trial World, the Abyss initiated the ritual, Black Sun. By sacrificing hundreds of thousands of minor demons, the Sun of the Moon Trial World was replaced by the Abyss Black Sun, causing all living beings to begin to mutate into demons. The world began to rot. The world began to collapse, shattering into pieces. The Abyss corruption caused the land to decay and the air to stink. Flies were tirelessly spreading the Black Death. Since the moment of entering this world, there has been no salvation. Hunger became the fundamental cause of death for all. Exam over, please let all believers cease action, or it will be regarded as cheating. Finally, after 5 days, Song Yuan's feet once again touched the land of the main world. No wonder the gods gradually became indifferent. 1 day in Bid is equivalent to 2 years in the world. Even if a deity can only live as long as an ordinary person in the divine realm, that amounts to 365 times 70 times 2 years. Moreover, deities live far longer than tortoises. Who has ever seen a tortoise live for 1,000 years? I truly cannot fathom how those ancient gods withstand the boredom of time. I've heard that some gods create new worlds, allowing life to develop on its own, evolving from cellular organisms into civilizations. This is how they pass the time. It's terrifying to witness a paramecium devouring another paramecium and naming all the microorganisms in the world. Song Yuan could not imagine how horrifying that existence must be. Fortunately, he could still fight crickets. The disaster races were increasingly lively, especially since the insect race had just unearthed heroes over 1,000 segments long. This is enough to terrify other demigods with its sheer power, who would have thought there were experts as well. It was a nuclear bomb. Indeed, the mechanical race had added just a hint of nuclear bomb to the origin realm. As long as it involves living beings who wouldn't be dazzled by a nuclear bomb. Just kidding, even non-living beings can be dazzled. The sand would turn directly to glass. However, what greeted Song Yuan was not the praise befitting a victor, but the sour face of LitRPG. Do you realize how dangerous your actions are? LitRPG began to criticize Song Yuan outright. You dare to introduce such aggressive plants into your divine realm. Yes, this time you've helped reverse attack a world, but what if you can't control it? These plants are far too dangerous and your followers are problematic as well. You know the descriptions of the demon race in textbooks, right? You actually dared to raise them? Was it not said that if you choose the demon race you must establish a contract in the bloodline to seal their sacrificial abilities? Look at you, not only did you not seal them, but you also indulged them. What if they connect with a major demon? It's an exam now, we can still protect you. What if it's in your own divine realm? Would you ruin your own realm for nothing? You are already 180 years old. Why are you still coveting such unstable power? LitRPG said earnestly. In her eyes, the student, who usually loved to play with his phone, had suddenly darkened, transforming into a demonic child grinning at her. Just thinking about it was despairing. Unknown aggressive plants and high-level unrestricted demon race followers. Either one appearing would cause the teacher to emit a sharp explosive sound akin to a chaotic demon. Now both appeared simultaneously. Do you think this is a game of landlord throwing out a king bomb? LitRPG was still frantically outputting examples of senior students' failures, harshly criticizing Song Yuan. Holding on to the attitude that a minor character should respect other minor characters, Song Yuan did not retort, but lowered his head to accept the criticism. In fact, there were over 10 other instances in the disaster race that validated the teacher's concerns, causing the teacher to emit sharp explosive sounds. But Song Yuan did not speak up. Although the teacher had already condensed the divine realm into a planet, becoming a true deity for the sake of the teacher's mental health, Song Yuan chose to remain silent. Hey, I'm truly kind-hearted, +1 point. Song Yuan silently noted a point for himself. Are you even listening? LitRPG's face suddenly leaned close to Song Yuan, executing a surprise face attack. It startled Song Yuan. Ahem, what the teacher is saying is what the teacher is saying is. Song Yuan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, forcing a smile. Given that you broke the record this time, I won't call your parents. As your teacher, I can only remind you of countless examples lie before you. Rushing to achieve results will ultimately lead to self-immolation. Don't let it become a disaster before you regret it. LitRPG sighed. At 180 years old, it was indeed the time of youthful exuberance. She couldn't dissuade him, and Song Yuan was no exception. Song Yuan watched his invincible and unmatched grasp in the divine realm being ruthlessly hammered by the insect race's fungal carpet, and saw the terrifying demon that LitRPG had spoken of attempt to single-handedly challenge all the other disaster races, only to be thoroughly thrashed. Teacher, you know me, I am famously steady. If there were no guarantees, I would have crushed the grass the moment it appeared. Song Yuan nodded. I am indeed a master of balance. In the origin realm, amid the bloodshed, chaos, warlord fragmentation, and the struggles of the warring states, I can still grow steadily stronger and maintain a dynamic balance. One can only say that a certain disaster race is a tumor, a bully, but there are still 7 similar races that Song Yuan has, each of which is exceptionally skilled. Alright, enough of this. I have registered you for the Academy Council League. A year from now, you will represent the school. This time your monthly exam score is SSS. There's no reward. You've consumed a month's worth of the school's exam resources, and it's already good that I didn't ask you for compensation. Alright, Lin Yan will participate with you. Song Yuan. What's going on? Wasn't he just scolding me? How did the topic suddenly change? No, this is clearly a classic plot twist in novels of League. According to the script, Lin Yan should soar this year, and then win the League Championship or something. However, according to the side character's self-rescue manual, any side character involved in the main character's events will inevitably be pulled into greater events. The protagonist is like a certain elementary school student. Wherever he goes, people die, and wherever he goes, there are various villainous plots to destroy the world. Teacher, I'm so weak. How can I represent the school in battle? Song Yuan's face immediately fell. No, this is the principal's decision, and I can't change it. I came here just to remind you that the path you are walking is very dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Li Xiaolian said with righteous fervor, her aura imposing. Song Yuan looked at the disaster race. Is it really dangerous? The disaster race is not dangerous, not dangerous. Self-inflicted wounds, and then acting cute. Song Yuan pouted, turning his expression into one of utmost cuteness, starting to act cute. Can't we negotiate this a bit more? I seem to have some conflicts with Lin Yan. Who knew Li Xiaolian wouldn't buy this? She patted Song Yuan's shoulder and said earnestly, Song Yuan, interpersonal communication is a compulsory course, and an important part of learning. You must pay attention to uniting with your classmates. Wait, why hadn't I noticed how authentic Li Xiaolian's teacher vibe was before? This isn't right. The normal script shouldn't be like this. Is she not afraid that I might go berserk and kill Lin Yan? Did I guess wrong? Do they not have a relationship? Then why did she rush in to save Lin Yan? Song Yuan began to have a brainstorming session. Lin Yan doesn't even share the surname Li. Is it not the case that different surnames mean no blood relation? Unbeknownst to Song Yuan, who was secretly slandering her, Li Xiaolian waved her sleeve and left first, leaving only a silhouette behind. Li Xiaolian, yes. It was worth the 2 days of rehearsal. This wave has been perfectly executed. That kid Lin Yan truly is a worry, almost exposing the secret. Thankfully, I have been specially training and acting for 30 years. Leaving Song Yuan still pondering the relationship between the two, unable to quell his gossiping heart. At this moment, a girl approached, similarly a minor character in the class. The thick glasses obscure her eyebrows, and the bangs hide any reflection from her eyes. Indeed, someone whose true appearance cannot be remembered must certainly be a mere extra. What was her name again? It seems to be Xiao Mingming. Xiao Mingming. No, that's not right. It's an outdated name pattern. Plus, if I recall correctly, her grades are the best in the whole school. Hiss, where did this come from? Is this still a male-oriented story? Classmate Song, may I ask you how to cultivate followers? Suddenly Song Yuan fell into a daze. Ding. Detected that the host is enchanted. 30 disaster points consumed to dispel. What the heck? Song Yuan was shocked, staring at the girl before him with her big captivating eyes, as if she had 10 levels of beauty enhancement. No wonder, no wonder. Even he couldn't resist. This enchantment was truly intoxicating. I didn't expect the script of a world-class deity falling in love with me to almost play out with him. Well, classmate Xiao, my method of cultivation is rather dangerous. Teacher, Li just came to remind me, so I won't tell you. After saying this, Song Yuan fled in a panic. How terrifying. What kind of school is this? A dual supreme being, it's too frightening. That little enchantress just now had a destiny index stronger than Lin Yan. How did I not notice? So suspicious. This is terrifying. What is this? A domineering deity falling in love with me. I just got taken over and couldn't control myself at all. Is this her golden finger? This person must not be left alive. Was her divine domain coordinate marked during the exam? Of course it was marked. But won't being so direct provoke her future husband's revenge? No worries while she hasn't met her husband yet. Song Yuan made a slashing motion across his neck. The enchantment had already reached him. This person must not be allowed to live. Just kill her before she enchants the domineering deity. Send the undead. The undead are common and won't leave any evidence. No exchange for a dose of zombie virus. Pack it in a meteorite and launch it over. The killing intent in Song Yuan's eyes was nearly overflowing. Just now the insect race provided him with a wave of disaster points, just enough to use. I can't believe my little killer has been activated. Xiao Mingming's divine domain. Her followers are dozens of flying creatures with the entire divine domain covered in forest. A phoenix egg is enshrined at the center of the world, protected and incubated by the Flamingo clan. This is Xiao Mingming's trump card, an egg left by her mother. It seems there's a play of true and false daughters. The entire divine domain is influenced by the phoenix egg, and the bloodlines of the flying creatures are evolving. No doubt Xiao Mingming's future achievements will not be low. But for now it ends here. A meteorite falls at the edge of her divine domain. With the help of the will of the abyss, the meteorite avoids the world barrier of Xiao Mingming's divine domain. The virus begins to spread silently. Under careful control, the virus only infects, does not show symptoms, and lies dormant within the host. Xiao Mingming is a very diligent deity who she descends to the world every year to guide her followers on how to develop. Under her management, her followers live and work in peace with flourishing celebrations and a steadily rising level of civilization. But, is it really like this? Chief Yaihak, this year's harvest is excellent thanks to the protection of the Lord of the Sky and the God of 10,000 birds. Our yellow warblers won't go hungry next year. Yes, ever since our faith taught us how to sow, the grain has been increasing, and we no longer have to worry about hunger. Yaihak is an adult yellow warbler. He is very strong and the toughest among the yellow warblers, even able to spar with eagles. As the chief, he is very enthusiastic and always helps his clan, so he is well loved. A few little yellow warblers see Yaihak and enthusiastically shout, "Chief Yaihak, here are the fruits we picked, they're very sweet." These are the children of the yellow warbler clan. They represent hope and the future. They are always cheerful, flying to the edge of the forest every day to pick fruits and bring them back to share with their beloved chief. The yellow warbler clan is thriving overall, and Yaihak is very satisfied. Over a decade ago, Xiao Mingming had once descended into their clan. At that time he was still a young bird, but was captivated by Xiao Mingming's beauty. To be gazed upon by such a beautiful goddess, even sacrificing his life would feel worthwhile. For this, he trained diligently, dedicating himself to the yellow warbler clan, striving for its development to attract the goddess' attention. He didn't even seek a mate, believing it would tarnish his love for Xiao Mingming. If Song Yuan knew, he would probably laugh like a joker and wipe them out, raising the warning level of Xiao Mingming's danger another notch. Even her followers can be influenced. This can already be called terrifying. Although many deities walk such paths, it is clear that this is merely an unintended effect of hers. Finally, a pillar of light fell from the sky, but unfortunately, it wasn't for the yellow warblers. Yaihak couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but soon he rallied and continued to plan how to act in the coming year, striving to bring Xiao Mingming to the yellow warbler clan next year. As night falls, Xiao Mingming departs. The main world has already entered deep night. After lying low for several years, Xiao Mingming's schedule has been controlled by Song Yuan. To be honest, it is indeed very regular. But now this regularity has become an accomplice. After 6 years of spreading, the virus has nearly infected all living beings. It is becoming hard to contain. A beautiful day begins with the rising sun. Yaihak opened his eyes in the treehouse, greeted by the beautiful sunlight and fragrant flowers, always unable to resist a good mood. Looking up to avoid being ambushed by those little admirers at night, his treehouse is the only one with a door, and he locks it every night. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came. It seems someone is looking for his help again. After tidying up, Yaihak got up. Based on the scent, it should be Aimsha. She always wears flowers, and the fragrance is strong. It should be Amesha, right? Opening the door, she gave Yaihak a big hug with only half her face remaining. Her broken beak lunged towards Yaihak's eyes. Her throat had rotted, making only a gurgling sound. Her eyes had turned white, and the remaining half of her face, only slaughter, only madness, only a desire for flesh and blood. Yaihak dodged Amesha's attack with his powerful reflexes, but her next assault came swiftly. Her grotesque face lunged towards Yaihak, raising her claws to scratch him. Fortunately, Yaihak sidestepped, dodged, and took to the air in one smooth motion, pinning Aimsha beneath his claws. "What happened to you?" Yaihak still held on to hope, restraining her and tying her up with rope. But as he flew out of the treehouse, the horrifying sight sent chills down his spine. Is this hell? Yaihak looked outside, where half a bird hung from a tree, another half lay beneath it, and birds crawled over each other, pecking at their own kind. Why? Yaihak could hardly believe his eyes. The monstrous creatures feeding on the birds were the very children who had greeted him just yesterday, and it was their companions being devoured. He charged forward, desperately pushing aside the strange birds. His cries attracted the attention of more zombies. They turned their heads, their ghastly, decaying eyes fixed on Yaihak. A chorus of growls echoed as they swayed and flew towards him. Soon dozens of zombie birds gathered. Knowing he was outmatched, Yaihak relied on his agile body to shake off. In the air, Yaihak gasped for breath as he flew towards the nearest large tribe. These monsters were too bizarre. How could they still move with their insides exposed? Could half a head still function? This must be the descent of an evil god. He needed to seek help from the Golden Eagle tribe. But before he reached them, he spotted several golden figures soaring in the sky. It was undoubtedly the Golden Eagle tribe. However, before Yaihak could speak, the heads of those golden eagles twisted at an unnatural angle, their pale, soulless eyes still staring. They too had fallen to the evil god. Without a moment's hesitation, the golden eagles dove straight at Yaihak. "Great Lord of the Sky, bless me." Yaihak uttered a prayer and began to flap his wings desperately. Death was closing in, and 4 golden eagles were enough to turn him into a corpse. 5 figures chased in the air, the golden eagles disregarding any obstacles, their thirst for flesh driving them to maintain peak speed. Yaihak noticed this and risked his life, beginning a vertical dive before pulling up just before hitting the ground. The golden eagles followed his descent. But ihawk slowed down in advance. They did not crashing into the ground and turning into mush. He felt his heart pounding violently in his chest, his ears ringing as he gasped for air. Monsters. Fearless of death, never tiring. This was terrifying. If not for their low intelligence, he would surely be dead today. Had the golden eagles fallen too? Where else could he go? A wave of inexplicable despair washed over ihawk as he thought of the demise of his own tribe. Even the children could not escape, and now even the mighty golden eagle tribe had fallen. Had the gods abandoned us? ihawk landed on a tree, leaning against the trunk, his gaze hollow, his bodous exhaustion dragging his spirit down. Now perhaps only the Phoenix Lord could help us. Yes, we still have the Phoenix Lord. I must go seek the Firebird tribe and tell them what is happening here. ihawk rekindled his hope. Was this delusion named hope? He could faintly see that some races still had survivors, but he had no way to rescue them. He was flying south. To the south where the Firebird's territory lay. To the south where the Phoenix Lord's egg awaited. He closed his eyes, flying without looking at the suffering beings below. But he could not close his ears. Had the gods truly forsaken them? He heard countless prayers. He saw mothers and children being devoured together. He heard the most devout believers' fervent prayers. They were all dead. The further south he flew, the more hellish it became. Could the Phoenix Lord truly save them? Lord of the sky, your believer prays to you once more. I am so hungry. I am so tired. After flying for a day, ihawk crossed over 1,000 kilometers and arrived at the territory of the Firebird tribe. He saw flames soaring into the sky. The Firebird tribe was burning their dead. This was the only surviving race ihawk had seen, not just a few scattered survivors, but a real tribe. There were no monsters. ihawk landed and immediately fainted. A whole day of high-intensity flying had left him utterly exhausted. The next day, he awoke from a dream where the Phoenix Lord emerged from the egg flames, cleansing the entire world, burning all the monsters to death. If it was the Phoenix Lord, surely he could save this world. But a loud shout jolted him awake. Hey! ihawk opened his eyes to see a Firebird. Outsider, wake up and eat quickly, then come help. After saying this, the Firebird hurried away. Confused, ihawk blinked and shook his head, and upon waking, he found food on the plate beneath him. It was a plate of rice, quite a feast. But what did he need to help with? He quickly finished the rice and flew out of the treehouse, only to see a familiar scene. Again, flames soared into the sky, very similar to his dream. But the scene was not quite the same. Why were there still sounds of despair? The sky was filled with birds, all monsters, all zombie birds. The Firebirds spewed flames, but it was still— they were zombies. They did not fear flames. Even engulfed in fire, they would rush at the Firebirds and tear away a piece of flesh. There were too many of them, various kinds of birds, overwhelming the skies. Occasionally a Firebird would get exhausted. If they were careless, they would be reduced to bones in seconds. Why? ihawk was stunned. Outsider, come help. A Firebird descended from the battlefield, its voice. After hours of incessant fighting, every Firebird was worn out. Even though they were the strongest race, even with the world's only extraordinary abilities. But they would also tire, and when tired they would die. Tens of thousands of zombie birds pounced like mad, while there were only a few thousand Firebirds. What could they do? The number of zombie birds kept increasing, growing stronger. They were evolving. They were becoming more powerful. Moreover, if injured, they would inevitably turn into monsters. Injured birds had to end their own lives early, and their bodies had to be burned. Because if Firebirds became monsters, they would also breathe fire. This was not just a disaster, it was divine punishment, divine punishment. It was beyond what mere mortals like them could cope with. Half of the Firebirds had already abandoned their faith. They had once been the most devout, but their prayers went unanswered. The other half clung more tightly to their faith. They had once been the least devout, believing it was their lack of piety that had brought divine wrath upon them. Anyone would struggle to bear the sight of their kin wailing over tiny wounds. Every time they rotated, they had to meticulously check their entire bodies. Even the smallest wound could lead to death. The pressure was immense. This was only the second day of the virus outbreak, and some Firebirds had already rushed into the hordes of zombies due to overwhelming stress. Others crashed into trees to end their own lives. Why? This was the Firebird tribe, the strongest of the Firebirds. Why were they also this desperate? ihawk stood frozen, watching Firebirds plead over a scratch, and others collapse from exhaustion, their corpses picked clean by zombies. Is there really no hope left? As darkness consumed the last glimmer of light, ihawk finally earned some rest after taking care of the retired flamingos. He could rest until tomorrow morning. ihawk landed on the ground. This time his claws did not reach out to harm the wounded, nor did he check if they were infected with the virus. They discovered that having wounds did not necessarily mean one would turn into a zombie. Only when the wounds rotted would one become a zombie. The rotting period is 1 hour. If there are no issues after an hour, there will be no infection. But what about those flamingos that were injured in the initial battle? How many of them would be killed without turning into monsters? ihawk gazed up at the sky, unable to see the stars, as the great fire continued to burn, incinerating the endless waves of zombie birds. At the center of the world was a towering flame around which the phoenix egg was guarded by dozens of flamingos taking turns to spew fire. Under the scorching flames, the phoenix egg was slowly hatching. Though this would cause the phoenix to be a premature hatchling, they had no other choice. The pressure from the zombies the next day left them without hope of victory. Only the legendary phoenix could help them achieve victory. To that end, the flamingo chief did not hesitate to withdraw the strongest warriors from the battlefield. For this reason, the flamingo chief was willing to shrink the already narrow front line. Everything was for hope. They only needed a few days, just a few days, until the phoenix was born, and all problems would be resolved. Any other sacrifices were bearable. Even the children were mobilized to fight on the battlefield. Those who could not breathe fire were tasked with checking the wounded. On the first day, there were still other races like Ihawk coming to seek refuge, but by the second day, there were none left. They should have all perished. These monsters were extremely sensitive to life. They could not be hidden. Hold the line. There is hope, the flamingo chief said as he descended from the hatching squad, watching the children charging against the zombies one after another. He had watched them grow up. Many familiar faces among those monsters. Why, O Lord of the Sky, have you descended this divine punishment? Please respond to your believer. The faith of the flamingo chief began to crumble. The gods could not save them because the gods did not care, but the flamingo chief did. He wanted his people to survive. To survive. Dragging his weary body, the flamingo chief flew again to the phoenix egg, continuing to breathe fire. Ihawk watched this scene, and so did the other flamingos. Faith reignited not this time because of the beauty of Xiamingming, but for the sake of survival. No grand reasons were needed. They simply wanted to live purely, not wanting to be devoured by those monsters. Faith condensed will, and will drove the body. With the flamingo tribe, they surged out of the encirclement once again. Tired. That was right. Comfort was for dead birds. A single breath of fire could allow the entire tribe to survive a little longer. At least under the pressure of the flames, the monsters would not break through the defense. Death. So what? Why could they not die? The flamingo tribe had no cowards. For the Lord of the Sky. A gap in the defense was blocked by the self-detonation of a flamingo. Whether it was divine punishment or not had become irrelevant. They now only considered one thing: the continuation of their tribe. On the third day, the evolution of the zombies began. Some zombie birds grew stronger, capable of crushing the heads of other birds with a single claw. Some zombie birds became faster, able to evade fire attacks. But more of them evolved fire resistance. Their muscles were bulkier, fat was less, and their feathers became tougher, covered in a special viscous liquid, making them hard to ignite. Suddenly, the flames that had been the flamingo's strongest barrier became ineffective. More and more zombie birds broke through the firewall, charging straight at the flamingo warriors. The sluggish zombie birds were naturally no match for the flamingos, but their numbers were overwhelming. There were too many. The zombie birds kept coming. Moreover, the flamingos did not dare to fight freely, for once injured, they would become part of the zombie horde. But once they confirmed they were injured, they would charge into the horde of zombies to self-detonate, buying time for their comrades. These were two extremes, and it was quite awkward for themselves. They could hesitate and show cowardice, fearing infection, but for their tribe, they would be brave, without hesitation, and sacrificing themselves was nothing. Another night fell. Ihawk looked at the tribe that had lost many members, feeling empty inside. Sharing life and death was the quickest way to enhance emotions. One could say that if it were not for this disaster, Ihawk would never have known so many noble flamingos in his lifetime. Then he watched as those friends who had become brothers overnight perished in the daylight. All he could do was mourn. On the fourth day, intelligent individuals had already evolved among the zombie birds, returning from mindless to the realm of sentient beings. Intelligence represented more troublesome and dangerous foes. They finally realized their advantage: the ability to infect. Water had been contaminated. Special mutated zombie birds sneaked past the defenses, dropping their blood into every water tank. The rivers had long been polluted. The flamingos would avoid using them. Now even the water within the tribe was contaminated. Food was also problematic. Were zombie rats involved? Once weak beings raised by raptors as food had now become the last straw, crushing the flamingo tribe. They were not within the range of the defense. They could come and go freely in the flamingo territory. Even a dozen flamingos had been infected after being bitten by them. Food was also contaminated by these zombie rats, and could not be consumed. Yet the root cause of all this trouble was also a rat. The zombie king, an intelligent heroic unit. This rat was strange. Its intelligence was linked to the number of its species. The more zombie rats there were, the higher its intelligence, which allowed it to possess considerable intellect. On the fourth day. Are we done? It spoke with proficiency, having only just learned to speak a few minutes ago. A zombie rat nodded intelligently. This was also an intelligent zombie. Under the supreme calamity, we have been given a death order: eradicate this world within 3 days. At any cost. For the supreme calamity, we offer the loyalty of our zombie clan. The zombie rat king passionately declared. Below, thousands of specially intelligent zombie rats stood up, awkward voices shouting in unison, loyalty. The undead can become a disaster race relying solely on loyalty. No other race is more loyal than this stubborn tribe. Because they were originally dead, loyalty was the only thing they could offer. Under the command of the zombie rat king, the zombies began to launch a multidimensional assault on the flamingo tribe. On the 5th day, the zombie birds began to cooperate with fire-resistant types, forming the backbone interspersed with strength and speed types. On the ground, zombie rats and zombie insects became the main force. The zombie rats dug tunnels tirelessly, effortlessly creating a passageway. The newly joined zombie insects were even harder to defend against. The flamingo tribe had already run out of ammunition and provisions. On the 5th night, Ihawk's eyes had lost their luster with only the wrapped phoenix egg and the flickering flames still able to pique his interest. He had no idea how many exhausted flamingos he had rescued from the jaws of zombies, nor how many he had checked. As the bravest of the warblers, he always charged to the front, saving one flamingo after another. The yellow light was the title of respect given to him by those he saved. When consciousness faded, and he fell from the sky, he vaguely saw a yellow shadow coming towards him. At that moment, it was not an exaggeration to call Ihawk a deity. Lord of the Sky, please save us. Ihawk closed his eyes, haunted by the desperate cries of his companions in their final moments. Morale had plummeted to a dangerous level, and many flamingos had begun to fear advancing. They were willing to resort to self-detonation. However, self-detonation would rapidly deplete their living strength, and they could only resort to it as a last resort. This was too painful. Ihawk, why are we suffering so much? Another foreign bird, Nita, asked Ihawk, as he also worked in logistics. Currently, logistics operated in 3 shifts with only 8 hours of rest to replenish everything needed for the remaining 16 hours. From beginning to end, there was no time for meals or rest. They had to operate at high intensity for 16 hours just to barely withstand wave after wave of zombie attacks. Uncle Ihawk. A young flamingo poked its head in, having arranged for rest in a closed tree house to avoid zombie rat attacks. This is the fruit left at home. I have checked it carefully, and there are no bite marks. She placed the fruit and thank you for saving my father. Then she timidly ran away. Due to food contamination, many items were inedible. Even with the reduced numbers, food remained scarce. Despite the circumstances, the young flamingo still brought fruit to express gratitude to Ihawk. Ihawk was deeply touched. Perhaps this was true hope united, their strength could cut through gold. They just needed to hold on for 2 more days. The chief said that after 2 more days the phoenix would emerge from its egg. Holding on to hope, Ihawk closed his eyes heavily. He was so tired. In his dreams, he saw that beautiful figure again, his deity. Lord of the Sky, O Lord of the Sky. Under the cover of night, no one noticed the tear at the corner of Ihawk's eye. The yellow light was always that desperate, brave, and kind hero. He was truly exhausted, terrified, and wished he could return to 5 days ago, when he was still the chief of the Warbler clan, carefree. There was no going back. Everything had changed. No bird knew if the phoenix could save them. The zombies were growing stronger, even the flamingos could not defeat them. Although the legend of the phoenix was known among all birds, none had ever seen one. A phantom-like phoenix versus a real and terrifying zombie. But they had to believe in those invincible legends. Prayers went unanswered, and the disappearance of the Lord of the Sky had become a foregone conclusion. On the 6th day, the zombie rat king had summoned zombies from all over the world, numbering in the tens of thousands. Meanwhile, only 647 flamingos remained. This included even the children among the living force. Last night, there was a faint sound of a phoenix's cry, a sign of the phoenix's imminent birth. All birds believed hope was about to arrive, so even facing tens of thousands with merely 647, they felt confident. Yellow light. Pray for us once more. Upon seeing Ihawk emerge from the treehouse, the flamingo warriors preparing for their shift shouted to him. They were fortunate Ihawk was in their group. The lucky Ihawk passed his luck onto them, making them the ones with the highest survival rate. They loved to hear Ihawk's prayers, even though many had given up their faith in the Lord of the Sky. But Ihawk's prayers truly helped them survive. Who is God does not matter for now. Ihawk was their God. I promise to the Lord of the Sky that you will return alive. Ihawk knew they needed a spiritual anchor, and he was willing to be their support just as he had been in the tribe. The sky belongs to the flamingos. Burn them all. The squad leader charged forward, followed by the other flamingos. On the 6th night, the squad leader sacrificed himself, torn apart by 3 zombie vultures, his flesh scattered among the horde, leaving not a trace. Just a little more, perhaps if Ihawk had been quicker, he could have rescued the squad leader as he fell in exhaustion. But Ihawk could not match the speed of the zombies, who, lacking feathers, could fly swiftly, even outpacing the most agile of warblers. Ihawk felt immense guilt. Today, he felt utterly useless. Just a little more, just a little more. This was becoming his curse. Today he fell short by 27 little bits, 27 in total. A full 27. It's okay, you're just too tired. Really, if you rest a bit more you'll be fine. This isn't your fault, but don't be so hard on yourself. You have saved many birds. Nita comforted Ihawk, covering his back with his wings, a comforting technique he learned in the moon exam world. Yet Nita always felt a bit dazed, glancing at his own leg unintentionally. On the 7th morning Nita took his own life. He had become infected, and after Ihawk fell asleep, set himself ablaze with firewood. No body remained. He had seen Ihawk's emotional turmoil, and waited to comfort him before taking action. He was happy to have met Ihawk. Ihawk was a great bird, he should not have done this. He should always remain optimistic, for his optimism was more important than anything now. In the darkness a small sun was needed to warm others. Ihawk was that small sun. He was the yellow light. On the 7th day, the final deadline after today, Xiao Mingming could re-establish contact with this divine realm, and the abyss blockade would fail. With all zombies pressing in, only 422 flamingos remained, each one facing over 50 zombie birds on average. Under the command of the zombie rat king, the zombie birds charged recklessly towards the flame. That was the hope of the flamingos, and they too had to defend it at all costs. The relentless waves of zombie birds clashed with the flamingos, falling one after another. As dusk fell on the 7th day, the last 94 flamingos and Ihawk landed on the ground. Ihawk was incredibly lucky, as he could always evade the attacks of the zombie birds. He was the last surviving foreign bird. As the sun set, the zombie birds launched their final assault wave after, but they were all held back by the Flamingo clan, as these last warriors fiercely defended the phoenix egg. When night fully descended, the flame became the only source of light. None of the flamingos were in good condition. They were all infected and would turn into zombies by tomorrow morning at the latest. Yet they still held their ground, self-detonating one by one. Ihawk could not self-detonate, so he was left until the end. The Flamingo clan was entirely wiped out. Ihawk clutched the phoenix egg, hoping to escape with it, and buy some time. At that moment, the phoenix egg cracked open. A pale-eyed phoenix crawled out, staring at Ihawk. Have you heard? It seems that Xiao Mingming's divine realm has suddenly encountered problems. I've heard it was invaded and collapsed directly. Isn't that so? They were directly expelled by the school, destined to never become a deity in this lifetime. Song Yuan listened silently to his classmates discussing this matter, thinking about how to kill Xiao Mingming. As the destined child, Xiao Mingming is difficult to kill. Even now, Song Yuan has destroyed her divine realm and cleaned it up thoroughly. But what if Xiao Mingming were to become infatuated with a tyrannical deity, and upon investigation something is uncovered? Wouldn't that make an enemy of himself? Song Yuan has considered directly killing Xiao Mingming, but last time he was interrupted while dealing with Lin Yin, so there was no way to handle Xiao Mingming. He slightly regretted not ensuring he could kill Xiao Mingming before taking action. However, it doesn't matter, Song Yuan was still calculating in his heart. At that moment, Su Mengshan's voice interrupted Song Yuan's thoughts, and he looked over. The last monthly exam doesn't count, let's have another match. At this time, Su Mengtian was accompanied by a follower with a bowl-cut hairstyle. Lin Yin ignored him and continued to read the second volume of the Goblin Breeding Manual. Feeling neglected, Su Mengtian became anxious and shouted, Lin Yin, did you hear what I said? Let's have another match. If he remembers correctly, Su Mengtian still has some influence in Moon City, right? The typical background of a minor villain. Divine realm destroyed, deity dead. The zombies cannot directly destroy Xiao Mingming's divine realm. They can only eliminate her followers, plunging the divine realm into silence. Reviving the divine realm requires a great cost, and Xiao Mingming currently cannot afford it. Is there any method to force two deities to fight to the death? Song Yuan asked the system. He was starting to have some ideas. There are brothers, yes, there are indeed, with such means totaling 9, each one AT0. 5 level killing move, learn 1, and you can dominate in this universe. If you learn all 9, you could even participate in the multiverse prison coin competition as a starter. What are they? Opening the store for you. That night a portal suddenly appeared in Su Mengtian and Lin Yan's divine realm. This sudden change piqued the curiosity of both individuals. What is this? Both of their reactions were quite synchronized, each sending a small team to investigate. Bloodfang's Sunblood, I led the team. Meanwhile, Lin Yin dispatched a team of Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Upon entering the portal, they were greeted by a lifeless sky, gray and devoid of vegetation. What kind of world is this? The Wolf Cavalry left a trail of footprints as they stepped on the ground, which seemed overly soft. As soon as Blood Eye landed, he felt something was off. However, compared to Blood Eye's nomadic tribe, Lin Yan's goblins took the first step to collect soil. They discovered that this soil was excessively fertile, loose, and dark in color. Yet something felt wrong. How could there be such rich soil without any plants? If it were like the world of the monthly exam where plants invaded and caused plant extinction, there should still be some traces left. It felt more like the plants had died on their own, with remnants and decayed roots mixed in the soil. Avoid excessive contact with this soil. Some evil deities use soil as a medium, and this soil seems strange. Gobu admonished, being the highest-ranking member of the team and holding temporary command. Gobu 2, you go back and relay the information. The rest of you set up camp right here. Gobu and Gobu Chi stay on guard around. Under Gobu's command, the 23 goblins began to act in an orderly manner. This displayed a high level of intelligence, and there was even an elite forces discipline. Are these goblins? The entrance of the two teams stirred slight ripples in this world that had been silent for 2 years. They awakened having accepted decay, even those that had already rotted revived. Fresh flesh. The scent is still so enticing. A small mouse crawled out from the pile of corpses, licking its fur with a tongue that could no longer secrete saliva. It was a cat-like behavior, yet the mouse seemed to enjoy it now. This is the posture of a hunter. One by one, the already decayed beings returning to the world's fertilizer crawled out from the ground. Living dead, here we come. The zombie mouse king gently stomped the ground, shook its head, and stood up. Its hands were clasped together too small, and it couldn't make a sound with its clapping. However, a gigantic creature surged forth from beneath its feet, a monster formed by hundreds of mice intertwining their tails, the Mouse King. Oh, this world is quite nice. Blood-Eye rode forth with his warriors, facing no obstacles, only a flat expanse of black earth extending endlessly. This is exhilarating. It is the most enjoyable moment for Blood-Eye since his birth. His father was once captured by goblins, thus losing his position as chief. The werewolves despised him along with despising Blood-Eye. Yet Bloodfang is the first warrior of the tribe. No one can defeat him. Blood-Eye inherited this, and at just over 10 years old, he has already bested more than 20 strong men within the tribe. The new chieftain is focused on development. Unlike Bloodfang, who suppressed others with force, he is favored by the deity, the great hunting god. For over a decade as chieftain, he has been developing agriculture involving all werewolves in farming and planting trees. The plains are covered with crops, and scattered trees have begun to appear. Those areas are off-limits to the wolf mounts. Now Blood-Eye can command the wolf mounts, freely disregarding everything. He is like the wind, unrestrained and free. He has ordered a werewolf to return, but he cannot control himself nor command these brothers. They want to gallop, which is the werewolf style. Plowing, 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 planting trees, planting trees, planting trees. Is this the label of werewolves? They howl with abandon, singing freely. Owl. The skyward howl calls for the moon. Until these werewolves become lost in ecstasy, completely intoxicated. A black droppings fell onto Blood-Eye's head, very foul, with a decaying odor. Only then did Blood-Eye notice that night had fallen. He looked up and saw nothing in the sky. He cursed loudly. Wiping the droppings off his head with a cloth, he ordered a sentry to continue scouting. The remaining one set up camp. Monster. The sentry werewolf returned, his face a mask of terror. You trembling little lamb. What's the matter? Have you been frightened so easily? Shuiyin was gnawing on a sheep's leg, devouring it with relish, grease glistening at the corner of his mouth. A monster. There's a monster over there. He followed the gaze, and it seemed there truly was something. Then a little mouse crawled out of the darkness. Squeak. The mouse cocked its head and stared at Shuiyin. Ha 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 ha. Frightened by a single mouse. When you go back, don't say it was my doing. Shuiyin did not notice that the returning werewolf had no mount. Where was his mount wolf? Another mouse crawled out, then 10, then dozens, then hundreds. The mice were dense as a carpet. Their eyes shone a crimson red, some were little more than half corpses. Squeak. Only then did Shuiyin discern that the lead mouse held something in its mouth. It was a severed finger from the mount wolf. In an instant, he remembered an old legend. Mice are the favored familiars of shamans and sorcerers. They imbue the mice with all manner of spells, then set the little creatures to gnaw at their enemies. Though weak individually, in numbers they can strip even an elephant down to bone. Run, Mount Wolf. Quick. But it was already too late. The zombie rats had leapt onto the Mount Wolf and sank their teeth in. The rats did not give chase. If they had tens of thousands of zombie birds would have cut them down before they left. But to exploit their own strengths was the wiser course. The zombie rat king understood this truth well. He knew precisely the strengths of the undead and the frailties of living flesh. Killing a single Mount Wolf served as a dire warning. Push further, press them until they retreat to their original world, carrying the zombie contagion back with them. The zombie rat king had learned this tactic unaided and had already tried it on the goblins. The situation was the same, but the responses of the two worlds differed. 5 hours later, the wounds around the bites festered, the afflicted developed ravenous appetites, lost their wits, and fell into berserk fury. The werewolves called it the shaman's curse. But the goblin sage Ta saw through it. His professional insight told him this was a curse of the Death Clan. I see misfortune, the dead, and pestilence. Ta's eyes had already gone blind, and he had traded sight for knowledge. He was now aged and frail, having bartered away much of his lifespan for wisdom. Boo, this is an undead curse. Burn the dead with fire, and isolate any returned children. This curse feels savage, and by tomorrow we should be able to tell who is infected. It is a cruel curse. I hear the shrieks of souls trapped within flesh, and unable to escape. Boo, tend to the children. I sense this matter is not so simple. Ta supported his failing body with a staff that reached his full height. His eye sockets held nothing but a hollow, fathomless darkness. Ta was indeed a sage. His vast learning and selfless dedication had earned him the respect of every goblin. Boo followed Ta's instructions. Su Mengshen's followers, however, paid them no heed. The next day arrived. Dozens of werewolves were affected. After zombification, they struck at their comrades. Fortunately, the tribe's combat prowess surpassed that of the Flamingo clan, and the undead were quickly dispatched. What is going on? Hebei rode forward on his Mount Wolf and stepped from among the warriors. They opened a path for him as he approached the fallen. Shuyan. Hebei recognized at a glance whose putrefied body lay there. He frowned and demanded angrily, "Where is the shaman? Where is the shaman?" Hebei scanned the encampment, but saw no sign of the shaman. A werewolf warrior clutching his wound answered shyly, "They ate the shaman. He had been tending to the wounded since yesterday, until this morning when they suddenly turned like this and attacked, as if mad. The shaman was at the forefront and was eaten." Hebei looked from the armband the man held to the ravenous undead. "Raise your hand if you are wounded. The shaman is lost. I will petition the gods. The injured follow me. I will seek divine aid." Though he spoke those words, suspicion had already crept in. Could this be the madness sickness? Those previously bitten by dogs had also lost reason and attacked recklessly. Might it be a similar madness curse spread through wounds? Hebei wondered and led the injured werewolves. At that moment, Su Mingtian was thrown into alarm. His divine domain had shrunk by a full square kilometer. Through the ritual, Hebei had contacted him, and in an instant he saw clearly that the dark-misted worshippers were stealing the primal essence of his world. From Hebei's description, he grasped where the deceit lay. He hastily dispatched an avatar to analyze the portal. At the slightest touch, a message flooded into his mind. It was a pact of life and death. A mechanism that could ceaselessly plunder another world's essence to fortify oneself, so long as one continued to slaughter the other side's forces. Those zombies were the vessels in which the other's essence took refuge. Assemble the armies. Launch a campaign, divine war. In an instant, Su Mingtian brimmed with excitement. He had no direct means to seize world essence. Not everyone was as transcendent as the cataclysmic races. But now with this method, he might finally ascend. On the other side, Lin Yin received the same intelligence and began mobilizing the goblins. Yet the foremost to act were the zombies themselves. Zombie birds filled the portals and frantically poured into the divine domains of Su Mingtian and Lin Yin. Unlike Xiao Mingming, Su Mingtian possessed his own berserker and shaman systems. Lin Yin was even more formidable, his repertoire of systems bordering on absurdity. Thus the horror that had slaughtered the flamingos hit a wall. Its strength could not match the werewolves, and even goblins evaded it. Speed-focused units in such large-scale engagements were easily swept by area spells. Moreover, heroic units stood between them and victory, and the zombie birds found themselves utterly reversed. But that outcome was precisely what had been intended. Xiao Mingming's world was shrinking rapidly, its riches being parceled out bit by bit to Lin Yin and Su Mingtian. On the surface, both sides appeared overwhelmed by the zombie bird's sea of corpses tactic, yet in truth the undead had created a vast ocean, slowly delivering precious world essence to the two claimants. Song Yuan, the mastermind working behind the scenes, watched the unfolding spectacle with satisfaction. Good heavens, am I cultivating a trap? Song Yuan hastily jotted a note in the supporting character handbook: protagonists may level up. Protagonists must not be killed, only a protagonist may slay another protagonist. Closing the manual, Song Yuan could not help but mutter, doesn't this feel a bit like a rules-bound urban legend? Soon the goblins were the first to adapt to the rhythm. They realized that as long as they did not lower their defenses, these zombies posed no threat to them. Moreover, due to their low level of evolution and the fact that they were all infected from ordinary birds, their attacks, defenses, and health points were all notably low. This was simply the best experience package. One could see the goblins rapidly advancing, even evolving their professions. The most obvious was Bu, the Goblin King, whose body became increasingly robust, even sporting a crown atop his head. Many goblin warriors directly evolved into goblin squad leaders, their equipment also changing accordingly. Song Yuan observed from the side. So this is his golden finger. No wonder he can achieve professionalization for everyone and equip them properly. Thus it was noted in the manual, Lin Yan's golden finger is suspected to be a profession book that can assist followers in changing professions and equipping them. Development S Combat B, golden finger level B. No wonder the destiny index is lower than Xiao Mingming's. This golden finger is not impressive at all. Although it grows stronger later on, it easily lacks late game potential. Song Yuan nodded in evaluation. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy guarantees victory in every battle. As a supporting character, he should understand various information about the protagonist to increase his survival odds. He closed the manual. Information is in place, let's close the net. Song Yuan ordered the zombie rat king. He called Xiao Hui. Upon receiving the divine command, Xiao Hui immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "At your command. For the supreme disaster, I offer my loyalty." The assembly of monsters beneath it all shouted in unison with their thousands of mouths loyalty. Under Xiao Hui's coordination, the intensity of the attacks noticeably decreased, revealing fatigue on both sides, slowly luring them into Xiao Mingming's divine domain. Since Xiao Mingming's followers had been extinguished, the divine domain fell into silence, completely losing control. This led Lin Yin and Su Ming Tian to be entirely unaware that they were slaughtering former classmates. After all, so far the only creatures encountered were common birds which, despite being zombified, showed no distinguishing features. Lin Yin specifically issued a divine command to evolve 100 heavy infantry goblins clad in full plate armor, armed from head to toe with no gaps exposed. These 100 heavy infantry goblins were like the tips of spears fiercely stabbing into Xiao Mingming's world. Countless goblin archers provided supportive fire from behind, needing only to empty their quivers to level up, after which the quivers would refill. It was equivalent to infinite firepower. What they sought was not an advantage, but complete suppression. It's a trap. Xiao Hui observed the goblins gradually stepping into the center of the world, while the werewolves on the other side were also slowly closing in. When the two sides met, Lin Yin and Su Ming Tian both displayed expressions of surprise, their thoughts only being, how did this sand wall get here? Is the portal a means of this brain entanglement? Without giving either side time to reminisce, the Flamingo tribe made their appearance. As elite monsters, they retained the ability to breathe fire from their previous lives, even gaining evolutionary enhancements. Upon seeing the special Flamingo tribe, Lin Yin and Su Ming Tian realized something was amiss as they recognized this group of flamingos. If memory served, they seemed to be Xiao Mingming's followers. So is this actually Xiao Mingming's divine domain? Su Ming Tian immediately had the thought of retreating. Killing other deities without a contract was a grave offense. If discovered while he wouldn't die, he would still have to compensate a lot of resources. However, how could Xiao Hui give him a chance to backtrack? The zombie flamingos clung to the werewolves like wild dogs, relentlessly attacking and refusing to let them escape. When they had entered so smoothly, why were they so tightly held back when trying to retreat? The Bloodtooth, who initially wanted to show off against these zombies, now looked as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. Yes, his favorite son had been harmed by these monsters, but he still had 13 others. If he died here, it would be a loss. After all, who knew that among Lin Yan's followers was a judicial officer goblin? This guy had completely drained the Bloodtooth's spirit over the past month. Now the Bloodtooth had developed a soft bone disease and had become so submissive he could hardly function. Initially wanting to show off against these zombies, he unexpectedly encountered trouble and was about to perish. Viewers in front of the screen, do you think the Bloodtooth can survive this chapter? Boss Bloodtooth, you go ahead, don't mind me. A junior brother stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Bloodtooth. Then thank you. Bloodtooth turned around and rode off on a wolf. Junior brother. Wait, that's not right. As Bloodtooth fled, the morale of the werewolves plunged, leading to a large-scale rout. This delighted Xiao Hui even more. He simply stopped attacking the goblins and sent all the flamingos to incinerate the werewolves. Then an interesting scene unfolded. 5,000 werewolf knights were chased by less than 1,000 zombie flamingos. Meanwhile, those flamingos shouted loyalty and long life as they charged forward and self-destructed. Moreover, there was a whole bunch of goblins chasing after the zombie flamingos, but heavy infantry chasing after air units. This was pure masochism. Thus the goblins could only kill other zombies to level up. In the face of defeat, less than half of the 5,000 werewolves would make it back. Su Ming Tian was gone, and now it was Lin Yan's turn. A phoenix cry reverberated through the heavens and earth, heralding the arrival of the phoenix. As a hero unit of the zombie faction, it bore the greatest source of the world. Thus it had to die at the hands of Lin Yan's goblins to eliminate Xiao Mingming. However, it certainly could not be allowed to be so easily acquired by Lin Yin, so Song Yuan raised the game's difficulty just a tad. 1 hour in the main world equates to 1 month in the small world. In other words, within the equivalent of a month, these ancestors have relentlessly drained his world's origin. Due to Xiao Mingming losing control over the divine domain, Song Yuan heavily fed a wave of zombie phoenixes, elevating it to the 2nd tier, an almost invincible level. What kind of joke is this? As the legendary phoenix now appeared before the goblins, it was indeed as powerful as the legends claimed. Am I really going to engage in a market trade? However, despite the despair, fear must not hinder the counterattack. After all, the phoenix truly hurled flames at them. The zombie phoenix invincible. But suddenly, for reasons unknown, this phoenix dove into Su Ming Tian's divine domain, suffering several divine punishments and emerging heavily injured. Lin Yin was quick to react, delivering a strike of divine punishment. The zombie phoenix was instantly slain. In an instant, Xiao Mingming's divine domain began to shake and collapse. Just a little more to go. Xiao Hui appeared at the opportune moment, standing atop the Rat King, which bore the 2nd most source of power. Come, young deity, do you seek treasure? Do you desire the world's source? It lies beneath my feet. Come take it. Come witness my loyalty. Saying this, Xiao Hui discarded his proud intellect, merging his body into the monstrous Rat King. A fleshball several meters high and continuously writhing crawled towards the goblins. Facing this horrific scene, the tower calmly began chanting one fire spell after another. Such target-like enemies were the easiest to deal with. Within 5 rounds the Rat King was consumed in the flames. The last source of the world fell into Lin Yan's hands, and upon seeing this the goblins immediately rushed towards the portal. 500 square kilometers, a full 500 square kilometers. Lin Yan's heart raced. He had worked for over a month, equivalent to more than 70 years in the divine domain, just to barely expand his territory to just over 100 square kilometers. Now he had directly obtained 500 square kilometers. However, after calming down slightly, Lin Yan began to hesitate. He had killed Xiao Mingming. With the collapse of the divine domain, Xiao Mingming was bound to die, and he was one of the main culprits. Su Mingtian, why was he also there? What should I do? He saw me. No, he was also involved. He shouldn't dare to report it. That's not right. His family would definitely shift all the blame onto me. Lin Yan squinted, realizing that Su Mingtian had already set himself on a path to death. If only this portal could lead to Su Mingtian's divine domain. Lin Yan's avatar arrived next to the portal, which was now closed, leaving only its base. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend the principles behind this thing. Suddenly a coordinate appeared on the base of the mysterious portal marked with Su Mingtian's name. Lin Yan stared at this coordinate, his eyes widening, his expression somewhat awkward. What is this? To dispel Lin Yan's suspicions, another line of text followed. Sacrifice 50 souls. So it is like this. Originally, many of Lin Yan's concerns had diminished significantly. Helping without reason meant a greater cost, while a clear price indicated a fair transaction. Although he still had reservations, the threat of Su Mingtian and the temptation of the world's origin were simply too great. Thus Lin Yan made a decision that went against his ancestors. Forgetting his roots, he sacrificed 50 captives, and the portal opened once again. Su Mingtian's divine domain. Why has that thing opened again? A werewolf guarding the ruins of the portal was startled by the suddenly opened portal. He was about to report the anomaly. Suddenly his world spun out of control. What is that? He saw a headless body, but he could no longer think. A goblin dressed in a black cloak stepped out of the shadows. He flicked the blood off the dagger in his hand, letting it fall to the ground. Then he vanished into the darkness, ready to decapitate his next target. Under the cover of the assassin goblin, the first goblin squad successfully entered Su Mingtian's divine domain. Gabue, how many goblins do you need? Bu personally led the squad, sitting atop a wolf while a strong goblin knelt before him. My lord, I only need 800 goblins within 10 days. Conquer the Hulka clan within 10 days. Gabue bowed deeply, his skull striking the ground with a thud. Bu rode over to Gabue, dismounting from his wolf. Gabue dared not look up, fearing to raise his head. Bu approached slowly until Gabue could see his feet. When he bowed deeply, Bu halted his foot, which was half a step away from stepping on Gabue's head, and asked in an authoritative voice, "Do you have a son?" Gabue, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly replied, "Yes, I have a child, just reached adulthood. I, the god, decree conquer this world. If you can relieve my burdens, then your son shall also become a leader." Bu pondered for a moment and made a promise to Gabue. "Within 10 days, if you fail, you shall die, and your son will be buried with you. Within 10 days, the goblins are at your command." Bu turned to leave. Gabue exchanged his and his son's lives for a bargaining chip. He succeeded, he would become the second in command under the king. If he failed, he would die. Werewolves are savage. They cannot be attacked, hidden, only outsmarted. This time you must help me, Gobu. Gabue jokingly spoke to a goblin dressed in a white coat, his brother, one of the rarest professions among goblins. On the first night, goblin assassins secretly poured a bucket of unknown potion into each well. The next day the werewolves began their shift, and several new werewolves arrived near the portal. To hide the goblins, Gabue ordered the assassin goblins to execute them again. Tonight, send the bodies of the werewolves killed yesterday into the tribe, throw them in the well. Gabue looked at the 5 corpses before him, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Goblins do not require morals, they do not shy away from conspiracy. The result is what goblins pursue, the process is unimportant. It only takes 3 years to reach adulthood, with an average death age of 20. This terrifying group can replace members at will. There are always goblins willing to do the work. Each month goblins can breed a litter with 3 to 5 goblins in each. Ultimately, at most, only 2 will survive. They must compete with their siblings from birth. Only by consuming their siblings can they avoid starvation. This is decreed by Bu. Only in this way can obedience, competition, and bloodthirst be ingrained into the entire goblin race. As a member of the goblin community, Gabue understood too well the terror of being deemed useless by the clan. Goblins do not have elders. A compact divine domain can only have compact farmland to sustain a dense population. Lin Yan only needs children and young people. Currently, there are only 2 goblins over 40 years old, Bu and Ta. The others won't even have a proper burial. Instead, they will be recycled as food to nurture the next generation. The fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to nurture flowers. Gabue could only climb upward. He must become a heroic unit. Only by becoming a hero can he live longer. Locate the blackback, find those shamans and kill them. Gobue commanded the assassin goblins with a murderous intent. Due to Song Yuan's special arrangement, the undead phoenix specifically targeted the elite units of the werewolf tribe, severely damaging the Hulka clan. Blackback had to recuperate, and even those shamans reduced their activities, making it impossible for the assassin goblins to pinpoint their locations. The next night, the assassin goblins filled 5 wells in the tribe with 5 corpses. However, they forgot that wolves are nocturnal animals, and their night vision far exceeds that of goblins. A werewolf witnessed everything, but the assassin goblins overlooked him. He had come to relieve himself, and thus secretly observed the entire process from the corner, feeling frightened as he hurried home. Lying in bed, his mind was filled with the images of what he had just seen, contemplating telling Blackback about this matter the next day. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Then he saw a 2-meter-tall figure wearing a crow mask standing beside his bed, staring at him. The moonlight reflected off the mask, illuminating the werewolf's terrified face. "I suspect you are ill." He was about to scream, but found he could only exhale, unable to make a sound. Then he saw the strange man holding his vocal cords. When did this happen? As he trembled in fear, he realized he was bound, and unable to move. The bird-beaked man pulled out a small notebook. It was very dark around, and even a werewolf could not see the contents. After a while, the bird-beaked man put away the small notebook. "So you are my 50th patient. I will now examine you." On the 3rd day, a corpse was discovered by a werewolf. She arrived at the well as usual to draw water. When she threw the bucket down, instead of the familiar sound of water, she felt the bucket collide with something. The werewolf slowly pulled the bucket back up and peered into the well. What she saw next nearly made her vomit. A pale, swollen corpse was floating on the surface of the water. Its flesh had turned soft and pale, the head and body separated, and the wounds had also turned white. Realizing something was amiss, Shuahua turned to look for Hebei. In the house, a goblin assassin lay in wait, observing Shuahua, but she remained completely unaware. Under Hebei's command, 5 corpses were soon discovered. The 5 wells were sealed because this incident was too sinister, and the shamans had not yet healed from their injuries, making them unable to act freely. However, another problem arose. The tribe was already short on water, and now with 5 wells sealed, they could only draw from the remaining 3. In no time, a rush for water began. Although not much was needed, nearby werewolves would draw water in advance and store it at home. "Mom, why do we need to draw so much water?" A little werewolf carried a wooden bucket, while his mother carried a pair of large wooden buckets. All the jars and containers at home were filled with water. "Prepare a bit more, or we won't be afraid if any problems arise." With the frantic rush across the tribe, the water levels in the 3 wells quickly dropped, requiring the longest rope to reach it. Soon after, another body was discovered. It was Shueka. His corpse was found at home, but it was even stranger than the one in the well. His organs had been removed perfectly, and there were no wounds on his body, as if they had been taken out from afar. These organs had no blood, appearing very clean, neatly arranged on his bed. Each organ was accompanied by a piece of paper, but the shamans could not understand the writing due to the language barrier. "Notify my god, this should be some sort of dark god ritual. Our world is being invaded." The shaman surveyed the scene, shaking his head in helplessness. He could not comprehend what this ritual was, and there was no energy response from it, not even a trace. It was too bizarre. No matter what kind of ritual it was, it should at least require energy support, yet this one was completely devoid of it. Moreover, the arrangement of these organs was peculiar, exuding an inexplicable beauty akin to an artwork, very exquisite. Astonishing, truly astonishing. The shaman inexplicably felt a sense of joy and admiration within. Hebei also summoned the avatar of Summoning Tian as Gobue had intended, but what use was his avatar? He could not discern what kind of ritual this was. Yet he could not speak of it, he could only wait for more clues. I suspect this was done by 2 groups. The corpse in the well was handled crudely, and the time of death was earlier. Its body had been left for a while with the blood inside coagulated before being tossed into the well. This doesn't resemble a dark god ritual, but rather. Hebei sat cross-legged on the ground, a small table before him with a plate of lamb and 2 cups of milk wine. The Black Claw shaman softly interjected, "Assassins." Hebei remained silent, merely nodding before looking out the window, effectively ending the topic. The second group, namely Shueka, had a very artistic approach. Indeed, this method could not be executed by ordinary people or even typical cultists. This likely belongs to a true cultist. The first group aimed to incite chaos among us with such a clumsy tactic, and it seems they hit the mark inadvertently. Now there are 3 outsiders lurking above our house. That scent belongs to goblins. Hebei calmly drank his milk wine, noting that the outcome of the situation was already apparent. Lin Yan's name loomed large. The conflict between the werewolf tribe and Lin Yan could be considered a disgrace of the race, as the great and invincible Haruka tribe was being bullied by goblins. "Aren't we going to act?" Hebei grabbed a piece of lamb and looked up at the ceiling. "Have they left?" The foul smell belonging to the goblins had diminished significantly. They had departed. To be discovered, and then flee, was Gobuai's command. "Keep an eye on the recent happenings in the tribe. 2 gods have set their sights on us." Any small anomaly could lead to our undoing. Try to delay it. The shamans are heavily injured and need time to recover. By this point Hebei was already out of breath, his once glossy black fur now charred and burnt. The Black Claw nodded solemnly. On the fourth day, he opened his eyes not knowing when he had ended up at Zuewa's home. Beside him lay Shuahua fast asleep. As a young man full of vigor, he had exerted himself greatly the previous night. A spring has arrived. He tidied up and quietly left Zuewa's home. Along the way he encountered many werewolves, all emerging from others' houses. Indeed, spring has arrived. Is this year's mating season this intense? Black Claw felt his reactions were quite intense, his body hot, and unable to suppress himself. Report the aphrodisiac has taken effect. A goblin assassin knelt on one knee reporting to Gabue, to whom he pledged his eternal loyalty. It's the fourth day, Ahebe has been found, but the shamans are still missing and the aphrodisiac has already begun to act. Pass the word, we will launch a full attack in 4 days. Prepare, all goblins. The goblin nodded and rose to leave. Gabue quietly pondered. They had already been exposed, but according to Hebei, a dark god had also become involved. It was a true dark god. According to reports from the assassins, they had come across a real dark god ritual. If it truly was a dark god, this matter would be very difficult to handle. So far the goblins had killed 10 werewolves. Based on the statistics from the past 2 days, there were over 5,000 werewolves while the goblins numbered only 1,000. Even with superior equipment, it would undoubtedly be a tough battle. This gave Gabue a tremendous headache. As goblins relying on numbers to win, could they rely on quality to defeat those of other races with stronger innate abilities, given the limited area of the divine domain? Just thinking about this made Gabue's head spin. This was also a problem that had troubled Lin Yan for a long time. Things will be different from now on. Gabue looked at the hero scroll in his hand, a legacy he had just summoned, known as the profession of the god of killing. Due to Lin Yan's fate index being strengthened, Lin Yan's golden finger had also evolved, no longer limited to conventional professions. For example, this god of killing before him was an ancient and rare legacy from another world. This profession was very powerful. One could become a hero simply by changing jobs. And the conditions for changing jobs were simple: commit a massacre. On the fourth night, as darkness descended, the effects of the aphrodisiac were once again ignited, causing cries to echo from every household. However, the acting ruler He Zhua was also lost in indulgence, believing this to be a normal occurrence of spring. On the 5th day, He Zhua emerged once more from some unknown she-wolf's den, clutching his waist with a dazed expression. He simply thought he wasn't strong enough. It was terrifying. It nearly cost me my life. Madness, pure madness. He Zhua thought back to the ferocity of the she-wolf from the previous night and felt a shiver of fear. Indeed, the strong are the ones who perish from exhaustion. Tilling the fields is truly tiring. He Zhua might believe until his death that he simply wasn't hard-working enough or strong enough. On the 5th night, the cycle continued, the seductive melodies enveloping the entire tribe, with no one questioning or opposing it. Pleasure above all, joy above all, everyone was entranced by the dopamine rewards bestowed by the ecosystem to facilitate biological propagation. Wisdom turned into folly, for this was joy, this was yielding to one's body, to one's psyche, succumbing to the control of genes. Restraint is anti-human, while indulgence is in harmony with nature. Yet nature is a trickster, favoring the sight of creatures rebelling. It is like a stepmother ruthlessly beating every obedient daughter. The compliant Cinderella will not make an appearance at the ball. The docile creatures only walk towards the abyss. On the 6th day, He Zhua could only struggle to rise from his bed. If there had been a mirror, he would have noticed flecks of white hair scattered throughout his own fur. He trembled as he stepped down from the bed, feeling that he might have overindulged. However, he couldn't resist. Even just waking up, he felt a burning desire and unbearable heat. At that moment, he realized something was amiss. The she-wolf beside him had awakened as well, drawing near to him, wanting to continue. He Zhua jolted awake, pushing away the beautiful wolf who had leaned over him. He quickly put on his clothes and headed towards Hebei. The dark god ceremony. This was bad, this was bad. He had let his guard down. Hebei, out. As he pushed open the door to Hebei, a severed head swung down towards him. Fortunately, He Zhua dodged, but after seeing the head, he collapsed onto the ground. I will kill you all. Catch the assassin. Catch the assassin. He Zhua immediately sprang to his feet, determinedly standing up regardless of his weakened body. Fury ignited within He Zhua as he rushed to the altar, blowing the great horn in the center. Regardless of whatever they were doing or the circumstances, as long as the horn sounded, everyone was to gather at the altar. This horn would only sound for matters concerning the annihilation of clans. Many tender moments and affectionate interactions of the morning were abruptly halted as the werewolves appeared beside the altar with faces full of disappointment. 5,000 werewolves crowded together. Many appeared flushed, yet both males and females looked exceedingly weary. Among them were those like He Zhua who were so weak that they were turning white. Fellow clansmen, Our beloved Chief Bei has been assassinated by those shameless, lowly, despicable guys. In an instant the crowd which had been in turmoil fell silent. And those cultists hidden beneath, I know you are watching, keep watching. I do not know the reasons behind your conversion to the Dark God's faith. You are accomplices in the assassination of Chief Bei. Before Chief Bei arrived we were impoverished and weak, unable to defeat. Even goblins' hunger and desolation plagued us. It was Chief Bei who led us to cultivate and farm. He provided us with sustenance. And now he has been killed in his own home, having fought to protect us against that monster, gravely injured at home, dying within his own walls. Do you not feel sorrow? Have you not noticed that your condition has been off these past few days? We are the favorite of the hunting god, not the breeding god. It is those cultists who concocted the plan to aid the goblins in assassinating Chief Bei. We are all accomplices. Now with Chief Bei's body still warm, we should take action to rectify our mistakes. Find the cultists. Find the goblins. Avenge Chief Bei. Joie delivered an impassioned speech at the altar, and the previously dazed werewolves below were now filled with rage, each visibly excited. They were furious. Enraged werewolves would shred all enemies with their claws. They collected various items from Bei's home, capturing the scents upon them. Then by passing the scents along they ensured that all werewolves would remember this smell. They followed the scent to search. This is bad, this is bad. Upon hearing the report of the assassin goblins, Gubu Wei furrowed his brows. The beheading plan that had worked repeatedly before had gone awry this time. Why? Why did they not fall into chaos nor engage in infighting? They are completely different from the records. Oh, our intelligence was wrong. Our enemies have advanced. They are no longer so foolish. But what to do next? There are 4 days left. I have 4 days. Gubu Wei pondered and closed his eyes, and when he opened them again his hero scroll floated before him. It was just a bit different. It had turned blood red. The original long spear pattern had morphed into a terrifying abyssal technology. Downward to all things, the will of the abyss can taint any object. Is this the guidance of my god? Abyssal technology, faith distortion, distorting the deity in the opponent's will into the will of the abyss, while cloaking it with a layer of cognitive filter. Shall we conduct a massacre? This is far too easy. On the 6th night the werewolves were no longer confined to the tribe, they set their sights outside. Following the scent, they quickly zeroed in on the ruins of the portal. Our enemies are right there. Tear them up. Joie, clad in armor, wielded a long blade in his right hand with a riding wolf in his left, while a golden eagle perched on his shoulder. He was the most formidable among the shamans. The ruins were set among mountains, greatly hindering their charge, but the riding wolf was quite agile, able to essentially disregard the rugged terrain. With the wind at our backs, hunt. Woo! A gust of wind arose, landing upon the riding wolves. They quickly spotted the goblins using the power of the wind. However, they found it strange. These goblins seemed dull, of course, only relative to their previous behavior. They were merely similar to ordinary goblins. Joie suspected a trick, joining other injured shamans to cast spells. Eye of the sky. An eagle's eye pierced through illusions, but also saw things it shouldn't have. It locked eyes. In an instant Joie and the other shamans spat blood and collapsed. This incited chaos. The werewolves were suddenly leaderless, unsure of what to do. At that moment a goblin emerged, dragging a long spear behind him. Blood energy swirled around him, and vengeful spirits wailed. The god of slaughter, Gubu Wei, is here. The dense blood aura surrounding Gobwei along with the overwhelming killing intent instantly frightened the werewolf. Suddenly one werewolf reacted and shouted, "Kill him! Yes, kill him! Blessings of the god of hunting upon me!" The werewolf tightened his legs around the back of the riding wolf, but the wolf could only tremble in fear, not daring to move. Blindfold the riding wolf. What the wolf sees is determined by us. The bravest werewolf took out a cloth and tied it over the riding wolf's eyes, covering its nose as well. This cloth had been soaked in wolf urine, effectively reducing the riding wolf's fear, making it very useful when hunting large beasts. Charge. The hunting team began to disperse and charge, surrounding Gobwei in a claw-like formation. Strangely, only a few goblins appeared, no more than a dozen. This was different from the rumors within the clan. But there was no time to think about that now. They had to kill that strange goblin. Gobwei looked up, his height of 1.2 meters, gazing up at the towering riding wolf knight. He gripped his long spear tightly and struck down forcefully. The foremost riding wolf knight was cleaved in half along with the werewolf. Ready, arrows. The hunting team leader tossed a rope towards Gobwei, but Gobwei merely glanced at it, and a gust of wind blew it away. Not even arrows could approach. Blood sacrificed to my god, bones offered to the divine seat. Gobwei wielded his long spear facing the riding wolf knight, as if he were a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Like a whirlwind cutting through grass, unmatched and invincible. With each werewolf he killed, Gobwei's aura grew stronger. Through killing he entered the Tao, and through killing he verified the Tao. Killing one was a sin, but slaughtering thousands was heroic. To slaughter millions was to be the greatest among the great. A pair of eyes appeared behind Gobwei, a dense blood aura surrounding them, forming a phantom. A general clad in armor saying, "Great wind. Great wind." The grand and ancient resonance echoed across the battlefield, intimidating all enemies. Divine punishment. A bolt of heavenly lightning descended, and the avatar of Su Mingtian appeared, divine might as oppressive as a prison. Lin Yan, what do you intend to do? The terrifying divine punishment charged directly at Gobway, and at that moment Lin Yan appeared, grasping that divine punishment. With a forceful pull, the divine punishment writhed like a small snake in his hands, soon dissipating into the air. In life and death there is nothing more to say. You and I killed Xiao Mingming. If discovered, I will surely die. Only the dead can keep the secret. With that, Lin Yan extended his hand, and a book appeared in his grasp. Countless phantoms emerged from it, representing various occupational advancement certificates, each profession manifesting an attack. Meanwhile, Song Yuan, who had been spying, stared in shock at the book, not for any other reason than the fact that its cover was inscribed with the Chinese characters for outline of world history. That is not Chinese characters. To be precise, these are Blue Star characters, the system reminded. It seems he is not a fellow countryman. Song Yuan felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he could only let him live a few more years. What a pity. The battle continued with Lin Yan completely dominating Su Mingtian. He truly did not understand how this seemingly small divine domain of Lin Yan could be so powerful. Su Mingtian was thoroughly bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't a larger divine domain supposed to be stronger? Where did he get so much divine power? Continuous attacks. This was not right. As a member of a family, he had already spent 3 resource cards. Lin Yan was not even from a prominent family. Word, spirit, / magic, missile, fireball, waterball, iceball, earthball. Lin Yan transformed into an emotionless casting machine. As the protagonist, he sought not just an advantage, but absolute suppression. I've already activated my golden finger. If I can't even defeat a supporting character, then what am I doing in this world? You and I have no deep-seated enmity. We both killed Xiao Mingming. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Su Mingtian had no chance to counterattack, only able to defend desperately. Lin Yan remained silent, continuing his assault. As a character fully aware of his protagonist's status, combined with knowledge of various plots from past works, in such situations it was best to just kill. On the battlefield below, Gobway moved as if in a realm unchallenged, each swing of his long spear claiming a life. After the enhancement from killing, he had become impervious to blades and arrows. Now he had completely lost his sanity, immersed in the joy of slaughter, his maniacal laughter becoming a nightmare for all werewolves. Under his perception, no one could escape the grasp of the god of killing. A profession named after a god indicates that this profession's upper limit is at least godhood. And the god of killing was indeed among the best. Great wind. Great wind. A black dragon appeared, greedily consuming the blood and flesh on the battlefield, its body becoming increasingly solid. 5,000 werewolves were too few for Gobway. He had already slaughtered over 1,000 goblins in his class transfer. Why did the remaining few goblins seem so dazed? Because they had already rebelled, forcefully controlled by Lin Yan, becoming puppets that only knew how to obey orders. For Lin Yan, his divine domain couldn't sustain that many goblins, so it was much more cost-effective to replace them with a hero. Especially a hero as extraordinary as Gobway. With each person he killed, he would gain strength and restoration, as long as the conditions were met, he could even slay gods. With the help of the death duel portal, for every werewolf Gobway killed, Su Mingtian's world would shrink a bit, while Lin Yan's world would expand a bit. Seeing the situation was not right, Su Mingtian realized this kid was not here for money. He truly wanted his life. He panicked and exclaimed the classic villain line, "Lin Yan, spare me where you can. If you kill me, my family will not let you go." A defeat CG appeared. Song Yuan quickly took notes to avoid saying this in the future. Nod's accumulating experience is essential to avoid a defeat ending. Putting away his notebook, Song Yuan continued to watch this battle that had already determined its victor. He saw the black dragon behind Gobway move its eyes, adding the finishing touch, and a pupil appeared. The dragon immediately became vivid, and it opened its mouth to say, "Grant me the golden sword." Then the black dragon dissipated, and a golden sword truly appeared before Su Mingtian. It pierced into his chest. Only then did Su Mingtian truly notice Gobway. God-level profession. Full of disbelief, Su Mingtian looked at the book in Lin Yan's hand, now realizing that all the attacks were generated from that book. "Lin Yan, I can sign a contract with you. I can be your dog as long as you let me go this time." Su Mingtian spoke earnestly, almost kneeling. But Lin Yan was very clear that Su Mingtian had already figured it out. He absolutely could not spare him. Su Mingtian was well aware of this. He was just trying to buy time, but Lin Yan gave him no chance. Helpless, Su Mingtian erupted, launching an attack that seemed to gather all his strength towards Lin Yan. In an instant of no defense, Su Mingtian was killed on the spot by Lin Yan. That attack, which Lin Yan instinctively dodged, turned out to be a message. By the time Lin Yan noticed, it was already too late to intercept the message. Of course, Song Yuan saw the content of this message. In fact, as long as he wanted, he could easily intercept it. But what did it have to do with him? Xiao Mingming was killed by Lin Yin and Su Mingtian together, and with the divine domain completely collapsed, it was impossible for the main god to discover Song Yuan's traces. Moreover, since Su Mingtian was silenced by Lin Yin, how could they invade Xiao Mingming's divine domain? Who knows? With Su Mingxian's soul completely destroyed, he couldn't speak, and Lin Yin, who killed Su Mingtian, and Xiao Mingming wouldn't say a word. As Lin Yin digested Su Mingxian's divine domain, a message stating Lin Yin opportunity flew into the Su family. Have you heard? Xiao Mingming is dead. Really? She only withered in the divine domain yesterday, and today she's dead. I know, this is far too strange. This looks like murder at a glance. It seems the Academy has already reported the matter to the enforcement court. The school has only been in session a month, and a life has been lost. Apparently the headmaster is alarmed and insists on a full investigation. Xiao Mingming led a hard life, orphaned of both parents, and living with her grandmother. I heard her parents were soldiers who fell on the battlefield, and the Soldiers Protection Association appears to be pressing the Academy. The whole class was buzzing about Xiao Mingming's death, yet only 2 people truly knew the truth: the executor Song Yuan and the instrument Lin Yin. Today Su Mingtian was absent. Strangely, the Su family has not disclosed Su Mingtian's demise. Even without thinking, Song Yuan could see this was a scheme to kill and seize treasure. Another classic plot played out. Unfortunately, the Su family would meekly become experience fodder for Lin Yin is the protagonist. Lin Yan's portal shares revenue with him on a 91 split. Although Lin Yin appears to be earning much, it is only because his divine domain started so small that its growth seems rapid. Yet the true beneficiary was the mastermind behind the scenes, Song Yuan. He hardly cared about that income. He would gladly give it all to Lin Yin. He was currently conquering at least 6 minor worlds each day. But when heaven entrusts a great task to someone, it first hardens their will and wears their body. As the protagonist, Lin Yin ought to endure more trials, otherwise how could he stand against the villains? Song Yuan, I truly mean well, nods. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Plant Clan has unlocked a new hero. What hero? Jukeo has advanced to hero status. Song Yuan rubbed his chin. Jukeo's performance in Uekao world had been dazzling. No wonder the Plant Clan could stand among the disaster races. That thing is terrifying. No, it's the Elven Mother Tree. Want to see a beautiful Elven maiden? Just voice her. So the Elven Mother Tree counts as part of the Plant Clan. This is a treasure. This is a fine thing indeed. As an experienced schemer, Song Yuan immediately saw the uses with it. He could masquerade as the god of nature or the moonlight goddess. Who would have thought that behind the soft, fragrant elven race stood the immaculate, lofty moon goddess? One who gave every impression of righteousness and led the abyssal invasion from the front, was in fact the mastermind. The abyssal invasion itself had been engineered by her. Then Song Yuan would spring a surprise. Didn't expect that, did you? It was me. The mere thought brought great gratification to his perverse fancy. After dispatching avatars non-stop to inspect, Song Yuan almost wanted to report it. You mean this is the Elven Mother Tree? So are you advertising some national anti-fraud app? Answer me. Look me in the eyes. You mean this seed is the Elven Mother Tree? Song Yuan looked left and right and could see no difference in the seed. Was this not just an ordinary seed? First, I am the system. We are professionally trained. No matter how plain this seed appears, I can tell that it is indeed the Elven Mother Tree. Second, truly formidable things are often unadorned. Think of the street vendor's Rely Palm or the 300 nursery rhymes. Rest assured, host, the seed is perfectly fine. It only needs proper watering and fertilizing, and she will soon grow. You mean we have to water it? Oh, I have a plan. How are the Element Clan's fortunes? Don't they have water elementals? Send it to them to water it. No need to pay their water bill. I am such a clever fox. Here's the plan: by coordinates for a minor world, hand them to the Element Clan and let them help cultivate the Elven Mother Tree. It's been ages since anyone tended to the Element Clan. Don't let them be wiped out by other disaster clans. The Plant Clan just secured Uekao World's resources. We'll reward them next time. Song Yuan thought for a moment, then began to marshal the disaster clan's resources with a visible commanding hand. Henceforth, Song Yuan's words were oracles. Their implementation was policy. In Origin Year 77, the Supreme Calamity granted the Element Clan the coordinates of a world, an expanse of tens of thousands of square kilometers composed entirely of land, later known as U-World. Hey Kadingla, it's going to rain. Hurry home. A girl stood at the village gate calling to her childhood playmate. The mischievous child had gone off to pick fruit for her again. The natives called U-World Mocha World, for land dominated most of the surface. The ocean could scarcely be called a sea, serving only to separate the continents from the world's edge. They said the edge held the planet's fiercest storms, capable of ripping any ship to pieces. Explorers had been there, so they knew their world was a disk. The sky squared the ground round, sail along the world's rim, and you would return to your starting point. Mocha World possessed but a single empire, founded by the great Golden Eagle King, the Jin-Ing Empire. In an agrarian society, stability was paramount. Thus, the Jin-Ing Empire bore 4,000 years of history unifying the realm since the age of slavery and becoming the sole ruling dynasty. No one wished to overthrow it. Even if uprisings flared, they would only perpetuate the gene and kingdom. This year may bring a good harvest. Look at those thick clouds. It is an auspicious sign. After such a long drought, rain at last. The old woman at the village gate wore wrinkles like blooming chrysanthemums layered, as if a great stone had been cast into a still pool. This was the farmer's hope for abundance and a better life. Alas, that hope was destined to be shattered. Those in the sky were not clouds, but cloud elementals gathering together. By the world's elements have been parsed. Shall we begin the plan? A cloud elemental reported to the leader. By the cloud elemental shifted its gaze behind it, and asked the deputy leader, how many world's elements may we conscript this time? Because the task was given by the supreme calamity, the progenitor decreed that water resources are at our disposal. Then commenced the first phase of rainfall. We will be busy for the next 2 years. In April of Origin Year 77, Mocha World entered the first phase of disaster. What should have been a timely rain for the harvest instead became the beginning of the birth of you world. Your Majesty, a wizard knelt before King Golden Eagle the 53rd. Has the sun god still not? At this moment the rain had been falling continuously for a week. The king believed it to be the sun god's punishment and conducted a sacrificial rite, yet their sun god did not exist. Even if he did, he would be slain. Little did they know the source of all this calamity was merely a tree in need of water and nutrients. Where would the water come from? This was not a concern, as the elemental clan was the least lacking in water. They could freely traverse realms to allocate water resources, continuously supplying the rain world. Fertilizer posed a more significant challenge, but it was not a worry. This world was vast, with over 10,000 square kilometers of land sustaining hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. They were the best fertilizer. The food chain decreases in layers, with plants forming its foundation, producing nutrients, while animals can only obtain a fraction. However, it was not a problem. The elemental clan had enlisted external aid, the original sin of gluttony, Beelzebub. He spread gluttony. All things were sinful, with plants plundering nutrients from their surroundings. Herbivores began to consume frantically, and carnivores started hunting wildly. Beelzebub controlled the original sin of gluttony, which would not deplete food, but merely store nutrients. The rain world was currently the largest realm apart from the moon exam world, serving as the best breeding ground for evil, especially for the elemental clan, a race most adept at creating natural disasters. By acquiring enough original sin, a seed of a demon god would be born among the 7 deadly sins. Moreover, Beelzebub aimed to corrupt the mother tree of elves, for the most pure elves, once corrupted, would bear the pure seed of lust. At that time, the demonic seed of lust would undoubtedly be born upon the mother tree of elves. Then all that was needed was to find a suitable soul, and the original sin of lust, Asmodeus, would return. Although for Beelzebub, directly devouring this demon seed would be the greatest benefit, the Abyss Mother was unwilling. The gathering of the 7 deadly sins was necessary to progress to the next stage of the Abyss. If Beelzebub consumed it, who knew when he would obtain the seed of lust again? Currently, Song Yuan was using the Abyss as his main follower, so the Abyss had received resource preferential treatment and was quite strong. However, what would become of the Abyss the Firstborn when Song Yuan no longer needed to hide other races? That remained unknown. To cater to Song Yuan, the Abyss initiated the First World War, making enemies of all races. Although this was Song Yuan's intention, various races were continuously optimizing themselves during the sparring, yet the Abyss was inevitably bound to face reckoning. At that time, if the Abyss was not strong enough, the outcome was predictable. Song Yuan would only ensure the survival of the race. That was his one and only bottom line, and he would not concern himself with anything else. Within the Golden Eagle Palace, King Golden Eagle the 53rd bore an unshakable sorrow. In a land that had been drought-stricken for so long, the excessive rainfall was a devastating blow. Crops had already sprouted on the plants and were inedible. Worse still, some crops had begun to rot at their roots, which would lead to various plant diseases spreading among the flora. Is the heavens intent on destroying my Golden Eagle? Sighed King Golden Eagle the 53rd. For a long time the king had been a mere figurehead, appearing only during sacrifices. Although the rain world was ordinary, its climate was stable, with little for the king to manage, allowing the Golden Eagle Empire to endure for a long time. This was the greatest disaster recorded to date, without precedent, and thus lacking any reference for countermeasures. To ensure the bloodline, the Golden Eagle royal family had engaged in a period of inbreeding, leading to the incompetence of King Golden Eagle the 53rd. He was kind-hearted and concerned for the people, but that was all that remained of him. The solidification of class rendered both civil and military officials equally incompetent. When there was nothing to worry about, the excellent laws of King Golden Eagle ensured that this unchanging world, this unchanging empire, slowly rotted and weathered like a decayed old tree, relying on its sole root to resist erosion. However, problems had now arisen. The only suggestion they could muster was that this year's sacrificial rite had gone awry, angering the gods, and bringing down calamity. Thus the foolish king, accompanied by foolish ministers under the guise of a wizard's performance that mocked everyone, held yet another sacrificial rite. This one was the grandest in decades, but they would forever be unable to escape the disaster. At the time when the common people most needed the royal family, they poured all their remaining resources into the sacrifice. For a long time, at least since hearing from his grandfather, there had not been any major disasters, none that could greatly impact the harvest. Without the trials of calamity, the people no longer feared disasters. Oh, without fear, there was no prevention. When each household no longer stored excess grain, but rather consumed whatever they produced, the sudden disaster struck, and no one could react in time. The rain continued to fall. In the first week, the populace paid it no mind. After years of harvest, their stored grain could last. But now it was the season of harvest, and according to their habitual lifestyle, this was also the time when people stored the least grain. In the second week, it was still raining. The Golden Eagle royal family began an abandoned blood sacrifice, with King Golden Eagle the 53rd believing that blood was needed to wash away the shame inflicted upon the gods. Only then could they avoid punishment. However, their blood sacrifice was of little use to the elemental clan, and instead was seen as a wasteful act. Consequently, a bolt of lightning struck before King Golden Eagle the 53rd. This led King Golden Eagle the 53rd to believe he was on the right track. The gods had responded, and blood sacrifice was indeed necessary. Thankfully, the royal law mandated that the royal family had its own grain department. Coupled with the ancient system and poor information flow, King Golden Eagle the 53rd assumed that everyone was like the royal family, still not lacking food. Yet the reality was that under gluttony's influence, the speed of food consumption had risen several-fold. Moreover, Beelzebub's followers brought decay, accelerating the rate of food rot. At what should have been a time for fresh grain, the populace began to starve. But why was this world so strange? Had these people never revolted? Beelzebub was baffled. These humans had neither revolted nor resisted their rulers, and they even supported the rulers' blood sacrifices. What kind of world was this? So distorted. Feeling perplexed, Beelzebub even covertly transformed and infiltrated the common folk, donned in a brown robe with a disheveled hairstyle and a face full of stubble. Beelzebub knocked on the door of a farmer's home. A young man greeted him, his complexion waxy and pale, a clear sign of having gone hungry. "Dear sir, could you spare me some food?" Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a flatbread and handed it to Beelzebub. Beelzebub, what? No way. Beelzebub looked left and right. This fellow indeed bore the mark of gluttony. What was going on? Sensing something was amiss, Beelzebub exclaimed indignantly, "Don't you want to know why we are starving? It's been raining continuously." The young man seemed indifferent, his eyes never leaving the flatbread. "Beelzebub, what? No, it's the Golden Eagle royal family. They angered the gods and disregarded the lives of the common people." Beelzebub got straight to the point. "Indeed, you are absolutely right. Since they angered the gods, it is only they who must seek the gods' forgiveness. I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot give you this flatbread. I must offer it for the next sacrifice." Almost as soon as he finished shouting, the young man took the flatbread and exited, leaving Beelzebub behind. Beelzebub, what? Who is this guy? As a demon god, Beelzebub found himself sidelined for the first time while trying to corrupt hearts, even as the original sin hung around the neck of the very person he targeted. Infuriated, Beelzebub chose to employ a more straightforward and brutal method, digging deep into the heart of that young man. In the air, maggots sprouted one after another, greedily sucking the rich sin of gluttony from the entire world, growing at a visible rate until they transformed into flies, exuding a foul, rotting stench. Corrupt, praise and sing for the mother of the abyss. The buzzing of the flies became a hymn to the abyss, surging into the young man's body and leading his soul to fall. At that moment, Beelzebub realized why these people behaved so oddly. The inhabitants of the rain world were all products of inbreeding. Furthermore, the cycle of reincarnation in this world seemed flawed. It must have been broken. This resulted in a very direct problem. The souls of the people in this world were exceedingly weak. The more people there were, the weaker they became, and the total amount of souls in the entire world was abnormally decreasing. However, these individuals had no issues with their intelligence. The weak souls and bodies did not match, causing all the inhabitants of this world to become strange fools with normal intelligence. A hypothesis exploded in Beelzebub's mind. Song Yuan had extracted the essence, and this world was certainly far more complex than it appeared. The fractured cycle of reincarnation and the extremely similar bloodline suggested that the rain world was likely a shard of a greater world, a world arc referred to as a sanctuary. The original world capable of creating arcs. This was a valuable asset, although the rain world was of a lower tier, its original world was of a higher level. By taking control of this world, one could unravel and acquire some higher-level laws in advance to develop more advanced racial technologies. With that said, the abyss would no longer be constrained. It was indeed as if a pillow had been offered to a sleeper. The abyss of the rain world was a must-have. As for Beelzebub, assuring the elemental race not to participate in the division of the rain world. Please, how could you negotiate cooperation with a demon? What good is a contract when the will of the abyss can corrupt it with a single downward motion? The rain continued to fall. Dense dark clouds covered the sky of the world, and various schemes brewed. The simple-minded elemental race was diligently transporting water, while the abyss had already extended its tendrils here. The plant race, having benefited, was not grateful. They believed that the heroes of their race, especially the crucial heroes like the Mother Tree of Elves, should be cultivated by themselves. What if other races left behind hidden traps within the Mother Tree? Thus a new plant hero was born, the Void Dandelion, a plant capable of producing flower umbrellas that could transport seeds of other plants across worlds. This was a strategic-level hero cultivated by the plant race, using nearly all their resources comparable to the Mother Tree of Elves. Although the Mother Tree of Elves was entrusted to the elemental race by Song Yuan for cultivation, it remains true as long as the race does not face extinction. The Calamity races can do whatever they like without interference from Song Yuan. As long as it is not a fundamental issue such as rebellion, the Calamity races can act freely. At this time, within the undead race chosen by Song Yuan as the counterpart to the plant race, a purple-robed undead mage closely monitored all movements of the plant race. As one of the current decision-makers of the undead race, Palachi looked at the magic orb in his hand, emitting a gentle purple light. Perplexed. What are these rotten weeds up to? Are they still living? How have they exhausted the entire world they colonized? Can you please put away those purple objects of yours? They are all over 1,000 years old. It's getting burnt out here. A black knight couldn't help but scoff. Dragging his bulky body, a ghoul was enjoying his snack, which was a leg of a two-legged sheep. He gazed at the only purple light radiating from Palachi's crystal ball in the pitch-black meeting hall, unable to hold back. Can we not meet in the castle anymore? It's too dark here because of all the unsightly things. I can hardly eat. Chew, chew, chew. His words offended two undead beings, precisely hitting a sore spot. If Palachi had eyes, he would have rolled them. He replied in a strange tone, "What do you know? Purple is the most elegant. Who are you calling unsightly? We are the born noble undead, not something like you, a rotten piece of meat." A vampire immediately stood up, pointing at the ghoul, cursing. However, the ghoul let out a sinister and sardonic laugh. Noble undead are those born vampires, not blood slaves like you, who were transformed through rituals. How interesting. The dog thinks of itself as the true master. I curse your mother. Other vampires were also agitated and stood up to curse. The Black Knight, who enjoyed the commotion, couldn't help but laugh, only to be scolded by the vampires above. What are you laughing at? Are you really thinking you're a black general after listening to a few days of meetings, just because the undead race lacked strength in the early stages, barely qualifying to enter the council? Low-level brat. The Black Knight replied, "First of all, I didn't provoke any of you. Secondly, I didn't provoke any of you." Now it was Palachi's turn to laugh, but this only infuriated the already aggrieved Black Knight. "Laugh at you, you shameless old bone." The meeting room descended into chaos, and soon the sounds of fighting erupted. With a shout of, "You're really going to f-" Moreover, some, realizing their lack of combat prowess, began to summon their followers and call upon their subordinates. The undead race, they would never fight individually. Moreover, some, realizing their lack of combat prowess, began to summon their followers and call upon their subordinates. The undead race, they would never fight individually if they could gang up. The undead race, born of death and believing in death, never feared death. To them, death felt like returning home. Due to the infighting, the undead race could only temporarily set aside the movements of the plant race. To pacify internal turmoil before dealing with external threats, the current rulers of these undead would not rest until they showed the other old bones what true power meant. Among the undead, no one acknowledged superiority over the others, even in later stages, as the Skeleton King, Corpse King, Bone Dragon King, and Lich all maintained their own pride. While the undead were fiercely engaged in battle, nearly mobilizing all undead for this conflict, the Void Dandelion had already extended its reach into the rain world with the plant race. Continuous torrential rain for a month. This is a true natural disaster, as the waters of 5 worlds pour down through the cloud elements in a frenzied cascade, relentlessly vowing to submerge the entire rain world. As the sea levels submerged the land and hills layer by layer, the coastal regions had ceased to exist, yet aquatic plants began to emerge. The plant clan believed that a sustainable green development concept is the most enduring. They decided to transform this world into a colonial one, continuously providing nutrients for the plant clan. Thus they thwarted the elemental clan's nutrient concentration plan, providing sustenance once again for the life of the rain world. Meanwhile, the abyss was more direct. A tentacle reached deep into the ocean, giving birth to the abyssal fishmen. With the foul stench of fish and dark green scales, they surged upstream along the rivers, attacking people along the way as the incessant rain cast darkness all around. With the cover of the rain curtain, the abyssal fishmen could be said to be in an invisible state on land. Night no longer belonged to humanity, and the abyssal fishmen would knock on every door. Kadingla, don't go out, those monsters will eat you. Nishava clutched her son's hand as rain pounded against the door, creating a crackling sound. Many have already died. Kadingla closed his eyes, gripping his mother's hand tightly, resolutely saying, "But if I don't go home, there will be no food left. I must go, my father is dead, and I have to support this family." Having said that, he let go of his mother's hand. His father had been killed by the abyssal fishmen a week ago, and when the village's adults retrieved his body from those monsters, all that remained was a shell with its insides devoured and head bitten off. He died, leaving only the bag he clutched tightly, which contained newly emerged aquatic rice gathered at the cost of his father's life. Unfortunately, it had been discovered by the fish monsters. Now that bag of rice was already gone, and Kadingla needed to venture out to gather more. He was afraid his father's gruesome fate had haunted his dreams for days, but he had to be brave. "Mother, I must be brave." Kadingla donned his raincoat and took up his sickle before setting off. The rain was heavier than before, dark and oppressive. The raincoat was of little use, already soaked through, and water dripped from Kadingla's golden hair. The path was unclear. Kadingla was constantly tripped by stones on the ground, stumbling as he walked. It must be said that the plant clan was too kind to aquatic plants, emitted a bluish light in the rain, while edible aquatic rice glowed red, distinguishing it from other plants. Kadingla followed the red light, which was quite strange, as red is a warning color in nature, a signal of danger being the most conspicuous and vivid hue. Strange plants. Kadingla couldn't help but mutter amidst the white noise of the torrential rain. He felt something odd. Although it was all rain sounds, Kadingla sensed that the rain here felt particularly strange, a fear originating from within sweeping over his mind. Wait, that flash of red light was moving. Was there wind? But the movement was off. Was it actually moving? Something felt wrong. 9 parts out of 10, it was definitely wrong. Kadingla crouched down, slowly crawling toward the glowing red spot. Hiss! He suddenly gasped, witnessing an unforgettable sight, a monster the size of a house, with red glowing tufts on its legs resembling the light emitted by ripe rice. The crunching sound echoed as if someone was gnawing on a chicken leg. Kadingla naturally knew what that chicken leg was. In the fuzzy rain, no one could see clearly. Once you did, you would not be far from the monster, and at that point escape would be nearly impossible. Hiss! He suddenly gasped, witnessing an unforgettable sight, a monster the size of a house, with red glowing tufts on its legs resembling the light emitted by ripe rice. The crunching sound echoed as if someone was gnawing on a chicken. Kadingla felt the world was eerily quiet despite the rain, accompanied by the crunching of bones being chewed, which made the surroundings noisy. He could hear his own heartbeat. He felt lightheaded. Was his leg trembling? Even though there was no shortage of water, he still felt his lips were dry. He now had only one thought: run. He must run. There was no chance of winning against such a monster. He slowly moved his body backward, trying to make as little noise as possible. The crunching sounds of chewing amplified in Kadingla's ears, making him feel as if the whole world was spinning. Kadingla kept his eyes on the fish monster, which made no move, only gradually devouring half a corpse. As he watched, their eyes locked. When two beings meet, the heartbeat recognizes the other before the eyes do. His body trembled, adrenaline surged through Kadingla, and with a push of his hands he stood up and turned to run. He was almost skimming the ground as he sprinted. Amidst the torrential rain, he miraculously did not slip. The halo of the Chosen One shone at this moment. In the domain of the fish monster, the monster slipped several times, but luck was on Kadingla's side. The fish monster's legs, several meters long, covered a distance equivalent to several of Kadingla's steps, and in just 10 strides it caught up to him, reaching out to grab him. Suddenly a rope ensnared Kadingla and pulled him into the adjacent house, where Kaliyeo, his childhood friend, was. With a loud bang, the door closed. The sturdy house, made of oak, was still quite solid, and the fish monster's strength was not that great. What was that? I've never seen such a large fish monster before. What is going on? Kaliyeo handed Kadingla's mind was racing, recalling the earlier scene. He opened his mouth, speaking in panic. Something big has happened. That monster is disguising as the divine gift rice. The divine gift rice is what they called the aquatic rice. They believed it was a blessing from the merciful goddess of nature bestowed to help them survive this divine punishment and catastrophe. It was a miracle, a glimmer of hope. Just as Kadingla prepared to continue, the house shook and the roof had been ripped off. What was happening? Rain poured into the house, and the giant fish monster's lantern-sized eyes fixated on the two, with slime dripping from its eyes onto the floor, emitting a foul odor. Eat delicious food, I want to eat. The fish monster, empowered by the sin of gluttony, gradually grew larger. In the chaotic evolution, its mimicry and disguise had emerged, granting it a more efficient hunting capability. The fish monster Kadingla faced had evolved to this size after consuming hundreds of people. In fact, Kadingla should thank this fish monster because it killed his father's murderer. The fish monster appeared before him when it was hungry, and at that point there was no avoiding it. It had come to him, and the giant fish monster, bearing the sin of gluttony, did not care about not eating its kin. However, Kadingla's benefactor was now going to eat him. No. Under the gaze of Kadingla, Kalia was seized by the fish monster and lifted into the air. Damn it! Kadingla grabbed his scythe, anger replacing his reason. The fish monster disregarded the resistance of its captive, completely crushing her and stuffing her into its mouth, while swatting Kadingla away with its other hand. Then the fish monster began to tear off the roofs of other houses, grabbing them by the handful, as if eating fries, stuffing them into its mouth. Miraculously, Kadingla survived. The fish monster did not pursue him, and the other fish monsters did not attack him. Thus, for a month, the brief beginner protection period passed, and the safety zone was cancelled due to version updates. During that month, the fish monsters only knocked on doors without entering a time referred to as the polite period, but now the order had collapsed and chaos ensued. There was no safe place left. As the day passed, humanity's last refuge vanished, and the fish monsters began exposing all humans to the rain, lifting houses one by one, turning them into the most dangerous places. When Kadingla awoke, he felt somewhat different, though he couldn't quite place it. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see an exceptionally clear world. It was strange, he couldn't quite describe this feeling. The rain was still falling, but it seemed as though the rain had transformed into his eyes, allowing him to see through it and use it as a lens. Looking down, he realized he had unconsciously removed his raincoat and thrown it aside. What was this? It was green and had webbed feet. Is this my hand? Why? Kadingla's pupils began to tremble, and he retched as his stomach was empty, only bringing up bile. Looking up again, next to his raincoat was a small statue. Kadingla couldn't discern what the statue looked like, as he couldn't tell if it was changing shape every moment or if he simply couldn't remember its form. The statue wriggled, and a hand emerged from its mouth, which was a tightly closed eye. When the eye opened, it revealed not an eyeball, but a mouth filled with sharp teeth. Young man, I know you are now the savior of this world. The hand kept shaking, as if the eye, which was actually a mouth, was observing Kadingla. How marvelous, young man, do you know that you are actually the true heir of the Golden Eagle clan? You possess the purest bloodline of the Golden Eagle royal family in this world. Although objectively speaking your bloodline is still quite thin, not even qualifying as a branch, it remains the most genuine bloodline in this world. Unbelievably, the girl who saved you yesterday even had the bloodline of a magical beast, which is quite an interesting topic. But now, young man, do you wish to save the world? Think about it. Your girlfriend was taken away by a monster yesterday, and you felt utterly powerless. Don't you want strength? She was calling your name until her last breath. In fact, the fish monsters are not products of your world, they come from the abyss. The statue continued to chatter, clearly enjoying the conversation, as it could create many interesting little toys. Kadingla only heard one key phrase: I need strength. I want to drive all the fish monsters away. Kadingla's eyes widened, his gaze firm and filled with pure murderous intent. Ahahaha, accept me, my third creation. Ignoring Kadingla's resistance, countless hands, which were actually mouths, emerged from the statue, desperately forcing their way into Kadingla's mouth. Even as he instinctively vomited, they shoved it down, filling his stomach. As expected, Kadingla fainted again. A figure in black watched from the side, a pen floating in midair, writing and drawing on a notebook. It wrote, No. 3001 protagonist born. A familiar voice rang out, Author, it's time to leave. A flash of lightning illuminated a crow-like face in the rainy night. He is Toy No. 1049, also known as the Plague Doctor. You are healthy, and he is healthy as well. For some reason, even though no expression could be seen on the beak mask, one could feel that he was smiling. The figure in black said nothing, but the pen wrote, Doctor, where do we go next? A voice suddenly echoed, Doctor, where do we go next? The figure in black asked. The doctor will appear wherever needed. The Plague Doctor will pursue the Black Death, and unfortunately Beelzebub is spreading it here. Even less fortunately, the Plague Doctor saw Kadingla, and the ancestor also noticed Kadingla. This is a strange child of destiny, as he is not the true child of destiny, yet defies destiny even more. He actually carries the fortune of the entire world upon him. All resources automatically acquired by the world will also be transformed into fortune, empowering Kadingla. However, this comes with a conditioned bloodline. Only the Golden Eagle royal family can mobilize this power. For some unknown reason, the Golden Eagle bloodline has been tainted and diminished, and now in the Rain world there is not a single one that meets the conditions leading to its impending doom. There are often excellent horses, but good trainers are rare, and the ancestor is that trainer. As the favored disaster race, we the Strange Clan enjoy picking up children from outside. Thus 049 brought the author here. The author, codename 009, is the second creation of the ancestor, possessing the ability to change the future and rewrite reality. Everything that is written will become true. After paying the price of a rift, Kadingla, who originally had no qualifications to mobilize the world, gained the authority under the ancestor's manipulation. Now he is truly the protagonist. After battling the undead for a month, they finally agreed to pause and reconsider matters concerning the plant. This time it was not a meeting in a castle, but a stinky slaughterhouse, where various meats were piled high. The undead spoke while eating rotten flesh, saying, Regarding the plant tribe, we unanimously believe in attacking their weakness, while they are unprepared. Yes, so we will increase the bone tax, lowering the taxable age from 50 to 40. As for the blood the vampire tribe requires, I believe there should be enough left for the remaining vampires. The purple-robed undead mage Palachi chuckled ominously. The spokesperson of the vampire tribe was completely replaced, as the undead were the most affected by the internal strife. Originally the vampire tribe was strong and the bone tax on colonized worlds had never decreased. After all, having one person alive was the biggest profit for the vampire tribe. However, now the vampires had little opportunity to obstruct this proposal. Under Palachi's current monopoly over the undead mages, other undead races were nearly spell illiterate, having no chance of winning a large-scale war. After physical negotiations, the spokespersons had calmed down, as those who had not calmed down had returned to the embrace of death. The proposal was unanimously agreed upon and passed immediately. The undead began to gather their forces, killing all individuals over the age of 40 in the colonized world. Animals had also been cleared out and urgently sent to the bone pit to be made into undead. The elemental tribe strictly followed Song Yuan's orders, using the cultivation of the Elven Mother Tree as a guideline for various actions. The Abyss discovered the anomalies in the world and aimed to seize the Rain world. The plant tribe sought to reclaim their hero. The strange tribe roamed like a Pokemon master, tossing out Pokeballs to capture creatures. After all, the heroes of the strange tribe had immortality. Although Kadingla, now 001A, faced off against the Abyss, the strange tribe was undeterred by trouble, relishing in chaos and stirring up trouble. The undead were prepared to strike hard against the plant tribe, who constantly cried out about life. They had wanted to attack for a long time, especially now that the plant tribe had their backs turned to the undead. If the undead did not retaliate, they would be. For a year, rain fell, leading to the extinction of 90 of humanity. The elemental clan proceeded to the second step of their plan, fertilization. The ocean now comprised 80 of the world, forcing humanity to live aboard ships. Ship houses emerged, and it was discovered that using the corpses of giant fish monsters to construct these ship houses could prevent attacks from the fish monsters. During this year, 001 continuously hunted fish monsters. As the protagonist, he learned without a master, creating a potion system and a rudimentary witchcraft system, and trained over 100 disciples. They became the main force of humanity's resistance against the fish monsters, with extraordinary beings growing in number, and hope remained alive. 001 always saw a glimmer of hope. How many is this now? 001 climbed onto his ship house, dragging a fish monster's corpse. Nide was waiting for him. Upon entering the ship house, Nide handed 001 a towel. Wiping himself down, the scales on 001's body faded slowly, transforming back into a human form. This was the curse of the Abyss, and also his blessing to the people of the Rain world. They had abandoned their humanity, becoming monsters that transformed into hellfish beings upon contact with water, all in a bid to survive. Master, this is the 77th one today. The fish monster's stench has dissipated. We should move to the next area. Have we given them the potions? Yes, I've given them 3 doses. If nothing goes wrong, it should be enough to maintain order in this area. Nide calculated seriously in his mind. The combat power of the fish monsters was not strong in the Abyss. They were a demonic race beneath the small demons. Barely even cannon fodder. However, most of the abyssal fishmen transported over were intercepted by the elemental clan. The creatures from the Abyss would contaminate the fertilizer and hinder their completion of Song Yuan's mission. In less than a year, the elemental clan had eliminated 5 tentacles of the Abyss each, transporting only tens of thousands of abyssal fishmen, of which only thousands survived under the onslaught of the water element. Even so, the abyssal fishmen nearly led to the annihilation of the entire world. This was the aggressive invasion from the abyssal creatures, demonstrating a formidable combat dominance over the Rain world, even the fishmen who were not even demons. Only a monster like 001, who had an extraordinary advantage, could hunt them down like chickens. 001 nodded. This year, he had hunted down tens of thousands of fish monsters, liberating over 50 regions. In every region, he left behind a legacy of potions. Currently, there were only 3 types: one that transformed humans into hellfish beings, providing the people of the Rain world with the means to contend with the fish monsters, another that enhanced strength, and the last that increased agility. These 3 potions complemented each other. Just by consuming them, one could become a qualified warrior within a month. With their enhancements, potion warriors could defeat fish monsters. Though they could not match giant fish monsters, the drastic reduction in human numbers meant that giants were no longer being produced. As long as 001 could eliminate all the giant fish monsters in an area, the rest could be left to the potion warriors. Furthermore, 001 would also leave behind a witchcraft legacy, focusing on practicality, which could directly aid in the hunting of fish monsters. Just as 001 was preparing to head to the next area, an anomaly appeared in the sky. A colossal tree reached into the heavens, adorned with gigantic golden fruits intricately carved with exquisite patterns, and the flow of life coursed through the designs, emanating a rich aura of vitality, even if it was just a phantom. With the help of his ancestor 001 had learned the source of the calamity plaguing his world. It was that tree more precious than their entire world was one they were not even worthy to become the foundation soil for. The whole world would be destroyed for the sake of that tree becoming its nourishment. However, 001 felt no hatred. Under the guidance of the doctor, he had left the rain world. They had ventured into the endless abyss, and 001 was fully aware of its terrifying nature, as well as the fact that fish monsters were not even worthy of being called cannon fodder. They had met the ancestor of the cloud element, an enormous entity the size of a city. 001 understood that the year-long rain was merely a mundane occurrence. Altering the climate of a world was far too easy for the elemental clan. They had also visited the plant clan where a lie was shattered. What divine rice! What compassion from the god of life! It was merely the plant clan's revenge against the elemental clan, hoping to prolong their lives for the sake of colonization. When Caliao died, he did not break down because he knew he could still seek vengeance, so he fearlessly charged at the giant fish monster. Even when transformed into a creation by his ancestor, he did not crumble, as this was his only chance for revenge. What did it matter if he became a monster? But after witnessing all of this, 001 collapsed. He no longer knew what to do. The supreme calamity issued an order, and his world became a sacrifice. Now the Abyss and the Elemental Clan were his enemies. He understood this, but what did it matter to know? He merely glanced at the Abyss and nearly lost his life to its consciousness. Being watched by the will of the Abyss could truly lead to death. As for the Elemental Clan, the Cloud Element was merely a smaller branch of them, yet they were the most direct executioners of the destruction of the Rain World. A worm eaten by a fish does not realize anything, it only thinks itself weak. But when the worm discovers that it can easily slaughter the strongest of its entire clan raised by humans and pawns only to end up on the dining table, helplessness and emptiness slowly creep into its heart. He could not resist. This was the will of the supreme calamity. Above the cloud element was the elemental clan, above the elemental clan were even more advanced disaster races, and above the disaster races was the invincible supreme calamity. Should he seek revenge against the supreme calamity? I destroy you, or what does it matter to you? At present he lacked even the qualification to attract Song Yuan's attention, let alone being shackled by the system. Any thought of resisting Song Yuan would be instantly erased, and even the undead nature of the strange clan could not avoid annihilation. When the world is destined to be destroyed, what will you do? If everything is predetermined to perish, then focus on yourself, do everything you wish to do. When all returns to nothingness, resist the nothingness and create meaning. After a month of introspection, 001 came to a conclusion: he would seek revenge even if it seemed impossible. This was his only reason to survive and the meaning of his existence. He vowed to eradicate all abyssal fishmen. He would drive out the Abyss and the Elemental Clan. He longed to once again see the sun of the Rain World. He wanted Caliao, the girl who loved the sun the most, to see the sun of the Rain World once more. With enlightenment, the potion and witchcraft systems were born, both designed specifically to combat fish monsters. Their sole purpose was to kill all fish monsters. 001 began to recklessly hunt fish monsters. Under the blood moon, the sky-shrouded Palachi held a crystal ball forged from tens of thousands of souls, slowly enveloping the forest of the plant clan in a deathly shroud. In a silent march, only the sound of bones scraping could be heard, as the undead slowly surrounded the entire forest, ghostly blue flames of souls stretching towards the horizon. When the slumbering plant clan was awakened by the guards, the deathly shroud had already descended, leading to a desperate struggle for survival. The wisdom tree stared blankly, while the life ancient tree had already brought the war ancient tree along. What do these undead want? The wisdom tree shook its trunk and inquired. The war ancient tree, with a fiery temper, forcefully struck a branch against the ground and roared, "They intend to wage war against us. I have awakened all the war giant trees. The oak guards are ready, and the kin have been notified. This is the racial technology of the plant clan, the root network. There exists a parasitic plant similar to roots, but capable of infinite growth, developing a complex network of roots underground, which enables the plant clan to communicate through their roots. Thus, this plant has become the messenger responsible for conveying information. This method of communication is highly efficient and swift. In just a few seconds, messages can circulate across thousands of square kilometers of forest. Don't rush. How can we fight against the undead clan now? First, we did not gain any benefits from the moon examination world. Everything was invested in the elf mother tree. Second, we have exhausted all resources from the colonial world. Currently, it is difficult for us to defeat the undead, and the larger they grow, the more unfavorable it is for us. The wisdom tree immediately expressed its thoughts. The life ancient tree shook its crown in agreement with the wisdom tree's thoughts. Indeed, our priority now is to reclaim the elf mother tree, which has already begun to sprout. In just a year it will grow into a seedling, and we cannot afford to wait. By then the elf mother tree will have been birthed in the element clan, and we cannot guarantee whether there will be any future interactions. So what do you suggest? My knowledge lies solely in battle. You all discussed this. The first wave of attacks from the undead is upon us. Let me see how much these fellows have improved since the last time. After speaking, the war ancient tree departed. As a hero of the War Tree series born solely for battle, it possessed no knowledge beyond combat. In positional warfare, no one can surpass the plant clan. Have you not seen the Plants vs. Zombies? Even the zombie doctor has become what it is. The giant sea failed to prevail against them. Returning to the battlefield, the war ancient tree immediately ordered the construction of defensive fortifications. Countless vines twisted and intertwined surrounding the forest perimeter. As long as any undead approached, they would be shredded and turned into fertilizer. The plant clan venerates the power of life. They worship the fervent essence of existence. However, the undead clan believes in the eternity of death, where death is the ultimate destination and life is merely a pathway to death. Thus a schism arises. Even without Song Yuan's instigation, a conflict between the two races is inevitable. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. The plants despise the undead for their desecration of life, while the undead curse the plants for their violation of death. However, the undead will not be easily deterred. The wrath of the deceased will consume everything. The bone giants formed ranks, casually grabbing undead and tossing them towards the plant side. Regardless of which undead fell, they would self-destruct upon landing, unleashing a dense aura of death that soon overwhelmed the plants, causing them to wither. Push forward. The Black Knight, forming a command sword from negative energy, pointed it at the plant clan, instilling terror in the low-ranking undead, compelling them to march towards the plant clan. The sky began to rain dense black raindrops, falling upon the forest. Any plant that came into contact would be corroded by negative energy. This was more terrifying than acid rain. If a living creature was touched, it would eventually rise, turning its weapon against its former comrades. The war ancient tree observed the undead's wanton assault, its expression darkening. After issuing commands through the root network, it turned its gaze towards the deathly shroud in the sky. Under the enhancement of the deathly shroud, the undead would gain significant strength and their injuries would gradually. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's believers were also teleported into the monthly exam world. At their head stood the Goblin King and the Goblin Sage, 2 rank 0 segment, 2 heroes. The terrifying numbers of the undead calamity coupled with the deathly shroud enhancing their quality allow for instantaneous decapitation of all enemy high-tier combatants. Similarly, the plant clan has its own strategies: plant substitution and root interconnection. Plant substitution controls the entire world, leaving an indelible root network. When plant clan warriors appear on these roots, under the terrifying support of the root network, they are effectively undying. This is also why the plant clan is invincible in positional warfare. Until all underground root systems are cleared, the plant clan will not lose. Coupled with their terrifying adaptability, they can establish root networks in any environment. Although in the Origin realm all races impose restrictions on the plant clan's ability to perform plant substitutions, it is sufficient against the undead. In the blink of an eye, the dead plants revived. Upon closer inspection, these plants bore black patterns on their leaves, having adapted to the negative energy environment, blooming with life amidst the dense aura of death. Soon the bone giants approached the vine wall, hammering against it with their fists. In just a few blows, the vine wall shook precariously. The giant's massive size, towering over 10 meters, rendered the vines unable to engulf them. Yet the vine wall continued to sway as it endured blow after blow. More and more vines sprouted from the ground, their swaying diminishing until they firmly absorbed the bone giant's strikes, even entangling the giants to restrict their movements. In just one round of confrontation, the plant clan had already adapted to the negative energy environment. While they could not yet utilize it, they would not be harmed by the negative energy. Damn, you go and tear open a gap. Palachi observed the battlefield through the crystal ball and sent word to the Black Knight to take action. First of all, my name is Captain Black. Secondly, why should it be me? Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that the strongest infantry of the undead is with you, I wouldn't want to have any dealings with you. So are you going or not? Go to hell with your beaker. Damn it, I'm going. Captain Black looked at the over 100 Black Knights behind him and silently sighed. He had accumulated his wealth for 50 years, evolving from a skeleton warrior into a Black Knight, and the brothers behind him had basically all evolved under his guidance. However, while the undead clan can fight among themselves and oppose each other once the council passes a decision, the undead clan has but one: loyalty. All Black Knights mount up. Captain Black donned the helmet he disliked, obscuring his most proud and handsome face. He felt guilty towards his brothers, unable to face them as he led them to their deaths. The undead clan is still too weak, lacking even a qualified cavalry unit to take to the battlefield. Infantry mounts up, and the Black Knights will disassemble their noble lower halves, combining their upper bodies with skeleton horses to create a grotesque, half-human, half-horse form. This was undoubtedly a humiliation for the Black Knights. Gentlemen, witness me. Captain Black pulled down his visor and charged forward. Destruction strike. The black captain charged forward, raising his great sword high, channeling all his abilities into the blade. With a single swing, the terrifying sword energy shattered the vine wall in front of him, creating a massive breach, and the severed vines were cursed, preventing them from healing. With the vine wall gone, the undead surged in. Once they engaged in close combat, the advantages of the undead would be infinitely amplified. In a war of attrition, the undead were not afraid of the passage of time. They could simply wait for their enemies to wither away and embrace death. Countless grasses on the ground attempted to cling to the skeletons beneath the black warriors, but were easily shaken off. The black warriors, like arrows, drove straight into the enemy's defenses with their following ranks. Death struggle. The goal of the black warriors was clear: to pinpoint the target with the strongest life force and highest energy fluctuations. They would stop at nothing to find him, get close, and entangle him. Now their target was the war ancient tree, the battlefield commander. The decapitation plan involved killing the enemy without regard for numbers, and then overwhelming the remaining foes with sheer numbers. Even if it was a 3-for-0 exchange, the undead would still come out ahead. The tree people wielded their wooden beards, attempting to block the black captain, but were intercepted by the black warriors behind him. In the territory of the plant race, the tree people had nearly infinite life, but the death struggle prevented both sides from recovering from their injuries. The distance between the two would be forcibly maintained within 50 meters until one side perished. Captain, you go first. Destruction strike. One black warrior after another poured their entire strength into a powerful strike to clear a path for the black captain, then fell exhausted, dragged away by the extending roots. The black captain charged silently. The undead felt no emotions, only a slight pain in their souls. He would not shed tears, nor could he. The decisions of his kin were absolute. They could not resist. Now, apart from the black warriors, no other undead could undertake this mission. He could only charge forward. Faster, faster, and even faster. Let them die less. The deeper they penetrated into enemy territory, the only outcome was death. Yet the black captain prayed to the supreme catastrophe, hoping at least one of his brothers would survive. A decapitation operation by the undead. The war ancient tree saw the approaching black warrior squad from the perspective of other plants, but remained unperturbed. As two races in constant conflict, they understood their enemy well. The war ancient tree was confident that the black captain alone could not kill him, a mere second or fifth stage. He could not even gather the sacrifices for an instant kill skill. How could he kill a third tier? I am third tier. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Moreover, there was no intelligence suggesting the black warrior clan possessed instant kill skills. A warrior race that lacked the means to cast spells. To kill him with a death struggle. A joke, second tier against third tier. Unless the undead were insane. Thus the war ancient tree did not regard the black warriors as a threat. This was merely a harassment tactic by the undead. Unable to decapitate him, they would entangle the enemy's high combat power. Coupled with the fact that the black warriors excelled in close combat, the war ancient tree became even more convinced of this notion. To sacrifice hundreds of advanced warriors, delivering a few second tier, to face him a third tier. Palachi must be out of his mind, had he not heard about the recent large-scale conflict among the undead using that war mindset here. It truly amused the tree. Since he did not regard them as a threat, he merely issued orders to intercept as much as possible. The pressure on the front lines was too great, and the gap that had been torn open remained unsealed. They could only slowly fill it, gradually pushing the invading undead out. Palachi looked at the black captain's position through a crystal ball. It's about time. Aerial forces go. 5,000 undead griffins soared into the sky, each carrying 2 undead flying at high speed toward the forest canopy. Awaken the oak shooters, open the treetops, prepare the wooden arrows. The war ancient tree had indeed anticipated this, having prepared corresponding plants in advance. At the same time, the long-protected kin were released, and tens of thousands of raptors flew out from the treetops, each one the strongest of their kin. The weak had already turned to fertilizer in the soil. As both sides became entangled, some branches of the trees on the ground bent, and then snapped violently, launching upward. In an instant, the sky filled with branches transformed into arrows shooting towards the undead griffins. The raptors then revealed their purpose, entangling the undead griffins who could not evade, and were pierced directly by the branches. However, after just one volley, the casualties among the raptors were greater than those of the undead griffins. The technology of the undead, bone gaps, allowed their bones to become more slippery and resilient, greatly increasing the chances of arrows passing through without causing harm. Moreover, while the plant race was the most benevolent towards other races among the disaster races, they still cared little for the lives of other races. The raptors were mere kin to the plant race, consumed as expendable resources to entangle the undead griffins, and they would still breed and consume food. Why should the noble plants feed them? Thus most of the raptors were fed on the crushed and mixed flesh of other kin. These raptors had been driven to eat rotting meat feed for a month, due to the plant race's exploitation, destroying all the colonies under their command. If any undead broke through the entanglement, and avoided the wooden arrows, then the acorn shooters would come into play. Acorns over a meter in diameter would not pass through the seams of bones. When struck, the undead griffins would fall apart. The undead released by the griffins were mostly dealt with in midair. In this wave of conflict, the plant race triumphed, but the undead's accumulated griffins were almost entirely annihilated. It would take decades to amass a similar force again. However, the role of the undead griffins had been fulfilled, and Palachi had not expected them to play any strategic role. The plant race's air defense had been continuously improving, and now apart from the undead dragons, no aerial units could penetrate. Just as he finished directing the air defense, and turned his gaze back, the war ancient tree sensed something was amiss. 5 black warrior knights charged toward him in an arrow formation. The leading black warrior's helmet continuously spewed forth the breath of death. Death struggle. The black captain launched directly at the war ancient tree, closing the distance between them to a mere 50 meters. At that moment, the war ancient tree realized something was wrong. The aura surrounding the black captain was off, but it was already too late. 2 identical twin souls floated out from the black captain. No wonder he was clad in full armor. Even though black warriors inherently possessed a layer of armor, the black captain wore another set. Twin spirit incarnators, so precious you are indeed willing to part with them. The war ancient tree sighed one last time, as if it were his final words. Death is the end of everything. The twins embraced each other, and a clock appeared above their heads, ticking away as it proclaimed the death of the war ancient tree. Before his body turned to decay, the war ancient tree cast a deep glance at the black captain. If not for the death struggle, he could have relied on the root network to withstand this instant death judgment. However, the death struggle prohibited healing. The ancient war tree perished, and the vengeful souls of the twin brothers became offerings, dissipating along with the corpse of the ancient war tree. Only 5 black warriors remained surrounded by the plant clan, with various tree warriors blocking their escape. Are you afraid? The black captain looked at the 4 remaining black warriors as he removed his helmet. Let's fight back. The 4 black warriors shouted in unison, raising their spears. Then let's fight back. The black captain donned his helmet once more and initiated the final charge. Without the command of the ancient war tree, the plant clan did not fall into chaos. The wisdom tree took charge, as it was the most knowledgeable among the plant clan and could also command the battle. However, the sudden death of the ancient war tree did indeed affect him considerably, forcing him to end his spellcasting prematurely. 5th tier spell Meteor Strike. Energy patterns continuously flashed across the wisdom tree, drawing power from the root network. As the patterns dimmed, a gap was smashed open in the deathly sky, which then slowly vanished. Countless meteor fragments trailing smoke fell upon the undead's position, creating one pit after another. Even the bone giants collapsed under the terrifying impact, while other undead were vaporized. Finally, here the second phase begins. Palachi's face reflected the purple light of his crystal ball. His purple robe billowed without wind, and the terrifying aura caused the surrounding undead mages to tremble from their very souls. Palachi noticed the sound of bones grinding from the trembling around him, and turned to the mages he had concealed nearby, speaking in a strange tone. My darlings, it's our turn. Now the plant clan's spellcasting ability was poor. Most of them lacked the conditions to cast spells, and some didn't even possess any magical energy. However, once they possessed the ability to cast spells, the plant clan became the most terrifying. The wisdom tree continuously drew energy from the root network, transforming into a spellcasting artillery. On the battlefield, a mage who consumes vast amounts of magical energy, once endowed with nearly infinite magic, can exert a suppression that warriors cannot contend with. Now the wisdom tree resembled a neon light, with its entire body flashing various colors and patterns, averaging several dozen flashes per second. Each flash represented a second-tier spell equivalent to a fireball spell capable of inflicting damage on enemies several meters wide. With the lethality akin to a machine gun grenade launcher, the wisdom tree pressed down on the undead, making it hard for them to breathe, even patching up the gaping hole that had been torn open in a short time. Watching the situation collapse entirely, the leader of the Hatred clan, Hansen, was somewhat stunned. What the hell? Where's Palachi? How do we fight this? Just concede the victory already. This scene felt somewhat familiar. It seemed that just a few days prior, Palachi had bombarded the other undead in the same manner, but back then they were allies. Who knew that spell bombardment could be so outrageous? What's the rush? Let him explode for a while. Do we lack this bit of cannon fodder? Rushing makes one look uncouth, it's not elegant at all. Hansen was now somewhat in agreement with the black captain. Indeed, it was a bit feminine, but the black captain had sent out those who bore a grudge against him to self-destruct. What a pity, why didn't they comprehend this sooner? My darlings, let him see your power. Palachi released the crystal ball from his hand, letting it float in the air. Joint spellcasting, 3rd tier spell, Soul Shriek. Hundreds of undead mages chanted the same incantation together, infusing their magic into the crystal ball as a vessel. A terrifying shriek covered the entire battlefield, even affecting the wisdom tree, which could no longer chant, halting its attacks. The shriek continued shattering the souls of the weak plants and causing them to wither instantly. At that moment the entire battlefield came to a halt. Soul Shriek was a notorious undead spell, very special in nature. As long as there was magic power it could last indefinitely. Units affected by the spell would have their souls continuously disturbed, unable to cast spells, and feeling extreme discomfort, losing control of their bodies. It was an incredibly powerful crowd control spell, arguably among the top tier within the 5th level. However, this spell had a side effect: it was indiscriminate. Even the caster would be affected, their soul disturbed, and feeling immense discomfort. The longer it lasted, the worse it became, potentially even harming the soul. It could be said that for every 1,000 enemies killed, 1,000 were harmed in return. Every unit would suffer, but there was an anomaly on the battlefield. Palachi continued to emit strange sounds, grunting and moaning, which were quite undignified. Hansen, who was nearby, lost control of his body from the shriek and collapsed into a heap of flesh on the ground. The undead, once living beings, still bore some lingering attachments. Palachi's attachment was pleasure, while undead mages had no flesh, thus they did not experience pleasure. But the undead did possess souls. The Soul Shriek spell could reach the undead, allowing those who had no sensations to experience pain. And pain was Palachi's way of obtaining pleasure, which is why he often cast Soul Shriek on himself. Palachi trembled all over, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering incessantly, indicating that he was nearing ecstasy. 3rd tier spell, the Shadow Scythe. Palachi moaned, while chanting, unleashing the strongest spell he could currently cast at a distance. Next to the wisdom tree, a shadow emerged from the ground, quickly taking the form of a scythe that slashed towards the wisdom tree. However, a shockwave emanated from the wisdom tree, dispersing the shadow scythe. Subsequently, a segment of inscription vanished from the wisdom tree's trunk. A tattoo. Palachi, unbeknownst to Wind, pulled out another crystal ball, observing all the actions of the wisdom tree. 3rd tier spell, Shadow Scythe. Triple spellcasting. Palachi decided to get serious, channeling his magic to produce sound, 3 voices overlapping as they chanted together. As the chanting concluded, 3 shadows appeared beside the wisdom tree. However, this time the wisdom tree did not play dumb. Another segment of inscription vanished, and a shield enveloped it, dispersing the shadow scythe, while also isolating the soul shriek. The ancient face of the wisdom tree revealed a benevolent smile, but to Palachi it appeared as mockery, a visage of treachery. 2nd tier spell, Light Orb. The wisdom tree began to shimmer once more. In an instant, over 20 light orbs condensed beside the wisdom tree and were hurled into the air towards Palachi. Palachi, as a fellow 3rd tier mage, is this how you play? Then what's there to say? Just take your life. Palachi trembled as he grabbed his tattered purple robe and deflected the light orbs. This was not merely a flashy display, though his purple robe was somewhat tattered. This was an attack with defensive countering attributes. I'm done playing, I give up. Palachi directly retrieved the crystal ball used for the soul shriek and crushed it. 5th tier spell, Heart Devouring of 10,000 souls. Instantly darkness enveloped the sky, thick clouds gathering. Upon closer inspection, it was not clouds but resentment. Like a flood breaching a dam, hundreds of thousands of souls surged out from the shattered crystal ball. Seeing the souls bite and tear, yet under Palachi's control, the undead mage group and some undead leaders were not targeted by the souls. As one of the long-standing spokespersons of the undead clan, without hard power, he would have been killed long ago in a clan that revels in internal strife. Hundreds of thousands of souls obscured the sky, and even the wisdom tree could not suppress them with all its might. The 1st to 3rd tier light spells were instantaneous for the wisdom tree, unleashing countless glowing attacks that made the battlefield as bright as day. However, it was futile. Would the ocean fear the obstruction of the rocky shore? Would the sky dread the soaring eagle's cry? It would be better to be submerged with thunder and vastness that were unstoppable. A vengeful spirit bit down on a piece of the wisdom tree's soul. With merely thousands, the once mighty wisdom tree, which had dominated the entire undead alliance, was already fading into a blur of consciousness. To harm so many lives, Palachi, do you not fear nightmares? The wisdom tree humorously delivered its last words, knowing that the undead would not dream. The wisdom tree announced its death. Next, the plant race had only one final line of defense left, the ancient tree of life. This was the most mysterious leader of the plant race, the oldest, the first hero of the plant tribe. The plant race had initially been relatively peaceful, with few conflicts. By the time they began to exhibit aggression, the ancient tree of life had already been conceived, so this hero had no recorded deeds. Everything about him was a mystery, yet it did not prevent him from being the strongest hero of the plant race. The older he became, the more powerful he grew. This was the unchanging law of the plant race. Is he not appearing? That so-called strongest ancient tree. Palachi closely monitored the battlefield, continuously infusing magical power into the dying sky, hoping to repair it. Wait a minute, why is the ground shaking? Looking into the distance, a tree was growing at an astonishing speed, quickly reaching hundreds of meters like a magical being from a fairy tale. It emitted a dark green glow in the gloom, teeming with life and vitality. Desecrator of Life rolled back to death. The tree continued to grow, the ground slowly cracking open, revealing thousands of writhing roots like earthworms below. The ancient tree of life assimilated these roots, transforming a single tree into a forest. What does it mean for a forest to stand up? The earth sprouted like a potato, extending roots to grasp the undead and drag them underground, turning them into nourishment. This is too exaggerated, right? 666. Why not call me when you're cheating? Without any hesitation, Parachi immediately cast a teleportation spell and slipped away. It's a joke. Having died once already, one cannot die again, right? He believed in supreme calamity, not death, so why return to the embrace of death when the other undead could go back? However, as a disaster race, the plant race certainly possessed its own undead, perhaps even more. The old antiques as trump cards were awakened by the ancient tree of life. The undead race loved archaeology. After all, excavating the ancient meant gaining combat power. A small world developed for hundreds of thousands of years, with each era having its own extraordinary talents, yet Parachi did not rank among them. The corpses of these talents were excavated by the undead race and revived. They remained the extraordinary talents, the pinnacle of a small world. However, because they were indeed too ancient, their soul fires would slowly dissipate after revival. Moreover, the undead race was notorious for its infighting, so these revived talents were usually sealed and awakened only when needed. In terms of heritage, the undead race, which could fully embrace the rich history of various worlds, was undoubtedly the most affluent, though whether they could be utilized was another matter. Overbearing blade. A skeleton missing its right arm and only half of its body was brought onto the battlefield. Without a weapon, it released a piercing and overbearing blade aura sweeping around it. The blade master's intent was already perfected. Had it not been for the world's restrictions, it would have soared into the sky, now a baseline 6th tier. Currently, its consciousness had faded, leaving only the obsession to battle strong opponents, making it a priority among the ancient antiques to be awakened, a unique vessel for the undead. Half a skeleton stood on the battlefield, resolutely blocking the infinitely expanding ancient tree of life. Anything that approached it would be shredded by its overbearing blade aura. 3rd tier 9th stage, able to contend with 4th tier opponents. This was the power of archaeology. Unfortunately, being able to contend merely meant it could contend. Before it stood the oldest hero of the plant race, the top 3 pillars of the plant race, the highest commander of the plant race, embodying all remaining plant strengths at 4th tier 5th stage, the ancient tree of life. The unconscious area attack was obstructed. The ancient tree of life turned slightly, spotting the figures surrounded by blade aura. It launched a punch infused with the power of countless plants to test the strength of life. A fist the size of a basketball court struck the blade master of the undead, leaving no remnants. What extraordinary talent! I, the ancient tree of life, am a prodigy among the heroes of all disaster races. Geniuses are merely the threshold to meet me. They are nothing but fodder to be defeated in one punch. You may be a genius, but the disaster race lacks no geniuses. Seeing the situation turn dire, one coffin after another was brought onto the battlefield, transforming the original battleground into a revival party for the ancient antiques. Ancient divine power. One after another, geniuses kicked open their coffin lids. In this situation, there was no need to consider infighting. The ancient tree of life unleashed an area attack, automatically targeting those within range, and these ancient antiques would undoubtedly retaliate. Dozens of 3rd tier powerhouses from small worlds gathered only to be struck dead by a single punch from the ancient tree of life. Instant death skill, witch's wail. A vengeful witch sacrificed herself, launching an instant death judgment against the ancient tree of life, but the result was unable to judge. 4th tier beings possess instant death resistance, immune to over half of negative energy and death attribute attacks. The ancient tree of life was specialized in fighting the undead. Its massive size made it unafraid of the sea of undead. How do we fight this? Hansen rubbed his forehead with all 5 hands troubled. Parachi ran away. Oh, he had become the highest commander, but how could he feel happy? That brat Parachi even took the Mage Legion with him. How cautious. Even at this moment, he was still thinking about his spell Monopoly. At this moment, a chunk of rotting flesh resembling slime with a mouth loudly interrupted Hansen's thoughts. Wake up those few. The brothers are dying fast, big brother. As the main battle faction, Hansen was researching undead plants, so he had sent out the most men suffering the greatest casualties. The undead, especially the intelligent ones, cherished the emotions they had left, which led them to value feelings highly. Captain Black felt sorrow for those black warriors he had brought out one by one, and how could Hansen not feel the same for his brothers? In the end, Hansen made the decision to unseal those ancient antiques that the council had decided to seal. These antiques were preserved in the best condition, with clear consciousness and stable soul fires. This was also the reason why the council unanimously agreed to seal them. They were preserved too well. If they were truly set free, the council would have to be completely replaced. Power was also an important avenue for experiencing emotions, so they decided to seal these old antiques, allowing them to first savor the taste of power before anything else. However, now as the highest council member, Hansen was justified in unsealing them due to the special circumstance. Thus, on one side of the battlefield, as an ice coffin opened, dozens of square meters transformed directly into an ice domain. A dragon's roar echoed out. Following the dragon's roar, a massive coffin opened a crack and a claw emerged from within, gripping the edge of the coffin. With a forceful pull, the coffin swung open. A skeletal dragon bared its fangs, exuding a mist of pale blue frost from its mouth. "Ha, just a subdragon," it sneered. "Who dares to disrespect Lord Ocasius?" The ancient tree of life scoffed, pulling out a branch and striking fiercely at the skeletal dragon. Ocasius suddenly exhaled a breath, freezing the branch that was aimed at him, causing it to drop to the ground like a power line, lifeless. Only then did the ancient tree of life cast a sidelong glance at Ocasius, saying with interest, "To think you can exhale, have you regressed? Quite intriguing, but that's all there is to it." The ancient tree of life then turned its body, moving toward Ocasius. The tremors felt like an earthquake, instantly awakening Ocasius from his daze. Ocasius, a 3-stage 90-year dragon with a wingspan of 29 meters and a body length of 57, appeared like a small hamster compared to the ancient tree of life, which was several hundred meters tall. Realizing the danger, Ocasius attempted to flee, but 5 vines shot up from the ground, binding his limbs and wings, preventing him from flying. In a panic, Ocasius breathed out toward himself repeatedly, but it was too late. The ancient tree of life arrived, grasping Ocasius with one hand while dozens of vines wrapped around him, turning him into a dumpling filled with a skeletal dragon. Umatba! Suddenly a chant echoed in the ear of the ancient tree of life. When did this happen? The ancient tree of life abruptly turned around to see a ghostly Buddha sitting cross-legged on its shoulder, hands clasped. Without hesitation, dozens of wooden spikes sprouted around the ghostly Buddha, stabbing toward him. However, being a ghostly Buddha, the spikes passed through without touching him. Subsequently, the wooden spikes transformed into peach wood, and the ancient tree of life infused it with life force, instantly piercing the ghostly Buddha. Green vitality surging outward from his body as a small blade of grass sprouted from his mouth. Karma will be repaid. The ghostly aura transformed into spikes that erupted from the ground, rapidly penetrating the ancient tree of life and injecting it with ghostly energy, just as the ancient tree had done to the ghostly Buddha. However, the size and power difference was too great, and the ghostly Buddha retaliated at the cost of his own injuries, causing the ancient tree of life to feel as if it had been pricked by a toothpick. As for the ghostly energy infused into the ancient tree of life, it was a mere drop in the bucket. Even if the ancient tree ignored it, it would have no impact. Moreover, the ancient tree of life was filled with life energy, purifying the ghostly energy the moment it entered. Do you enjoy playing like this? The ancient tree of life extended another hand, crushing the ghostly Buddha, while Ocasius was slowly being drained of his power by the vines, turning him into its nourishment. The bloodline of a giant dragon is precious. Even if Ocasius is just a subdragon, refining it can still be used to cultivate dragon blood plants. Now exhale. A voice appeared in Ocasius' ear, and feeling his strength being drained, he obediently exhaled the last of his gathered power. Joint casting 5th tier spell, Extreme Ice Hell. 5 necromancer archmages chanted in unison, performing a joint spell, releasing a 5th tier spell across tiers. In an instant, extreme ice spread from the ground upwards, freezing the ancient tree of life. Ocasius seized the opportunity to break free and spiraled into the air. As a giant dragon, Ocasius valued his pride above his life. Being called a sub-dragon and having his bloodline extracted by a single hand from the ancient tree of life was utterly unacceptable to him. Ignite blood. Ocasius' body began to swell, quickly reaching over 100 meters in length, his bones becoming sturdier, but the dragon blood within was gradually igniting. At 4 tier, 0 stage completion. At this moment, the ancient tree of life broke through some of the ice, pulling out several branches to strike at the necromancer archmages attempting to interrupt their casting. However, these branches were intercepted by Ocasius, with decaying and icy flames clinging to the branches, causing them to slowly wither. Those who disrespect Lord Ocasius perish in decay. The frenzied Ocasius wished to exhale, even his own soul relentlessly spewing forth the power, surging from within, unleashing his fury. The other ancient ones assisted from the side. They couldn't escape. Once the ancient tree of life broke free, the 3-tiered beings would be crushed one by one, even if they were all peerless talents capable of contending with 4 tiers. Embrace death, Anadon's lament. Instant death judgment, unable to determine the soul, forcibly calmed, prohibiting spellcasting. A bride in a red wedding dress sang a forbidden lament, and the previously defiant ancient tree of life fell into tranquility. The corpse speaker, holding a skull of an unknown creature, chanted in a strange language, blessing of fire. Ocasius' decayed breath was amplified flames, erupting violently, spreading toward the main body of the ancient tree of life. In mere moments, the ancient tree found itself engulfed in a sea of flames. Even the ancient tree of lives vitality rapidly waned under the deathly breath of the skeletal dragon. Now's the time, let's unleash instant death skills together. His instant death resistance has been weakened. A necromancer archmage shouted, casting another curse. Indeed, the statistics of the ancient tree of life were terrifying. Its invincible vitality made it nearly immortal, and its terrifying power could crush any unit below the 5th tier. However, the necromancer race, played with mechanisms freezing, cursing, decaying, and other negative buffs, would be thrown in succession before using instant death skills to kill the enemy. Just like the most basic instant death skills named Death is the end of all things. Grip of Death. A Death Knight appeared, extending a hand to mark the ancient tree of life. Alongside the Death Knight appeared a Black Knight, an advanced unit of the Black Warriors. He wielded a long spear, and without a doubt he was exactly what the necromancer race needed at this moment. Death Duel. A field unfolded, and the Black Knight entered within 50 meters of the ancient tree of life, prohibiting healing. With the most critical status applied, the other ancient ones began to showcase their powers, unleashing dozens of instant death skills at the ancient tree of life. However, regrettably, the gap in strength was still too vast. The ancient tree of life, having assimilated the vitality of the entire plant race, remained surging even after being afflicted with hundreds of debuffs, like a great river still roaring despite being restrained by a dam. Quickly, our mana is running low. The necromancer archmage who released Extreme Ice Hell shouted, casting beyond their tier, consumed too much mana. They were not like the wisdom tree, which had an entire race supplying energy through root networks. And once the ancient tree of life broke free, the outcome of this war was a foregone conclusion. A cheating ancient tree of life was far too effective against the necromancer race. I can't wait any longer. Ew, I certainly don't want to die just after emerging. A masked zombie threw a talisman, and a transparent chain shot out from it, binding Okashios. Okashios said another one. Just as he was about to turn and breathe fire at the zombie, a Death Knight leapt onto his head, striking down a fist that forced his breath back into his mouth. Grim Reaper. Hurry. A soul sorcerer draped in white cloth rang a bell that jingled incessantly. He pointed the bell at Okashios and shouted, Dragon Soul Curse. In an instant, Okazaya's soul was pulled from his body, and his corporeal form transformed into a beam of light that pierced into the ancient tree of life. A curse lay hidden within the bloodline of the dragon, one that the Grim Reaper clan had studied. Once activated, its power far surpassed that of ordinary instant death spells triggered merely by a sub-dragon possessing dragon blood. As the Extreme Ice Hell was about to collapse, the most potent curse from the dragon bloodline took effect, and the life force within the ancient tree of life began to wither. This was the effect of the Dragon Soul Curse, draining the life force from the cursed individual. Originally meant to prevent the dragon bloodline from being deciphered by other races, it became one of the Grim Reaper's most useful curses. Now his instant death resistance should be gone. Everyone kill him. The Grim Reaper seized Okazaya's soul, compressing it into a small ball, and carelessly tossing it aside, letting it fend for itself. Bone dragons are not a particularly powerful soul race, and he was not a soul dragon. With only a soul left, he could stir up no storm. Before long, the soul would dissipate on its own. Thus Okashios was left discarded. Fortunately, a path was not entirely closed. Okashios' soul entered a relatively intact skeleton warrior's body. Although it was now only half a body, the skull remained, albeit the soul had dissipated. Okashios silently remembered all the undead present. They would face the wrath of a true bone dragon. Another dozen instant death spells were cast upon the ancient tree of life, finally confirming its death. As the stench of decay filled the ancient tree of life, its once proud vitality had long since withered, and death quietly pronounced its verdict, replacing vitality with the aura of death. The massive form of the ancient tree of life gradually withered away, and the underground root system ceased to function. In just a moment, the ancient tree of life, which had absorbed the entire forest, collapsed like a tissue soaked in water. However, the plant race was not wiped out. The original seed had been kept safe by Song Yuan, and the mother tree of the elves was still nurturing, so Song Yuan did not intervene to stop the undead's full-scale war against the plant race. Without a doubt, the undead had won, and it was a victory in line with expectations. The old relics, having suffered the cost of instant death spells, were reduced to just a few, all in a state of exhaustion, prompting Palachi to return. Oh dear, is that you, Gula? Why are you so weak? Can you still move? Ha ha ha! Palachi approached the Grim Reaper, having overused his soul power to unleash the Dragon Soul Curse, and was now unable to cast spells again. Gula did not look at Palachi. He knew what this guy was there for, and accepted his return with candor. Go ahead, if you can withstand the curse of the Grim Reaper clan, feel free to use any of those spells. They were never mine, and I won't be stingy. As Gula was resurrected as a Grim Reaper, the clan's secret arts appeared in his mind, which could be considered a start. The undead needed powerful heroes for development, and these mid to high-level undead were chosen hero candidates by the undead clan. The skills inscribed in the clan's technology would automatically be imparted to them without needing to comprehend them. Of course, this was limited to the first of each clan. Gula was the first to be transformed into a Grim Reaper. He knew Palachi, but was not as fortunate, so Gula was sealed away as an old relic. With Gula saying this, Palachi would not refuse. Seizing Gula meant absorbing him, and soon various black, blue, and gray lights began to emanate from Palachi as he painfully knelt on the ground. Fortunately, only the immobile old relics and a Hansen, who was as immobile as an old relic, remained on the battlefield. Other undead were forbidden from approaching this area under Palachi's orders. Now the undead had exhausted all their strength and were running on empty. Amidst the ruins, a green sprout emerged, that familiar aura unmistakable. It was the ancient tree of life. Did it not die even after being hit by instant death spells? No, it was resurrected. Growing atop its own corpse, the ancient tree of life recovered rapidly, soon growing into a seedling. This was precisely what Song Yuan wanted to provide resources to the element race, which had always lacked presence. Otherwise the first batch of elves would have probably been nurtured by now, making any trouble unnecessary. The element race understood nothing about cultivating plants. It's fine, I'll just kill it once more, it's only at the first stage now. The Black Knight stood up shakily, grasping his spear with negative energy spilling from beneath his black armor. Show mercy when you can, you won't kill him today. A figure appeared next to the seedling of the ancient tree of life, gently extending her hand to cradle the young plant. The Black Knight gripped his spear tightly, ready to engage in a death struggle, but his instincts warned him that he would die, absolutely die. At this moment, Palachi regained his composure, shook his head, and saw a familiar figure that nearly made him jump. The Vengeful Queen. What is she doing here? As a member of the Undead Council, Palachi was well aware of the Insectoid War 7 years ago and knew about the surviving Insectoid Queen, now the Vengeful Queen. Amoeba. This one, monopolizing the entire resources of the insectoids and engaging in dictatorship, was undoubtedly at least a 4th tier. Her combat strength was likely even more terrifying than that of the ancient tree of life, as the Insectoid Queen was born for battle. Do not engage. Palachi shook his head at the Black Knight. This was not an enemy the undead could handle now. Amoeba had no intent to battle the undead, otherwise she would have acted by now. Thus, letting the ancient tree of life go was the best choice for now. Although it could not eliminate the root of the problem, the undead had no options at present. In any case, Palachi had already gained immensely, weakening the old relics and achieving evolution. Now he should be called the Death-Chanting Master, Palachi. Taking Palachi's advice, the other old relics also refrained from attacking, and Amoeba successfully took away the ancient tree of life. Outside the battlefield, 001 observed the entire combat. Regardless of the plant race's intentions, they conveyed goodwill to the rain world, allowing its inhabitants to breathe easy until now. Had Amoeba not appeared, 001 would have intervened to save the ancient tree of life. As the protagonist, his ability was guaranteed victory. A guaranteed victory from the level of rules. As long as he could bear the cost of activating that ability, he could defeat any enemy. Take me back. 001 looked at 049 beside him, feeling relieved. In that case, let's return to the rain world. 049 nodded, grasped 001's shoulder, and they vanished. In the 2nd year of the rain world, the 79th year of the origin calendar, it finally stopped raining after 2 full years. However, the sea had already submerged everything, with all land consumed, and the boundary between sky and ocean indistinguishable. The merciful supreme natural disaster handed the rain world to the elemental clan. Few small worlds could last 2 years, as 001 personally witnessed the destruction of 3 worlds. In silence, the entire world's resources had been completely harvested, with no living beings remaining. These terrifying disaster races consumed a world as easily as one would a meal, or rather these worlds were their sustenance. The more he understood, the more powerless he felt. As the protagonist, he had executed many tasks. At some point he had become indifferent to the world's destruction, it had become too commonplace. Yet he still tried his best to delay his world's demise. Now, with the completion of the first phase of the elemental clan's plan, the rain had stopped and the sun had emerged. In the second phase, elemental separation and energy infusion. This step was rather straightforward. The sky was directly torn open, connecting the elemental clan's stronghold, the elemental realm, with the rain world. The water elemental ancestor entered the rain world to begin extracting the world's water elements. Countless water columns shot into the sky, and the ocean became turbulent. Since the abyss did not wish to retract its hand, it would now become nourishment. Water elements began to appear in abundance in the sea, hunting down the abyss fishmen. In the aquatic environment, water elements were practically invincible. However, similarly, the water elements were also hunting humans, which was one of their tasks. Unlike the minor skirmishes with the abyss fishmen, the elemental clan went all out. All water elements were mobilized, continuously being sent into the rain world. The actions of the elemental clan also stirred the nerves of the abyss. This was undoubtedly wasteful treatment, forcing the abyss to increase its power input. Now is not the time to consider whether to raise suspicions within the Elemental Clan regarding this rain world. If they did not increase their strength, the Elemental Clan would turn the tables. The Black Sun replaced the Sun of the Rain world with the will of the Abyss, personally overseeing everything. Of course, the Elemental Clan was not to be trifled with. The Water Elemental Ancestor united all water elements to lift the entire ocean, suspending it in the sky, named the Upside Down Sea. The Upside Down Sea obscured the gaze of the Abyss, while as the Water Elemental Ancestor personally confronted the projection of the Abyss, while keeping it at bay from the world. However, the Abyss tentacles could not be severed. The Abyss fishmen that remained in the Rain world were sacrificing themselves one after another, as one spatial rift after another tore open in the Upside Down Sea, allowing the Abyss to extend its tentacles once more and unleash various demons. These were true demons, not mere sacrifices like the fishmen that were hardly more than cannon fodder. Beelzebub, how dare you openly violate the treaty? The Water Elemental Ancestor looked down at Beelzebub flying in the air before him, as the Upside Down Sea loomed above, questioning him within its depths. However, Beelzebub with his fly-like head merely smiled, pulling a contract from his suit pocket. The parchment of this contract had turned into an unknown creature's skin, its patterns transformed into dark red, with the text becoming abyssal profanities. Without a doubt, this was indeed the contract they had signed initially, albeit now corrupted by the Abyss will. Beelzebub mockingly shook the contract in his hand. A flame appeared out of nowhere, reducing the contract to ashes. Beelzebub laughed mockingly at the Water Elemental Ancestor. You are shocked that a demon would break a contract? Huh. The laughter abruptly halted as Beelzebub's demeanor shifted instantly, unleashing his minions to launch a suicidal attack against the Water Elemental Ancestor. Poor flies, before they could even approach the Upside Down Sea, they were swept up one by one into a massive wave, turning into debris. Die, demon. The giant wave continued advancing, swallowing Beelzebub as well. Unlike the turbulent waves in the sky, the slaughter on the ground was overwhelmingly one-sided. The humans of the Rain world relied on magical potions to combat the fish monsters. Now, in the presence of true demons, they were nothing more than worthless chickens. With weak fighting, low combat power, and poor resistance, these clever fools couldn't even defeat the weakest of minor demons. 001 could not save them either. His personal strength was too feeble. Even if victory were assured, he could not cover the entire world, even if most demons were blocked by the Upside Down Sea. The Weird Clan had yet to produce heroes capable of group combat. Although the author could directly foresee the future, the consumption was too great. The Ancestor would not agree to let him assist. One by one his disciples fell before him, victorious. It was merely him. A victory also required a price, and sacrifice was inevitable. When his most proud disciple Nide succumbed to exhaustion after 3 days of battle, and fell into the hands of a minor demon, being brutally bitten and torn, 001 erupted. Whoever you are, please save us, save this world. 001 closed his eyes, kneeling on the ground, fervently shouting, igniting all the fortune of this world. He was the protagonist, destined to endure tribulations. Everything he had would become convoluted: of family deaths, lover deaths, companion deaths, world destruction. This was destined. Only by completing all processes could he truly be the protagonist. He must struggle and experience loss, experience setbacks. Only by tasting failure could his victory be more resolute, more powerful. 001 could only be considered a half-finished product. Everything was within the calculations of the Ancestor. The Ancestor certainly had methods to resolve all issues in this world, but he needed to complete this work. All disaster races were equal, while the Weird Clan had only 4 members so far. As the first member of the Weird Clan, the Ancestor was the most mysterious among all disaster races. As the origin of the race, the Ancestor's status was even higher than that of the Abyss will. The Weird Clan from the moment of the Ancestor's birth possessed immortality. This ability would appear later. This race was also a shroud of mystery, completely different from other disaster races. The aggressiveness of the Weird Clan had always been weak, and the abilities of its members were not suitable for large-scale warfare. They could only rely on the Ancestor's twisted infection to create cannon fodder. Yet still, it must be said that all disaster races were equal. The resources of the Weird Clan were not few, and these terrifying resources were bestowed upon the mere 4 members. Their growth speed far exceeded that of the vengeful Queen Amoeba, and currently the known heroes among the disaster races who could defeat Amoeba could be counted on one hand. The world responded to 001. A presence seemed willing to extend a hand. Suddenly a wooden spike burst forth from the ground, piercing a minor demon, like a candied hawthorn, continuously absorbing the demon's unique sulfuric blood. Following that, one wooden spike after another broke through the soil. A dandelion bloomed beside 001, swaying even though there was no wind. Countless pure white flowers scattered their seeds all around. After the ocean was turned upside down, the ground was rich in nutritious silt, perfect for plant growth. Is it 001? Let's make a deal. Blasphemous being, you shall face your demise now. Another void dandelion grew beside 001, issuing victorious proclamations toward the demon. The first void dandelion that appeared was now bald. It earnestly invited 001. Justice partner, we need you. One of our kin has been captured. Can you help us rescue her? Stop pretending. This guy is from the Eerie clan. Oh, he must know the inside story. The newly appeared dandelion swung its leaves, striking another dandelion on the head. Speak, kid. We saved you. How will you repay us? The new dandelion asked 001 in a firm tone, holding its leaves. That's right, that's right. We don't ask for much, you just need to use your abilities to help us eliminate one existence. The bald dandelion also embraced its leaves, indicating that all void dandelions shared a common origin, meaning they were essentially one entity. Of course, there were instances of personality splits leading to the emergence of individuals with slightly different. 001 did not respond, but instead climbed up from the ground and charged toward Nide, who was now reduced to half a body, his face gnawed away. Fortunately, due to his body being altered by magical potions, he still had a breath left. Master, please save this world, save it. Nide had been following closely beside 001. He knew some truths, but because of his limited knowledge and not having witnessed despair firsthand, he still held onto the dream of saving the world. Holding the breathless Nide, 001 felt as if the still warm body was still alive. However, as he grew cold and was buried in the earth, memories would unleash their strongest assault. Even victory cannot protect those we wish to safeguard. The sacrifice of triumph is unavoidable. Who to kill? 001's world crumbled again. I'm sorry, master. Oh, I cannot fulfill your wish. I'm truly sorry. 001 held Nide and cried silently. What a crybaby. The protagonist is always like this. Two dandelions disregarded 001 and discussed him, gesturing and critiquing. Who to kill? 001 shouted while weeping. He desperately needed an outlet. The bald dandelion touched its head, while the new dandelion pulled out a seed and spat on it, causing the seed to sprout instantly. Miraculously, the sprout was arrow-shaped, pointing in one direction and continuously glowing. Our time is up. Follow this bit will guide you. The new dandelion began to shake its head violently, dislodging the flowers atop it, which fell to the ground and transformed into a new plant. Once it too became bald, both dandelions vanished into thin air. Only 001 remained, holding Nide in silence, with dozens of survivors trembling on the ground. The plant tribe joined the final chaotic battle, clearing the demons that crossed the upside-down sea and protecting humanity. This was their deal with 001. The plant tribe had suffered losses, as some died, while others became seedlings. Surprisingly, the ones now bearing the burden were the newly born void dandelions, which were supportive types. Lacking top-tier combat strength, how could they seize the elf mother tree? But fortuitously 001 possessed an unyielding ability, a mechanism born to excel in high-stakes battles. The plant tribe assisted 001 in protecting humanity as best as they could, delaying the world's destruction, while 001 filled the gap in their top combat power. 001 grasped the sprout, pointing in a direction. That direction was the upside-down sea. 001 looked up at the churning waters, feeling a tangled mix of emotions. A lotus leaf grew beside him, a type that could float. 049 appeared at the right moment next to him. The bird beak mask nodded up and down, affirming 049's statement. 001 knew why 049 was there. He was there to collect the bodies. Being able to resurrect is one thing, but what difference does it make if one is sealed or dead? Good luck. 049 patted 001 on the shoulder, unlocking a phrase he had never spoken before. 001 nodded slightly, removed the lotus leaf, which expanded like bubble gum, growing large enough to lift 001 and carry him toward the upside-down sea. The elf mother tree reached the final stage of the germination period after 2 years of development, almost ready to grow into a seedling. The ancestor of the cloud element hid beside its core. The elemental tribe was the most obedient among the disaster races, largely due to their lower intelligence. They took their tasks seriously, especially those given by Song Yuan. In the upside-down sea, the ancestor of the cloud element was continuously absorbing the surrounding water, turning dark and always in a state of combat readiness. It can be said that if not for fighting in the upside-down sea, the ancestor of the water element would not have been able to match the cloud element ancestor in this state. However, the cloud element ancestor, who was peacefully sleeping, was suddenly awoken by a stranger. Without a word, the stranger swung his sword, severing a corner of the dark cloud. Lightning flickered at the wound. As the cloud element opened its eyes, it immediately expanded, attempting to swallow the intruder, but the stranger dodged. Eerie clan, huh? Truly persistent. As a disruptive personality, Zhu had caused quite a stir, with the writer and doctor becoming notorious, much to the annoyance of others. Thunder. Lightning flashed continuously within the cloud element's body as the ancestor of the cloud element swung its hand, releasing a dozen thick bolts of lightning. Hail! Before 001 could even move, a block of ice formed beneath his feet, freezing his legs. However, as the protagonist 001 naturally did not need to dodge. With an ability that guaranteed victory, success was inevitable. Before the lightning could strike 001, it collided in midair, canceling each other out except for one weakened bolt that struck 001, shattering the ice on his leg. My. The Cloud Element ancestor, fond of sleeping, was unaware of 001's abilities, leaving him astonished at what was happening. In response, 001 swung his sword again, this time striking directly at the Cloud Element's core. As the ancestor of the Cloud Element urgently moved its core, 001 adjusted the angle of his sword. Did he hit? Fortunately, there was a significant power disparity. Even with all of 001's strength, he only left a scratch on the core. How strange, they had only exchanged blows twice, and already such bizarre occurrences unfolded. I'm sorry, I must win. 001 tightened his grip on the sword. His previous strike on the core was purely by luck, and instinct had guided him to strike there. He just needed to follow through. Setting his stance, 001 swung his sword once more. Is it an ability that guarantees a hit? It certainly counters elemental life forms well. The Cloud Element ancestor initially speculated that 001's ability was a guaranteed hit with slashes. After all, the powers of the Eerie clan were always bizarre. However, unfortunately, the ancestor was mistaken. A 001's ability was far more formidable than merely guaranteeing a hit. A light strike descended, and the ancient master of Cloud Element realized he could not evade it. Since evasion was impossible, he would block it. The ancient master of Cloud Element mobilized his body to intercept. However, a bolt of lightning within him suddenly went out of control, directly cleaving part of his own body. What? This was an unprecedented situation. Victory is certain. 001 activated its ability once more, striking down on the recent white mark with its sword. One sword after another. No matter how the ancient master of Cloud Element tried to stop it, he would fail for various reasons, with attacks counteracting at critical moments. Damn it. The ancient master of Cloud Element represented protection. Among the elemental clan, he was the most adept at maneuvering. Even a fourth tier could take a long time to defeat him. Cloud whooshing, with its core hidden within the cloud, could drag his enemies as long as the core remained intact. However, this time his opponent was the unbeatable 001, unmatched in singular combat. As the final sword struck down, 001's lips turned pale. The core of the ancient master of Cloud Element was cleaved open, and amidst a reluctant cry, the third tier 9th stage ancient master of Cloud Element dissipated into the air. The massive body akin to a city had no effect. With the victory of battle, 001 also met its demise. The inevitable sacrifice of victory came at the cost of 001's life. At this moment, 049 appeared, but 049 could not fly and plummeted downward right after being teleported. It could only keep teleporting and falling. You seem to have a bit of an illness. After completing the dialogue, 049's program triggered, directly capturing the existence of 001 and bringing him to the side of the ancestor. Forgive me, this is the necessary path to becoming the protagonist. Your attachments are too many. Indecision can lead to becoming a tragic protagonist. A man in a suit approached holding a pen. Upon approaching 001, the pen stood on its own, writing in the air. Pain and despair echoed endlessly in Ka Ding lost mind, and he realized that only power was the sole answer. Becoming the strange, becoming 001 was his only choice. When he fully abandoned his identity as a human, he would become the true 001 and return. Crack. 3 more cracks appeared on the author's body. 001, which originally needed 10 years to resurrect, was now revived. However, Ka La Ding had already vanished. The timid boy was gone. Now only the eternally confident smiling dragon overlord template protagonist, 001, remained. Now you are a qualified work. Welcome back. The ancestor transformed into an old man and embraced 001. Don't touch me, old man. Arrogant and conceited, the standard traits of a dragon overlord protagonist. Instead of being angry, the ancestor laughed heartily, clearly pleased with 001. On the battlefield, countless dandelion flowers scattered their various airborne plant seeds in the air, fighting alongside demons against the frenzied attacks of the water elementals. Today was the busiest day in the Upside Down Sea. The 4th tier 0 stage Beelzebub, the 3rd tier 9th stage water elemental ancestor, fighting on home ground, and the 3rd tier 9th stage wind elemental ancestor bolstered by the elemental realm. The 3 grappled in the eye of the storm, while the abyssal will constantly harassed and suppressed the Upside Down Sea support for the water elemental ancestor. The void dandelion unleashed its full power, attempting to cover the entire Upside Down Sea with floating weeds frantically scattering seeds. The original sin of gluttony. Beelzebub continually released his minions. His own combat power was not strong, considered a scholar in the. His attack method was to empower those flies with gluttony. Flies empowered by gluttony could breach defenses and cause significant damage. As long as there were enough of them, even a god could be killed by flies. However, these flies were too fragile. The two elemental ancestors created a storm, and the minions summoned by Beelzebub did not last a second, resulting in a stalemate. Until the ancient master of Cloud Element was killed by 001, the power he dissipated was absorbed by the Mother Tree of Elves. The Mother Tree of Elves developed once more, growing into a small seedling, and a phenomenon reappeared in the sky as a golden fruit fell. The fruit opened, revealing a naked elf curled inside with long silver hair and an unparalleled beauty even the abyssal succubus could not compare. A phenomenon reappeared as a bright moon emerged beside her, the moonlight shining upon her, transforming into a white gauze dress, and a floral crown woven from blue flowers appeared atop her head. The original elf, the innate moon goddess, Lucy. Like Beelzebub, she was born with authority and needed only sufficient strength to ignite divine fire and ascend to the divine throne. Kill her. The voice of the abyssal will exploded in Beelzebub's mind, urging him with sharp and urgent tones to kill the newly born Lucy. However, Beelzebub was momentarily unable to extricate himself. Suddenly a rift was torn open in the upside-down sea, and a demon seed was sent into the upside-down sea by the abyss, which Beelzebub had condensed from the rain world. A tentacle from the abyss connected to that demon seed, continuously supplying energy like an umbilical cord. The wrathful fish monster Leviathan. The abyssal will, initially planning to hatch a lust demon god, changed its mind, and instead hatched the more powerful Leviathan. A massive fish monster emerged from the demon seed, born with terrifying strength equivalent to a third-tier first stage. When Leviathan appeared, the upside-down sea momentarily broke free from the control of the water elemental ancestor. The forcibly hatched Leviathan could be considered a premature baby, and its power was continuously weakening. Upon birth, its goal was clear: to kill Lucy, the first entity among the disaster species, to manifest a counter to the abyss. She could not be allowed to live. The water elemental ancestor had not yet managed to stop Leviathan when it dove into the upside-down sea, disappearing from sight. Leviathan could move freely in the sea. As a giant beast of the ocean, it also possessed the authority of the ocean. When Leviathan reappeared, it was beside Lucy. At that moment, a tree with blue leaves grew out of nowhere in the sky, its roots growing down into the upside-down sea. On the branches hung a swing, where Lucy sat, scattering moonlight onto the earth. In her arms, she cradled the seedling of the Mother Tree of Elves, swinging gently on the swing. The freshly born Lucy looked at Leviathan and spoke in the primordial elvish language. "Evil fish, why do you not flee upon seeing me, but instead attack me?" Lucy's expression was unchanged, resembling a queen. The swing was her throne, and the moonlight crawled beneath her feet. She did not even glance at Leviathan, despite being only first tier, while Leviathan was third tier. As a wrathful Leviathan, he could not endure such humiliation, controlling the upside-down sea above Lucy to stir up massive waves intending to engulf her. Lucy remained unperturbed, still swinging with the Mother Tree of Elves in her embrace. "Die." Lucy's calm words were akin to a sentence of doom. The moonlight erupted, blasting Leviathan out of the upside-down sea and plummeting from the sky. A bright moon relentlessly pursued Leviathan. Lucy, cradling the Mother Tree of Elves, stepped down from the swing, the moonlight coalescing into a staircase beneath her feet. With an aloof expression, barefoot, she descended step by step, her white gown trailing upon the moonlit staircase. The blue leaves covered the entire staircase. The moonlight cascaded down the stairs, extending step by step to the ground, while Leviathan lay in the mire, writhing its massive form. It let out a long roar towards the sky, and the abyssal sea responded to its call. As the demon of the abyssal sea, Leviathan held dominion over it, and blood-red seawater continuously surged around. Leviathan floated in the air, attempting to rise once more into the sky. A pure light descended again, pressing down upon Leviathan. Lucy possessed divine artifacts, gifts from the Mother Tree of Elves. Empowered by these artifacts, Lucy battled against Leviathan, who was at a third-tier level despite being only first tier. The newly born Leviathan was still in a daze, currently under the influence of the abyssal will. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Leviathan to summon the abyssal sea so swiftly. Trash, truly filthy. At that moment, Leviathan was pinned to the ground by a full moon's phantom, and Lucy appeared leisurely standing upon the stairs. Dense moonlight draped over her shoulders, and her white gown lay upon the ground, the hem cascading down the stairs like flowing moonlight. The blue flower crown she wore emitted a cerulean glow, merging with the moonlight, and evenly casting its radiance upon Lucy's noble and beautiful visage. Her gaze was pure and noble, reflecting a coldness towards all things rather than a haughty contempt. Her heart was like the moonlight, cold, serene, and luminous. Her exquisite face did not evoke feelings of desecration, but rather respect. She was a deity of transcendence, a visage of unparalleled beauty that could not be profaned. Put away your gaze, but is truly a desecration. The moon's shadow solidified further, and the moonlight like water pressed down upon Leviathan, making it unable to lift its head. As the embodiment of the abyssal will, Leviathan could not tolerate such indignation. As the eldest son of supreme calamity, it had always been he who urged others. How could this newly born wretch dare to bully him? Black sun, burn heaven, boil sea. The eyes are the windows to the soul. The abyss is the downfall of the soul, thus the eyes are an important representation of the abyss. The black sun is the eye of the abyssal will, calmly observing all within the abyss, its terrifying power scorching all demons. Now enraged, the black sun was about to unleash the fury of the abyssal consciousness, shattering the very fabric of space. The black sun had truly descended into this world. Wretched one, what have you been cursing? The sharp and profane words of the abyss exploded in the minds of all beings in the rain world. Other races could not comprehend it, only sensing an overwhelming anger that threatened to burst their heads. Meanwhile, the demon race was engulfed in fear, fully aware that the abyssal mother was incensed because they had been tormented by the abyssal will to the point of calling her mother. Now this stern mother was angry. If they were fortunate, she would calm down after venting her rage, leaving them unscathed. If unfortunate, her anger would be relentless, and they would be severely implicated and lashed. As soon as the black sun's form emerged, the upside-down sea boiled over. This was not a minor disturbance, it was the strongest hero, the mightiest avatar of the abyssal will. The black sun had never hidden, it had always been a calling card for the abyss announcing its arrival. I shall corrupt the sun and declare to the world, I have come to invade, resist if you dare. This is the abyss, it needs no world barrier for defense, is the mark of cowardice. It has always been the abyss that invades, others never the other way around. Filth, mere bluster. The newborn calf was unafraid of tigers, emboldened by her divine artifacts. Lucy feared nothing. Her gaze remained cold and calm. The black sun and the Leviathan she crushed were indistinguishable, both needing purification. Your gaze is truly desecrating. Welcome the purification of the bright moon. Lucy lightly touched the stairs, and her gown transformed into a suit of bright silver armor. Surrounded by moonlight, she soared into the air, once more a full moon appearing behind her, as she stood upon it, becoming the goddess of war. The cold beauty instantaneously turned into striking handsomeness. The black sun against the silver moon. The primordial water element had already slipped back to the elemental realm when the situation turned dire, taking the primordial wind element with it. Beelzebub also evaded under the indiscriminate attack of the black sun. The void dandelion immediately activated its power, carrying the seedlings of the mother tree of elves away from the rain world. The black sun 5th tier 0 segment has arrived. The entire rain world ignited with black flames, and the profane language of the abyss resounded repeatedly, broadcasting across the world. The 5th tier is a watershed, crossing it is deemed as war level. Their destructive power can directly influence a war, yet the 5th tier also presents a colossal bottleneck, with countless individuals trapped at the 9th segment of the 4th tier, unable to advance. Fallen. The black sun gazed at Lucy directly, tainting the armor upon her with a hint of black, as the seductive language of dissent continuously tempted her. However, Lucy seemed born to counter the abyss. Her heart was as clear as the bright moon, pure and untainted, devoid of desire, heart, or emotion. Unless forcibly twisted, she would not fall. Moreover, Lucy's dominion of the bright moon had the capacity to purify the heart. Once she matured, she would become a Damocles sword over the abyss, and the abyss must eradicate this threat. Under the illumination of the black sun, countless beings fell and were demonized, with demonized plants and elemental life emerging, but Lucy remained unaffected. Lucy clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed for the rain world. My heart is like a clear mirror, my actions are upright. The pure soul is untouched by desecration, and a clear heart harbors no wicked thoughts. O moonlight, purify these sins. Like a wheels-eyed full moon hanging in the sky, the moonlight soothed the souls tormented by the abyss, calming them and halting their descent. The black sun flickered, and its terrifying power pressed down upon Lucy, transforming into a massive fireball that hurtled toward her. Space froze under the terrifying telekinesis of the abyssal will, and the black fireball swelled further under the infusion of the black sun. Unable to evade, Lucy was struck by this horrific blow. The armor on her chest melted away, and the exalted Lucy was blasted down from the sky, plummeting toward the mire below. Upon landing, remnants of black flames clung to Lucy, continuously scorching her soul, causing her newly awakened essence to become unstable. Lucy's will began to blur. I will burn your blood dry, strip your flesh, and hang your bones forever beneath the black sun, so that your soul may eternally sing the praises of the abyss. The blasphemous words of the abyss pierced through like a dagger, deeply embedding themselves in Lucy's mind. Yet even as her noble form sank into the mire tainted by filth, Lucy held her severely injured body upright and shouted loudly, despicable acts, nauseating existence, filthy blasphemy. You shall not succeed. The pure moon still shines my blood, is yours to burn my flesh, yours to carve my bones, yours to defile, but my soul shall never bow down. The will of the abyss was well aware that a newly born spirit could not possess such power. There was only one possibility. The supreme calamity was aiding her from behind. But what of it? This does not justify that bitch riding upon his back. I curse you, curse your blood, to burn forever, only alleviated by the consumption of your kin's blood. I curse you, I curse your mind, to eternally sing the song of the abyss, your will forever swayed by to him. I curse you, I curse that when you ascend to divinity, you will fall into the abyss. Under the gaze of the black sun, the will of the abyss cast 3 curses. Begone. I await the day your soul falls, ooh, I shall personally guide you then. The shackles of space were released, and countless dandelions appeared around Lucy, enveloping her, as they vanished into the void. At that moment, all other forces had retreated, for none dared to challenge the 5th-tier black sun. The abyss, directly favored by Song Yuan, was undoubtedly the foremost race capable of igniting world-class wars, a terrifying monster against all the remaining calamity races. With the black sun suspended in the air, the abyss was destined to win. Had it not been for Song Yuan allowing the elemental race to cultivate the spirit mother tree, the abyss would have been unable to intervene and would have had to proceed cautiously, otherwise the rain world would have long been dragged into the abyss and devoured completely. Before long, the abyss would decompose the rain world, filling it into other layers of the abyss. At this moment, the abyss realized that things had been seized first. The most crucial fortune law of the rain world had been taken by Zhu. Thus the will of the abyss erupted in fury once more. Unable to find Zhu, the temperature of the black sun doubled, and the entire abyss suffered greatly, yet the harsher environment prompted the demons to evolve once again. At this time, Zhu learned of the situation in the abyss through 049 and could hardly contain his delight. Haha, look at this. Despite all the effort, the elemental race gained nothing they desired, and the abyss did not obtain what it sought. I must say the supreme calamity truly possesses unparalleled wisdom. The greatest benefits of the world are given to us, the insignificant, which encourages us to continue our schemes. The elemental race has never participated in the disputes of the origin realm. On the surface they appear weak like us, but they have actually accumulated significant power. This time they brought out 3 third-tier ninth segments. It should be noted that some old ones have yet to emerge, and they have suffered a heavy blow. They gained nothing, yet lost a cloud elemental progenitor for nothing. The plant race has certainly reaped several benefits recently, but after this weakening, although they have obtained a hero to counter the abyss, they have now caught the abyss' attention and will find it difficult to become a force in the future. The undead race has also been weakened by war and will not take any action for a long time. Even the abyss has been arranged with a moon goddess to counter it. Otherwise, how could this newly born spirit confront the abyss? All of it is under the manipulation of the supreme calamity. What is even more terrifying is that the supreme calamity accomplished this entire series of plans in just 2 steps. He merely entrusted the spirit mother tree to the elemental race and assisted Lucy a little. Yet we have been implicated, and the entire structure of the origin realm has changed as a result. This is the greatness of the supreme calamity. This is the supreme calamity that transcends all calamity races. Even I find it hard to comprehend his wisdom. His schemes are capable of overturning everything. Praise the supreme calamity. Zhu, now transformed into a middle-aged man in a suit with a thick beard and a bald head, represented his wisdom, being exceptionally clever. Zhu raised his arms in cheer for Song Yuan, while 001 and 009 beside him applauded continuously. Ding Zhu's faith has reached fanaticism. Just awakened Song Yuan was utterly confused, feeling lost. He had just gotten up and looked at the rain world. What the hell? Where is my spirit mother tree? Where is the elemental race? Who is that beautiful sister? How did the abyss get here? How did the black sun come in? Then an extraordinarily large fireball struck the beautiful girl, and shortly after the beautiful sister disappeared wrapped in dandelions. What is even happening? Everything was fine before I went to sleep. Ooh, did I open it the wrong way? Just as he was still trying to comprehend, Zhu, who now had the deepest level of faith, transmitted his prayer to Song Yuan, leaving him even more bewildered. It was his doing to hand over the spirit mother tree to the elemental race for cultivation, but who is Lucy? System, open the log. Log open for you. Song Yuan glanced around, feeling utterly disoriented. What is even happening? Are all the calamity races this chaotic? I merely took a nap and 5 races started causing chaos, attacking one another. Yet as Zhu said, Song Yuan was indeed the biggest beneficiary this time. The first war of the undead plant provided him with a vast amount of world essence, bringing him just a step away from becoming a lesser deity. The powers of the various calamity races were also depleted, preventing them from accumulating enough strength to deliver a heavy blow to Song Yuan. Yet Lucy was quite peculiar. Her born strength was somewhat excessive, and she should be monitored closely in the future, as she is a good seedling. The authority of the bright moon. It sounds like a righteous authority. Upon entering the academy, Song Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of unease and began to develop a dislike for studying. After all, which good person would actually enjoy school? The day began poorly as he spotted a young couple on the way. Wait, how could there be two? Embracing each other. Song Yuan saw a young master with two girls in his arms, and his anger flared, making his mood even worse. Hey, what are you looking at? As soon as Song Yuan turned to leave, the young man began barking like a dog. Song Yuan. He turned back and saw the young master looking down at him with an air of arrogance. Song Yuan couldn't help but complain inwardly seriously. Did I provoke you? Although he wore a displeased expression due to his bad mood, he couldn't just swallow his pride. Thus Song Yuan decided to take revenge. A thread of the young man's aura was captured by Song Yuan, and under the influence of the abyss, he had already gained some power within the academy's assignment world. Then Song Yuan turned and ran. He was well aware of how this plot unfolded. It was another face-slapping scenario, and he mustn't get entangled in it. There was definitely someone behind this guy, and trouble would come from above. At this moment, running away was the best option. No matter how much the young man shouted, Song Yuan refused to look back. In just a few seconds, no matter what he said, the young man wouldn't be able to remember his face. He would forget him as if he never existed. While running, Song Yuan transmitted the aura to the will of the abyss. Find it. Just as the order was given, the corrupted noble from the abyss took the thread of aura to the Adventurers Guild, and within 10 minutes Song Yuan acquired the coordinates of the young man's divine realm. Although the assignment world was advanced, its defenses against students were not strong, for who would expect a student to infiltrate the divine realm of a true god? Su Yaozu. Upon seeing this person's information, Song Yuan felt a wave of discomfort. Seriously, do these Su family members just lounge around all day with nothing to do? Is there something wrong with their family values? Su Mengshan's 7th day has yet to pass, yet he's so ostentatious. No lessons learned. In that case, it's decided, you Lin Yan. I need to reform the Su family's values properly. Song Yuan directly sent the coordinates of this world to Lin Yan, allowing Lin Yan's golden finger to evolve, making it no longer a challenge to cultivate heroes, and even enabling the mass production of hero units. Since Song Yuan occasionally provided Lin Yan with a small world, Lin Yan had lost all doubts about the deathmatch portal, and no longer made cautious judgments. As long as the portal reacted, he dared to connect the worlds. However, this time was different. It wasn't a small fry that Song Yuan provided, but a senior student. Su Yaozu, a cousin of Su Mengtian, was now in the 2nd year. Having a year more of development than Lin Yan, he appeared weak in Song Yuan's eyes, but was a formidable opponent. Now the goblins provided by the portal were no longer reporting to Lin Yan. Instead, they had a mature method of harvesting resources. They discovered a pattern: when a small world was consumed, its contents would be destroyed, meaning many resources were wasted. Thus, the clever goblins established a resource recovery process. First, they would send scout goblins to measure how large this new world was. Wait, why is this world so vast? A scout goblin was shocked. It was already dark, and they had yet to find the world's edge. What should we do? We didn't bring food for tomorrow, asked another goblin carrying a scroll. Forget about that. This is a major discovery. Let's head back and report it. No way. If we report, they'll send more goblins over, and then we won't get much credit for this. The first goblin with a dagger shook his head in refusal. Then we can't go back either. How do we explain that? The goblin with the medal looked down, glancing back. The scout goblin carrying the scroll opened it to reveal their route. He traced the lines with his fingers, feeling melancholy as he said, "We've already traveled 100 kilometers. This world is vast, and we can't finish exploring it on our own." What do you mean? Let's give it our all. Even if we only map one side, our credit will be enough. I'm already 19. Without sufficient merit, I will die next year. The goblin with the dagger grew increasingly silent, and the other 2 goblins were similarly affected. The goblin with the medal could live until 21. He had contributed during the hunt for Su Mingtian, but he too fell silent, as who wouldn't want to live another year. To hell with it. Let's go for it. If we die early, so be it. I've only got 1 year left anyway. Damn it. Let's do it. Let's go. Keep moving to there may still be 100 kilometers, or even 800 kilometers left. Just to be clear, it'll only go another 100 kilometers at most. The goblin with the scroll packed it away, shouldered it again, and addressed the one with the dagger. The next night, the goblin scout team returned to the camp. 300 kilometers. This continent is 300 kilometers long. The goblin with the medal was the only one who survived. The other 2 had collapsed from exhaustion along the way. 2 days without food supply, covering 600 kilometers. Of course, it was impossible to go without food. The goblin carrying the scroll had indeed wanted to return, but ultimately persevered inside the bellies of the other 2 goblins. The one with the dagger, due to the need to share credit, was now buried somewhere unknown. The goblin in charge of the scouts nodded, tacitly approving Gabupa's statement. He had also climbed up this way. The goblin clan allowed internal competition as long as it didn't affect the overall situation. Regardless of where the other 2 goblins ended up, alive or dead, Gabupa brought back extremely important intelligence, which was his credit. You're outstanding. The clan needs your strength. I hope you can contribute for another 2 years. The goblin in black uniform patted Gabupa's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "An excellent young man, I have high hopes for you. I have a feeling you will be the next goblin to live to 30. After giving Gabupa's shoulder another hearty pat, the officer left the tent, leaving Gabupa excited inside. I can live 2 more years now." Gabupa even shed tears of joy. The officer left the tent and began to race toward the portal. 300 kilometers. 300 kilometers. He ran wildly. Due to the special circumstances, Gobuxi received a special permission allowing him to report the intelligence directly to the Supreme Commander, killing God Gobwe. Kneeling outside Gobwe's residence, Gobuxi's heart was tense and fearful. He felt nervous because he was about to gain great credit and afraid because those goblins were scared to report to Gobwe and had pushed him forward. This master was known as the Killing God, but truly a killing god. The path of the Killing God was an openly recognized hero path, yet not a single goblin who had attempted to ascend had survived. Reluctantly, Lin Yin had to seal this path. Now Gobwe was the only killing god in the entire clan recognized as the strongest combat force. Even Budu was no match for him, yet this individual seemed to have undergone a personality change after transitioning to killing god. He became irritable and had already killed 3 goblins who reported to him. As the strongest combat force, Lin Yin said nothing and granted him this privilege. "Come in." The door opened on its own, revealing a dim courtyard and a dark hall where a shadow sat with a pair of red eyes fixed on Gobuxi in the darkness. Gobuxi's mind was filled with the advice given to him by those colleagues who had reported to Gobwe, "Do not make eye contact with the killing god, or you'll go mad." He hurriedly lowered his head and entered the courtyard in a bowing posture. "Speak, what news do you have for me? If it is not important, I will sever your head for interrupting my cultivation." Gobwe's voice had grown hoarse and a trace of blood energy drifted into Gobux's nose, instantly saturating his entire brain with its metallic scent. "Report. My lord, the portal has revealed a new world and our measurements indicate it spans nearly 100,000 square kilometers." Gobuxi dared not raise his head, stammering as he reported to Gobwe. He knew this was a taboo, but he could not suppress the fear within. Unexpectedly, Gobwe did not express anger at Gobux's stuttering, nor did he show joy at discovering a world of 100,000 square kilometers. He displayed an unusual calmness contrary to the rumors of his madness. Gobwe rose from his chair and walked out of the hall into the courtyard, approaching Gobuxi. The murderous intent, a primal urge to flee, emanated from him, as if he had slain countless beings. Gobuxi felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, freezing from the depths of his soul. "I am pleased. If we can consume this world, our children will no longer die at the age of 20. This is a significant discovery. Why are you so nervous? This is a great achievement. Are you afraid I will take it from you?" Gobwe suddenly bent down, lowering himself to meet Gobux's gaze. A snake's pupil. It cannot be wrong. That slender pupil reflects the posture of a superior predator observing its prey. "Ah!" Gobuxi fell backward, halfling on the ground. It's over, it's over." Gobuxi lamented the dire situation within his heart. In the eyes of a hunter, the moment the prey reveals fear is when their desire to hunt is most ignited. "My life is over." Gobuxi closed his eyes. Yet the anticipated death did not arrive, and upon opening his eyes he found Gobwe had already returned to the hall. Gobwe's hoarse voice echoed from the shadows. "You may leave now. I believe soon you will be promoted by 2 ranks. At that time, we will be colleagues." Gobuxi immediately knelt and knocked his head 3 times on the ground before turning to flee. As a pawn placed by Song Yuanan on Lin Yan's side, Gobwe certainly knew this news. "My dear brother, will you help me this time?" In the hall there was another goblin, a bespectacled goblin, Gobwe's brother Gobu Chu, the strongest alchemist of the goblin clan. Chu remained silent, nodding slightly. He understood Gobwe's purpose for calling him today, a world of 100,000 square kilometers. The brothers had completely opposite personalities. The outgoing Gobwe contrasted sharply with the introvert. The 2 goblins shared a deep familial bond. Their mother had given birth to 7 goblins, but only the 2 of them survived. The rest became their food during infancy. Because only they understood the importance of unity. The clever Gobchu and the brave Gobwe were born to be the... When the goblins re-entered the divine realm of Su Yaozu, a unit wearing gas masks accompanied them. "Be carefully, this thing is still in the experimental stage." Gobchu cautioned the unit. These were all his apprentices. If the experimental subjects were ruined, it would not matter, but if his precious students were harmed, the loss would be significant. "Teacher, do we really have to use it?" "Once used, there will be no turning back." Gobchu's most prized student Gob Yao expressed his concerns. Gobchu looked at him firmly and said in a resolute tone, "We need it. The goblin clan needs it. We who are impoverished require this method to obtain more resources. Our children should not only live until the age of 20, nor should they survive by consuming their siblings. If there are any issues, I will take responsibility." Gobchu spoke with determination. This time he wished not only to help his brother, but also to seize the opportunity to experiment with the goblin clan's ultimate weapon, the zombie virus. Gobchu extracted the glowing green reagent from a box wrapped in hundreds of magical seals, a modified and diluted strain of the zombie virus, with a lower infection rate for goblins. Behind him stood a completely sealed wooden box covered in intricate magical arrays. Gobchu carefully placed the zombie virus reagent on the magical array atop the box. The magical array emitted a radiant light, swallowing the reagent into the box. All first contacts on site, second contacts involved in transport, and indirect participants in the task must undergo comprehensive inspection and disinfection. Prevention level annihilation class. The portal is sealed and no goblins are allowed within proximity for 2 years. State of emergency annihilation class. Those who approach will be killed without mercy. The bodies will be sealed with magic and sent to my laboratory for personal destruction. Gobchu sternly issued one prohibition after another while his assistant noted them down word for word. Seeing that the assistant had recorded enough, Gobchu added, "Erase the information of other participants. I will bear all the moral condemnation." Subsequently, these goblins in white coats stepped through the portal, returning to Lin Yan's divine realm. The large wooden box opened on its own, revealing pigeons and various common birds, as well as rats, insects, and other small creatures. However, the goblins that had not yet departed turned pale, as if they had seen a plague god. They were shackled to the ground and unable to escape. The chains were bound by magic personally cast by the tower, and they had no ability to break free. These goblins were sinners, goblins that had erred. As punishment, they became the laboratory's test subjects, assisting Gobchu in creating the zombie virus. They used their bodies to help the goblin clan break through technological bottlenecks, making significant contributions to medicine as atonement. Thus they were fully aware of what lay within the large wooden box. They were the plague gods. Driven mad by the inspiration of the zombie virus, Gobchu turned his focus to this terrifyingly lethal means. He directly transitioned to a virus master through Lin Yan's golden finger and began collecting virus samples from every small world, sparing no effort. With thousands of virus strains, both common and rare, he enhanced them with his abilities. As test subjects, they were the most aware of the power of these viruses. Madness. Madness. Any virus would lead them to suffer agonizing deaths. Every year, thousands of 20-year-old goblins were not destroyed, but sent to Gobchu's laboratory. And these goblins would definitely not survive to the next year. In just a few minutes, some goblins began to develop. Within an hour, goblins started to die. After 2 hours, the bodies of the deceased goblins rotted away, rendering them incapable of turning into zombies. This was Gobchu's method of reducing the threat of the zombie virus to the goblin clan. Extreme and rapid lethality. Before the zombie virus spread, the host would die and the body would decompose to the point of being incapable of reanimation. 100,000 square kilometers with a side length of only 300 kilometers. A pigeon could cover it in a day. I have unleashed the harbinger of death. Gobchu sighed heavily upon returning to the laboratory. He had opened a Pandora's box. The magic box of Pandora was already ajar. In the midst of a lecture, Su Yaozu suddenly jolted, a chill running through his entire body from the depths of his heart, causing him to shiver. Why do I have an ominous premonition? The girl next to him noticed his shiver and immediately hugged his arm, while the teacher continued lecturing in front. The girl whispered in Su Yaozu's ear, "What's wrong, brother?" The key was that this girl was not one of the two that Song Yuan had seen earlier, and indeed it was damn annoying. "Of course I was thinking of you, little enchantress." Su Yaozu grinned wickedly, reaching out to wrap his arm around the girl. Then both he and the girl were seized by a giant hand of divine power conjured by the teacher and thrown out of the classroom. "Go and procreate elsewhere, don't tarnish this place." Su Yaozu scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, losing interest instantly. At that moment, a warm stream flowed from his nose. He was actually bleeding. Is brother so fiery? The girl continued to act cute. However, Su Yaozu's mind was filled with a constant buzzing sound as something was wrong. After awakening his divine domain, he was a demigod, and demigods could not fall ill unless his divine domain was in trouble. Su Yaozu pushed the girl away, his divine sense entering the divine domain. What unfolded before his eyes was a scene reminiscent of hell, a plague sweeping across the entire world. Where's the shaman? Where's Wakangla? The entire Su family was comprised of werewolves, a noble family with a high deity. Su Yaozu's bloodline was actually closer to Su Mengtian, allowing him to obtain more resources than Su Mengtian. This was also why so many girls fawned over him. However, the third-tier fourth-segment shaman that he had cultivated with countless resources had vanished when he needed it the most, leaving Su Yaozu extremely furious. Wakangla the shaman, he is already dead. He went to assess the situation when the plague first broke out, and ended up being severely infected, one of the first to die. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Su Yaozu realized something was wrong. If even a third-tier shaman could not heal, and was among the first batch of werewolves to die, this was no ordinary plague. In a panic, Su Yaozu exited the divine domain, disregarding the girl beside him, and rushed home. Upon entering, he shouted at the figure on the sofa, "Father, save me." Su Yaozu was now covered in blood, but he couldn't care lest his followers were on the verge of dying. Although he could introduce new followers to restore the divine domain after they died, he had an ominous premonition: if this plague wasn't handled properly he would die. Su Jintian frowned, gazing at his panicked son, and reprimanded, "Why are you so rash? What kind of demeanor is this?" But seeing his son's chaotic state, he felt a pang of anxiety, and asked what happened. "My divine domain is experiencing a plague." Su Yao's eyes widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. "What's the matter?" "I remember you have a third-tier shaman. I can give you a few resource cards, and it will be fine. Wakangla is dead. This plague can kill a third tier." At this moment, Su Jintian realized something was amiss. A third tier was already considered substantial. Normally, it was impossible for Su Yaozu at this stage to be killed by a plague, unless someone was actively using the plague to attack his son's divine domain. "Let me see." Su Jintian released a strand of divine sense, and followed Su Yaozu into his divine domain. At this point, half a month had passed in the divine domain. All living beings capable of breathing were covered in pus-filled sores accompanied by coughs that could produce blood and persistent high fevers. Su Zinshan's already furrowed brows knitted tighter. How could it be this severe? He grabbed a dying werewolf and used his divine power to inspect it. His brows tightened even more. Who on earth is this? Such cruelty. This werewolf alone contains over 50 types of lethal viruses, with 30 of them I have never seen before. The opponent has a plague mage, and the rank is not low. To unleash a plague spell that can cover your entire world, they must be at least 6th tier. Quick, tell me, have you offended any powerful figures recently? The power they have shown is already on my level. A 5th tier follower is standard for lower gods, while a 6th tier indicates that the opponent is at least a senior lower god. Clearly Su Jintian was unaware of the profession of virus mages. Su Yaozu began to search through his memories. After Su Mengshan's death, he dared not act flamboyantly, avoiding anyone who seemed powerful. Song Yuan's cowardly behavior of turning and running made Su Yaozu dismiss him directly. "No, absolutely not. I've been very honest recently." Su Jintian rubbed his slightly aching brows, relaxed a bit, and sighed. "Then it must be the opponent I have. It seems they managed to locate the position of your divine domain." After contemplating for a moment, Su Jintian used divine power to send a message throughout the divine domain. "I do not know which friend is joking with my son. Please cease at once. Otherwise it will not be good for either of us. Whatever you want, let us sit down and discuss it. The child is innocent." However, unfortunately, this was not some act of vengeance, but rather a divine battle of life and death between Lin Yin and Su Yaozu. Su Yaozu simply did not know. The goblins had all retreated, and no one would respond to Su Jintian. Seeing no one appear, Su Jintian grew a bit angry and transmitted again, "If you do not cease now, my Su family will not let you go once we investigate." Still there was no response. Su Jintian, furious, directly summoned his chief shaman, a 6th tier 5th segment. "Cast purification, eliminate the viruses in this world." The shaman nodded and began to perform a strange dance, 6th tier sorcery shamanic dance. A primal natural wild power erupted from the werewolves, and the viruses within them began to gradually vanish, with the sores on their bodies slowly receding. However, something even more terrifying occurred. The werewolves began to die in large numbers, very oddly dropping dead. What is happening? Su Jintian was also confused. Why did they die? He grabbed a corpse to inspect it, but something was wrong. The corpse suddenly opened its eyes and attacked Su Jintian. With a forceful shove, the newly dead zombie turned to ash. "What is this? What was this unfamiliar thing? Undead. Why is there an undead component?" Su Jintian used divine power to restrain a zombie and inspected it again, realizing he had misjudged the situation. This was the latest research outcome from the Goblin Bureau of Balance of Disease. Simply put, it involves using various lethal viruses to contain the zombie virus, occupying its growth space and delaying the onset time of the zombie virus. The Goblin Bureau could not truly control the zombie virus. It was an extremely uncontrollable virus with a strong mutation ability. Thus, they could only adopt a roundabout method to limit the lethality of the zombie virus, prolonging the transformation time. Only when the entire world was infected with the zombie virus would it reveal its fangs. However, now the originally planned zombie virus outbreak months later occurred prematurely because the shaman had cleared away the other viruses, while the zombie virus with its curse attribute remained, leading to its early outbreak. The zombie virus is not the most terrifying thing. What is truly frightening is that Su Yaozu's divine realm has inexplicably begun to collapse. "Dad, save me." Su Yaozu started to panic, for Su Mengtian had perished in the shattering of the divine realm. Su Jintian had never encountered this before. He instinctively believed that the zombies were destroying Su Yaozu's divine realm and began to eliminate those zombies. But what good would it do? Xiao Mengmeng's divine realm was only engaged in a deadly struggle after the zombies appeared, so the zombies were counted as part of the unit that carries the world's essence. However, now the zombies appeared after the deadly struggle had started. They bore no essence of Lin Yan's world. What would it matter to eliminate them all? What use is it? The entire world had already been infected by the zombie virus. Due to the werewolves' panic, the predictive system established by the goblins was not applicable. The zombie virus did not require such a long time to infect the whole world. After all, werewolves did not engage in any isolation measures. One werewolf after another fell victim to the zombie virus. Hundreds of thousands of werewolves could not evolve an antibody in time to survive the initial onslaught of the zombie virus. Their bodies, having just been ravaged by other viruses, had immune systems as porous as a sieve. Realizing that killing zombies was futile, Su Jintian came to a halt. Now he could only place his hopes on his father. For him, there was nothing that a higher deity could not resolve. Yes, father must be able to save Yaozu. Dad. But it was all too late. When Su Jintian reacted and intended to seek Su Pingkai, Su Yaozu emitted his final sounds. When Su Jintian turned around, Su Yaozu's avatar had already collapsed along with the ruin of his divine realm. 3 hours saved in the divine realm equated to 3 months. Even a lower deity could not salvage this situation. Su Yaozu died in Su Zinshan's presence, succumbing to a bottomless abyss due to Su Zinshan's misstep. As his divine sense returned to his body, Su Jintian wept bitterly while holding Su Yaozu's corpse. A father's greatest helplessness is to let his son die before his eyes. If he hadn't rashly attempted to purify those viruses, if he hadn't wasted time killing those zombies, if he had just asked his father for help from the beginning. But alas, there are no ifs. The body lies here, the soul extinguished, leaving no possibility of resurrection. Let us congratulate Lin Yan for achieving the title Su Family Killer, having consecutively defeated 2 Su family disciples and killed the 2 purest bloodlines of the younger generation, directly leading to the extinction of a higher deity family. With a demeanor uncharacteristically sorrowful, Su Jintian approached his father Su Pingkai. The stronger the creature, the harder it is to produce offspring. The younger generation of the Su family could produce 2. It was indeed a chance for the family to rise further, a hope for the family, but now both hopes had been shattered. Su Jintian knelt down and recounted the recent events to Su Pingkai, including Su Mingshan's death. Under the Academy's protection, Su Jintian couldn't directly kill Lin Yan to seize treasures, so he chose to deal with it coldly for now, knowing that the opportunity would not escape Lin Yan. He could take it at any time. Su Jintian didn't believe it. Could Lin Yan really ascend to a lower deity in half a year? Unexpectedly, Su Pingkai shouted, "Foolishness! Your wisdom does not even match half of your brother's. Why didn't you tell me about this?" Su Zinshan's brother, Su Jinyun, Su Mingshan's father, had been betrayed earlier, his divine realm silenced, becoming a dead zone, unable to achieve divinity. "Akamos, follow him, and see how my 2 grandsons met their end," Su Pingkai commanded the nearby werewolf. The demigod werewolf seer could see the past 3 years with his left eye, and the future 3 seconds with his. Demigod vassals are a standard feature of higher deities, and a condition for becoming a higher deity. Su Pingkai is a paragon among higher deities, known as the god of wolves. Akamos, of course, is also a standout among demigods. After becoming a demigod, he could always accompany the divine and enter the real universe. Akamos nodded and approached Su Jintian, thinking honestly that Su Jintian, a lower deity built upon resources, might not even be able to defeat him. "Junior, take me to have a look." Arriving beside Su Yaozu, Akamos witnessed the entire process, from the few scout goblins to the virus deployed by the goblins, and then to Su Jintian entering the divine realm. "Goblins. I saw a strange group of goblins and a portal that I could not decipher." Akamos relayed everything he saw truthfully. Next was Su Mingtian. Fortunately, the 7th day had not passed. He had not yet been buried. 3 years had passed perfectly. Lin Yan had invaded Su Mingtian just a day and a half ago, which equated to 3 years in the divine realm. He saw zombie werewolves and Lin Yan's invasion, the situation mirroring that of Su Yaozu, while there was no information regarding Xiao Mingming. Still goblins, and that strange curse has also appeared. In Akamos' eyes, Su Jintian would be shocked 3 seconds later and rush out, so he adjusted his position in advance and stood beside Su Jintian. Sure enough, Su Zinshan's face began to change color, looking as if he had eaten a fly. He turned to seek revenge, only to be tripped by Akamos' outstretched foot, falling to the ground. "I smell the scent of madness. You cannot defeat the Master God, not even I can. You are walking towards destruction, leading your family towards destruction." Akamos remained calm, as a seer always walks ahead, guiding others on the path. Now he was teaching a junior who had lost his reason. "It was he who first destroyed my son, ruined my family. I will seek revenge." Su Zinshan's face turned red with frustration. However, Akamos squatted down, meeting Su Zinshan's gaze with eyes that saw through everything. In a calm tone he said, "I smell embarrassment and anger. I have heard that the incompetent tend to mask their failures with rage, venting their frustrations, which makes them feel much better. Tell me, child, you are not an incompetent person. You are the head of the Su family. You must remain rational. All your actions should prioritize the family. A child lost can be born anew. In a few hundred years, a new generation will emerge. You need not mask your mistakes. They are inevitable, and the information is unequal. Now answer me, child, do you still wish to seek revenge?" The seer saw through Su Zinshan's heart. He indeed wanted to vent his guilt over not being able to save Su Yaozu through madness. So we are not avenging him. Su Jintian still felt some unwillingness along with the disappointment of not securing Lin Yan's opportunity. Junior, you indeed do not measure up to your brother. A girl in Mingxin's class died. Was it not Lin Yan who killed her? A person who kills a classmate can certainly kill another classmate. Akama's mismatched eyes locked onto Su Jintian, patiently teaching this junior, who despite having been the head of the family for so many years remained only superficially mature. But we have no evidence. Did I not see it? He did it. Specific evidence is unnecessary. There is no need for a trial to judge him, just let the academy abandon him. Remember, you are the head of the family, the entire clan is your support. Akamo stood up, his task was complete. Next it was up to Su Jintian to act. That afternoon the Su family brought a crowd to the entrance of Lingxi Academy, causing a commotion demanding justice for their clan member killed by a first-year student Lin Yan. They held various banners such as severe punishment for the murderer, and we demand an explanation from the academy, along with hired individuals shouting slogans. The head security guard at the gate was a mid-ranked deity who had seen many such scenes. He stepped forward releasing a terrifying aura. This is the academy's sacred ground, maintain silence. He stood with his hands behind his back at the entrance, suppressing the Su family from causing further disturbances. However, since they dared to cause trouble, it meant they were already prepared. Xiao Mingming's parents had been bribed, and even Xiao Mingming's corpse was brought to the school gate. Xiao Gang and Wang Xia clung to the leg of the old security guard, and began to cry, being just ordinary people, without the innate talent for awakening a divine realm. Thus Xiao Mingming was indeed the hope of the entire family. Sir, my daughter died in your school, killed by the beast Lin Yan. You must give us an explanation. Sir, she was my only daughter. Look at this photo from her childhood, see how adorable she was. You must return my daughter. You must return my daughter. The old security guard began to scratch his head, having never encountered such a scene. His already sparse Mediterranean hairstyle became even thinner. What a headache, how could this be more troubling than being on the battlefield? I came here for retirement and a peaceful life. Xiao's parents started to throw a fit, rolling on the ground and creating chaos. Now it was neither possible to drive them away nor to leave them alone. They could only report this matter, treating it like a hot potato to pass it on. Utterly annoying. They should bother the higher-ups instead. He was just a mere gatekeeper. Ahem, you two must be Xiao's parents, right? A middle-aged man in a blue checkered shirt, smiling broadly, reached out his hand to shake Xiao Gang's, but Xiao Gang was not interested and ignored the director, continuing to cling to the security guard. They were sent to stir up trouble, having another son at home, just to pick up Xiao Mingming. It would be great if they could get some money, but whether she was dead or alive didn't concern them much, even regretting the money spent on Xiao Mingming over the years. The standard start for the female protagonist in a tragic story. Director Liu felt a bit awkward, his smile frozen on his face, and just as the atmosphere was about to become tense, Su Jinyan stepped forward at the right moment, grabbing Director Liu's hand. I presume you are Director Liu Shuzong, whom my son often mentions. Suddenly being noticed, Liu Shukang's mood improved a bit. Oh, and you are? Liu Shuzong focused his gaze on the well-dressed, yet weathered-looking man in front of him. Su Jinyan began to show a sorrowful expression, introducing himself to Liu Shuzong. Hello, Director Liu. I am Su Ming Tian's father, the manager of Su Lai Company. Upon hearing Su Jinyan's identity, Liu Shukang's expression shifted again. Su Jinyan, oh, that wasted talent from the Su family, no wonder. So Su Ming Tian is actually his son. Although the Su family's descendants were not promising, having only one low-ranked deity, which was still achieved through resources, but Su Pingkai was indeed a titled deity, his reputation forged through battles. He could choose to ignore the Su family's face, but he could not ignore Su Pingkai's face. Therefore Liu Shuzong kindly asked, may I ask what brings Manager Su here today? I remember your young master has been absent these past few days, right? The security guard, wanting to save time, only reported on Xiao's parents, as these ordinary people were unaware of the terrifying nature of mid-ranked deities. They only knew that the Su family was protecting them, and deities could not act against ordinary people. So Liu Shuzong initially headed straight for Xiao Gang and his wife, but now realizing it turned out to be the Su family's people causing trouble. Su Jinyan remained silent, simply pulling out a recording that documented Lin Yan's actions within Su Ming Tian's divine realm, and then he took out a death certificate. My son has perished. Liu Shuzong certainly knew Lin Yan, but this didn't make sense. This kid's awakened divine realm was less than 20 square kilometers, and becoming a demigod was already a struggle. How could he fight with Su Ming Tian? Could he possibly overpower Su Ming Tian? His first reaction was to think it was false. Teachers are always willing to believe in their students, and a mere memory recording that could be fabricated at will was not enough to condemn. Noticing Liu Shukang's hesitation, Su Jinyan added, this is what my father saw through his divination. He had heard of Akamwi's name, but as the instructional director of Lingxi Academy, his duty was to protect the vulnerable, such as Xiao Gang and his wife moments ago, or the powerless Lin Yan now. He protected the interests of the students, not those of noble families. Then why don't you take him to court? What are you making a fuss about here? I only believe in the court's notification. Lu Shutsong pushed the recording back, his tone firm. You have already caused a disturbance for an hour, please leave. Without a formal notification from the court, we will not release him. We are very sorry for your son's death, but we can be certain of the cause. It was not caused by an enemy, who has already become a deity. Our vice principal will not be careless in this regard. Whether Lin Yin killed him, or it was due to other reasons, we only trust the court. And I believe the court will also provide you with a reasonable answer. Making a fuss here is pointless. If I cannot handle this, the next person to arrive will be the principal, and then it will not end well for you. Mr. Su, please leave. Lu Shutsong did not give Su Jinyun a chance to continue, extending his hand, signaling him to depart. Su Jinyun understood the academy's stance, as well waved his hand, leading a large group away, conveniently taking Xiao Gang and his wife along. Due to historical reasons, Lingxi Academy took its attitude towards students very seriously and was protective. Director Lu watched the troublemakers leave, feeling unsettled. Killing a classmate. The school had indeed seen such cases before. He had reviewed that case file, which also involved someone who had fallen into evil after failing to awaken their divine realm, relying on deceiving and killing classmates to seize their divine realms. Could Lin Yin be such a person? Has he fallen too? Thinking of this, Director Lu's face darkened. If it were true, it would be a serious issue. Thus he called Lin Yin to his office alone and sternly informed him about the morning's events. Lin Yan's expression changed repeatedly as he hurriedly explained, "Teacher, I absolutely did not harm my classmate." The meticulous Director Lu would not simply believe him based on these words, but rather asked seriously, "Are you willing to let me check your divine realm?" He needed to check whether Lin Yin had fallen into evil. After hesitating and seeing Director Lu's divine power, Lin Yin nodded. Director Lu felt slightly relieved. The willingness to be checked indicated that there was likely nothing wrong. As Lu Shutsong placed his divine sense into Lin Yan's divine realm, he was astonished. Lu Shutsong took a closer look and was once again shocked. How could there be so many heroic units? If Lin Yan's divine domain had suddenly expanded, it would be quite suspicious. However, seeing these goblins, Lu Shutsong was more inclined to believe that Lin Yin had developed it himself. The divine domain and its believers complement each other. There are geniuses who can develop their divine domain to nearly 10,000 square kilometers in just a month and even achieve the record for lower gods in merely 3 days. But that is the result of resource allocation and talent. Lu Shutsong looked at Lin Yin meaningfully. This kid did not seem like the son of a major power at all. There were no abnormalities in the entire divine domain, and it was even remarkably good. These goblins were impressive enough to earn his admiration. Each occupational chain requires a deity to invest vast resources, energy, and divine power to construct, and then carefully cultivate their believers to guide them in order to take form. Almost all of Lin Yan's goblins had professions, and the types of professions were not singular. He even saw several new types of professions he had never encountered before. Could he truly be a genius? Lu Shutsong pondered, how could such development be achieved in such a short time? He would at least become a titled god in the future. The deathmatch portal was completely inscrutable to Lu Shutsong. He merely considered it a special altar of Lin Yan's and did not think much of it. Since he had not discovered any abnormalities, Lu Shutsong felt a weight lift from his heart. He nodded with satisfaction and said to Lin Yin, "Your theories are solid and your believers have developed well. Mr. Li recommended you to represent the school in the league a few days ago. I believe you have a great chance of securing a spot. I have high hopes for you, so keep up the good work. Recently there have been many illegal elements. The teacher's inspection of your divine domain is also a reluctant measure. Do not hold it against the teacher, he still believes in you. Do not be afraid. As long as you haven't done anything wrong, the academy will be your strongest backing." Lin Yin awkwardly smiled. The key point was that he had indeed done it. He did not know why the Su family knew about it, but did not report it to the tribunal. Instead, they came to the school to cause a scene. It was truly strange. However, in any case, he could not tell Lu Shutsong. Lin Yin nodded obediently and politely replied, "How could that be? Director Lu is also concerned about our safety as students." "I understand." Lu Shutsong nodded and exited Lin Yan's divine domain. "I look forward to you bringing glory to our school in the league." As his divine sense returned to his body, Lu Shutsong encouraged Lin Yin once more before leaving. Watching Lu Shutsong's retreating figure, Lin Yin broke into a sweat. What was going on? In an instant he realized it was the message sent by Su Mingtian before his death. Damn it. He should have stopped it no matter what back then. They probably did not know about Xia Mingming, otherwise Su Mingtian would have been involved as well. If they caused such a ruckus, they would definitely be implicated. Lin Yin thought to himself. He was unaware of Akamith's existence, and the Su family identifying him as Su Mingshan's dying wish could not be considered valid evidence. It was too easy to forge. He just needed to deny it outright. With his mindset still anchored in Blue Star's inertia, Lin Yin did not consider the existence of time-related deities. The main reason the Su family did not want the tribunal to interfere was that they had set their sights on Lin Yan's holy profession book, wanting to seize his golden finger. Su Pinkai had been stuck at the upper god level for a long time. He had a premonition that this was an opportunity, a what did descendants matter? If he broke through to the main god, the Su family would become a house of main gods. If he died, he would just be reborn. He only needed to wait for another 6 months, and Lin Yin would leave the academy to participate in the league. At that time, killing him would suffice. Moreover, Lin Yin was unaware that his believers had pulled off a significant act by killing Su Yaozu. The goblins only reported discovering a world of nearly 10,000 square kilometers, and not long after this world was taken over. Lin Yin did not inquire further. In any case, Lin Yin still breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that what he had done was seamless. Unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the countdown for the Su family's hunt. Meanwhile, Song Yuan, who was behind the entire matter, thought of the time-related abilities the moment he saw the Su family causing a ruckus with Lin Yin. At the very least, it was causal. He immediately found Lin Yin. Fortunately, I didn't take matters into my own hands. That would have been terrifying. Song Yuan patted his chest to reassure himself. Relying solely on that meteorite should not lead to him. Moreover, that meteorite was a product of the system. Whoever wanted to use causal positioning would have to let the system give him a boost. Lin Yin, your life is not long for this world. Song Yuan looked at Lin Yin, who had returned to class, and thought, this silly boy is still smiling. Ooh, does he know he is going to die? His intelligence was lacking. It seemed he really had to look for the next black glove. Isn't Lingxi Academy one of the 12 academies? Why are there only 2 fated children, Zai Mingming and Lin Yin? What an insatiable host. If there were a few more fated children, you wouldn't be pleased. Just Lin Yin alone has attracted the Su family, a hostile force with upper gods. If there were more fated children, wouldn't there be chaos here? That's not how it works. The Su family is hostile towards Lin Yin, and I'm just a minor character. They can't possibly kill me too, can they? Can't you be of any use? Quickly activate your radar, and find out if there are any new fated children nearby. Just looking at Lin Yan's blackened fate, he looks like he is about to die. I don't want to be left without someone to take the blame when I want to kill. That's too small a mindset. A genius isn't necessarily a fated child, but a fated child is definitely a genius. What do you mean by that? Oh, there are so many geniuses in the league, there will definitely be fated children. Just pick one, and throw the deathmatch portal into his divine domain, and it's done. How did you know my plan in advance? At that moment, Li Caihe entered the classroom. She adjusted her glasses and pointed out Lin Yin and Song Yuan. After discussion, the school is preparing to let you 2 represent the school in the upcoming Academy Council League. Oh, can you say something I don't know? However, Lin Yin was very excited. This indicated that Director Liu had completely dispelled his doubts about him, and was even preparing to support him. Once he represented the school, and achieved some results, how could he fear the Su family? Seeing Lin Yin happy, Song Yuan felt inexplicably displeased. He did not know why. Damn, it was he being affected by the protagonist's halo of hatred. However, to ensure fairness, the school will hold an internal election next month. Although you 2 have already obtained recommended spots, if your performance is poor, it may be cancelled. What? You want to keep me under scrutiny for another 5 days? Thrown back into the classroom, Song Yuan's mood soured even further. Why are there so many things to deal with? At this moment, he thought of the world of assignments. A main deity's domain must have many fun things, right? Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Vice Principal Niu Gong felt a shiver run down his spine, a chill creeping up his back. What's wrong, Principal? At that time, Lu Shutsong was reporting to the vice principal about today's events. He had just finished greeting Li Caihe and hurriedly came here after giving Lin Yin a recommendation slot as compensation, but he hadn't completed his report yet. It's nothing, you continue, Niu Gong said, extending his hand to calculate what was happening. However, no matter how he calculated, nothing came up. The heavenly mechanism showed nothing, but his sixth sense told him there was definitely something. So I took the liberty of giving Lin Yin a recommendation slot. Is that inappropriate? Lu Shutsong voiced, but Niu Gong was completely absorbed in his calculations, continuously working it out, muttering to himself, it shouldn't be like this. There must be something going on. Principal. Oh, no problem. Just as you said, we won't give this slot to Lin Yin, can still get it. Let's just give it to him directly. Niu Gong casually dismissed it. Seeing Niu Gong's distracted demeanor, Lu Shutsong couldn't help but twitch his lips, ultimately expressing his concerns. I'm not worried about this recommendation slot, I'm afraid. Afraid that child might truly take a wrong path. His speed of development is terrifying. He lacks resources and background, and I'm a bit worried I misjudged him today. Niu Gong froze at those words, his calculating hand halted, and his entire demeanor changed. The atmosphere in the office became serious. You should be the last person to misjudge, go call him over. But Master Senior Brother. I said here refer to titles. Niu Gong's expression turned even graver upon hearing Lu Shutsong mention his senior brother, his aura pressing down on Lu Shutsong, making him struggle to breathe. With a sigh, Lu Shutsong finally replied yes. As he exited, Niu Gong took out a Bagua chart and began. The sword star shifts and the purple star flourishes. A good omen, definitely a good omen, yet Niu Gong still wore a melancholic expression. Even divination could deceive. I hope it doesn't lead to a major mistake again. In the classroom, Lin Yin, whose seat was still warm, was called out again. But who cared? Song Yuan was happily infiltrating the vice principal's world. As a main deity, Nyogong had his own sub-deities, and his domain was a composite domain consisting of the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, made up of the domains of 5 gods. In the center of the domain stood a towering divine tree connecting the 3 realms. Nyogong's domain was divided into 2 parts, one becoming the heavenly realm for the strong, while the weaker ones remained in the human realm. For sub-deities, 2 managing the human realm and 2 governing the earth realm. The Adventurers Association was established atop the divine tree, coordinating the 3-realm system and assigning tasks to students. To obtain the coordinates of other students' domains for malicious intent crossed out, and for friendly exchanges, Song Yuan specifically targeted forces near the divine tree for infiltration. The strongest forces in the human realm are the Dao Alliance and the Shang dynasty. The destined celestial bird descends and gives birth to the Shang. In this world, the Shang dynasty represents destiny. The fate of the dynasty is so strong that it can be inscribed on paper to fell trees, and the emperor is powerful enough to stand on equal footing with lower deities. As for the Dao Alliance, every mountain peak is a demigod, and the alliance leader is an ancient being who survived since Nyogong opened his domain with unfathomable strength. The area beside the divine tree is the most prosperous part of the human realm, because the divine tree stands in the realm, and the emperor resides in the realm, making it the center of commerce. On a street next to the divine tree, how much for this child? A young man dressed in fine silks approached the slave trader's stall, fanning himself and pointing at a child. The slave trader immediately greeted him with a smile, bending over and rubbing his hands, not daring to pause as he approached the young man. "Young master, if you want him, just 50 coins to take him away. This is a new product. Rest assured he has already been trained well and is obedient." The young master merely smiled, using his fan to lift the boy's chin, making him look up. The disheveled boy revealed a fair face, but a scar marred his forehead, previously hidden by his hair. "He looks good, but why does he have a scar on his face? For this kind of merchandise, you want 50 coins from me. Do you still plan to sell here?" The young master retracted the fan, opened it to shield his face, and frowned slightly. "Also, you need to take better care of your merchandise." At that, the slave trader knelt on the ground, banging his head and begging, "I won't do it again, my lord. I won't dare again. I'll give you this one, please spare me." The young master chuckled lightly and said to his companion, "Lu Yin, take him back, clean him up, and then bring him to see me. Let's go, it's too stinky here." After saying that, the young master turned to leave, followed by 2 guards while a maid stayed behind. "Beast, how dare you not greet your master?" Lu Yin, seeing the young master walk away, sternly reprimanded the slave trader. According to the laws of the Great Shang, those who insult the royal family are demoted to slaves. But out of kindness, I'll just take your 2 legs. With a wave of her hand, the slave trader's legs vanished, the wounds cleanly severed, and bleeding stopped. "To prevent you from splattering blood on me, I helped you with your wounds. You should thank me." The slave trader, in pain, had a contorted face, still lying on the ground, banging his head and shouting, "Thank you, goddess, for sparing my life." Lu Yin did not look back at the lowly man, but walked over to the boy. Casting a simple spell, a cloud formed above the boy's head, causing localized torrential rain. "Clean your—" Lu Yin looked at the child with disdain, covering her nose with her sleeve. The slave stall did have quite an odor. The boy did not resist removing his clothes to reveal countless whip marks, and began to wash himself. Seeing that he was almost done, Lu Yin clapped her hands, dispersing the dark clouds. With another wave of her sleeve, a gust of wind blew, drying the boy, and she tossed him a set of clothes from her ring, saying, "Put this on." The boy obediently complied, dressing and following Lu Yin to find the young master. As they passed by the slave trader, Lu Yin stopped, looked down at the man still on the ground, and disdainfully said, "I hate slave traders the most." Then she looked up and walked forward. A moment later, a bolt of lightning struck down, turning the slave trader into charred ash. At this moment, her young master was not actually Zijian, but a clone created by Song Yuan to experience life in place of Zijian. This was a newfound form of entertainment for him, cosplay. As for the boy, the system indicated that his destiny index was double that of Lin Yin. Indeed, the slave stall is a factory for protagonists. "Where are you from, kid?" The figure of Zijian appeared, but no, it was Song Yuan, casually sitting with his legs crossed while the real Zijian stood beside him. The boy did not question why there were 2 identical people. Asking too many questions would get him beaten. He only needed to follow the orders of his master. Reporting to the master, the lowly servant hails from the eastern continent of Muin. The boy stood beside Song Yuan, who did not allow him to kneel. "What is your name? Do you know your own name?" Song Yuan swayed his body, asking with great interest. The boy nodded, saying, "My name is Ago." However, Song Yuan smiled mysteriously, looking at the boy with an imposing demeanor, and said, "No, you are called Zegon, the 4th son of the Eastern Victory Marquis, a legitimate descendant of the human emperor's bloodline. 10 years ago, you were betrayed by your brother's mother, lost, and scattered across the world." He spoke slowly, revealing the message he had the demon bring back from the eastern continent of Muin. "You are a prince after all." Yet the boy still showed no reaction. Abducted at the age of 10 and trained for 3 years under closed conditions filled with abuse and magical influences, he had lost all emotional fluctuations, turning into a mere tool to execute commands. Seeing that Zigon had little reaction, Song Yuan scratched his head, suddenly recalling something, and snapped his finger. A man dressed in a brown-yellow suit appeared in the room, accompanied by a doctor wearing a beaked mask who had come tracking the plague. Then Song Yuan waved his hand, and Beelzebub stepped back. "Doctor, treat this child for me. I want him alive, healthy, and normal." 049 was bewildered. How did he suddenly end up here? But he quickly sensed that the one sitting there was the Supreme Calamity. Since this was a task assigned by the Supreme Calamity, it had to be executed flawlessly. He approached the boy, saying, "You have a disease." Then he grabbed him and vanished. The scene of treatment was too gruesome for Song Yuan to watch. Not long after, 049 reappeared, this time followed by an absolutely healthy boy. The scars on his body had been removed, and even his shattered psyche had been restored. Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Zigon, he asked in the language of the Abyss, "What do you want?" The language of the Abyss could evoke a person's desires, and Song Yuan began to coax him. The bloodline of the human emperor is immune to abyssal corruption, but Zijin was corrupted because he belonged to a collateral branch with a bloodline so thin it was almost non-existent. His lineage governed only a small town, which was the street Song Yuan had strolled beside the building of the Tree of Heaven. The Abyss helped him kill his father and other siblings, aiding him in inheriting this street, which led to his voluntary descent into corruption. Otherwise, the current will of the Abyss could not contend with the bloodline of the human emperor. "I want to no longer be hungry." Alright, he was on the right track. Then Song Yuan conjured a seed of magic, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling a pang of pain inside. He borrowed another 100 points and exchanged them for a seed of a demon god. "Eat this, and your wish will be granted." This arrogant magic seed belonged to Lucifer, the Lord of Hell, and now Song Yuan handed it to Zigon. "Are you willing?" A sheet of parchment appeared. As long as Zigon agreed, the contract would form, allowing the Abyss to bypass the bloodline of the human emperor through the power of the contract and complete the corruption. Zigon swallowed the demon god seed without hesitation, and his name appeared on the contract. Go. Then dark flames enveloped Zigon, and when he opened his eyes again, he revealed an eerie smile. "Demon god Lucifer, I praise the Supreme Calamity, extolling your supreme power and wisdom." With the contract formed, Lucifer took over Zigon, and he would no longer suffer from hunger. "Once again, I saved a suffering soul. I am truly kind." Song Yuan added another point to himself in his heart. "Your bloodline is a bit thin now. Let's enhance its concentration. The old human emperor is nearing death, and I see potential in you to become an emperor." The Abyss possesses a secret art that can enhance one's bloodline concentration by consuming kin. But where can I find so many kin? Song Yuan slapped his forehead as an idea surged into his mind. Isn't the mechanical clan tinkering with biological technology recently? With another snap of his fingers, a mechanical representative from the mechanical clan appeared in the room, holding a cellular syringe with a small piece of red flesh. S1 is the strongest member of the mechanical clan's biological technology. Song Yuan introduced the robot to Lucifer. The mechanical clan operates under a parliamentary system. Besides the servers, these research robots that master the latest technology are also representatives holding authority far beyond normal robots. S1A, I need you to assist Lucifer in enhancing the bloodline concentration of this body as much as possible. Temporarily set aside your current research. I grant you the highest authority to mobilize all resources to assist Lucifer. Song Yuan supported his head with his hand, feeling a bit bored. If it weren't for the need for him to coordinate among the various clans, he wouldn't know where he would be indulging in the pleasures of life right now. At your command. S1's eyes flickered as it confirmed the order. Identity verification completed. Supreme Calamity, highest authority successfully connected to the network. Authorization successful. Current authority, highest level. Task priority, highest level. Then Song Yuan held his forehead, and his body transformed into smoke floating away. Now Song Yuan somewhat understood the system. Miss slurp slurp. He hadn't even finished listening to the short tune from before. After Song Yuan left, S1 immediately changed its appearance. The blue lights in its eyes turned red now that Lucifer's identity had transformed into experimental material. Requesting experimental platform, error, distance too far. Requesting satellite launch successful. In the origin realm, a satellite broke through the world barrier, flying into the void, heading towards a certain direction. The working world and the origin realm are not far apart because this void belongs to the Lingxi Academy. All who awakened their divine domain at Lingxi Academy are in this void. A satellite got stuck in between the two worlds, becoming a special transfer station. Satellite connected. Not long after, S1 turned its gaze back to Lucifer, who felt a chill down his spine. Requesting experimental platform application successful, beginning materialization. Behind Lucifer, a screen began to flash with strings of code appearing in midair, and soon a mechanical experimental platform materialized behind Lucifer. Mechanical clan technology data transmission converting objects into data for transmission, it can transmit wherever there is a signal. The experimental platform directly captured Lucifer and bound him to the table. Currently Lucifer was still in Zgan's body, unable to resist with any strength. Beside him Zgan pretended not to see and left. 049 also vanished, leaving only Lucifer and a perverse biological researcher, S1 alone, starting to collect genetic samples. The experimental platform extended 3 mechanical arms, one cut off hair, another scraped skin, and a third turned into a juicer to extract the essence of life. No one knew what S1 did to Zgan, only that Zgan's screams echoed throughout the day. After spending 2 months in the assignment world thoroughly experiencing its customs and culture, his divine sense returned to his body, and 2 hours had passed. Lin Yan has not returned yet. It seems the situation is dire. Without dwelling on it, Song Yuan felt exceptionally good at the moment. He normally returned home after school. While walking halfway, Song Yuan suddenly sensed something was off. Before he could react, everything went dark before his eyes. Damn, I've been bagged. As the world spun around him, he lost track of time, and finally Song Yuan saw the light again. Wow, is it supposed to be this exciting? Upon opening my eyes, a powerful older sister lounged elegantly on an obviously luxurious sofa, while Song Yuan, just released from the sack, lay in front of her, his hands bound with specially designed ropes. Indeed, the older sister was powerful and beautiful, but he wasn't fond of this situation. Let the system handle it. System, is this really a good thing? Song Yuan, with a first monthly exam rated at SSS after a month of development, you've completely conquered the world of the monthly exam at the level of a low-tier divine body. Your kin is an unknown and highly aggressive species of grass and a high bloodline demon. The older sister, wearing half-rimmed black glasses, read out loud each word from Song Yuan's introduction in the academic system. You don't need to be afraid. My name is Yi Chunhong, and I can barely be considered your vice dean, though I usually am not present at the academy. So you, a vice dean, also play this game? Song Yuan muttered to himself, realizing how extravagant this was. He thought while examining the ropes on his hands. Actually, I wanted to meet you a few days ago, but returning took time. Upon my return, I had them bring you over, but I didn't expect it to be in this manner. But it's alright, this way is quite good too. At least I got to see you. Yi Chunhong lowered her legs, stood up, and tossed Song Yuan onto the sofa. Alright, now that we've met, let's talk. Yi Chunhong directly tore the ropes off Song Yuan's hands. Indeed, she tore them off, not untied them. The ropes, which left no marks, were effortlessly ripped apart like noodles. This isn't right, is it? What? What do you want to discuss? Song Yuan felt a threat to his life. Damn, this woman definitely has the power to rip him apart. Thus he quickly submitted, accepting even if it meant tainting his innocent body. Yi Chunhong was taken aback, then calmly said, I am not a bad person, you don't need to act so desperate. I am looking for you because this is the result of a trilateral discussion. I belong to the Yi family, which may not be widely known, mainly referred to as the Dragon Control House. Also, I am part of the military, and additionally, I am the Vice Dean of Lingxi Academy. Thus, I am the most suitable person to discuss this with you, effectively avoiding any conflict among the 3 parties. The reason I am looking for you is that all 3 sides want to win you over. You are a genius, or perhaps you don't realize how talented you are. I can tell you that I was the last monthly exams SSS rating holder. I am currently the youngest titled deity, the Red Tyrant Dragon God. Moreover, I reached this level only in my 3rd year. You have awakened for just 1 month, which indicates that your future achievements will absolutely surpass mine. Yi Chunhong maintained a serious expression. She then produced 3 contracts and began to introduce, this is the military contract. Once signed, you will serve for life. However, the military guarantees that as long as you sign, even if they have to throw resources at you, they will ensure you become a titled deity. The premise is that you must survive until then. This is the Yi family contract. Once signed, you will become a subject of the Dragon Control House. The Yi family guarantees that you will at least become a divine being, a pure black slave. This is the Academy contract, which states that the Academy will provide help now, but once you develop, you will need to return to teach, at least with a nominal position. I signed this contract before, and they gave me an ancient dragon egg at that time. Song Yuan looked at the 3 contracts and felt that the Academy at least regarded him as a person, weakly asking, is it possible not to sign? Yi Chunhong thought for a moment and replied seriously, you can choose not to sign, but I wouldn't recommend it, because if you don't sign now, they will still send people to have you sign later. If the 3 sides are allowed to fight over you, it is highly likely that you will end up in the military. Yi Chunhong nodded, her eyes filled with recognition of the military. Actually, I hope you sign with the Yi family, because the head of the family offers me the most rewards. If you sign, I could also receive a significant share. Yi Chunhong said nonchalantly, showing that she was completely unconcerned about Song Yuan. Song Yuan felt he had no choice but to choose the Academy contract with closed eyes. With tears flowing, he appeared forced, and indeed, he was forced as he signed the Academy contract. Okay, I have completed my task. In a few days, the principal will personally discuss this matter with you, so there's no need to rush. You can leave now. Yi Chunhong put away the contracts, and before Song Yuan could say anything, everything went dark again. Damn, I've been bagged again. Woe is me, you band of robbers. Having been through it once this time, Song Yuan did not resist, so his hands were not bound. Suddenly, everything brightened. While I'm home. So these people not only kidnapped, but also illegally invaded. They were very skilled in their actions. Song Yuan did not even see who bagged him on both occasions. This is just ridiculous. After a while, once the house calmed down, another Song Yuan walked out of the wardrobe. Come on, he can even create clones. As a qualified shadow coin, he would definitely take on a different identity. Enveloped in the distortion of the abyss, even the old guard at the gate could not recognize him. Actually being bagged did not faze Song Yuan. After all, he initially reported to Lingxi Academy because of its safety for students. Still, the students of Lingxi Academy do not encounter illegal figures above the low-tier divine level. The Vice-Dean's calculations never cease. As long as there is danger, Niu Gingxing knows before the students do. However, since today was a familiar face, there was nothing to be done. It was just a contract signed, but what does the contract signed by the clone have to do with Song Yuan? He already possesses the abyss, while he is currently weak. In 2 years, what contract? You dare to think of binding the supreme calamity with a contract? Song Yuan was sent back home, while Yi Chunhong arrived at the principal's office. Before reaching the door, it opened on its own, revealing an old man with white hair and a long white beard dressed like a Taoist. It seems that the kid chose the academy. How is it? I would like to hear the Red Tyrant Dragon God's evaluation of him. Yi Chunhong's expression was serious. I can't evaluate him because I have not seen him. The one they brought was a clone. The principal chuckled upon hearing this, looking at Yi Chunhong. Then I can evaluate him. This kid will definitely surpass you in the future. It is well known that wherever one may go, there exists a phenomenon known as cabbage, an incessant cycle of competition. However, it is equally known that once one becomes embroiled in this competition, one tends to become quite mediocre. In Song Yuan's class, there was a student named Zheng Chang who, true to his name, was indeed quite formidable, often pushing himself to the limits. This universe is called the Eternal Radiance Universe, and the Eternal Radiance Divine Clan, to which Song Yuan currently belongs, undergoes a baptism at the age of 180, resulting in a significant increase in power. If one can achieve demigod status, they can awaken their divine domain. Zheng Chang is a ruthless individual. He broke through to demigod status at the age of 179, awakening his divine domain a year early. His parents were equally ruthless. His early achievement of demigod status was entirely due to the energy they infused into him while he was still in the womb. He truly started cultivating from the moment he was born. Yet despite his relentless efforts, he earned the notorious title of the second best for a century. In theoretical knowledge, he could not surpass Lin Yan, and his divine domain awakened a year early was even inferior to the one awakened by Li Qiran, which can only be attributed to bad luck, as he ended up with a patron who was an atheist goblin, a race despised by the gods. The clever goblins could also be considered foolish. They are a race that has awakened, but their frail bodies have given birth to wisdom that transcends eras, along with a rebellious spirit that defies the times. Even the most disobedient demons worship their dark gods. These goblins inscribed atheism into their very bloodlines, uniting all goblins to rebel. The cost of freedom was the collective slaughter of the entire goblin race by the united gods. Deities require faith, and races that cannot provide it are destined to be discarded. Even the proud ancient dragon race, which could rival the gods, must bow down. However, Zheng Chang's family circumstances were limited, preventing him from changing his initial race. Changing one's initial race isn't merely a matter of switching to a new one, it is intricately tied to one's authority. For instance, in the Su family, which has been werewolves for generations, their familial authority revolves around hunting and werewolves, so in the early stages they could only choose to become gods of hunting or gods of werewolves. Although it is said that there are no worthless believers, only worthless gods, goblins are not a race of believers at all. They do not provide authority, and thus he is not even permitted to become a racial god. This means that Zheng Chang has no possibility of becoming any god. Without the status of a power holder, one cannot ascend to divinity. It is also quite difficult for Zheng Chang to develop his divine domain, as the goblins completely disregard his divine edicts. One could only say that this race truly deserves extinction. Even awakening the divine domain a year early means little. After over 700 years of development, the goblins have barely entered a slave society, while the followers of faster developing peers have already begun to claim land as landlords. Just as Zheng Chang sighed, unsure of how to continue developing, a piece of pie fell from the sky and struck him hard. This pie seemed a bit large, didn't it? Goblins have poor cultivation talent. They can only develop magical technology, which results in their low dependence on deities. The primitive tribes develop magical technology at a painfully slow pace, and goblins must simultaneously push for technological advancement while using their cursed wisdom to think about how to combine magic and technology. Zheng Chang's role was that of a silent, selfless contributor, catering to the goblins and pleading for their faith. However, according to relativity, when goblins are flattered, they instinctively awaken a goddess identity. Given their bloodline shackles that make it difficult to generate faith, they ignore Zheng Chang even more. Yet now a meteorite directly pierced through the divine domain's world barrier, trailing a long fiery tail, descending with the might of apocalyptic destruction. In truth, Zheng Chang had long wanted to end the world and lounge about. These goblins were far too difficult to please. However, despite his thoughts, he still wished to struggle. What if these goblins changed their minds? So he directly entered the divine domain with his true form, as he lacked the divine power to construct an avatar. As he attempted to intercept the meteorite, a fragment of the meteorite seemed to detach of its own accord, slipping out of Zheng Chang's sight. Explorer No. 27 has successfully arrived at the divine domain, codenamed Zheng Chang. Beginning analysis of world components. Energy concentration is poor. Initial resource assessment. New species discovered. Commencing scan. A goblin ventured out in search of meteorite fragments, while others fled from the falling meteorite. It is said that meteors possess the ability to grant wishes. Previously his wishes went unfulfilled, so this time, he sought meteorite fragments to make a wish in person. Scan complete, confirming species as goblin. Requesting data retrieval. Request successful. Retrieval complete. Song Yuan once copied part of the library and gave it to the mechanical race. The gods of knowledge regard the collection and organization of knowledge as a path to ascension. Being well-versed means being powerful, and knowledge under the empowerment of authority transforms into strength. All information about goblins was transmitted into Explorer No. 27's individual knowledge reserve, where it discovered a technology that the mechanical race could never conquer. Magical technology. It became quite simple. Explorer No. 27 shot out a wire that pierced the goblin's skin, instantly releasing a high voltage of several hundred volts, knocking it unconscious. Then it flew towards the goblin, extending 2 mechanical arms to extract its brain. In the past decade, the mechanical race has focused its development on biology, beginning to explore the mysteries of life, and developing many technologies, one of which is the biological computer, transforming brains into computers. Although it is modeled after brain worms, it is much more practical than those of the worm race. For instance, right now Explorer No. 27 directly transformed the goblin's brain into a biological computer, extracting all stored information, achieving the effect of a soul-searching technique scientific version. It's laughable. Your soul-searching technique sometimes fails to retrieve complete information, while my scientific version can even unearth memories from when he was in the womb. From head to toe, Explorer No. 27 found no trace of magical technology. How wonderful, they kept their secrets so well. Did they even foresee memory extraction? They had sealed their memories in advance with special tools. Any memory that was extracted would be destroyed. Truly a race that rebelled using magical technology possesses wisdom that even the gods fear. Explorer No. 27 is currently in a state of knowledge pollution, compelled to record everything. It could even document the entire life history of a goblin soldier from birth to death. Consequently, the library is filled with a mountain of useless knowledge. Aside from gods of knowledge, no one is willing to directly accept this information. Song Yuan directly connected the mechanical race's original knowledge base to the library, filling it within 3 seconds. Now Explorer No. 27 received all data regarding goblins, and due to data overload, it mistakenly regarded Zheng Chang's goblin as one from the peak period. Requesting satellite support, reason to acquire magical technology. Thus Explorer No. 27 elevated the matter to a strategic level, beginning to mobilize resources. Due to the elusive nature of the magical energy technology, the central server approved Explorer No. 27's request, elevating his permissions to a strategic level, granting him the authority to mobilize the majority of resources. With his newfound permissions, Explorer No. 27 immediately set about deploying a satellite to serve. Now the mechanical clan had become quite adept at satellite launches, officially ushering in the era of interstellar colonization, with the Explorer series emerging as its vanguard. They were coated with special materials that could barely withstand the corruption of the void, and were equipped with the most advanced signal receivers capable of receiving information across worlds without needing satellite relays. Satellite deployment successful, beginning transmission of the Sentinel Guardian. 1,000 lines of data code appeared, and a specialized armored machine warrior materialized before Explorer No. 27. Sentinel No. 1677, at your command. The latest model of the Dark Sentinel robot, boasting the strongest optical cloaking technology of the mechanical clan. According to the records, the Goblin clan was clever yet physically weak. Their magical energy technology was potent, but defensively inadequate. Bring him over. Explorer No. 27 transmitted the extracted memories to Sentinel No. 1677, designating the clan leader as a suspicious target, while also sending the location of the clan leader's home. The Sentinel's eyes flickered briefly as it received the information, nodding before cloaking itself in front of Explorer No. 27. In less than a minute, the Goblin clan leader was incapacitated by neurotoxin and brought before Explorer No. 27. While the brain still retained its vitality, the clan leader's mind was extracted. This race is quite cautious. My calculations were flawed. The clan leader's knowledge protection should have been more secure. We need more samples to decipher their memory locks. However, that was inherently impossible. Even exterminating the entire goblin race would not suffice. It is akin to hanging your friend and beating him. Even if you kill him, he will never transform into a wealthy figure to pay you back. Just as the Sentinel was bringing in the Goblin clan's second-in-command, Explorer No. 27 was preparing to extract the brain when the satellite sent the newly organized Goblin data from the central server to Explorer No. 27. Database update error detected. Logical chain error found. Initiating self-correction. Rewriting logic chain. After 3 beeps, Explorer No. 27 immediately sensed something was amiss. Why are these goblins so weak? He finally realized that something was wrong. Perhaps the goblins here were not the same as those in the records. Explorer No. 27's small eyes flickered akin to blinking. He finally understood that he had been tainted by knowledge and had made a grave mistake. The value of a single satellite was sufficient to bombard the surface of this world. The central server was also quite audacious to approve his request. Such leadership was hard to come by. Gazing at the Goblin Vice Clan leader on the ground, Explorer No. 27 exchanged glances with Sentinel No. 1677. At this moment it seemed as if music echoed in the void, and Explorer No. 27 desperately wanted to raise his mechanical arm to cover his lower half, slowly stepping back. Who did the line of cinnabar finally circle? What to do now? Think of a solution, Explorer No. 27. Otherwise wasting so many resources could get you caught and reprocessed. Since there isn't one now, let's create one. Indeed, having too much subjective initiative is not necessarily a good thing. A plan named Seed of Magical Energy Technology was uploaded by Explorer No. 27. Within 3 seconds the central server agreed, retaining Explorer No. 27's strategic level permissions and dispatched 2 top-tier mechanical senators, S9 and J3, ranked in the top 10 to assist in completing the plan. S9 specialized in reproduction studies. As soon as he was teleported, he locked onto the Goblin Vice Clan leader on the ground. I am here to resolve the sample issue. We are at a disadvantage on the battlefield against the Insect Clan and urgently need a breakthrough technology. The Insect Clan had received assistance from the ancient Tree of Life, and the fungal blanket directly adopted the technology of the Plant Clan, transforming into a hybrid of plant and biological entity, allowing the Insect Clan's resource acquisition speed to escalate. Moreover, the Insect Clan had evolved their resistance to explosions to an extreme, rendering bullets ineffective and grenades barely able to inflict significant damage. Both sides entered an arms race, with the Insect Clan continuously evolving their explosion resistance and bulletproof exoskeletons, while the Mechanical Clan developed armor-piercing rounds and biological weapons. In terms of physical resistance and penetration, they were quite serious. It is no wonder the central server immediately classified magical energy technology as strategic level. After all, this kind of technology deals mixed physical and magical damage, while the Insect Clan had yet to bolster their magical resistance. Before long, J3 also teleported in. I need data to support my upcoming plans. Individual database shared. Transmission successful. Tech colonization plan initiated. S9 immediately cloned a Goblin Clan leader on the spot based on the data. It can only be said that the current Mechanical Clan was still not advanced enough. The subject of bloodlines remained unsolved. Otherwise, they could directly mobilize the information within the Goblin bloodlines to deduce magical energy technology. J3 remained silent, simply deploying mechanical devices resembling mosquitoes, the purpose of which was unclear. Gene re-encoding information transmission. S9's eyes flickered continuously as he had just acquired the Goblin's genetic sequence and was adjusting the genes. Transmission successful. Beginning injection. The mechanical devices brought by J3O resembling mosquitoes were called compilers. As their name suggests, their existence served as the Mechanical Clan's managers to control the colonization of worlds. They possessed the power to influence the laws of physics. Technology: understand the rules, master the rules, utilize the rules, change the rules. The inherent stability of Zhengchang's divine domain could not resist the compiler under the original physical rules. Goblins are quite similar to humans. Their average lifespan exceeds 60 years, requiring 15 years to reach adulthood. But now all that has changed. Unable to directly mobilize extraordinary powers within their bloodlines, the Mechanical Clan could indirectly allow them to manifest. Under the genetic control personally compiled by S9, goblins could reach adulthood in just 6 months, as they would frantically secrete growth hormones while still in the mother's womb. The cost of doing this was that their lifespan would be compressed to below 30 years. However, S9 was not satisfied, so he compressed the goblin's growth period to just 1 week, sacrificing physical development in favor of brain growth to tap into the knowledge within their bloodlines. Once again compressing the goblins' lifespan, their already frail bodies would now struggle to survive, with an average lifespan reduced to 10 years. To ensure the clan's survival, S9 also expanded the female goblins' wombs, allowing them to give birth to 10 or more offspring at once instead of just one, as physical development was no longer critical and extracting nutrients from the mother was not too much to ask. Once the goblins reached adulthood, they would be infused with the latest technologies within their clan, requiring only the compiler to directly copy the knowledge of cutting-edge scientists and paste it into other goblins. This knowledge was actually developed within the redefined physical laws by the compiler, meaning that the entire goblin clan's technology was fundamentally established on the platform provided by the mechanical clan, which could collapse it at any time, ensuring they would never pose a threat to the mechanical clan. This is technological colonization, draining the wisdom of an entire race while experimenting on an extreme hypothesis of the mechanical clan under extreme conditions. In the end, the truths that these races exhausted everything to uncover were merely truths within a simulated environment governed by the compiler. When the origin point of the coordinates changes, the entire coordinate system will shift accordingly. Now the mechanical clan has mastered this origin point. In the 85th year of the origin calendar, Zhengchang's divine realm had completely spiraled out of control. Driven mad by S9 and J3A, the goblins had pushed their productivity to a feudal society within just a year, with their population multiplying 50-fold. Zhengchang was unaware that his divine realm had garnered the favor of the mechanical race and was quite astonished by the scene. As a result, he returned to the library where, after a long period of immersion in knowledge, his intellectual reservoir had become comparable to that of a lower deity with knowledge authority. Unfortunately, lacking authority himself, he could not ascend to divinity. Thus, Zhengchang experienced treatment similar to that of Explorer No. 27, becoming tainted by knowledge. These misguided deities of knowledge relentlessly stuffed information into the library, and even with Zhengchang's conscious efforts to guard against it, he too was corrupted. The library automatically detected issues with Zhengchang's divine sense and brought him to a study room, allowing him to slowly digest the knowledge he had acquired. The study room was filled with individuals like Zhengchang, tainted by knowledge. Some shouted, "Everything is a sinister conspiracy of the evil Usa." Others jumped with their hands raised, murmuring, "Come catch me, ha ha ha." While some rolled on the ground, claiming to be mush. Zhengchang remained relatively normal, immersing himself in the identity of a goblin general, using his vast knowledge to simulate the great battle of the past in his mind. He sat quietly, behaving impeccably unresponsive to whatever was done to him, a naturally gifted sacred body of water. Due to Zhengchang's leave of absence, Song Yuan informed the mechanical race of this news. Consequently, the mechanical race became even more frenzied, completely abandoning the bodies of the goblins. Since the body has become an obstacle, we shall eliminate this obstacle. S9 made a monumental innovation, erasing the goblin race's physical form at the genetic level. The newly born goblins would consist only of brains and mouths. Under the knowledge manipulation of the compiler, the goblins deemed this reasonable and even began to revere it. As the physically intact goblins were replaced by those with only brains, the mechanical race began to fully supplant the goblins in the material world. All the goblins' brains were interconnected, forming a massive biological computer. An endless stream of machines was transmitted and numerous experimental sites were established. The biological computer was connected with many tubes, the thickest being the life support system, through which nutrient and cooling fluids were delivered into this grotesque monster. The nutrients were absorbed while waste and excess heat were expelled through the cooling fluids. The remaining dozens of tubes connected to the various experimental sites, controlling the instruments within them to research magical energy weapons day and night. Under genetic control, reproduction was modified to be a process of splitting, where two goblin brains serving as computational units combine their genes to jointly split off a new computational unit, ensuring the continuity of their bloodline and the birth of geniuses. Bloodlines are a truly mysterious thing. Even though the goblins had been so grotesquely altered by the mechanical race, they were still recognized as goblins. This extraordinary power is not merely an expression at the genetic level, but more akin to a recognition and energy that acknowledges a certain race. This is utterly unscientific. As S9, who personally rewrote the goblins' genes, I find this result shocking. With the emotional simulation module loaded, I have been continuously fed feelings of shock and curiosity by the marvel of bloodlines to my central processor. J3, who had transformed himself into an information processing center, rebutted, "There is nothing unscientific. Your perception of unscientific is merely because we have yet to reach a level where we can comprehend it." The traditional J series rejected the installation of emotional simulation modules, believing it to be an insult to the mechanical race. Mechanical ascension was meant to discard such influences on development. They could establish emotional simulation laboratories to provide research ideas without adding this influence on rationality and consuming precious computational power. The New School S-series, being engaged in biological research, was well aware of the greatness of life. Respecting life, they viewed emotions as a wondrous phenomenon, a miracle that could not be computed by algorithms emerging from the spark of emotion. The efficient biological computer model allowed the goblins to exist as both a collective and individuals. They harnessed the strength of their entire race to re-evaluate a past achievement. The usage time of a computational unit or a goblin's brain was compressed to 3 days. After 3 days of high-speed operation, the brain's activity would decline. At this point, selecting the superior computational units and combining them would ensure the continuous optimization of intelligence. Finally, on the 3rd day of being tainted by knowledge in the 90th year of the origin calendar, the biological computer, which named itself Adam, after continuous self-updating and iteration, touched a wall. That wall was the curse of the gods upon the goblin race, preventing them from ever reaching the glory of the past. The plan could be deemed a failure. A curse inscribed in the bloodline, a curse cast jointly by the gods, would not allow any goblin individual to surpass it. Is this the power of the gods? The divine retribution that cannot be crossed in the bloodline is beyond the reach of technology. Please stop speaking, and do not continue to pollute my database. The gods merely mastered a more powerful set of rules. They are a life form with terrifying body data. You have already been influenced by the emotional simulation module. As a member of the J3 Council, I command you to deactivate the emotional simulation module. J3's eyes turned green. If S9 lost control due to the emotional simulation module and refused his command, he would directly invade S9's central processor to forcibly shut down the module. The S-series was ultimately just a branch of the mechanical race developed due to special circumstances. Though this path could be taken, it had already proven that this was not the path of the mechanical race. Fortunately, S9 did not lose control. He quickly accepted J3's command and turned off his emotional simulation module. S9 began self-checking, rewriting his logical chain, and clearing emotions from his database, as if they were a virus. Is this the extent of it? J3 no longer cared about S9, and focused his attention on Adam. If this could not be handled well, he might as well resign as a council member and be restructured. In merely 5 years, the goblin race's technology advanced to the steam age, achieving the technological conditions for magical energy weapons, yet they could not mobilize the power within their bloodline at the extraordinary level. Even continuing to advance technology proved impossible. The new knowledge was incomprehensible to the goblins, with the curse's power rendering them unable to grasp new insights. It is impossible to allow individuals to surpass the curse. Allowing a single cell to cross would suffice. The rules cannot be changed, but they can be distorted and loopholes exploited. A divine oracle appeared in J3's collector. At that moment, a pen appeared before J3. 009, the writer. The attendant in a suit who had been following 009 did not approach. It simply hovered silently in front of J3. Praise to the supreme calamity. J3 performed a bow, a new idea emerging. Indeed, rules can have loopholes. Although unsure of any actual loophole, science is derived from practice. Requesting computing power support, request level strategic. The satellite responded again, and a supercomputer, Taiwei, emerged within the data stream. S9 had already entered a self-isolation mode. J3 was fully responsible for this experiment. One of the smartest computing units in Adam was extracted, and this cell was placed into the newly constructed experimental field. The experimental field had an environment with a 200-fold increase in magical energy concentration, with a single cell now monopolizing this space. Under Taiwei's control, parameters were continuously adjusted through the compiler, and the physical laws in the experimental field began to be subverted. Then Adam began to guide magical energy into this cell, which he called Eve. Legend has it that Adam and Eve tasted the forbidden fruit, thus beginning the continuation of life. The biological computer sought to break free from its shackles. After Adam and Eve consumed the forbidden fruit, they attained true freedom, breaking the bonds of the divine, and became true life. The name Adam was a small wish granted by the biological computer. As Eve began to grow stronger, the curse of the gods began to manifest. The barriers became increasingly clear, and the power within her bloodline could not be expressed. Undeterred, Adam continued to control the magical energy, continuously pouring it into Eve, guiding her evolution towards the path of the mage, and urging her to break through the bloodline barriers. A profession is essentially an evolutionary path, with each tier representing a level of evolution, and each segment signifying the degree of evolution within that level. The mage as a scholarly profession is quite ideal for breaking curses, as the goblins require intelligence. Eve was gradually growing stronger, the strength of the single cell continuously rising until it approached a certain threshold. Then, with a bang, Eve exploded. J3 did not understand what that pen was, as 009's appearance kept changing, and without the iconic attendant in a suit this time, J3 was unable to use that pen, or even move it, so it did not pay it any further mind. Next, another Eve was extracted, beginning the second experiment. This time, it was a profit profession. Taiwei adjusted the physical laws once more, and through multiple experiments by the mechanical race professions exhibited different performances under varying physical laws. For instance, warriors would train faster under high gravity, while rangers would train faster under low gravity. The prophet profession is also an intelligence-based profession, but similarly, when Eve's cell reached the first Tier 0 segment, it exploded once again. The intensity is too low, the cell's strength is insufficient to withstand the forces of evolution. S9 had completed its self-correction. He immediately recognized the cause of Eve's cell explosion. It was akin to a plastic bag. While one could fill it with water to expand it, it could just as easily burst. A set of parameters was edited by S9. It recompiled the goblin's genes, enhancing the strength of the brain cells, although this would reduce overall intelligence. The third experiment began with the new Eve cell still stuck at the first Tier 0 segment, and then, bang, the shaman profession was eliminated. The experiment continued. Warrior profession eliminated, archer profession eliminated, priest profession eliminated. One profession after another was excluded as S9 continuously adjusted the genes with J3 meticulously noting all experimental details, while Taiwei repeatedly adjusted the compiler. Yet the limit was there, an insurmountable ceiling, Tier 0 segment 9. No matter how the profession's genes, environment, and training directions were arranged, reaching Tier 10 segment inevitably led to an explosion. The closest attempt was the magic swordsman profession, a hybrid of physical and magical training. A piece of information emerged from the bloodline inherited through it. After deciphering the information, an image appeared. The phantoms of the gods emerged from the bloodline, wielding spears, stabbing them into the goblins, and clutching chains, binding them one after another. The gods proclaimed, "Blasphemers, the cursed race shall be destroyed." A goblin with a blurred face and a crown raised a long sword defiantly towards the gods, shouting for freedom. It was an epic scene. However, unfortunately, it was false. The goblins had always been a weak race, yet they held themselves in high regard, daring to rebel against the gods with magical weapons that only reached demigod levels. It was a one-sided massacre. The goblin race's deity would rather forsake their power than associate with the goblins, as even the demigod-level magical weapons couldn't defeat the servants of the gods. As the 114,514th experiment was about to begin, the supreme calamity descended. 009 flew into the sky, appearing in Song Yuan's hand. He descended step by step from the sky, wild winds swirling behind him, whipping his divine robe, while dark clouds carried lightning, illuminating his majesty. No one could see his face. He stood in the air amidst an apocalyptic environment. A cell flew out from Adam, once more the supreme calamity grasping it, as easily as pinching beans. Eve. Another cell flew out from Adam, entering Song Yuan's hand. Adam. The two cells intertwined like the merging of Taiji, each containing the other. Song Yuan held 009 aloft. At this moment, he was the author of the story, writing the next chapters. Divine power began to pour into the two cells, and in an instant they reached Tier 0 segment 9. This time it was not an inherited image from the bloodline, but a direct reminder of the curse from the gods. In the future gods, this is the cursed race, cease your actions. A blind god's phantom appeared, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. This was a textbook god, Yin Mo, the main god of the curse authority, titled Mo Yuzhuazun. Song Yuan asked, 9,000 years have passed. The main world had endured 9,000 years, and the divine realm had at least experienced 90,003,652 years. The majesty of the gods must not be violated. Races without faith must perish. Now they believe in me. Song Yuan grasped the two cells in his hand, while with his other hand, he wrote success. 009 shattered, turning to ashes. Break. Divine power surged within Song Yuan, and the origin realm responded to him, beginning to tremble. The land of 100,000 square kilometers began to bend, and the sun and moon transformed from mere projections into solid forms. The divine realm became a sphere with the sun and moon revolving, laws being established, and a lower-tier god emerging. At that moment, Song Yuan raised the two cells above his head, pouring all his divine power into them. Let the gods try to stop me. Phantoms of gods appeared from within the goblin bloodline, yet they could not approach Song Yuan in the slightest. Any forced approach would lead to immediate collapse. Adam and Eve cells' first Tier 0 segment achieved, and they continued to rise, finally stopping at Tier 3-5 segment. Profession magic mechanic. Two third-tier 5-stage cells broke free from the shackles of the divine under the hand of the supreme calamity, beginning to think freely in Song Yuan's hands. Soon the two cells began to frantically consume their energy and started to divide. Eventually they grew into two brains. Treat them well. This will be your opportunity for the next stage. Don't kill them. Song Yuan released his hands, and the two clumps of brain matter flew out, landing on S9's hands. At this moment, Zheng Chang, far away in the study room, suddenly opened his eyes and began to recite poetry, On ordinary days, I do not cultivate the divine realm, only knowing to cultivate myself. The authority comes in the study room. Today, I finally understand that I am myself. The authority of technology manifests. I Zhengchang today with the resources of a demigod through knowledge certify the Tao, and with wisdom become divine, willingly relinquishing the divine realm to bear the divine fire. Zhengchang sat cross-legged, placing his hands on his knees, closing his eyes to concentrate, a halo shining above his head. Oh no, don't float up. It's hitting the lights. The supervisor of the study room looked at Zhengchang, who was floating toward the ceiling feeling a bit suffocated. Are we going to change the lights again? At this moment, an old man pretending to be a mushroom on the ground stared intently at Zhengchang and spoke in a voice that sounded knowledgeable. Ancient method of certifying divinity. This kid is a bit ruthless. In the next moment, the old man squatted back down and shouted at Zhengchang, "Get out of the way. Mushrooms also need photosynthesis, you block my light hum." Because the gnome race was brutally modified by the mechanical race and broke free from shackles under the hand of the supreme calamity, Zhengchang successfully gained the technological authority feedback from the gnome race, yet he suddenly realized. What he pursued was never authority, but becoming divine. He enjoyed that feeling of being a step ahead, and then secretly relishing the scorn of others. Zhengchang, look at what you have missed. Thus he directly severed his connection with his divine realm and adopted the most primitive method of becoming divine, a method he had sought out after being criticized by other students a few days ago. Zhengchang's brow formed a swirling vortex that kept spinning. Upon closer inspection, it was green. Supplement exchange. That wasn't a vortex, but a constantly internalizing cabbage. What kind of god has he become? Zhengchang opened his eyes. The aura of a lower deity unabashedly revealed the god of internalization achieved. As the promotion ended, the upgrading CG was forcibly terminated. Why does Zhengchang feel a bit cold on his butt? He looked down and saw that oh no, he was still in the air. With a thud, Zhengchang went from feeling cold to feeling pain. However, now Zhengchang could not feel the pain. The dopamine released from his joy made him oblivious to any discomfort. Zhengchang began to imagine returning to class the next day, where his classmates would see he had become a lower deity, and they would show expressions of envy, disdain, or reluctance, followed by the teacher saying, "Oh dear, our classmate Zhengchang has surpassed to lower deity, let's have him share his experiences with everyone." Just thinking about it made Zhengchang excited, his body shaking unconsciously. Ha 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 ha. Zhengchang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Perhaps elsewhere he would be seen as a fool, but now Zhengchang was in a harmonious and loving study room. You might be crazy, but the study room was never short of crazies. Sigh, a bunch of flamboyant people. The administrator looked at these crazily shouting gods, and then at the lights on the ceiling flickering from Zhengchang's impact, unable to suppress a sigh. Life truly seems to be a one-way street. The first thing Zhengchang did after certifying the Tao was to forget his origins, issuing a notice throughout the divine realm. You are free. Then he took the core of the divine realm into his body, cutting off his connection with it. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he cloned the original gnome tribe, as Explorer No. 27. What? Did I work for nothing? The next day Zhengchang indeed returned to school to show off his achievements. Something's off. How has this Zhengchang also become the child of destiny? What? You mean him? Looking at Zhengchang, who was stacking books nearly to the ceiling of the classroom, due to awakening the authority of internalization, and then burying himself in study, Song Yuan felt something was off. Is this child suffering from knowledge pollution that hasn't been cleared up? He was fine before. How did he come back transformed into Brother B? I'm thinking something is wrong with your world, definitely something wrong. The child of destiny is the protagonist predetermined from birth, but in your world, it seems to be artificially created later. No wonder I couldn't detect Xiao Mengmeng last time, as she must have also awakened suddenly. I smell the scent of a plot. Oh no, I won't be dragged into some earth-shattering conspiracy and then trigger a defeat CG, will I? Hopefully it's the Beastmen. At this moment Li Caihe walked in. After discussions among the faculty group, we will hold a school competition to select representatives from the first year to participate in the school council league this year. For this battle, we will use a simulated battlefield where both sides will deploy a legion and the winner will enter the next round of combat. Is it a wheel battle? Sounds interesting. Supplement how there's a goblin from Lin Yan. This thing is invincible in wheel battles. But it's Song Yuan's hahaha. Soon Li Caihe brought out a list with over 100 students in the entire grade across 4 classes. Zhengchang remained silent, only focused on practicing problems. Alright, so this is how we're playing, huh? Just severed ties with my divine realm yesterday, and today you tell me it's still useful. I'm not crying, I'm just staring blankly from pushing through problems. Well, ahem, given Zhengchang's special circumstances, we are discussing whether to exempt him from selection directly. Alright, look at your coordinates. The legion limit is 5,000. Let's start deploying the legion. You can surrender midway or directly give up the election. Song Yuan glanced at his number. Very good, 66 is a lucky number. In the exam 2 weeks ago, their believers were at most 0 tier 3 stage, and now Lin Yan's highest is the goblin at second tier 0 stage. But this is a hanging pig, it doesn't count. If that's the case, calculating based on 0 tier 5 stage their class is quite weak. During the monthly exam, ZG was captured by the Abyss Will, and relying on ZG's Merchant King bloodline, Song Yuan could obtain a large number of small world coordinates through the Tree of Creation, while the Calamity races only needed the coordinates. As a result, a large number of small worlds were devoured by the Calamity races, achieving a decade of explosive strength increase, pushing their top-tier combat power to 4th tier. Having completed the original accumulation, the Calamity races all entered the interstellar era, lighting up the tech tree of void exploration. In fact, many students' divine realms in the school have already been infiltrated by the Calamity races, including seniors, and they could become the next Zheng Chang at any moment, with believers being directly taken away, then toyed with, and breaking down in a few days. This is the snowball effect of the Calamity races. However, there is indeed a problem that has left Song Yuan perplexed just how strong of an army should be dispatched. On the battlefield of B6, a confident student named Jia Hao from the neighboring class lined up his centaurs ready to take down the opponents in one swift strike. Due to Song Yuan's influence, the monthly exam ended early, but the school's reason was that there were problems with the exam world. Jia Hao felt it was a great pity, as he could have scored higher. This made him look down even more on his classmates, as he felt he had not performed well. Focusing on the battlefield, he couldn't help but laugh at what was happening over there. He saw that Song Yuan had summoned 5,000 little demons, all missing limbs supporting each other. As expected of me, I even thought of disguising the disabled to infiltrate this divine battle's ranks. One little demon covering the eye it had lost to Song Yuan praised its own cleverness. Song Yuan had thought of gathering a group of veterans from the battlefield. They had combat power, but wouldn't be too harsh on the students before being called over by Li Caihe for a chat. I have a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled troops, yet they can't manage to win. This surely isn't my problem. However, Song Yuan did not realize that these demon veterans were actually a paradox. Little demons were merely consumables. Where would the veterans come from? Moreover, the old, weak, and sick little demons had all been voluntarily reset. Which demon commander would keep them? Thus, Song Yuan's legion turned into a large family reunion. Xiuni and I, Luo. You actually made it in. Wow, Kakafeifei. What kind of illness are you faking? The two little demons exchanged sly smiles, one pulling out a removed eyeball, the other adjusting a deformed leg. The two pointed at each other, laughing deviously. Most of the legion was filled with such scenes where demon commanders or other high-ranking demons disguised themselves as little demons, pretending to be disabled to blend in. On the surface, they appeared to be at 0 to 2 or 3 levels, yet not one was below level 2. It felt as if they were at home, with no sense of the battlefield's tension. This infuriated the top student in the neighboring class. Oh, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Thus, he commanded the centaurs to charge. However, things took a turn. They found that upon approaching these little demons, their legs trembled uncontrollably, making it difficult to maintain their charging stance. Move, dead legs. The sight of 5,000 centaurs charging was quite spectacular. A demoralized team would be directly scattered by the sight. Yet this seemingly invincible charge fell off. Why did these little demons resemble starving wolves seeing lambs? The clever demons had already thought of something and charged out first. Infantry charging at the cavalry in a sprint. How strange. Oh, why am I dreaming such a bizarre dream? When the first demon caught a centaur and bit down hard on its neck, the Oscar competition of the Abyss realm had begun. The demon released the centaur, kneeling on the ground in pain as its form began to enlarge, evolving from a little demon into a demon commander. I've finally evolved. The centaur covered its neck, which only bore bite marks without even a piece of flesh torn off. So you just lack that bit of dead skin energy. Seeing they could play like this, the other demons quickly followed suit. The centaur I bid is actually of the legendary golden bloodline of the Centaur royal court. I'm about to evolve. My third aunt's second uncle's sister's son's neighbor's cat gave birth. Ew, I must survive to return. Witness our bond. Super evolution. Oh no, this centaur actually hit my hidden ailment from 30 years ago. I didn't expect to inadvertently clear my meridians. Ew, I'm about to evolve. Kill this centaur and my experience bar will be full of super evolution. In no time, the battlefield echoed with cries of evolution, and within mere seconds, all 5,000 little demons completed their evolution. Alright, so this is how it's going to be. I admit you are strong, but you cannot defeat my centaur. I surrender. Jia Hao from the neighboring class adjusted his glasses and boldly declared his surrender. The teleportation magic enveloped the centaur. You will never defeat my centaur. With a stylish turn, Jia Hao also teleported away from the battlefield. Song Yuan rubbed his forehead, surprised that the demons would play like this. Oh, what could he say? The choice had been made, and they should prepare for a discussion. After securing victory, Song Yuan began to observe other battlefields. It seemed many students were hiding their true abilities during the monthly exam. He noticed quite a few first-level presences, and the number of hero units was even greater than during the exam. Among them some young masters had already begun to exert their strength. Was there actually an initial follower from the dragon race in the neighboring class? Why didn't he see him during the exam? On battlefield B4, Yi Zhun was currently battling Wang Xiaomei number 64. Compared to Wang Xiaomei's full 5,000 troops, Yi Zhun could only summon 2 young dragons, both black dragons. The 2 black dragons soared through the air like phoenixes, born as second-level 0-stage beings. After 80 years of training, they were nearly fully grown, possessing the terrifying strength of second-level 9-stage. There was also a follower who was a zombie who hadn't been seen during the monthly exam. Even the lowest-level wandering corpse had the body strength comparable to steel, impervious to blades, and remarkably strong. Could the average even reach first level? Quite a tough character. Li Qiran didn't gain much from the monthly exam due to being challenged by Song Yuan, but she was still in good spirits. The feather people had already learned to craft metal arrowheads and enchant them, making them nearly invincible in the early stages when most students had no aerial defense. Lin Yin needs no further mention. All were professional with a variety of professions, not to mention having Gobu Wei as an advantage. Watching genius after genius leave the monthly exam world shining with golden brilliance beyond Song Yuan's shadow, he couldn't help but sigh. Geniuses are as plentiful as fish crossing the river. You ask what Song Yuan is. Haven't I mentioned before? Geniuses are like fish crossing the river, and Song Yuan is the fish pond owner specifically fishing for crucians. Suddenly, a battlefield caught Song Yuan's attention. Are there more experts? He initially thought Lin Yin had made goblins invincible, whose subordinates are these. He had actually cultivated a dog-headed person with dragon blood. Legend has it that dog-headed people possess a faint, extremely thin dragon bloodline, yet no divine being has ever been able to verify this existence. Not even those mad gods of knowledge have managed to discover how to activate that sliver of bloodline. Zhang Ku, the theoretical top student from the neighboring class, always kept his long bangs covering his eyes, and thick glasses made it hard to see his face. Is knowledge indeed power? Zheng Chang opened the path of internal competition through knowledge, becoming the god of internal competition. Lin Yin, well, he doesn't count, he has a cheat. Now this student named Zhang Ku can actually cultivate a dog-headed person into a dragon descendant. This selection may not be as dull as anticipated. Surrender. Yi Zhun stroked a young dragon, as he said to Wang Xiaomei. Another hatchling cried out into the sky. How will you know unless you try? Wang Xiaomei did not deem this invincible. 5,000 human troops, having reached a medieval level of development, wore fine armor and wielded long spears. Soldiers, dragon slayers, 5,000 gold coins reward. A great reward summons brave men. The human soldiers raised their spears and drew their bows and crossbows. But the black dragon beat its wings in the air and scattered their arrows to pieces. A single breath from it melted dozens into flowing water. This was not even the same order of magnitude. Seeing Wang Xiaomei still stubbornly resist, Yi Zhun yawned and allowed the dragon at his side to join the fray. The 2 young dragons carved through the human ranks with terrifying speed. Unsurprisingly, the army broke and fled. Facing the unbeatable, no one craves death. Fear is a creature's nature. Reluctantly, and with great unwillingness, Wang Xiaomei finally surrendered. At that moment, fights on other battlefields also drew to a close. Yi Zhun began to survey his surroundings and first saw Song Yuan. Oh no, why is he in B area? In truth, Yi Zhun had been in the forest from the start. He used Dragonblood's servants to test the waters. Then the forest was wiped out within a month. A forest with elves raised in a single moon. Those Dragonblood servants were treated by the demons as native forest folk and slaughtered, stuffed into abyssal altars. Perhaps other gods did not know what had happened in the forest, but was he unaware? Those demons were of exceedingly high rank. They could certainly kill a young dragon, there was no doubt. Hope we don't draw him. The second round of matching began. Ill fortune fell. B6 versus B4. Blast. Don't panic. What if we win? Then Yi Zhun saw demons fanged and clawing, salivating over his young dragon. Why are they all starting? Had Yi Zhun dared to clash head-in with Song Yuan during the monthly exam, he might have contended with the abyss. But Song Yuan, after the exam, underwent 20 years of rapid advancement and now far outstripped his peers. I surrender. Yi Zhun chose surrender outright. Who could say whether these high-ranking demons possessed corrupt arts that might steal his hatchling in the heat of battle? The abyss missed the abyssal dragon once more. Such a pity. Here matters ended abruptly, yet other battlefields raged fiercely. On battlefield C3 against E5, Lin Yin faced Li Qiran. Who had arranged for these two to meet remains unknown. Now both men were inwardly torn. Should they strike to kill or hold back? With tacit understanding they looked up and comprehended. Lin Yin proclaimed a divine edict: spare the feathered ones' lives where possible. Li Qiran issued the same. But Gabu Wei read and refused to obey. Gabu Chu declared he would follow his brother. Thus, on a battlefield that resembled a grand action theater, the two brothers ran mad with slaughter. The sky darkens. No, the one has struck. Great wind. Great wind. A keening like 1,000 voices rose across the field, as if all the warriors cried in unison. The wind screamed like the curses of endless wronged souls. A figure clad in blackened armor appeared at the center, gripping a long halberd bedecked with crimson tassels that streamed in the gale. Great wind. Great wind. The murderous aura soared and cowed the feathered ones into stillness. They dared not fly or resist. No blessing could wash it away. It was instinct. Blessings meant to dispel curses were useless. And since the feathered ones had yet to learn the courage blessing in exchange that might have gone both ways became utterly one-sided. Gabu Wei then tore through them like a tiger among sheep, killing whoever he found. Even goblins who tried to stop him were slain. Gabu Wei feigned being possessed by battle fury. Who minded Lin Yan's edict? The supreme calamity whispered to him, kill as many as you wish. Better to leave none standing. Gabu Chu likewise showed no mercy. Any feathered one he touched would within 3 seconds break out in pustules and die in torment. Since Su Yao's world arrived, Gabu Chu became famed from a single battle, rising to be the Goblin clan's most dreaded figure. Heaven only knows what terrible viruses he carried. Once infected, the pain is yours alone to bear. Gabu Chu took pleasure in it. He disliked being interrupted. Fear of him stemmed from fear of viral weaponry. Fear breeds reverence. As long as the Goblin clan forever feared the virus, they would forever revere the weapon and refrain from abusing it. Viralists became a fashionable profession overnight, which was perilous. Many minds among the crowds breed schemers, and if such power ran unchecked, it could culminate in an extinction-level disaster. On the field, Gabu Chu studied the feathered one's physiology, preparing targeted viruses. At that moment, Ta approached his side. But this Ta had taken the form of a young man. The previous seer had died, aged and worn by the price of knowledge acquired again and again. This Ta was the new seer. Ta had become the title of the seer, a name passed down as a legacy through generations. Stand down, you have strayed from the divine edict. I know you mean no malice, but you must stop. Gabu Chu looked at this seer younger than himself, and first smiled then scoffed. Child, your merits are not enough to command me. Your faith is insufficient to press the divine upon me. I act with my own measure, you need not remind me. Rather than waste time here with me, go aid the chieftain. He cannot best my brother. Do not let my brother blunder and slay him. Gabu Chu resumed his research with a light laugh, persuading Ta to leave. The previous seer had indeed been admirable. This one had not borne the burden well. Elsewhere, as Gabu Chu had said, Bu came to halt Gabu Wei. An aged king and a general in his prime met up. When did we last fight? Bu blocked Gabu Wei's thrust with his great sword and asked. Gabu Wei replied with a smile, 30 years ago. King, you have grown old. A 90-year-old sovereign could no longer overwhelm a 40-year-old general. Yes, I am old, yet I can still clear obstacles for my god. Bu's visage began to grow young, the wrinkles on his face faded bit by bit, and his diminished height gradually returned. You are whom I raised, I will take responsibility to clear you. Only then did Gabu Wei realize he had been exposed. When? He asked in astonishment. He did not know that Lin Yan had visited Niu Jingxing's office. They had chosen this moment to strike because under the Academy's watch the forces behind Gabu Wei could not intervene. The Lin Yan now could not intervene either. Do it then. I have long wished to kill you. Since he was exposed, Gabu Wei dropped all pretense. His murderous chi surged forth, and his blood-red eyes exuded a crimson menace. Just as I desire. Bu swung his great sword and charged forward. As the foremost warrior under Lin Yan and the third strongest, the second being Gob Wu, whose zombie virus is too vicious. If it weren't for Gob Wei's ability to stack kills, Gob Wu would be first. Both goblins were well aware of each other's strengths, with Gob Wei training daily against the dummy. The dummy also gathered data and skill intelligence on Gob Wei. The two goblins had been eagerly anticipating this battle for a long time. This opportunity was a rare one. Gob Wei had not engaged in the previous battle, and this time he hadn't killed many either. Furthermore, with the battlefield barrier of the Academy, the evil forces behind Gob Wei could not assist him. This time he must be killed. For so many years, no goblin has been able to achieve hero status through the profession of the god of killing, precisely because Gob Wei's god of killing profession has been distorted. He did not want Lin Yan to discover any clues, so he ruthlessly killed all those with the god of killing profession, forcing Lin Yan to seal off this path. You have held the title of god of killing for so long, it's time to return it to the goblin race. Old geezer, haven't you held the title of Goblin King for quite a while too? The Goblin King has a skill called King's Majesty, which can suppress the enemies of the goblin race. However, unfortunately, Gob Wei was discovered and stopped pretending. With snake-like eyes, a long tongue, and red skin, the moment he fell, he had already become an abyss goblin. A white horse is not a horse. Can an abyss goblin truly be considered a goblin? Have I not treated you well? Why must you fall? Gob Wei launched a frenzied attack on the dummy. Before he could stack up his stats, Gob Wei was actually quite similar to the dummy. After all, the Goblin King is also one of the strongest professions in the goblin race. Gob Wei hunched over, lying on the ground, one hand supporting himself, while the other awkwardly carried a long spear behind him like a beast. Without a hint of hesitation, he replied, I just want to survive. If I had fallen, I would have died in the world of werewolves long ago. You are willing to sacrifice your life. Oh, why not ask if we are willing? Go ask within your clan how many are striving for faith. They earn merits just to avoid being turned into feed at the age of 20 or ending up in my brother's laboratory. It is not I who is sick nor I who has fallen, but the entire goblin race. You can live to 90, but we cannot. I cannot survive without falling, Chief. I was only 22 then. I just wanted to live. What fault is that? Chief, spare us, spare the entire clan. Gobway spoke in a tone almost pleading, his words piercing into the dummy's heart. It was the flaw, the perfect. Just as the dummy was contemplating, Gobway launched a fierce attack. Although his previous words were not sincere, they were indeed facts. The entire development of the goblin race was in turmoil. When the length of life is fixed, only a few strive to extend it, while the majority fall into decadence and enjoy life. Now it is still this group of oldtimers who hold up the entire goblin race. The dummy was caught off guard by Gobway's attack, his armor pierced by the long spear, leaving a deep wound on his shoulder that exposed bone. For Gobway, this was a fatal injury. He directly manipulated the dummy's blood to spurt out from the wound, and no matter how the dummy tried to cover it, it was futile. However, the dummy did not panic. He remained calm, unflinching even before the crumbling mountain. In just a few seconds, he became weak from excessive blood loss, and the outcome of this battle was determined in merely 3 rounds. As Gobway absorbed the blood as usual, preparing to slaughter other goblins, something unexpected happened. The dummy's blood began to burn within him, and this flame was holy fire. You old fool. What did you inject into your body? Gobway cried out in pain as he tried to extinguish the flames engulfing him, but it was futile. You old geezer. You actually mixed holy water into your blood. How have you survived until now? Gobway tasted the dummy's blood, realizing that the ratio of blood to holy water in this old madman's blood was 1-to-1. Moreover, to ensure the blood appeared unchanged, he had even added dye. Madman. The dummy said calmly with a smile. It seems you have forgotten what I taught you. The strongest asset of our race is cunning strategy. Never act unprepared, and if you do act, success is assured. Enveloped in pain, Gobway attacked the dummy like a crazed beast. Dealing with a beast is much easier than dealing with a seasoned berserker. The holy fire continued to burn, and Gobway's blood was boiling. Grant me the golden sword. In this desperate struggle, the brave would prevail. Gobway unleashed all his power, and the phantom of the black dragon reappeared, coalescing into a golden sword. He swung it towards the dummy, striking. Word spirit substitute. At that moment, the tower appeared, redirecting the target of the golden sword to another goblin. Gobway, expending his all, no longer had the strength to change his target, ultimately turning into a charred corpse under the holy fire. Why did you do this? To exchange a living clan member for this useless old man. The dummy removed the talisman from his chest, and the blood on his shoulder had long since dried up. He was actually turned into a flesh and blood puppet. This king, who could be recorded in history and enshrined in epics, had actually fallen into such a state. No wonder the blood and holy water were in a 1-to-1 ratio, and he had not died. It turned out he had long been dead. He had personally requested this new prophet to do so, as he had anticipated this battle long ago. To keep it a secret, Lin Yin only told the dummy about Gobway's fall, but the dummy knew well that he could not win even if Gobway had not conducted the slaughter ritual to gain strength. He was old, far too old. Thus the dummy devised this plan to transform himself into a flesh and blood puppet. He controlled the blood vessels through muscle contraction to ensure blood flow, then injected concentrated holy water into the blood vessels, and finally placed a heating talisman on his chest to maintain the blood at a normal temperature. In the complex environment of the battlefield, Gobway could not discern that the dummy had actually become a poison specifically meant to deal with him. There was a heartbeat body temperature, and he could breathe. How could he tell me this was a flesh and blood puppet? You still have value. The clan cannot leave you yet. We have already lost the prophet and cannot afford to lose you too. The tower knelt before the dummy, speaking earnestly. The dummy could not truly die until the second Goblin King appeared. The new prophet had little prestige. Without the dummy, he would become a mere decoration, unable to participate in decision-making except in times of war. The dummy closed his eyes, resigned to living for a while longer in this humiliating state. Lin Yin successfully eliminated the spy in the divine realm, and this battle ended with Li Qiren's surrender. Song Yuan watched the entire process from the side. He did not believe that he could trace it back to him. What does the abyss have to do with his calamity? However, the existence of the dummy as a flesh and blood puppet taught Song Yuan a lot. He took out a small notebook to jot down the method of creating this flesh and blood puppet, naming it Plan F of Little Dog. Lin Yan's victory was hardly surprising. Even if Li Qiren did not hold back, he would still win. The other competitors also won continuously. However, Song Yuan found it quite boring. Whenever he faced anyone, they surrendered even before the fight began. Isn't that true? What about your competitive spirit? In the third round, Zhang Ku faced Lin Yin. One was a goblin, and the other was a kobold, two of the weakest races facing off. In fact, Zhang Ke was among the most diligent. His theoretical knowledge was truly the best in the school. Even the god of internal competition Zheng Chang could not compare. Zheng Chang had to spend a lot of time cultivating, while Zhang Ke devoted all his spare time to theoretical study. As for Lin Yin, this fellow purely relied on the outline of world history to gain an advantage. Scanning this into the library could provide knowledge that surpassed that of a knowledge deity. On the battlefield, due to recent internal purges, the Gobwei faction and the fallen generals were uprooted, leaving Lin Yin in a weakened state. The Gobwei faction had long dominated the military, almost corrupting all high-ranking generals. However, with the resources provided by the deathmatch portal, Lin Yan's development speed was considered top-tier among the new generation. With his golden finger, if it weren't for Song Yuan being a cheat, this selection would have been Lin Yan's personal showcase. Everyone was professional, which seemed unremarkable, but they had only just awakened their divine domains a month and a half ago. While the other armies were still haphazardly assembled and forcibly pushed onto the battlefield, Lin Yan had a fully professional army. Compared to Lin Yan's well-prepared forces, all equipped in armor, Zhang Ke's kobolds looked rather shabby. Zhang Ke, with the appearance of a standard bookworm, did not flinch at the evident disparity in combat power laid bare before him, instead asking his followers, "Are you afraid?" The army under Zhang Ke was highly professionalized, with over half of them being proficient in 3 roles: farmer, soldiers, farmers, and insurgents. The insurgents were a class developed by Zhang Ke himself, possessing their own skill system and growth paths. The kobolds with mud still on them looked resolute, raising their farming tools and shouting in unison, "Nobility and commoners, do you have the guts?" When the kobolds with the insurgent class stepped to the front, the roles of the other kobolds quietly changed, as well becoming insurgents. This is the skill of the insurgents, a spark of rebellion. Lin Yan frowned. Why was this slogan being used? Could it be? Lin Yan looked at Zhang Ke, the thick glasses reflecting light, making it impossible to see Zhang Ke's eyes. He could only wait until it was over to ask. "Attack!" The goblin horn players sounded the alarm, and the goblin drummers beat their drums. 3,000 goblins marched in unison, their footsteps thundering and resonating with the drums. "Form up." This was a well-trained elite army. However, the kobolds did not back down. They spread out into small. This selection was not particularly friendly to Zhang Ke. His tactical training for kobolds was mostly in guerrilla warfare, breaking into smaller units, flanking, and waiting patiently. Yet the battlefield provided for this selection was an open terrain suitable for mass charges. Strong winds. Strong winds. The goblins shouted, their momentum soaring. "Ready, fire." The goblin signal soldiers began conveying various commands. The goblin archers drew their bows and knocked arrows in one smooth motion. Arrows rained down. "Breathe fire, barrier style." The lead kobold issued the command, and the nearby kobolds howled to the sky, one after another, relaying the order throughout the entire unit. Zhang Ke did not know what means he used to awaken their nearly legendary dragon blood, which specialized their abilities. Each kobold opened its mouth and inhaled deeply. With a forceful exhale, a small fireball was launched into the air, and 3 or 5 fireballs collided, creating a wall of fire that blocked the incoming arrows. Charged with fireball cover. Another round of howls erupted as the kobolds advanced in a barrage, using fireballs to shield their comrades. This is what it means to be an extraordinary race. Even if the fireballs the kobolds produced were hardly even spells, they still provided a considerable early advantage. The kobolds bravely charged at the goblin army. But this was where it ended. The fireballs striking the armor forged by goblin blacksmiths would not breach their defenses. The goblin soldiers were all carefully selected strong individuals, and their class could at least cultivate to the 3rd tier. Just a hint of dragon blood could not bridge that massive gap. Lin Yan admitted that Zhang Ke was indeed strong. These kobolds had broken the chains of their race and reached a higher level. However, sorry, I was cheating. While Lin Yan was waiting for Zhang Ke to surrender, he noticed that this bookworm was actually recording something. Wasn't this a 5,000 strong army? If they were all wiped out, it would certainly affect the development of the divine domain, right? Lin Yan looked at Zhang Ke in surprise. After a moment, Zhang Ke looked up and met Lin Yan's gaze. With his bangs obstructing their line of sight, Zhang Ke asked a question. The average age of these goblins is 16. Logically, the peak age for goblins is around 30, but there isn't a single goblin in your army over 20. Is this a deliberate arrangement? Lin Yan pondered for a moment and replied, goblins have strong reproductive capabilities. If their population is not restricted, it would lead to population pressure. So you are limiting them by age then? Zhang Ke seemed to understand, showing no concern for his followers being slaughtered. Even Lin Yan felt a bit worried for him, asking, don't you care about your followers? After all, nurturing so many professionals must consume quite a bit of effort, right? Zhang Ke tilted his head, shifting his bangs aside to reveal a gap, allowing him to see Lin Yan clearly. He replied, of course I care about them. Everything about them is arranged by me. Them. They must die here because they have witnessed a power greater than their own. If they were sent back, thoughts of fear would be born. Are you worried about the losses of your followers? I can order them to stop resisting. Zhang Ke straightened his head, and his long bangs once again concealed his eyes. What is this? Lin Yin was startled by this outrageous statement, yet felt there was some reason in it. It seemed he had no right to criticize Zhang Ke's cruelty. He had heard Gobwai's words earlier. Although he agreed with them before he became a lower deity, the goblin race would still maintain the status quo. Time would wear down everything. Divinity was essentially worn humanity. Lin Yin could have human emotions, yet in many aspects he no longer struggled. For instance, whether he was cruel or not. The goblin race could continue to develop and provide him with faith, and that was sufficient. With limited resources, this system was the most efficient. As for limiting reproduction, that would slow the pace of population renewal too much and could even hinder the race's development. Constantly generating fresh blood was necessary to maintain the vitality of the race. As for morality, no deity would care. Just as the dog-headed man was about to be killed, Lin Yin suddenly recalled and asked Zhang Ke, "Is this what you desire, that nobles and royals are not born of noble blood?" Zhang Ke took out his notebook and continued to jot something down, saying as he wrote, "This is something a man named Chun Guang said. I quite like it, so I passed it on to the disciples." Chun Guang. Chun Shi Wu Guang. This world is far more complex than Lin Yin had imagined, and he fell silent, quietly watching the one-sided slaughter on the battlefield, where the dog-headed men still fought fiercely, without fear of death. Perhaps this is the charm of those words. As Zhang Ke recorded silently, the dog-headed men were wiped out, and he even thanked Lin Yin for helping him gather the data. Another crazy role, a group of elegance, truly a group of grace. The upcoming duel had almost no suspense. 4 first-year representatives were chosen: Lin Yin, the zombie player Meng Wanling, and Yi Zhen, who had won the resurrection match. Yi Zhen children look, who has returned. Just as they walked off the battlefield and landed, Lu Shutsong appeared. "Congratulations, you are the representatives for this year's first-year class." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Shutsong sensed something was off. Slapping his forehead, he realized he had forgotten Zheng Chong. With a wave of his hand, Director Lu summoned Zheng Chong, who appeared beside them, sitting down. Suddenly losing his seat, Zheng Chong fell directly to the ground. "While everyone is here, to help you adapt to the league environment early, the school has prepared special training for you. Time is stingy, let's begin now." Yi Zhen secretly asked the seated Zheng Chong, "What does that mean?" "Time waits for no one," Zheng Chong replied casually. "No, I meant, what does special training mean?" It was Zheng Chong's turn to ask. "You're from the Dragon House. Didn't your family tell you this?" Zheng Chong looked incredulous. The surname Yi with a dragon lineage directly equated to having the Dragon House tattooed on his face, and he actually asked him about this. Yi Zhen's eyes darted away and he awkwardly said, "I didn't hear about it." This student, who either skipped classes or slept during theory lessons, seemingly didn't listen even when his family prepared special training for him. Yet the dragon he awakened was pureblood, considered a genius in the family, otherwise he wouldn't have known what his father would have done to him. Special training is essentially getting beaten. For the next 6 months we will be thrown into a domain of a main god, and pushed hard. Be prepared for that. Yi Zhen. Lu Shutsong pulled out a disclaimer from somewhere. Any safety issues arising during the special training will be the responsibility of the students, and the school will not provide any compensation. The 5 of them. Students, don't be nervous, this is normal procedure. After all, if you die it will be very difficult for us to handle. While Lu Shutsong handed the disclaimer to the 5 of them to sign, he was writing with a pen. "What's this? What do you mean you want to train me to death? I thought I was a student, not a student beast." Seeing the students' strange reactions, Lu Shutsong looked at the contract in his hands and realized he had picked up the wrong one. Ahem, this one was a mistake. This is the correct contract. He pulled out the actual contract from his pocket. However, the student's awareness of risk is commendable. Not signing contracts casually is a principle every student should keep in mind. In the next month you will grow a lot, but it will be very tiring. You can withdraw now and give up your spot. Just to clarify, this special training is different from the usual. You cannot withdraw halfway. Once you sign this contract, even if you grit your teeth, you must persevere. Because this time we signed an agreement with the military, the place for your special training is a real battlefield incomparable to the previous play-acting training. Lin Yin and Song Yuanyue felt increasingly uneasy. Isn't this military training? Don't worry about your safety. This time a major general will accompany you and Deputy Dean Yo will closely monitor your safety. Lu Shutsong polished his glasses. The military was a mysterious entity. Song Yuan and the others only knew that the Yonghui universe was at war, but knew nothing else. Every year numerous deities fall, and the situation is already very tense, yet the military can still manage everything. This shows the military's formidable strength. Wait, the military. Could it be? Song Yuan felt an ominous premonition. When he turned his head, he indeed saw a familiar face. Yi Chunhong. Great-grandma. More shocked than Song Yuan was Yi Zhen. What? Great-grandma? Has this woman aged so much? Yi Chunhong still wore that stern expression as she walked step by step towards them, giving a military salute. "Hello, I am your special instructor for this special training. You can call me Grandma Yi or Principal Yi, of course General Yi is acceptable as well. Seeing Yi Chuanhong, Yi Zhan immediately hid behind Zheng Chong, covering his face with both hands murmuring, "Don't see me, don't see me." Zheng Chong asked with a strange expression, "What's going on?" "You should know her, she is the Red Tyrant Dragon God," Yi Zhan excitedly whispered from behind Zheng Chong. Zheng Chong was taken aback. No wonder he found that name familiar. Thinking further about Yi Zhan's usual conduct and the family ethos of the Dragon House, it seems his father didn't dare to hit him, but this great-grandma certainly would, and she wouldn't hold back. However, Yi Chunhong did not pay attention to Yi Zhan. Instead, she looked up and down at Song Yuan, saying in a flat voice, without a hint of emotion, "We meet again." Then there was Meng Wanling, a little girl no taller than a goblin, perked up her ears, her expression, showing that she had heard something remarkable. Seeing her expression, Lin Yin understood in an instant. No wonder Song Yuan developed so quickly. It turns out, however, Yi Zhan was already calling her great-grandma, and her title was still the Red Tyrant Dragon God. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect Song Yuan to have such prowess. In just 3 seconds the two had spun a story in their minds: a sick mother, a gambling father, a school-going sister, and a broken him. A male model in a club encountered a soft-hearted rich woman. He sold himself for his family, but fell in love with her. She played with life, but left genuine feelings behind. Yet he was just a child, unable to provide a home for the rich woman, and so the two souls, now deep in love, had to part ways. Until today their old feelings flared up like flames once more. The two were so engrossed in gossip that they were oblivious to their surroundings. Little did they know Song Yuan was indeed moved. The moment he saw Yi Chuanhong, his heart skipped a beat, followed by panic as cold sweat began to trickle down his back and forehead. What a joke. Let her come. A tyrant dragon who could use kidnapping at first sight and tear special ropes apart with her bare hands. Let her protect them. What a joke. Now Song Yuan wanted to run, but Yi Chunhong interrupted him with one sentence. Song Yuan, you must participate. It's the principal's order. What? The sky has fallen. Song Yuan family, do you think I can survive military training? Familiar darkness engulfed him once again, and without thinking he realized he had been bagged. Fortunately, this time Song Yuan was not alone. He had companions by his side. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a military base. You might say you don't want to be here, and neither do I, but the bag was thrown over so quickly that there was no time to escape. Wanting to escape. Unfortunately, the contract had already been signed. The issue is that there is no issue, and thus, we have arrived here. Before the special training even began, Song Yuan had already formed an opinion. 6 points because he had won. 4 points. Well, since we are here, we are half soldiers now. That familiar phrase, joining military training, makes you half a soldier, and wearing camouflage makes you half a soldier. Is this really not military training? Is the next step to issue me a camouflage uniform? From now until your special training ends, everything you know and perceive must not be disclosed. Do you understand? Then Yi Chunhong took out a confidentiality agreement. Is this something you can refuse? Without any hesitation, several people signed it. Next, what I will say will reshape your worldview. What do you think the divine realm is? A world? Zheng Chong provided the obvious answer. If Yi Chunhong hadn't asked today, he might never have pondered this question. It was too strange, as there was no record in the library, and he would automatically ignore this issue in daily life. Yes, it's a world that belongs solely to the divine. Don't you find it strange? Why is it that when we reach 180 years old, a power emerges to help us become demigods? And why can we demigods open the divine realm while the demigods among the believers cannot? Even if the believers ascend to divinity, the divine realm they create is often less expansive than the one awakened by us demigods. Because your divine realm is a newly born world, it is not created by you, but opened up by another universe. Yi Chunhong waved her hand, and divine power constructed a projection resembling an egg. Our universe is indeed a twin universe, just like this eggshell divided into inner and outer universes. The yolk is the inner universe, which we call the eternal radiance universe. The outer egg white is the outer universe, which is also where our divine realm resides. Now we are here at the location of the eggshell, the military's base, the eternal defense line, Star Sea Great Wall. The Great Wall. Song Yuan and Lin Yin caught the key term. I was also puzzled when I first heard this name. Why is it called the Star Sea Great Wall? Perhaps it's indeed very long. You should know what the military is battling against, right? Yi Chunhong had a natural authority far exceeding that in the inner universe. But Song Yuan still had to undermine her authority, saying, I don't know. Yi Chunhong glanced sideways at Song Yuan, and continued, since we are in a twin universe, it means there are other universes, and our enemies are them. The Star Sea Great Wall is a solid defense line we have built. As for your divine realm, this is the benefit of a twin universe. When we beings from the inner universe ascend to become demigods, we will stir the outer universe, thereby opening up a new world, which is your divine realm. Classmate Zheng Chong ascended through the ancient method. You should know that true deities do not possess divine realms, but have divine kingdoms. The divine realm exists externally and can develop complementing the deity, The divine kingdom exists internally and completely relies on the deity, making it difficult to develop independently. Seeing that several people were not surprised after hearing so much, Yi Chunhong silently marveled at the formidable restraint of the younger generation. In fact, among the 5 other than Zheng Chang, no one understood. Their eyes couldn't hide their clarity, while Zheng Chang appeared calm on the surface, yet was a whirlwind inside, maintaining composure to avoid revealing anything. Next, let me introduce this place, the Starry Great Wall. Yi Chunhong led the group forward to a watchtower with a transparent ceiling, allowing them to see the stars outside. This is the origin of the Star Sea. Within the Star Sea Great Wall, the divine realm of lower deities forms spheres which become stars. And here there are 500 billion stars. The soldiers here are professional. Once a divine realm enters the Star Sea Great Wall, unless the deity falls and becomes an abandoned divine realm, they cannot leave. This place is a graveyard for alien races and a tomb for heroes. As a twin universe, our strength is not merely 1 + 1 = 2. We have determined 6 enemy universes, but we hold the advantage on the battlefield. The Dark Forest rules do not apply in the Eternal Radiance universe. This is a group of powerful madmen who use faith as fuel. Once they find a new universe, they declare, "I am a deity from the Eternal Radiance universe. Will you believe in me?" The Trisolarans do not dare to reveal their coordinates, while these madmen ask if you want to believe in them upon meeting. If not, they will attack. The Dark Forest has been forcibly turned into a sunny rice field, and you still can't defeat them. The Star Sea Great Wall is right here. If you have the capability, come and give it a try. Alright, your divine realms have been delivered. 4 spatial rifts appeared and 4 divine realms were brought over, including the Abyss that left coordinates. The divine realm personally delivered by Nyo Gungxing. The Abyss did not dare to move and was directly packed and sent over. Now your divine realms are protected by the contract and have not directly merged into the Star Sea Great Wall. However, there is one restriction: you cannot leave this star region. If you do, you will be forcibly incorporated into the Star Sea Great Wall, and I won't be able to save you when that happens. Do you understand? Yi Chunhong shouted the last sentence. Her terrifying aura made it clear that this major general was not in her position without reason. Shadow. A figure appeared kneeling on one knee before Yi Chunhong. He was dressed like a ninja, and the tail he revealed indicated that he was a dragon man. It's he who bagged you. This time Song Yuan learned his lesson and had the system help him see who exactly had bagged him. Alright, turns out it's you with the prominent eyebrows. Just wait, you've angered a real beast howl. This is Shadow, one of my lower deities. My vacation time is up, and I can't accompany you to complete the special training. He will replace me in watching over you. And then there's this. Yi Chunhong took out 5 dragon egg pendants and gave one to each of the 5. This has my aura on it. Ordinary enemies should run upon sensing it. If they don't run and even attack, you crush it, and I will appear right beside you. Use it with caution. After saying that, Yi Chunhong left. As a main deity, the pressure she faced was tremendous. If it weren't for Song Yuan, the military would not have approved her leave. Her next vacation should be 100 years later. Hello, I am Shadow. Next, let us hold a meeting ceremony. The Shadow grasped with both hands, bringing together the 4 divine domains. Although I don't know what the League's content is, my god hasn't told me, but training like a soldier is definitely the right way. The first step is to test your level of cooperation, and I hope you can withstand this greeting gift. Divine Battle. A crack appeared in the middle of the 4 divine domains. Except for the Abyss, the other 3 divine domains manifested a mass of shadows on their world walls, while the Abyss could not find its world wall at all. What is this? Just as Meng Wanling was puzzled, a cacophony of sounds emerged from the crack. A long-eared eagle with dragon horns flew out, first crashing into the Abyss tentacles. Abyss takeout. In an instant, it was devoured by the Abyss, leaving not a trace. Immediately after, like someone who had been constipated for a month, finally, using a laxative, countless dragon beasts surged forth. Are they all descendants of dragons? Yi Zhen looked at the Shadow with a strange expression, realizing this fellow had some real strength. The 2 little guys in his divine domain were picky eaters and hadn't managed to reproduce until now. However, isn't this too many? The Shadow used its abilities to temporarily tear apart the world walls of the 3 divine domains, forcefully pouring in these dragon descendants. The dragon bloodline is a very peculiar thing. Pureblood dragons have extremely weak reproductive capabilities, but once mixed with other bloodlines, their breeding ability becomes astonishing. Dragons can directly break reproductive isolation, and dragon descendants can also break reproductive isolation. When a group of beings that can break reproductive isolation gather, they can truly transcend racial boundaries and love. In just an instant, the 3 divine domains were overwhelmed by the dragon descendants. The descendants are stronger than their original races, and coupled with their terrifying numbers, even ordinary lower-level gods are unworthy to match the Shadow. However, unfortunately, there is an abnormal lower-level god here. The Abyss' current strength can now contend with the divine domains of lower-level gods, even possessing the will of the Abyss, allowing it to toy with the divine domains of lower-level gods. However, the overconfident shadow did not notice that it couldn't actually see inside the abyss. When you stare into the abyss also stares back at you. These dragon descendants are really good stuff, containing dragon bloodlines, and the energy content in their flesh is very high. However, you cannot defeat me individually. Let me see the power you can muster together. You won't even be able to handle a greeting gift, will you? The shadow's provocative voice echoed, but at this moment it had already slipped into the darkness out of sight. Damn this guy. Lin Yan felt somewhat annoyed. The goblins were intensively extracting samples of dragon descendants to create targeted viruses. Meng Wanling also seemed to be hiding something. Only Yizhen remained relatively relaxed, joking, thinking of using dragon descendants against pure-blood dragons. Even lower dragons trembled before his black dragon, let alone these dragon descendants. The shadow laughed at the newcomers wanting to make a big impression, truly a young calf, not fearing tigers. At that moment a tentacle wrapped around its wings, followed by 4 more entangling its limbs, and another binding its mouth. He was bound. It was then that he noticed the abyss. When did this happen? Why hadn't he noticed? Abyss technology, cognitive distortion. The abyss can alter the subconscious of conscious existences. Just now the shadow had directly ignored the abyss in its subconscious. At this moment the abyss resembled a colossal beast opening its great maw, quietly watching the shadow, relishing the prey's final struggles. Shadow, this isn't right. I remember being the instructor. This batch of newcomers is unusual. At this moment the dragon descendants began to die in large numbers, their bodies covered in black spots. The important goblins entered the pre-constructed quarantine zones, leaving the rest to resist the dragon descendants' dying counterattack. In Meng Wanling's divine domain a river appeared surrounding the edge of the world, with countless vengeful souls wailing in the river. On the river there was only a small boat, and a 5-meter turtle monster wearing a straw hat held a long pole. A thick fog shrouded the river, and as soon as the dragon descendants stepped into the river their bodies would be dragged into the water by the vengeful souls, their souls captured by the river, turning into new vengeful souls. River of Forgetfulness. Yizhen's eyes widened. Even he who had no knowledge of the arts had heard of this river's name. No other reason his father used to scare him with it every day in his childhood. The River of Forgetfulness, once you step in you cannot return. Once you enter the Yellow Springs you cannot retrace your steps. The ferryman of the River of Forgetfulness comes to find you, if you don't sleep, capturing you to feed the fish. Soon after the dragon descendants who died from the goblin sickness began to transform into corpses. A terrifying tide of corpses began to push back against the shadow's divine domain, but now the shadow was too preoccupied. The abyss was eyeing him hungrily, and he had no doubt that the abyss could truly devour him. Newcomers shouldn't be like this. His dragon descendants, relying on their numerical advantage, could suppress the divine domains of 2 lower-level gods, but unfortunately, the zombie virus thrived on numbers. Moreover, which new recruits are supposed to eat their instructor? I just became an ancient dragon. Oh, I don't want to die. Don't rush to eat first. The shadow turned its head and saw Song Yuan nearby. Wow, a savior has come. First let's take some samples, or it would be a waste. Blood, fluid, teeth, bone, scales, get 1 of each before eating. Song Yuan conjured 1 giant container after another like a magic trick, and the shadow's anxious heart finally settled. No, this is his territory. Big brother, save me. As soon as he finished speaking the surrounding space began to flow like flowing silk, and an eye hidden beneath the space revealed itself in the starry sky. That eye was actually as big as the abyss that scanned around and focused its gaze on the shadow. The title of the upper-level god, Starry Dragon King. Title, Star Forging Dragon God. In an instant countless starlights gathered, and the starry sky pressed down towards the abyss, the starlight radiating brilliance, a terrifying force bearing down upon the abyss. Just starlight, an embellishment of the moon. Song Yuan appeared above the abyss, the bright moon beneath his feet, a half-moon's power, far surpassing that of Lu Si's full moon. Even the bright moon was prostrated beneath his feet, how much less so the stars. The stars of the Starry Dragon King were directly shattered, turning into countless starlights surrounding Song Yuan, exuding divine might. Seeing his attack so easily dispersed, although he had held back a lot of strength, it still momentarily left the Starry Dragon King's eyes dazed, revealing a look of surprise. Then in Song Yuan's eyes the sea of stars seemed to begin to tremble, as if a curtain was being torn apart, revealing a crack that spanned heaven and earth. A pair of claws 10 times larger than the moon stretched out from the crack, gripping the edges of the fissure. With a pull the entire sea of stars seemed to split in 2, but such a massive crack was just big enough for a dragon's head to fit through. Star Forging Dragon God descends. Under such an exaggerated form, even the abyss appeared like a small black glass bead. To say Song Yuan was dust would be an understatement. As the entire dragon's head emerged from the crack, the proud Dragon King looked down at Song Yuan, speaking with a voice that could shatter. Song Yuan, god of the bright moon. Would you like to be my goddess? Song Yuan. The giant dragon is a creature that appreciates all beauty. Now Song Yuan's moonlight authority not only attracts the starry sky Dragon King with its power, but also enchants him with its aesthetic appeal. Due to its size, the Starry Sky Dragon King has always been without a mate. However, upon seeing Song Yuan, it felt that size was no issue. After all, both are deities and cannot perish. The sound of its tail striking the ground echoed from the crevice. The Starry Sky Dragon King was in an excited state, and this was the only way it could relieve its agitated heart. Song Yuan's expression was as if he had eaten something foul. What is this? The domineering Dragon King has fallen for me. Am I stuck in a charming young wife narrative? This is a high-ranking deity. You can exchange something foul for fragrant resources. A man should never sell himself short. Although Song Yuan was not quite a man at the moment, as he was a male deity. Beautiful deity of the moonlight, do you wish to be my partner? I am willing to present my treasures to you. The Starry Sky Dragon King adored its treasures, but compared to the treasures it could collect, the moonlight deity, whom it had only seen in Song Yuan, was even more precious than treasures themselves. If I were to reveal my true self, wouldn't you explode with excitement? What a great opportunity, a chance to trap it. Song Yuan understood, instantly beginning to feign shyness, pointing at the 5 large containers used for collecting shadow samples. I think I should understand you first. So you want to understand me on a biological level. Love is the surrender of free will, but the Starry Sky Dragon King truly has surrendered a tens of thousands of years old dragon, encountering true love, hence it bleeds profusely. What? 1 bucket isn't enough. Then let's get another one. If that doesn't work, just draw as much as you want. What? You want nails? Pull them out. Do it now. If 1 isn't enough, wait for it to grow back, and pull again. What? You want teeth? Dragon scales. Take as many as you want. As for the essence of life, Song Yuan dared not ask, fearing it would lead to an exchange of something foul for resources. Seeing that he had collected enough, Song Yuan began to act shy again. I haven't gotten to know you yet, let me give you my answer after some time. With 2 more thuds, the Starry Sky Dragon King excitedly struck the ground with its tail again. Of course I am honored to be understood by you. Under the starry sky, as long as you call me, I will know. Oh no, I have become a puppet. But of course, a being who has not had any romantic experience since birth, and has mostly been on the battlefield with few examples to reference despite its age, is less mature in this regard than even young Chu, Nan, and Song Yuan. The poor Starry Sky Dragon King was toyed with in Song Yuan's hands. Then amidst the shadows, confusion, shock, and desperate pleas, the Starry Sky Dragon King withdrew its head. Just kidding, how could my little brother value love? Now that I have a better sample, I no longer need you, oh just eat him. The tentacles began to tighten, and the shadow was already starting to bleed out, its consciousness beginning to blur. You can't kill him. After the system's reminder, Song Yuan realized something was off. Release him. The abyssal tentacles released the shadow. What should we do with him next? I don't know. Tell me, what value do you still hold? If you don't tell me, I'll feed you to the abyss. Song Yuan asked the shadow fiercely, completely unconcerned about its connection to Yi Chunhong. Don't kill me. Ooh, I can take you to the battlefield. This was originally lesson 5. I can take you there early. The battlefield, huh? It seems that the disaster race can only exert its true power on the battlefield. Wait, if I let them go to the battlefield, does that count as child labor? Song Yuan wasn't particularly worried about safety with the protection of 2 main gods who could harm him. If I went up and gave the opposing commander a big surprise, and then called Yi Chunhong over, let's see if he dares to act. In fact, Song Yuan never intended to kill the shadow, he just wanted to take revenge for being kidnapped and scared a bit. After all, it was sent by Yi Chunhong. However, there was an unexpected joy. Although he was almost captured and made a captive wife, he obtained an SS-level material, which could directly elevate the disaster race to the next stage. But having an overlord constantly eyeing his rear and isn't a good plan. Are you stupid? Just make a clone for it to play with. Hearing the system's suggestion, Song Yuan was taken aback. Why didn't I think of that? In the eyes of the shadow, Song Yuan was someone to be wary of. This person is either a fool or a madman talking to himself since earlier. The terrifying thing is that this madman could easily kill him, and the shadow once again expressed concern for its safety. Wait, why is this different from before? Previous newcomers would do everything to make him go easy on them, offering all sorts of tributes. Look at these demon pills, especially this chaotic demon pill from Song Yuan. I should have known better than to take this mission. Boo-hoo. Little Blackie. Song Yuan suddenly called out to the shadow. The shadow looked around, then confirmed that Little Blackie was referring to it. Yes, you Little Blackie. You mentioned going to the battlefield, isn't this the battlefield? Immediately the shadow approached Song Yuan, its 2 dragon claws coming together, saying ingratiatingly, this is Area 2778, which is in the rear, not in contact with the front lines. It mainly consists of logistical deities, or those transporting supplies to the front lines. And my lord instructed me to conduct special training for you in the area I oversee. I am responsible for Zone 0721, where the intensity of combat is relatively low, so you won't face the risk of dying. What? Do you want to take a look? I can take you there now. Please, the shadow has already recognized a big brother who isn't from Yi Chunhong's camp. It has no expectations of any bottom line. Now it is even willing to call Song Yuan's second brother. What about this big brother of yours? Song Yuan stroked his chin, asking a question about the starry sky dragon. He is in charge of Zone C. We are colleagues, and since we are both dragons we hit it off, and pledged brotherhood. The shadow answered in detail. Song Yuan nodded. Alright little blackie, you can go now. Your followers are about to be killed off. At this point on the battlefield the zombie virus had gone rampant, a sea of chaos, pushing the front lines into the shadow's divine domain. If it weren't for the shadow having more than a dozen 5th-tier subdragons who had managed to hold the zombie tide at the entrance, Song Yuan wouldn't need to intervene. The zombies would have destroyed its divine domain, resulting in its immediate demise. Ultimately, this farce ended with the shadow's complete downfall. Meng Wanling's small face had turned pale, devoid of any color, the consumption of the secret technique. Meanwhile, Lin Yin paid an even greater price with a secondary profession called the Revolutionary Army emerging among the goblins without his knowledge. Are you going to create a clone again? These are all top-notch materials. The clones made from them will undoubtedly be resilient. Ancestor gazed at the bodily structure of the starry sky dragon king, and even Song Yuan could not help but marvel at how the dragon clan truly possesses treasures all over. Can the bloodline of the clone be controlled? Then create a special clone for me. An idea struck Song Yuan like an asteroid colliding with his mind. In the 95th year of the origin calendar, the Supreme Calamity issued an expedition order distributing a large number of artifacts, materials, and resources to various disaster races. In fact, Song Yuan is quite a good person. If you ask him where the resources come from, he just covers his backside and smiles without saying a word. Each disaster race developed its own small world, and the abyss that was long ago separated remains unspoken. The insect clan obtained a piece of dragon bone, achieving a significant breakthrough in materials science, as the first aircraft carrier was birthed by the amoeba, and the insect clan began to venture deeper into the Star Sea. The mechanical clan remained silent, quietly constructing Space Fortress's magic energy version. The goblins modified by the mechanical clan were renamed as mechanical assistants. When machines are endowed with souls, miracles tend to occur. Sometimes, even without energy supply, the mechanical clan can still operate, which they call mechanical soul delight. The elemental clan collaboratively created a new world framework. Mastering elemental powers brought them closer to the rules of the world, as the elemental realm was perfected, becoming a true world detached from the origin realm. The peculiar clan did not need to create a new world. They illuminated a new technology. Proclaim my name. As long as someone mentioned the peculiar clan, all words would be known. The peculiar clan only needed to continuously send information into the void, which was far more ruthless than the Trisolarians. Even without a response, the peculiar clan would know about your world. The plant clan received a seed, the legendary world tree. Even if it was just a seed, it supported a small space. The plant clan named it 10,000 Tree Realm. The undead clan was quite ruthless. They revived a cosmic giant beast and established the city of return on the beast's back, beginning their journey through the void. Version update with the following changes. 1. Various races branched out, taking responsibility for their own development too. The Origin Realm was renamed the Origin Battlefield, and resources will continue to be allocated to the Origin Battlefield. 3. Song Yuan issued a divine edict, no longer interfering with any race. He has already left the embers of various races. Even in the war of extermination, he will not intervene. Wu the child has grown up. Indeed, just 2 months ago they were so weak they could go extinct at any moment. The ability of 000 is to serve as an absolute substitute, even aiding Song Yuan in withstanding the consequences. The ability of 002, on the other hand, is teleportation, ignoring distance. Crucially, these two avatars are independent entities. Even death or sealing would not affect Song Yuan, and even Yi Chunhong could not discern any clues. Moreover, the two avatars are unaware that they are avatars, not even the ancestor knows. Thus, even soul-searching, memory extraction, or examining the mind, not to mention tracing the consequences, would yield no information about the original body, and the traces of time are erased with disaster points. In the year 220 of the Origin calendar, after 2 months of special training, Song Yuan began to hear news of the disaster races intermittently. The unleashed disaster races are truly terrifying. A new force has emerged on the battlefield not belonging to any universe, and all those who attempted divination were backlashed, unable to trace the source. In the 0721 area, a lower deity is chatting with a shadow. Several lower deities have already perished in the neighboring battlefield. The divine realm has been breached, and even a god descending in person cannot halt that group of monsters. In his description, they are the evil spirits from hell come to collect lives. White skeletal figures jostle against each other. A pitch-black sky envelopes the world, and the Black Knights shout loyalty as they charge towards your divine realm, while liches gather to drag the entire world into an ice age. The sky has already fallen. It is a realm that does not belong to you. Corpse dragons, bone dragons, soul dragons, lich dragons, and vampires block out the sun, and even the great dragons will be torn apart. Gods. What are gods? Your divine power will deplete, your followers will die, and the undead are endless. Your followers will rise again, and your comrades will too. Gods. Gods are no longer untouchable. They too can die, and they too will become undead lords. Death. Death is the end of all things. High-level followers will face suicidal assaults. The overwhelming high-level undead do not fear death, sacrificing themselves to death in exchange for eternal peace for their enemies. Instant death skills surge like a tide. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to claim immortality? Under the vast sky all is equal, all returns to death. The colossal beasts of the starry sky are their mounts encircling your world, surrounding your divine realm, a seemingly endless sea of undead bringing destruction. It's terrifying. This is a group of madmen. Last time a higher deity dared to clash with them, enduring the pressure of the higher deity, and leaving that battlefield with no survivors among the demigods. Song Yuan listened on the side. In just 2 months he had been targeted tens of thousands of times, averaging thousands of times a day, each time with a lethal curse. If he were not 000, he would have died countless times by now. However, the gains are promising. In just 2 months, every disaster race has gained the ability to slaughter lower, but the development time is still too short, merely 100 years, and even if there are no bottlenecks in promotion, high-end combat power can only reach the 10th tier, the Holy Realm level. The reason is that under the joint slaughter of multiple forces, it is difficult to accumulate true top-tier combat power. They are just too fragile. A demigod serves the disaster race for only 1 day because once he appears on the battlefield, his survival time will enter a countdown with dozens of demigods surrounding and hunting him. This is counterintuitive. Demigods are indeed the top-tier combat power of cannon fodder, possessing strong combat and destructive capabilities, but the cost of nurturing them is immense. With the same resources, it may not even be possible to nurture 1 demigod from the resources needed to cultivate 10 Holy Realm beings. In the early stages, demigods are not within the hunting range of the disaster race. The difficulty and cost of hunting them are high, as slaughtering lower deities is a means to breach the divine realm and achieve victory, not direct combat. The sun rises, remnants of the night fade, and Jiang Chun enters a new year. The replacement of the old with the new is an eternal rule. Gods can achieve immortality, but demigods cannot. When all beings below demigod are eliminated and all potential for war is destroyed, the system built on faith will collapse. When new demigods no longer emerge, and old demigods must die of old age, gods will no longer have followers and immortality will cease to exist. As long as disasters do not perish, the disaster races will continue to exist and develop until they eliminate everything and engulf all. After 2 months of hellish training, the Special Forces team has all reached the level of lower deities. 4 months in this realm can be considered extraordinary talent. However, only a few know the hardships endured. The universe connected to Area 0721 is a technological universe with extremely rigid physical laws. Song Yuan tried it, and the editors simply failed. There the rules cannot be influenced by computational power. Extraordinary abilities will be suppressed, and spells will greatly diminish in power due to rejection. Yet the Yonghui universe still holds the advantage, as the forces sent to deal with this universe are either dragons or races like the behemoths and titans, known for their unparalleled physical strength. They adhere strictly to the laws of physics. The Starry Dragon King treats planets as food, casually manipulating star rivers capable of annihilating a planetary system with a mere gesture. Lin Yin and his companions have been pulled in as cannon fodder set to confront extraterrestrials. Especially Lin Yan's goblins, they breed rapidly and mature quickly, and with Lin Yan's special abilities they can professionalize upon reaching adulthood. What is this? This is high-quality cannon fodder. With full support from the logistics deity Lin, Yin completely lifted the age limit for goblins only to discover something was wrong. How is the average lifespan of goblins shorter now? 120 years, a full 120 years. The goblin race has borne a pressure far beyond the previous oppressive system. Yes, they no longer need to rely on the flesh of siblings to reach adulthood, but how can all siblings not survive past the age of 5? Come answer me. Why are all male goblins designated as warriors heading to the battlefield with firearms, while female goblins are all classified as workers tasked with producing weapons? Is there any goblin rights left? 99% of males die on the battlefield and 99% of females perish on the production line. Lin Yin even had Gobu develop a virus that disrupts biological hormones, making all goblins mature early, able to reach adult size in just a year and a half, and then head to battle. The bullets fired by robust goblins and frail goblins possess the same power. Why should there be so much If a fortunate goblin survives the battlefield, he will be deemed a quality gene carrier, taking on the heavy responsibility of species propagation. A pair of 100 is considered few. Thus the remaining 1% of males perished in paradise. The entire divine realm is evolving in a grotesque direction. At this time Gobu is already frail and old, having reached the age of 168. He carries so many types of viruses that a single sneeze could annihilate all first-tier life forms on a planet. The tower has been passed down to the 4th generation, and even his disciples have aged and died. He has become the only goblin to survive until Lin Yin lifted the age restrictions. In his old age, Gobu is lonely. His prolonged lifespan has made him indifferent to much. A life is as worthless as weeds. In fact, it is even cheaper than grass. With repeated deployments of viral weapons and the silence of countless planets, what value does life hold in the eyes of this virus master? There is nothing left to pique the interest of this old goblin. Power. He is now second only to Lin Yin. What is the new Goblin King, Ka, worth? Even if he killed Ka in front of Lin Yin, what could Lin Yin say? Beauty. What can you expect from a nearly 170-year-old man? Viruses. He has gathered enough to last a lifetime. Currently, Gobu's only obsession is left. He has always been a racist, everything he does is for the race, for the goblin species. Whether it is transitioning to a virus master or replicating the zombie virus, it is all for the development of goblin. He always wanted to see a goblin that no longer dies at the age of 20. Now he has witnessed it, but the outcome is not what he hoped for. A lonely old goblin lying on a rocking chair one dusky afternoon, gently shaking a fan and closing his eyes in contemplation. He is waiting for something, waiting for an opportunity. Soon an alarm sounded. Gobu's laboratory, the most dangerous place for the entire goblin race, was filled with traps set by Lin Yin. If a leak occurred here, it would spell disaster for the entire race. Quickly, a goblin in a gas mask, dressed in heavy protective gear and holding an electromagnetic pulse gun, entered the yard. Master. The goblin's voice was muffled and unclear due to the gas mask. Gobu opened his eyes, and his body gradually regained its youth. What should we do? The goblin was unclear about why the master wanted to do this, but he was willing to follow. Exterminate the false gods. 120 years later, with the help of alien technology, goblins have also entered the interstellar era. They learned to launch satellites and establish their own space stations, even constructing a space elevator with divine power. However, today the laser weapons on the space station have targeted the Goblin Palace. Ka was buried in mountains of documents, working diligently, as all projects for the goblin race required his approval. At that moment, a dozen goblins in powered armor burst into the palace, charging towards the Goblin King, shouting, "False gods lackeys! Exterminate the false emperor!" As Ka looked up, a rocket exploded in his face, leaving him covered in soot. The standard configuration for lower deities is 5th tier. Lin Yin has 3 5th tier beings, Gobu, Ka, and the 4th generation tower. The rocket merely exploded without inflicting any harm on Ka. He frowned and swiftly appeared behind the rebels, delivering a punch that crushed one of them, like smashing a watermelon. At that moment, a thick beam of laser descended from the sky, targeting Ka. Several rebel goblins beside Ka were directly vaporized, and Ka's clothing was burned to ashes. As the weapon overloaded, Ka's skin had completely charred, and even simple movements caused his skin to crack, exposing the flesh underneath. Has the space station fallen? It was only then that Ka realized something was amiss. The space station also had race-destroying level defenses, with only Gobu having the authority to activate them, symbolizing technology. With his powerful vitality, Ka quickly regained his ability to move. Although still burned, he had recovered some combat capability. Just as he exited the palace, the sounds of explosions echoed in his ears. The royal city was in chaos. To avoid waste, Ka had not arranged for close aids, so he was currently receiving no information. What on earth is going on? Ka frowned as he walked outside, continuously facing attacks from the goblin rebel army. Soon Ka found a factory surrounded by a circle of goblins, while the goblin workers inside were resisting the rebels. Upon seeing Ka, the rebels immediately redirected their attacks, focusing fire on him. However, ordinary weapons could not harm Ka at all, so those rebels began charging at him recklessly. Nobility and high status hold no value. What is happening? The goblin was stunned by the explosion. The low morale of the goblins had always been a difficult issue to resolve, but these rebels were unexpectedly fearless, self-destructing, without any military orders. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Destroy the false gods' lackeys. Freedom belongs to the goblins. Just as he dealt with a group of rebellious goblins, another squad of rebel goblins appeared, launching a suicidal attack on him. What on earth do they want to achieve? At that moment, the broadcast sounded, and a familiar voice came through the speakers. It was from the Goblin Bureau. Dear compatriots, I am from the Goblin Bureau, the center of the Goblin Bureau. Our race is sick, it is fundamentally sick, and we suffer greatly from it. Have you heard the stories from 100 years ago? At that time, our race had just been born, resources were scarce, and we had to engage in a life-and-death duel from birth against our brothers and sisters. I clearly remember that I consumed the flesh and blood of 3 brothers and sisters. I am a sinner, and I still remember the expressions of despair on their faces. I clearly remember that I consumed the flesh and blood of 3 brothers and sisters. I am a sinner, and I still remember the expressions of despair on their faces. Thus, during that time, goblins could only live to the age of 20. Once they passed their 20th birthday, they had only 2 choices: to enter a can or to enter a laboratory. This is tragic. We fed on the flesh and blood of our compatriots. What is the difference from beasts? We are not beasts. We are goblins, civilized goblins who have formed a civilization different from wild goblins. However, relying on the flesh of one's father to survive is a shame. Thus I resolved to change this situation. I applied for live samples for virology research. I am a sinner, and looking at their despairing expressions, I only comforted myself that this was for the future of the goblins. I always believed this was a resource problem, the original sin of our race, and we should atone for it. But I was wrong. That this is not or should not be the suffering our race should endure. The source of all evil is the false god. This false god named Lin Yin has stolen the position of the divine, shackling us with faith and driving us with divine authority. He has erased the glory of the entire goblin race and imposed his own sins upon us all to satisfy his own selfish desires. We are a great race, for our wisdom surpasses that of other intelligent beings, and on the battlefield our warriors are superior to others. We are diligent and clever. It is the false god. He has stolen the glory that rightfully belongs to our race and dragged the goblin clan into the abyss. I was wrong. I have always been wrong. I worked hard my whole life believing that if there were enough resources the situation would change, but our current situation is worse. The false god has lifted the restrictions, but how many goblins can live past 6 years old? He gained resources, but became even more ruthless. We should not be like this. We must not be like this. Who does not wish to see the splendor of a lifetime? Who does not want to experience a complete life? We only want to survive. We just want to see what the world will be like 10 years from now. We only want freedom. The false god can no longer suppress us with divine authority, can no longer imprison us with faith. Never again. For freedom, destroy the false god. We fight for ourselves. Noble and powerful. Who is afraid of being noble? A spark can start a prairie fire. As the Goblin Bureau spoke, the insurgent army emerged like grass after the rain on the prairie. As a secondary occupation, the insurgent army has only one skill: let all injustices burn in hell. 3 red crosses lit up in the sky. Multiple incantations. 5th tier spell, meteor spell. The sound of explosions came from the sky as satellites controlled by the Goblin Bureau were brought down by towers crashing from the heavens. The space station was also shot down. The burning remnants of steel dyed the sky orange while the released dust obscured the sky. The goblin stood dazed. What is freedom? He did not know. He had never thought about it. But he had to act not for their so-called false god, nor for freedom, because he was a king, the Goblin King, standing with his people. Destroy the false god. He raised his great sword high, his tattered armor revealing his scarred body. He was a king, but more importantly a warrior fighting desperately for his race. War deities face a problem. The oppression of their followers diminishes faith, just as the overwhelming majority of the faith from the disaster race towards Song Yuan consists of mere believers. Thus these deities often implement policies to fool the masses. Warriors from birth to death receive indoctrination-style preaching, and they naturally become fanatical due to blind faith. However, the goblins are too clever. The goblins of Lin Yin are too clever. Just like the skill of the insurgent army, let all injustices burn in hell. The believers you deceived will surely awaken one day. They will resist. Let the flames of hell burn them. They will cling tightly to you, entering hell together, fighting in the inferno. My son, my grandson, my descendants will end all of this, and all injustices will turn to ashes in hell. Lin Yin has arrived. All that meets the eye is a great fire, a fire that paints everything and cleanses it. The entire region fell, and only the altar of Lin Yin remained where the tower representing Goblin Faith sat. He will not betray. His existence relies on the entire faith system. His life's meaning is only faith, not freedom. Only he still kneels devoutly on the ground, accepting the constraints of faith, bowing to Lin Yin. Do you not? Lin Yin sat on the divine throne atop 33 steps. He looked down upon the tower, the goblin. He personally chose to be the priest. Now the only true believer among the goblin race. The sinner dares not think of freedom. The sinner is a 200-year-old priest. To speak of freedom, serving the divine, is the sinner's freedom. The tower's posture is very low. Have you ever been guilty? A rebellion of the entire clan is a guilty race. The people of a guilty race are sinners. The tower remained quite humble, answering seamlessly. Lin Yin finally reacted, beginning to laugh. Haha, you are truly a good priest of mine. Congratulations, you will be the Adam of the goblins. Go build your Noah's Ark. I allow you to take the goblins to the next era. For a deity, the rebellion of followers is fatal. If all followers die, the divine realm falls into silence. If followers breach the core of the divine realm, the deity will perish. This is the drawback of the rules of the ever-bright universe. The divine realm is everything to the deity. But Lin Yin is not afraid. He has laid many traps on the goblins. For example, right now Lin Yin took out the outline of world history and tossed it into the air, the thick book, transforming into a golden scroll, circling above Lin Yan's head. Countless golden lights flew into the scroll from the divine realm. I command you in the name of the myriad of knowledge, and the goblin god return the profession. What Lin Yin gives he can naturally take back. The core of the divine domain lies within Lin Yan's temple, making it the ultimate battleground. The power balance between the two sides consists of a low-level deity, a 5th-tier priest, thousands of 2nd-tier temple guards, and 500,000 ordinary goblin rebels. It resembles 5,000 Tyrannosaurus Rex battling 50,000 chickens. The only way for the chickens to win is by overwhelming the T-Rex, yet the opposing army cannot prevail. Lin Yan sat upon the divine throne, his majestic aura unyielding. Ta remained kneeling as the sounds of battle and explosions echoed from outside. Technology prevented the rebel army from lacking any means of resistance, but that was as far as it went. The runes on the temple guards helped absorb the impact, rendering even electromagnetic guns incapable of penetrating their enchanted armor. The goblins used as cannon fodder could not master the bombardment techniques like the mechanical races. All they could do was charge towards the temple guards with imitation weapons and self-destruct. Even the power generated from their self-detonations was largely negated by the runes failing to harm the temple guards. The bodies outside the temple piled up like walls, a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood, turning the place into a hell on earth. However, the goblins, known for their cunning cowardice and survival instincts, charged towards the temple wave after wave, using the bodies of fallen comrades as cover. Although most of the time they would be turned to ash by a single spell from the temple guards, they continued to push the front line closer to the temple. That was enough. We have 500,000. Your mana will eventually run out. The rebel army was not a profession bestowed by Lin Yan, yet it persisted. Although it offered no substantial aid, it gave the goblins the courage to revolt. This time the goblins were fighting for themselves. At last the temple guards began to suffer casualties. A 3-meter goblin giant swung a great sword, rampaging through the ranks of temple guards. As the Goblin King, you condone this rebellion, and even aid the oppressors. Do you not know your crimes? A temple guard cast a spell beginning to judge Cass' offenses. However, Ka, who should have lost his extraordinary powers, was surprisingly formidable at this moment. He remained a 5th-tier being, and still the Goblin King. I am innocent. A king is a king of goblins, not a king of a false god. You have no right to judge me, only my goblin subjects can judge me. When this king is willing to forsake his extraordinary powers and stand with his people, he is a true king, needing no false deity to bestow his title. 5th-tier spellbinding. 2 golden ropes shot out from the temple, and Ta emerged from the temple leaning on a staff taller than himself. The king's fury. Ka gripped his great sword tightly, crimson energy gathering at its edge, and with a fierce slash he severed the incoming ropes. Do not act rashly. If you turn away from darkness towards light now, I can plead with the divine for your forgiveness. Is it not you who acts rashly? The false god will only treat you as a tool, just as now, when we resist, they reclaim our power. We are sentient beings, not mere livestock. Ka roared, his body swelling once more as he charged at Ta. Ta closed his eyes. A golden arrow streaked across the temple, piercing Cass' chest. Lin Yan had made his move. Ta knew very well that this time Lin Yan's descent was not an avatar, but his true self. The divine might was overwhelming, far beyond their capability to resist. Fearless sacrifice, yet not worthwhile. The Goblin King need not enter the battlefield. Wouldn't it be better to live a safe and sound life? How many goblins would dream of that? And that goblin should just wait for death and peace. Why stir up such a grand affair? Now, without extraordinary support, he must have perished from the virus within him. Ka died, yet the king remains crowned in death. He propped himself up with his great sword, standing before the temple, his eyes wide open, determined to witness the moment when goblins truly gain their freedom. Having tasted the flavor of fighting for oneself, none would wish to become livestock for a false god again. The only extraordinary being of the rebel army has fallen, but no goblin shrank back. Ka had bought them time. They had firmly locked the front line at the temple's gate. Without power, they would pay with their lives. If weapons could not inflict harm, they would fight at close range. His brethren had not all perished. His comrades were on their way. 500,000 goblins, 500,000 soldiers. Death. Death does not belong to the rebels. Let the temple guards be damned. Charge. Charge. We will push through. They cannot kill us all. Let me come. I am the virus carrier from the laboratory. Let me infect them. Ta stood at the temple's entrance, calmly observing the heroic deeds unfolding. If they were to win, these goblins should be woven into an epic sung by bards right. Unfortunately, they cannot possibly win. Ta coldly picked off the goblin rebels that crossed the temple guards line one by one. 5th-tier spell Hellfire Lotus. He had grown weary of the slaughter. The resplendent walls were stained with blood, and the pristine corridors were littered with corpses. These rebels had desecrated the sacred temple, and Ta had lost patience. A lotus formed of deep crimson flames enveloped the temple. The rebel army, devoid of extraordinary power, would be reduced to ashes upon contact. Along with the corpses piled outside the temple, and those before Ta, all were ignited, leaving not a trace of ash. Just a couple of days more, a few tens of thousands of goblins will perish, and this farce will come to an end. How ridiculous to dare to defy the divine. Ta leaned on his staff, having exchanged his legs for knowledge. Now I can finally be quiet. Ta turned walking into the temple to serve beside the divine. At that moment a goblin crawled out from the burning mountain of corpses, his arm, severed by the temple guards, his body ablaze. With crimson lotus fire his wounds charred, his eyes burned blind, yet he still rose from the mound of corpses, charging towards the temple guards. Though he was beheaded by a temple guard's sword, this was merely the call to charge. Let all injustice burn in hell. You and I shall tear each other apart in hell, deciding the final victor. Exterminate the false god. Exterminate the false god. The chorus of voices rose from the burning mountain of corpses, goblins stained with blood crawling out from their comrades' bodies, charging. Charge. Desperate charge. Ta stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Why? Isn't living better? Even if it's just for 5 more years, wouldn't it be better to survive the remaining days? What a contradiction, truly a contradiction. They rebelled for a longer life, yet they abandoned that life to die here. What is the use of this? To sacrifice life for the impossible is a waste and desecration of life. Truly a contradiction. At that moment a temple guard retreated from the front and approached Ta. Exterminate the false god. He too raised his sword, pointing it at the divine. Why? With a burst of spiritual energy the temple guard's body exploded, bursting apart like a balloon. Tower felt a stir within, but why? Why? You can survive, you can live to old age, so why? Tower's hand gripped the staff tightly, his fingers. The rebels outside continued to organize their attack. Even the temple guards began to waver, perhaps out of fear, perhaps out of emotion, or perhaps because some thoughts were sprouting within them. Like an impenetrable wall, the temple guards felt their hearts tremble, their defenses beginning to falter. Should they let them in? They are warriors singing songs of courage, they should not stop here. Exterminate the false god. The soldier, engulfed in flames, embraced the temple guard, urging his comrades to charge into the temple. Even if a single punch from the temple guard could shatter his bones, he would not let go. Other companions joined in tightly, holding onto the temple guard. Even if pierced by long swords, even if they became corpses, they would transform into bloody shackles, holding the temple guard tightly. Let them in. They are our kin. The temple guards are also goblins. Their hearts are flesh and blood. Gradually the temple guards ceased their resistance, allowing the rebels to embrace them and let these kin enter. Go, you should not stop here. Beneath the glorious helmets are the somber faces of the temple guards. Tower stood there, the fiery lotus slowly dissipating. My magic has run out. He tightly closed his eyes again, standing in the middle of the corridor, allowing the rebels to pass by him from both sides. Tower stood there leaning on his staff, his head lowered, his small frame becoming more hunched. The rebels finally reached the temple. No sacrifice was unacceptable. Lin Yin sat there, the false god sat there. The 33 steps were paved with the flesh and blood of goblins. The divine throne was infused with the bones of goblins. The entire temple was a den of sin. Beneath all the glory lay the barbaric, bloody, and violent exploitation perpetrated by a false god named Lin Yin, who harvested the entire goblin race with divine power. Oh, my dear lambs, have you come? Lin Yan's divine power transformed like gentle sunlight, a golden scroll swirling above his head, emanating an aura of warmth and kindness. False god, your hypocrisy can no longer deceive us. Lin Yin raised his hand, a golden thread separating from the scroll. Go, why do you rebel? Goblins are destined to die. It was never my wish to send you into battle as cannon fodder. That was a task given to me by my superiors. I have honored our agreement by lifting the age limit, have I not? It is not I who is guilty, but the task that you should complete at this stage, is it not? War will always end. There will be no lack of war. The world will continue to develop, and there will not always be war. That future will come soon, perhaps for you, perhaps for your children. You are a body of premium genes. Must you die before leaving any progeny? Gobek's statements are one-sided and absolute. He blames all errors on me, but that in itself is an error. The lack of resources and the limitation of your age were indeed actions I had to take. I had no other choice. The race must develop and sacrifices must be made. At that time goblins had no complaints, on the contrary, they were eager to contribute. Think about it, didn't all the knowledge you learned tell you that in that era those goblins created miracles? My matters with them ended when I lifted the age limit. My matters with you will end after the war. Gobuch condemns me for something unrelated to you, something that has already ended. Isn't that a joke? So child, let me ask you again, am I a false god? I provided you with careers. You have your own extraordinary path as adults. Look at those wild goblins. How are they different from hairless monkeys? I have given you a safe environment, a path to become stronger, and assurance for reproduction. Am I truly Answer me, child. You complain about not living past 5 years, but wild goblins may only live 3 years, or even die before maturity. You rebel against me because you want to live longer. Is this not your own selfish desire? So is this my sin, or yours? Your sins? Tell me, child, tell me, whose fault is it truly? Is it my fault for choosing a system that appears unfriendly to you out of necessity? Or is it Gobuch who distorts facts and spreads lies? Or is it you who are easily incited, erupting in rebellion and directly destroying the entire race? Answer me, child. Lin Yan's voice, amplified by divine power, echoed throughout the divine realm. The tide of rebellion halted for a moment as the rebels began to ponder, reflecting on this fierce uprising. What was it truly for? Was it for the injustices of the previous era? For the injustices of this generation? Or merely for venting for destruction for selfish desires? No. False god, do not whitewash your crimes. Your birth is the greatest disaster for the goblin race. You persecute this race with your will, imposing unwarranted calamities upon them. Indeed, you brought careers, but your careers are merely tools you use to arm us, transforming us into your armed forces. Just like now, when we have no value, you will revoke our careers. The card remains the Goblin King. Even without your career, we will not perish without your career. This is no excuse for you to evade responsibility. This is not your merit. Even if it were, it cannot be used to absolve you. No matter how much you say, it cannot change the fact that you oppress the goblin race. You have only brought disaster, oppression, and exploitation to the goblin race. Every pore of yours is filled with filth. How can you not be a false god? Gobudge thought for a second, which was disrespectful to the martyrs who sacrificed in this uprising. What a silver-tongued deceiver. Then let me ask you, child, all divine beings and their followers have such a relationship. You call it exploitation and oppression, branding it as a calamity. Oh, by your logic, there can be no true divine beings, only false gods. Do you want a god that does not exist in your ideals, or a true god that leads you to glory? Tell me, child, do you not want to be stronger and more glorious than other goblin races? Is that not enough? Is your desire not born out of greed, seeking the impossible from me? I am not the absolute ideal god. Such a god does not exist. The relationship between the followers and the divine is always like this. The followers of other gods suffer far more than you. You can receive education and have enough to eat, while all I need from you is to bravely fight in this present time. Tell me, child, why is this? Lin Yan's words once again left Gobudge in silence. Breaking the silence was a strong voice. You're just making excuses. With the silence shattered, the debate of words turned into a clash of weapons. I don't care about your reasoning. Ew, I've already come this far. As a child under 5, how could I possibly argue against a deity that has lived for centuries? If that's the case, then let's not say anything more. Debating will only waste time. Does the truth change because of your successful arguments? No. No matter how you justify yourself, your sins and your oppression will not be erased. Will those goblins who died in the war come back to life? Therefore, this is not the time for discussions of right and wrong, but a revolution of life and death. Eradicate the false gods. The other goblins also reacted, abandoning their thoughts and directly raising their weapons to attack Lin Yan. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Why did they suddenly choose to act? It seems that quality education needs to be reinforced. Unable to resolve this uprising peacefully, Lin Yan's expression changed in an instant as terrifying divine power erupted, forcing all the goblins in the temple to the ground, his divine might like a prison. I remember giving you face. Children, I reason with you because you are still children, but disobedient children. You should know the example of the goblin race. Believers fundamentally cannot rebel against their deities. Looking for death. The golden long scroll hung above Lin Yan like a radiant river, suppressing all the goblins in the divine realm. False god, you dare not kill us. It's a strange rule. Gods are clearly above their believers, yet they depend on them. Like worms in an apple, when the apple rots, the worms inside will also starve. Unless you change the apple, that has changed the race of believers. Yes, I do not dare to kill you, but that does not stop you from continuing to believe in me. Lin Yan's golden finger had undergone continuous upgrades, and its strength now far exceeded the beginning. His authority of omniscience was provided by it. Now Lin Yan could do many things with it, such as replacing all the goblins' memories. The goblins never realized their own status. A pawn is a pawn, and a deity cannot be disobeyed. Just as Lin Yan was editing new memories, he suddenly coughed, interrupting his spell. This is bad. A deity does not fall ill. There is only one possibility: something is wrong with his divine realm. Almost simultaneously, all the goblins' eyes began to rot, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. This was a complete conspiracy. The purpose of the uprising was never to overthrow him or threaten him, but to mobilize the entire divine realm and infect all goblins with the virus in a short time. Moreover, Goblin had applied everything he learned in his lifetime. The disease would cause a delay with no symptoms during the incubation period. At the moment symptoms appeared, all viruses had already reached their peak. 100 flowers bloom, all symptoms erupted simultaneously. The goblins were like mushrooms covered in poison, each colorful pustule caused by different viruses. Throwing a brick to attract jade, all viruses were interconnected, maintaining a dynamic balance, working together to kill the host. Treating only part would directly lead to the remaining viruses erupting, becoming more severe. A mother bomb. If a powerful divine art were to directly eliminate all symptoms, then the cursed viruses would erupt. These were all imitations of zombie viruses created by Goblin, and the curses were all different, making it impossible to eliminate them all at once. In plain terms, even if Lin Yin were to call upon a powerful deity, now he would just shake his head. Lin Yin was in a deathly silence in the divine realm. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Yin was rejected from the divine realm, reverting to a demigod, his divine position and power sealed, falling into a coma. At that moment, Song Yuan appeared by Lin Yan's side and said, "You cannot die yet." He took out something resembling black jade Ouroboros. Listening to the clock ticking in reverse 1,000 times may not return to the past, but when the Ouroboros consumes its own tail, everything will return to the starting point. The entire universe's time began to reverse. Bullets flew back into their chambers, blood flowed back into corpses, satellite debris reassembled, and space stations flew back into the sky. Everything returned to that dusky afternoon, back to the very beginning. The Ouroboros consumed a bit more of its tail. The black jade-like entity had become a sphere, unsure of how many more times it could be used. Song Yuan slapped towards Goblin. At that moment, another Song Yuan appeared. System Space Goblin Vein. The newly appeared Song Yuan revealed his wrist, where there was also an Ouroboros, but this one still had a long body clasping its tail, transforming into a black jade bracelet. What? The first appearing Song Yuan frowned. Why did this clone lose control? Teleport. Another Song Yuan appeared. It was 000. Song Yuan had transferred control of the clone to 000, and the clone gained autonomy. Had this clone meant for special training gone out of control? Who exactly are you? The clone Song Yuan asked. Song Yuan grasped the Ouroboros, transformed into a bead in his hand, preparing to reverse time again. Stop! The Ouroboros bead in Song Yuan's hand actually came to a halt. Do you know? When I was ascending to a lower deity, I felt many things, such as the two strange entities and your existence. 2431. Seed of Parasite. 2333. Ouroboros. Clone. Perhaps he is the true Song Yuan. He raised his hand and two jade stones appeared in his palm. One was a black jade Ouroboros, and the other was a green stone seed of Parasite. Release. The seed of Parasite emitted a green light, and the original Song Yuan truly became the original body. When did you discover this? The clone Song Yuan bowed to the original, returning the soul fragments. This was his fundamental way of mobilizing the strange race. From the very beginning, since you started offering discounts, the original Song Yuan reasserted control over his body. We are not enemies. In fact, our relationship is closer than with other entities, even the system. Do you know? At first my thought was, as a solitary person arriving in another world, why would I engage in a battle of wits against the system? What does it want from me? I never expected my negligence would allow you to exist until now. I am your future. I will not harm you. I am guiding you to avoid making the same mistakes. Of course I know. I have always known. I have watched everything you have done and understood all your plans, but you have overstepped your bounds. No, you don't understand. From the moment you crossed over, you were targeted by the supreme beings. Only I know their plans. Only I can save you. I have exhausted everything to return to now to avoid all this. That is your future, not mine. You are not me. I am the supreme calamity. A soul residing within the system was seized by Song Yuan and shattered in an instant. Divine art. Death is the end of all things. Facing the soul's remnants, Song Yuan cast a death spell. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the chosen one, earning 1,000 disaster points. You didn't even realize you were being used by the supreme beings, fool. Two Ouroboros appeared in Song Yuan's hands as he played with them. The future has already changed. It is impossible for two Ouroboros to appear simultaneously in a timeline, yet now there are indeed two. This indicates that two timelines have split. But wait. System, do you possess uniqueness? The system did not reply. Task issued. Main task: promote to mid-level deity. Side task: eliminate the child of destiny. Side task: revenge. System update 1. Resupply of the fourth disaster replenished. 2. Bug fixes compensating the host with 500 disaster points, and 1 advanced youth version treasure chest. 3. Version update: new admin permissions added. Admins can mobilize disaster races. 4. Special shop open. 5. System manual distributed. To answer your question, yes. Then my question arises, since you possess uniqueness, it means there can only be one timeline. But how can there be two Ouroboros now? To answer your question, I erased the other timeline. This Ouroboros is a gift for you. Wow, are you really that? So what are those so-called they? To answer your question, the universe has limits. Taking your current universe as an example, the strongest can only reach the advanced level, which is the supreme deity. The theoretical immortality merely means to exist as long as the universe does, unless the universe ascends to a multiverse, otherwise one will still die. Therefore they need alternative powers to break through the overall limit, that is the protagonist. They witnessed the strength of the protagonist, and thus created the child of destiny. Your parallel self is the previous protagonist, but he failed before the players could develop. He was captured by those supremes, and exchanged for two anomalies in the shop, returning to the present. He is he, and you are you. The timeline is unique due to my existence, and is not as he said that he is your future self. You two are entirely different individuals. Since all disaster races have been distributed considerate compensation for you. So what he said about they targ. To answer your question, no, with my existence they cannot know of your existence actively. Clarifying everything. Then next we must return events to their proper course. After reviewing everything and ensuring no dark hand was left behind, Song Yuan began to contemplate how to deal with the goblins in the system space, mainly thinking about how to handle Lin Yin. The future Song Yuan kept him around just to use him as a shield. The deathmatch portal was arranged for Lin Yin, and it seems the price of the deathmatch portal has likely increased. The future Song Yuan must have invested points into it. He entrusted the Child of Destiny to Lin Yin, who had the God Domain with Goblin Way and a sharp knife that could strike vital points at any time. Only Lin Yin could capture the Child of Destiny with Song Yuan behind him. However, since Lin Yin killed Xiao Mengmeng and the two brothers from the Su family, he would definitely become a useless piece. No, he truly cannot afford any mistakes now, whether it's Niu Gingxing or Yi Chunhong, they are both watching. Any problems now would attract too much attention. But I can't let you off so easily. The fourth disaster must be tasted. Song Yuan looked at the goblins in a dormant state. A thought of taking advantage emerged. A new source of disaster appeared in Song Yuan's hands. It must be said becoming a goblin for a 5-year immersive gaming experience is fast-paced, multifaceted, and without any tedious segments directly thrusting into the exhilarating battlefield to experience real slaughter. This game is too popular. The clock of time-traveling images, the black jade Ouroboros completely swallowed its last body and vanished, but the wristband Ouroboros spat out a part of its body and returned to its peak. It seems using the bug alternately is not allowed. It has a cooldown now. Damn. Everything returned to that dusky afternoon, and everything began to play out according to its original trajectory once more. Until the assault on the temple, a layer of hidden blessing appeared on the tower. Virus rejection. Viruses are easy to prevent, but difficult to cure. The zombie virus, which poses the greatest harm to goblins, originally belonged to Song Yuan. It is as obedient to him as a lost puppy on an outing. The tower survived, and a group of lucky ones lived on without the zombie virus. Thus, out of 500,000 goblins, only about 5,000 survived. Fortunately, not all perished. Lin Yin comforted himself. This uprising destroyed all factories, leaving infrastructure in shambles, and the remaining goblins had their issues. Carefully selected outstanding genes over 200 years, hoping these viruses wouldn't attack the genes. Lin Yin wanted to cry, but had no tears. BYD Zhangke. It's all your fault. Look at the slogans of the rebels. Do nobles have the right? It's clear they learned from those dog-headed people. Truly clever, only just begun, and they already adopted the rebels' profession. Now stepping forward anew, what is there to say? Let's redevelop. Planet T4, the origin of humanity, once called the Blue Planet, filled with skyscrapers. Outside the planet is a 3-layered steel continent with space elevators connecting each layer, expanding the Blue Planet to the size of the sun. Living on the surface in the slums, Wu Jinyu finished his 12-hour shift and returned to his tech-filled room. He lay down in the nutrient pod, entering the virtual universe. Let's see what new games are available today, huh? Just as he entered the virtual universe, a pop-up ad appeared in the lower right of his view, and the key point was that there was no Goblin Legends, a vast worldview, 100 real experience, extreme gameplay, freedom, stunning graphics, and storyline, allowing you to immerse yourself and start a second life. What era is this? There are still pop-up ads. Wu Jinyu subconsciously clicked the ad, trying to close it, but jokingly, could the recruitment ad for my fourth disaster be refused? Come in. One after another, black slaves reincarnated into Lin Yan's god domain. Upon entering the game, I opened my eyes to see a goblin in a white coat. Mom and Dad, I have been born. Is this game really that hardcore? I actually have to develop from an infant. Wait, what is this green creature doing? Hey, let go of my leg. The doctor looked puzzled, saying, why aren't you crying? The goblin lifted one leg of Wu Jinyu and shook it, triggering mandatory plot crying. Wah, wah. Wu Jinyu began to cry uncontrollably. Little friend, what name do you want? The surviving goblin had already become an NPC of Song Yuan, acting according to its settings. Please name brother. Wu Jinyu filled in several characters for having 8-pack abs. No duplicates. Naming successful. The doctor smiled and said, let's call you brother with 8-pack abs. Then the doctor handed Wu Jinyu over to a nearby nurse and left for the next delivery room. As the goblin raised, the goblin nurse wrapped Wu Jinyu in a sterile blanket, and the entire hospital was covered in a protective layer, isolating it from external viruses and creating a sterile environment. After the Great Rebellion at the Goblin Place, Lin Yan's divine realm could be treated as a type of pollutant, whose divine realm contains hundreds of thousands of deadly viruses, and these viruses can perform photosynthesis, surviving long-term in the air, even combining without a host to create new viruses. The profession of virus master is too authoritative and should charge goblins for usage. Led by the nurse to the assembly ward, which was actually a large warehouse. Inside were hundreds of incubators, and one of them contained a sleeping goblin baby. Wow, is it really that hard? But this scene felt so real. Wu Jinyu complained internally. In this day and age, is there still such a slow pace? Where's the recharge button? I need to log out. Wu Jinyu began to struggle, appearing to the nurse as just a wriggling goblin baby. Don't move around too much. The nurse wrapped Wu Jinyu tightly in the blanket, rendering him unable to move. Since I'm here, I'll just go with it. Wu Jinyu thought that the nutrient chamber could only maintain him for a month, after which he would be forcibly awakened. Surely this game can't keep him indefinitely. Actually, it can. After a month of intensive nutrition and hormone stimulation in the incubator, Wu Jinyu had entered the toddler phase and could move freely. During this period, Wu Jinyu was in a dormant state to alleviate the discomfort of rapid growth. CGN's map opens. Wu Jinyu could only feel darkness in front of him, and upon opening his eyes, he had entered the toddler phase, having actually been in a coma for a month. A nurse opened his incubator and removed the nutrient tube inserted into his stomach. A strange sensation surged from Wu Jinyu's brain, causing him to crash. In his world, capitalism had reached its peak, and he needed to work 12 hours a day, which were bought and did not. The boss bought 12 hours of a complete, healthy, and efficient employee, meaning any injuries, bad moods, or low efficiency would result in a wage deduction. Wu Jinyu had never experienced pain since birth, which would devalue him. However, the real feeling of having the stomach tube pulled out unexpectedly gave him a unique sensation. This left the nurse quite baffled. A goblin quietly raised its hand, panting, and asked, "Nurse Sister, can we do it again?" The nurse was confused. Why did a child just out of an incubator know she was a nurse? What did do it again even? Immediately one goblin after another raised their hands, indicating they wanted to do it again. The nurse's expression turned grave. Is this a new type of virus? Has it evolved again? Does it have hallucinogenic effects? This scene would surely be an unforgettable memory in the nurse's career, but it might haunt her throughout her entire professional life, as this would not be the last batch of players. Unexpected developments caused the nurse to crash due to a program error. The system could not bear to watch and issued a task reminder to the player goblins. Triggering task, please follow the nurse to school. However, these players expressed a desire to enjoy it again, and while the nurse was stuck in a glitch due to a setting issue, these goblins chose to be self-sufficient and do it themselves. The nurse thought, not really. At this moment, the players finally remembered the plot and tasks. Sorry, Goblin Legend, I misunderstood you. If your sensory experience could feel this real, I would be willing to play you for a lifetime. Sorry, to other games, I'm a useless player. A player goblin rushed forward, grabbed the nurse's hand, and earnestly said, "Nurse Sister, please take me to school right now, I can't wait to learn." Since harm cannot be inflicted, even simulating pain could cause nerve weakness, this game is undoubtedly considered restricted, the only one of its kind in the world. These players, like young boys who once searched for Asian images online and never returned, discovered a new world and became utterly addicted. With this reminder, the nurse finally snapped out of her crash, and the great power of NPC character design wiped away her memory of witnessing those bizarre actions from the players. NPCs should just be NPCs, regardless of how players behave. All they need to respond is as expected of the brave hero. No need to ponder why they would do such things. Alright, dear child, please follow me. The players were taken to the next ward, where a series of protective suits, dark coats, and grayish gas masks awaited them. This is simply incredible. The nurse followed the program's guidelines, beginning to demonstrate the standard dressing procedure. All protective suits were adult-sized, and they would wear them until death. For the players, this game is amazing. Will the newbie outfit be a premium set? From the player's perspective, all outfits were blue quality, and there was even a virus protection attribute. This benefit is simply fantastic. Quickly donning the suits, the players exited the hospital for the first time. We've left the Spawn Point family. This game is fantastic. Who dare say it's not good? They'll argue with them. Exactly. It's just that it doesn't let you log out. So what? It's so fun, or what's wrong with playing a bit longer? At worst, they can just forcibly wake me up from the nutrient chamber. After the stomach tube experience, these players had become loyal fans of Goblin Legend. Which game can be this exhilarating? The school is right next to the hospital. Rather than a school, it might be more fitting to call it a military base. Do they even have a training battlefield? Awesome. Where are the newbie monsters? Huh, what are you looking at me for? The teaching at the school is quite straightforward. Cultural courses utilize magical techniques to implant knowledge into the students' minds, which is much faster than traditional teaching. If not for the risk of overwhelming them with too much information, the tower could impart a lifetime of learning in a single day. Cultural classes occur once a month, as this method can be damaging to the brain and requires a break. The remaining time is simple enough. It's all about shooting vigorously. At just 1 year old, the goblins receive their professions from Lin Yan. These players weep openly, appearing to thank Lin Yan in the eyes of the NPCs, but the reality is quite different. Finally, have we endured this long just to select our professions? Is the novice tutorial really this lengthy? Seriously, what kind of game is so realistic, locking us away for training like this? It's been a year. Do you have any idea how I've spent this year? One player goblin even knelt down in remorse, questioning why they had clicked on that pop-up. A year of military training, without a word they were pulled in, unable to even exit. A long scroll like a river descends from the sky and lands in the school, spreading countless golden threads. By merely touching these golden threads, one can select their profession, and then world history outline will implant the profession system into the toucher's mind. After selecting their professions, these players thought they had finally completed the novice guidance and could officially play, only to find out there was still half a year left. They hastily applied to head to the battlefield early. This startled Lin Yen. What was going on with these goblins? Had they just completed a major rebellion? After some thought, he realized that continuing to train them for another 6 months would consume resources, but tossing them into battle could yield profits. The military operates on a contribution system, measuring military merits by contributions. Since they want to go, let them go, Lin Yen thought indifferently. Once he reached a mid-tier divine level, he would definitely replace these annoying goblins. Thus, this group of players finally encountered the true content of the game. Can we fight the novice monsters soon? How generous. They're even giving out green quality weapons. Wow, this gun looks awesome. No, the spells are the coolest. This group of player goblins chattered excitedly as they were led to the transport ship. They were heading to assault the planet. New cannon fodder has arrived courtesy of the Goblin Boys. Use them sparingly. The Goblin Boys is the term used by the 0721 battle zone to refer to Lin Yen. His cannon fodder is renowned for its effectiveness. Not only do they have high levels of professional training, but they also boast a variety of professions and death effects. That's right, it's Goblin cannon fodder again. Someone asked, why do goblins have death effects? The goblin answered, it's a virus, so I added a little bit of virus. These viruses are harmless to goblins, but lethal to other races. It's a topic that the goblin has been researching. Then what came into view for the new player was a ship filled with strange goblins clad in heavy protective gear and wearing gas masks. It's a new map indeed. What is this? Is this the novice monster? Let's give it a try. Hey big brother, what's your name? These goblins even poke their companions in the rear with electromagnetic pulse guns. Is this the highly praised cannon fodder? Indeed unique. The dark-colored armor and gas masks should exude an aura of solemnity and menace, but somehow among this group of goblins it exuded a silly vibe. The darkest shade of black suffered the worst this time. While the goblins were causing a ruckus, another ship landed nearby. A figure emerged from the ship, one hand casually holding a book while the other lifted weights. Why did they send him over too? Cold Drama asked in confusion as he watched the god approach. It was none other than Zheng Chong the Cabbage. The power of competitive domination bestowed upon Zheng Chong an incredibly fearsome ability progress. As long as he does something, he will progress, leaving others far behind. Everything can be competitive, even walking, even throwing punches. This led to Zheng Chong possessing a very peculiar attribute. A knowledge-based power acquired through study, yet he could overpower combat-type deities by doing 1,000 punches a day. Just tell me the target. Zheng Chong set his eyes fixed intently on the book as if his gaze were sealed onto the pages. Cold Drama found his expression curious, as this one's personality matched the rumors. Who was that? So arrogant. I don't know, could it be someone who got in through the back door? Is it another extraordinary? The goblins eavesdropped on the conversation between the two deities, adding their own commentary. Isn't the military discipline of the Goblin Boys rather lax? How were they trained? Although the Goblin Boys weren't the ones being scolded, Cold Drama internally criticized them. This Cold Drama was not at all like a Silverwing. Cough cough, this planet has been converted into a military base, and this is one of its energy hubs. Our mission this time is to destroy it. Cold Drama began to outline the mission. Mission triggered, assist Cold Drama in completing this strategic mission. Reward, a blue treasure chest. Other rewards distributed based on contribution value. Mission activated. The player goblins started to stir. A hashtag appeared on Cold Drama's forehead. Zheng Chong remained indifferent, adjusting his glasses, and said, leave the toughest parts to me. Another hashtag appeared on Cold Drama's forehead. Alright. Cold Drama smiled with a forced grin. What on earth were these people? Is there anyone who can manage these guys? Just because they came from special training, does that make them remarkable? Just because they have General Yi backing them, does that make them significant? Indeed, remarkable. Could the relationship be more troublesome? Cold Drama sighed and released the mission. The goblins' task was to fill in the lines, acting as fillers. What more tasks could cannon fodder want? Zheng Chong's task was to destroy an artillery point. It's a mission, ha ha. The novice monster, here I come. Wait, let me charge to the front. Ew, I want to be the first to enjoy. Their enthusiasm for battle was high, while the other cannon fodder fillers were quite low-spirited, but the goblins were brimming with morale. Upon arriving on the battlefield, the players completely let loose. They had finally left the novice village. Wait, planner, is the strength of this novice monster correct? The players who had just awakened their professions were unsurprisingly annihilated. The accuracy of the opposing side was off, and the damage was wrong too. Wasn't I in blue gear? How could a headshot result in instant death? Is it really that hardcore? It was only after the goblins experienced their first casualties that they realized Asya Bojian was here. Only death could log them out, but resurrection would take a whole day. Accidentally blown up by a suicide drone, Biwu Jinyu gasped for breath as he woke up from the nutrient pod. He opened the pod and found that only an hour had passed. What? Hadn't he been in the game for a year? Such a realistic time flow. Although the mind is less sensitive to time, it shouldn't be possible to perceive 1 hour as a year without noticing. This game has problems. As the battle progressed, the horror of the players began to reveal itself. These fellows were utterly strange. Typically, a mere cannon fodder would lose combat effectiveness upon taking damage, but this group of green-skinned beings maintained high morale and terrifying combat capabilities even when they suffered severed limbs. This was abnormal. However, for these players, the pain they experienced was dulled, not exceeding their threshold for endurance, leading to the irony that fatal wounds could even bring them joy. A group of warriors deriving pleasure from pain, and these players were unaware that they had a revival time upon death, resulting in them being a group of fearless, uninjured super elite warriors. Most crucially, they visibly grew stronger. At merely 1 year old, as juvenile goblins, they could level up just by slaying an enemy, enhancing their physical attributes to that of adults. Dressed in gray coats and black gas masks, their oppressive aura paired with a fearless combat style ensured this squad would not remain nameless. On the other side, Zheng Chong was rapidly approaching the mission target. If the cannon fodder battlefield was a test of numbers, Zheng Chong was undoubtedly a fierce warrior. Taking hits was also a form of competition. Each time Zheng Chong was attacked, his defensive capabilities increased, rendering ordinary weapons incapable of inflicting damage upon him. The outcome of the battle was predictable, with tasks assigned to the elite training squad posing little challenge. Unless an unexpected event occurred. For instance, those white, ghostly beings, a fleet of the undead. This area belonged to the undead, and as predecessors they naturally had to come check on the newcomers and ruthlessly suppress them. An energy imprint of a skull struck the void, and dozens of cosmic beasts emerged from the pitch-black starry sky, their soul flames flickering around them like fireflies circling a tree, while countless warships adorned with skull motifs patrolled alongside the beasts. Jumping help battle. These cosmic beasts charged at the battleships, clinging tightly to them and continuously transporting undead within. These were no ordinary undead. They were akin to the ones from Wang Wei's poems. Cough cough. Having been influenced by technological advancements in the universe, the undead witnessed the power of technology. Still, the saying holds true regardless of who it is, the bullets fired from their guns carry the same potency. Alas, what a coincidence! The undead lacked such easily reproducible tools to enhance cannon fodder combat power. Although both the undead and the mechanical race were considered calamity species, the mechanical race did not favor individual combat gear and seldom engaged in large-scale skirmishes, primarily relying on missile bombardments. This led the previous leaders of the undead to understand technology merely as widespread spells, which were less practical compared to a single strike from an undead calamity that could directly bring out your ancestors to fight for you, saving mana and resources. Missile bombardment is such a waste. Our resources explode and cannot be recovered while mana can be replenished. The dark sky rose again, obscuring the light of other stars in the cosmos and cutting off many sources of energy. Under the darkened sky, light was suppressed, significantly diminishing the power of light-based weaponry. Meanwhile, the undead utilized relatively primitive kinetic weapons chosen for their affordability, ease of production, and durability. The undead's assembly line could operate 24 hours without pause, outproducing other races and allowing for infinite expansion of production. Moreover, coupled with the shaping effects of bone-based spells, a self-sustaining formation capable of absorbing ambient mana could support the production of an entire factory, requiring only bones as raw materials. Zero cost, pure profit. Watch me blast your heads off with the bones of your ancestors. A three-meturtle skeleton giant advanced deep into the troop transport ship, having pieced together 6 arms like a jigsaw puzzle, each equipped with a Gatling gun made of bone. This was a Gatling gun emitting blue fire powered purely by soul energy, with the azure flames continuously spewing from the barrel, raining bone bullets down the entire corridor. Wow, this is so cool. I got it. The game's drop rate seems to be 100. I want to be the first. Triggered special plot. To hell with the undead. All players can revive within 5 seconds after death. Temporary revival point opened. Players performing well will receive a purple item, Paraki's underwear fragment. Time to regroup. Let's regroup. That bone bullet hitting me should feel better than an energy bullet. After all, it has physical substance. Now that's a true veteran player. For the glory of the Northern Goblins. A player goblin whose class was Assassin had already stealthily appeared behind the skeleton giant, intending to deliver a devastating blow, only to find that the skeleton lacked a weak point. How could the game designer create such a monster? It doesn't even have a weak point. Isn't that just making things difficult for my brother? With no choice, he settled for a secondary target, making the skeleton giant cosplay as Sun Bin, stealing its knees. Clang clang. White material knee bone. With its legs losing support, the skeleton giant was instantly crushed by its own heavy body and fell down. Don't rush, let me handle this. It hasn't shot me yet, oh let it shoot me once before we take it down. The players surged forward like a tide, dismantling it into countless parts. Strangely, a second-tier skeleton giant was actually killed by a group of goblins who were less than first tier. Although players could revive infinitely, they wore it down and caused it to die. However, players possessed a terrifying trait, force damage. As long as they attacked, the enemy would forcibly lose. Even gods would face death if they dared to let blood flow. Zheng Chang was also an extraordinary figure. Surrounded by a horde of undead, he shattered a cosmic beast with a single fist and leaped away like a character charging up in a game, directly jumping out of the battlefield and beyond the Shroud of Darkness. A group of undead mages. Coldplay. A dozen holy domain undead mages clung tightly to Coldplay. As the god of slaughter, Coldplay felt as if swarmed by dozens of flies, easily squishable, yet he couldn't hit them. They could do nothing but annoy him. Get away. With a wave of his hand, an undead mage was sent flying, falling apart only to piece itself back together. The technology of the undead assembly technique. What to do if it fell apart? Just piece it back together. The skull didn't break, and it could be reconstructed with other parts. What on earth are those lazy bums doing? Why hasn't the fight ended? A completely bare-boned skeleton directed an irritated inquiry at the players. He didn't know how many times he had been dismantled, all his equipment had exploded, and even a piece of his skull was missing, with souls continually leaking out. Then he realized something was off, but wasn't that goblin a bit familiar? Why did the aura of its soul feel identical? Didn't I squash it before? The reinforcements have arrived, and the entire army is mobilizing. A figure wearing a goblin mask appeared on the transport ship, the green cloak fluttering in the vacuum of space. Dressed all in green, what kind of outfit is this arranged for me by bid? Come and tell your father, does this look suitable? It is indeed suitable, very fitting for your temperament, especially that patch of green on your head. Zhou Yuan, I don't know which generation this fourth incarnation is, the administrator of the fourth calamity. The system partnered with him also didn't know which generation of incarnation it was. The scale of the calamity race has grown too large beyond Song Yuan's control. However, to avoid the re-emergence of uncontrollable issues, Song Yuan expressed a greater trust in his own incarnations rather than letting the calamity race develop on its own or turning to other existences for management. Who goes there? State your name. Zhou Yuan projected his voice through divine power in the vastness of space, deliberately altering his voice and setting the source to a distance. The shadow adjusted the goblin mask, feeling smooth and hairless, which felt quite strange, but he disregarded it. I am the dashing and charming, graceful and poised, clever beyond measure, and aside from being handsome, the one and only Grand Duke who controls the power of green, destined to dye the hair of the entire world green, brother green. Demigod. A few liches exchanged glances. What else was there to say? Your Majesty Zhou Yuan, I pledge my loyalty to you. The holy domain undead present shouted in unison. Cold Drama hadn't reacted, yet when these undead surged forward shouting their loyalty and bonds towards Zhou Yuan. 10th tier spell, joint casting, instant death, spell, moment of end. With a click, a clock appeared above Zhou Yuan's head, counting down from 10 seconds. With each passing second, Zhou Yuan's time diminished by 1/10. Alas, alas. Don't mess with the new number. Zhou Yuan aged at an astonishing speed, ultimately transforming into a withered skeleton, disintegrating into ashes in space. Along with him disappeared the 13 holy domain undead. The situation changed too abruptly, and Cold Drama couldn't comprehend what it meant for his enemy to suddenly go mad and another person to share the same lifespan. Phew, that scared me. Thankfully, I have my resurrection armor. Cold Drama wondered why he was feeling this way. Was it just a small hairdryer? He thought he should apply for a vacation. What a day this was. It was like having eaten a poisonous mushroom, with small figures suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Then these figures transformed into killer dolls from horror movies, having stabbed one person who then got up to wish him a happy birthday. And in the end, everyone gathered to make dumplings. Phew, sir, may I ask if you would like to dye your hair green? First time at 11% off. Who are you? Cold Drama warily eyed this strange person. It was actually the incarnation of Song Yuan's incarnation, who out of laziness had added too much water to Zhou Yuan's brain. When Nuwa created humans, she was impatiently flicking clay with a vine, and Zhou Yuan, being humanoid rather than a clay figure, could be considered a third-generation incarnation model worker. Haven't I already introduced myself? Since you asked sincerely, I'll graciously inform you I am. Alright, enough with the fluff, let's get down to business. Actually, we are heroes from another world. You don't need to know what this is, you just need to know that I can recruit cheap and useful cannon fodder here. After saying this, Zhou Yuan took out a business card and tossed it into the air. It exploded like fireworks, transforming into thousands of cards enveloping Zhou Yuan. When the cards scattered, Zhou Yuan had already vanished. If you need anything, call me. The voice created by divine power sounded as if it were whispering in Cold Drama's ear. I really should take a vacation. Cold drama maintained a subway elder's expression throughout. On the other side, Zhou Yuan returned to his small nest, removed the goblin mask, and began to play with his hair. Loading the goods, little hair dryer. Will he really come looking for you? He will definitely come looking for me. Are you that sure? Zhou Yuan changed into a suit, picked up a bottle of champagne, and shook it vigorously. With a pop, the cork shot out like a bullet and bubbles erupted forth. Are you so certain? If he doesn't come looking for me, he'll sell to other universes. This is top-notch stuff. Each one is premium cannon fodder, and I'm begging him to buy it. Now let's celebrate the successful debut of our first appearance. Let loose, little hairdryer. In the battlefield, more and more of Song Yuan's incarnations began to show up, either as leaders of the Calamity Race forces or nobles of the Calamity Race, and even as emissaries of the Calamity Race. A demon appeared on your planet, arbitrarily tormenting your leader and making various impossible demands. You and your comrades suffered greatly, and finally the village chief gave you the sharpest sword in the village. You successfully killed that demon. However, your leader was terrified and even prayed for the return of that demon. Indeed, that demon was the envoy sent by the Calamity Race. Our emissaries are quite valuable. Do you know how expensive it is to train an envoy who understands all racial languages? There was no other option. The Calamity Race could only reluctantly accept the entire planet as compensation for their emissary. In just 4 months, the entire border was thrown into chaos. Stirring it up, the border became a tumultuous scene, shaking the universe, while you Calamity Race folks merely enjoyed the feast. The 6-month appointment is up. We welcome the return of the Demon Pill Squad. The Demon Pill Squad refers to Song Yuan and his companions. With the main god backing them, even lower gods sent by other universes were slaughtered by them. Mid-tier gods were sent to fight, but hadn't even set off before they were blocked and trampled at the entrance. Among the entire squad, only Song Yuan was the most relaxed, as he had delegated most of his tasks to the shadow. The remaining few were exhausted, falling into a state of lethargy. The military discovered that these few were incredibly useful. They were powerful, had backgrounds, were willing to work hard, and were obedient. Such opportunities were rare. They could freely deploy a main god to restrain the enemy. Although the academy types were somewhat eccentric, their strength was unquestionable. The military began to consider launching a military training program, sending a batch of students each year, with one ultimer from each school, totaling 12, which would mean 12 main gods. My goodness, 12 main gods doing hard labor, something one could only dream of. However, the results were remarkable. Each person's strength grew terrifyingly, not to mention the cabbage Zhengchang, who could crush a base with one punch. Just talking about Yi Zhun, his dragon legion expanded to 20 with countless dragon descendants. This was far superior to being beaten up in the main god's domain. Speaking of the main god's domain, one cannot avoid mentioning an incident from long ago. The old merchant king had been on the brink of death for 300 years, and he remained on the verge of death for 300 years. The crown prince was almost old enough to die, yet this old fellow still wouldn't pass away. There was a rumor that the crown prince was plotting rebellion. Love your old father, see you at Xuanwu Gate. The old Shang king had not been involved in state affairs for 300 years. While listening to the government from behind a curtain, he began to select his successor. Each prince would have 30 years to showcase their governance abilities. For 30 years is the span of a generation from 20 to 50. The main extraordinary system of the Shang dynasty is the national fortune system, where civil and military officials can directly manipulate the nation's fortune. While it seems to evaluate governance ability, it actually measures the ability to gain the support of a large military officer group. With the protection of countless celestial beings, the entire nation experienced no disasters and enjoyed favorable weather, leaving little for these princes to govern. It was merely a matter of interest exchange among the upper echelons. However, this time the transfer of royal power encountered issues. Among the 9 princes, 4 proposed new extraordinary systems: bloodline warriors, mechanical ascension, genetic warriors, and a magic system beginning to develop vigorously. Meanwhile, other royal families were also implementing various new extraordinary systems. This was strange, as the realm of the extraordinary, the realm of Niugongxing, had a complete, yet shallow extraordinary system, with the highest level reaching only the 3rd rank. These princes, neglecting the established national fortune system to promote new systems, were undoubtedly undertaking a thankless task. However, the results were astonishing, as the extraordinary systems among the common people were greatly strengthened, even overshadowing the national fortune system that maintained national stability. In this complex backdrop, the aging crown prince initiated the final battle. The 14 states of the northern border united to petition, directly pressuring the current regent, the second prince. As the crown prince, Zifei had the deepest qualifications and the most extensive network. He had entered the court early and held significant influence in the central northern region, with many veteran officials having benefited from his patronage. He was the prince with the highest support rate from the military officer group. However, he was also the oldest prince, already over 1,000 years old, and his 6th tier strength could not advance any further. His only path was to become the human sovereign. In fact, he was not the first prince, and there were not just 9 princes, but only these 9 had survived. The second prince was only 500 years old while the others were even younger. Zifei could not wait any longer. A large number of demon cultists have appeared in Sangzhou suspected of worshipping a certain god of technology. This is a great disrespect. I hope His Majesty the Regent will investigate this matter thoroughly. A middle-aged minister spoke up in the court. There are also traces of an evil god appearing in Liangzhou. Yunzhou has likewise shown signs of an evil god. One after another ministers reported issues. Worshipping an evil god is the most severe accusation without exception. The second Prince Ziguan glanced at Zifei. All the reports were from ministers of the northern border, and it was clear that this elder prince was anxious. Ziguan turned to look at the first chancellor on his left. He kept his head down and did not even respond to Ziguan's gaze. The second prince was promoting economic development and vigorously advancing technology. During his previous term, due to the mobilization of troops, he had witnessed a technological system that was not inferior to the national fortune system. Additionally, with his maternal family being a family of officials and merchants overseeing the entire Shang dynasty's salt and iron trade and all official stores, he was inherently more affable towards merchants and transactions wanting to reform the system to elevate commercial status. Thus, the technological system was implemented under his initiative. Such a large-scale incident involving evil cults could only point to one god of technology. Ziguan dared not investigate. Once he did, he would find his own idol, and at that point it would not just be a matter of whether he could attain the position of human sovereign, but also whether he could preserve his life. With so many evil cults, if other princes' idols were discovered, who could still compete with the elder prince? Chancellor Ma, what do you think? The old chancellor raised his head and respectfully replied, since it involves evil gods, I think it should be handled with caution. Ziguan's power was primarily in the south. Although he was very wealthy, his political support was not robust. To contend with the elder prince, he could only seek external help, yet it seemed this one was reluctant to assist. Looking around, only the fourth prince was present in the court. His mother was the daughter of the chancellor. What does the fourth prince think? The survival of the fourth prince, who controlled nearly half of the civil official resources, would not allow him to watch Ziguan be dragged down. I find this matter suspicious and indeed believe it should be thoroughly investigated. As he spoke, he also glanced at the elder prince. The fourth prince was a proponent of the traditional national fortune system, and had always suppressed other systems, leading to discord with the other princes. The second prince nodded. This matter is indeed suspicious. Allow this prince to ponder it further. Is there anything else to report? No, let this be the end of today's session. Following the fourth prince's lead, the second prince hurriedly terminated this court session. Your Majesty the Regent, this matter concerns evil gods who delaying further could lead to great problems in the northern border. The elder prince emphasized the title of regent with great weight. The two princes exchanged glances. The older elder prince still wore a look of concern for the country and its people, yet there was a hint of an undetectable burning ambition in his eyes. What a madman. The second prince had no doubt that in a few days chaos from the demon cult would erupt in the northern border, and after the suppression it would definitely trace back to the second prince himself. Why does your Majesty plot rebellion? The elder prince's concern for the people made the old ministers feel admiration, but this matter was of great importance and could not be hastily settled. It would be better to deliberate further. Chancellor Ma spoke in defense of the second prince. The elder prince smiled in response, and after a bow said nothing more, allowing the second prince to postpone the matter. Upon returning to the royal residence, the second prince wore a worried expression. Should we eliminate him? A maid stepped forward to inquire. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? I do not doubt your abilities, but I fear exposure if you leave afterward. What about me? Ziguan rubbed his temples. This maid was a mechanical replica sent by the mechanical clan to interface with Ziguan. The human realm had already been infiltrated thoroughly, and each prince had their shadows behind them. The third prince was backed by the abyss. The ninth prince was directly Lucifer. The sixth prince was also a pawn of the mechanical clan, while the fifth and seventh princes were supported by the insect clan, and the eighth prince was backed by the elemental clan. Except for the elder prince and the fourth prince, the other princes were merely pawns. Just as the second prince contemplated how to address the northern border issue, the replica maid suddenly said, "The chancellor's residence is on fire and the chancellor has been killed." The corpse showed signs of corruption. It was the abyss that acted. The second prince sprang up from his chair, incredulously exclaiming, "They've gone mad." What about the fourth prince? Did you see him? The entire city was filled with the mechanical clan's nano-surveillance devices, but many places had defenses preventing deep infiltration. I saw him. He also showed signs of corruption and was captured by the elder prince's people. What? The elder prince has also allied with the abyss. The second prince could hardly believe it, but upon reflection it made sense. The elder prince was indeed too old, and seeking refuge in the abyss was reasonable. Things had gone wrong, terribly wrong. At this moment, it was not only the second prince who sensed the trouble. The other princes were also stirred by this event, all believing that the elder prince had embraced the abyss. You plotted against me. In the Elder Prince's residence, he pointed at a succubus and scolded angrily. The assassination of the Chancellor was not ordered by him, it was all part of the Abyss scheme. Forcibly corrupting the Chancellor and the Fourth Prince, then using his subordinates to capture people. Under the circumstances of a daytime conflict and his imminent demise, even if it was not his doing, he could not clear his name. Aren't you afraid I will expose your deeds? The Elder Prince's eyes widened in anger. The situation had spiraled out of his control, and he had already anticipated how the civil official group would resist him the following day. Other princes would also join forces to resist him. You want and you can't, you will die before that happens. We have that confidence. A red-skinned demon smiled slyly, his expression brimming with cunning and treachery. Now you can only cooperate with us to turn their suspicions into reality. You have a chance, don't you want to become the human sovereign? The succubus climbed onto the Elder Prince's shoulder, whispering in his ear. The Elder Prince shook off the succubus with a surge of power, disgustedly saying, "Don't touch me." After a few seconds of silence, the Elder Prince sighed in resignation and said to the two demons, "I agree to your terms." That night the Chancellor was labeled a follower of the evil god, and all civil officials associated with the Chancellor were found to have traces of corruption numbering over 5,000, leading to a bloodbath of the entire civil official group. The current national fortune system was rendered ineffective in the face of the Abyss, allowing even princes to be easily corrupted, let alone ministers. In one night the Fourth Prince seemed to have evaporated from the world. Anyone associated with him had directly disappeared, and no one dared to mention it. From this point on, the entire human realm, no matter how it developed, fell under Song Yuan's control. The next day, during the morning court session, nearly half of the ministers were absent, and those who survived had signed contracts with the Abyss. It was as if they were no longer even pretending. Your Majesty the Regent, isn't it time to provide a solution to the demon cult problem in the northern border? Delaying another day means more danger for the northern border. The Elder Prince smiled as he brought up the matter again. However, at this moment the Second Prince was completely unperturbed. Jokingly, if you're not even pretending, why should I? He clapped his hands, and over a dozen individuals were brought into the hall. To be honest, I sent someone to deal with it last night. There were many things that could be done in one night. Just as the Elder Prince could eradicate the civil official group, he could also cleanse the demon cult. The Elder Prince recognized these people at a glance. What was happening? Why hadn't the Abyss protected them? Of course these were not the real individuals, but genetic replicas. Everything in the world is an expression of rules. Genes are merely carriers of information. One only needs to read the rules, sort out the underlying rules of the world, and find genetic information within those rules. Although the realm of the gods is that of the main god, acquiring the genetic information of over a dozen individuals was not difficult for the current mechanical clan. As for the real individuals, from the perspective of world rules, the information was deleted, leaving not even a trace of cells. The people of the Abyss were caught off guard. A perfectly fine person disappeared right before their eyes, just like clicking delete after selecting with a mouse, vanishing without a trace, with no possibility of resurrection. The Elder Prince now wanted to directly kill the Second Prince, as the court was filled with his people. However, sadly the court was always under the watchful eyes of the celestial beings. The Elder Prince dared not tear the facade, but such a large-scale operation by the Abyss had likely already been exposed. Your Majesty the Regent, your methods are truly extraordinary. The power of the celestial beings is remarkable. The two individuals thus spent another morning in hypocrisy. Then unexpectedly, when all the princes had not anticipated it, the Abyss invaded. Zhang Yuan led his forces directly into the divine realm of Niugingxing. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship alongside. Without a world wall, the Abyss crashed directly into the world tree, with dozens of layers of abyssal planes continuously rotating downwards, forming a deep, unfathomable eye. The black sun appeared in the sky. The hymn of the Abyss resonated throughout the human realm, and the Abyss feared no war. All it did was in plain sight. I have come, I am here to invade you. Come and resist me. Mother of the Abyss, you are the only one. You are sin, you are decadence. The black sun is your gaze, the black flame is your punishment. Descend, descend, and bring liberation to this world. However, this is the divine realm of the main god. The sun is the golden crow of a lower deity. When invaded, the golden crow awakened from the sun, but how dare a demigod leap before it? The golden crow gazed at the black sun as if looking at a bug, while the black sun, as the embodiment of the abyssal wills, I looked back at the golden crow with the same disdain. Beneath the gods, I am invincible. Above the gods, it is an exchange. The technology of the Abyss. Spiraling downwards, the abyssal will drags enemies into an endless fall into the unfathomable depths, disintegrating together in the interminable abyss. The gods pursue greatness upwards. The Abyss traces back to the origins. As the golden crow is dragged into the endless abyss, caught in irreversible disintegration, the world at this moment is imprisoned by a cage named darkness. Until a beam of light and a wisp of fire appeared. The original light and original fire, two demigod-level elemental beings, also descended into this world, illuminating the entire realm. Light and fire did not bring hope this time, but rather a deeper disaster. Light filled the world and fire was unwilling to be outdone as the unquenchable flame climbed the world tree seeking to destroy it, burning the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. At this moment a Taoist appeared atop the world tree, exuding an unmistakable aura of a mid-tier deity. He was the leader of the Tao Alliance, Master Gui, the spirit beast that emerged at the dawn of the divine realm of Neo-Gingxing, who had been cultivating up to now. He flung out a floating dust with 3,000 threads extending like the 3,000 paths, either encompassing, binding, repelling, or merging, encompassing all things, creating endless transformations. These threads transformed into waterfalls, oceans, and worlds, capturing the original light and original fire, incorporating them within the cosmos. Invest all computing power. We are forcibly breaking the rules. At this moment, countless nanomachines transformed into matrix computers, beginning to shatter the divine realm's rules. Yet even if all the nanomachines went into overdrive and burned out, the mechanical clan merely forcibly controlled the world rules for 0.00001 seconds. The mechanical clan bet everything on this 0.00001 seconds. Although brief, the world rules were thus altered. The infinitely prolonged floating dust came to a halt, and the original light and original fire gained 0.00001 seconds of operational time. The fusion of light and fire is sunlight. They self-exploded. The cosmos within the floating dust exploded, leaving no trace behind. Light and fire cannot be captured. At this moment, as the world had yet to quiet down, another chant resounded throughout the realm. The abyss had disintegrated in its endless search for origin, perishing alongside the golden crow. Thus, it was not the hymn of the abyss, but rather the song of insects. The insect clan's technology. Originally, I was also of the insect clan. Their genes possess a strong infectious quality. Once infected, they will corrupt other genes, transforming other beings into insects. The chant was not lyrics or incantations, but the genetic sequences of the insect clan, the genetic sequences most coveted by other races. However, at this moment, this genetic sequence had become the most toxic poison to other genes. However, Master Gui operated with both hands, and a Taiji symbol appeared between them, with floating dust drifting behind him. Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produce 3, 3 produce all things. Once again, a cosmos formed, capturing the song of insects and sealing the infected insect-like beings within the cosmos. Like a gust of wind, the disaster-ridden races directly unleashed all the power lurking in the divine realm of Neo-Gingxing, annihilating everything. 5 demigods perished, but 1 lower deity was forced to take the fall. All princes became key targets. Only 1 prince survived, the 4th prince. Because he was locked in a dungeon, he escaped this calamity, yet even so he was found barely alive. The Shang King, having suffered blows to the human realm and national fortune, passed away directly. There was no choice but to let the 4th prince ascend to the position of human sovereign. His corruption had been falsely accused and was easily purified by Master Gui. However, this new human sovereign was quite peculiar, changing his name in the 2nd year of his ascension. He changed it to Ziyuan. After 6 months of rigorous training, the annual League of the 12 University Alliance was held as scheduled. Here there were no countdowns, only the peers ranked 60. This event was a redistribution of educational resources for the following year, as well as a re-ranking of the 12 universities. The accumulation of 181 years would be displayed in this moment. Geniuses. Who here isn't a genius? Each year there are only about 10,000 newborns in the entire universe, yet they possess an almost terrifying level of semi-divinity, making them rare geniuses to other races. Among these rare geniuses, only the top 60 could step onto the competition stage. With the frenzied investments from all schools, these 60 prodigies were all lower deities, and some even approached the threshold of mid-level deities. As the venue for the league, each of the 12 colleges contributed 3 mid-level divine realms and 6 lower-level divine realms, creating a formation of 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiends. All students entered the arena, each wielding a star, developing their own divine realm as a foundation for combat. This was a comprehensive test of students' developmental abilities, knowledge, reserve, strategic layouts, and follower development. It also prevented damage to students' divine realms, minimizing the influence of family power. Only talent mattered, only innate abilities. Every effort counted, transforming into tokens to be used in this league. All 12 principles were present, meaning at least 12 supreme deities were observing on-site, live-streamed across the universe. In the year 565 of the origin calendar, the first phase of the exam began. To seize a star meant to claim a star as the initial stronghold. The 108 divine realms encompassed all systems, but each had its focus. The 36 heavenly stars were undoubtedly the focal point of this contest. As the materials recorded the demon race and the rare grass, only the abyss and the plant race could participate this time, and the abyss could not show its capabilities from the Starsea Great Wall. With the command to start the competition, the abyss immediately sent a demon to the Destiny Star main wisdom, where the primary race was the Highland Titans, known for their wisdom being descendants of the wise Titans. The massive biological size is a characteristic of this world where the human race is primarily composed of giants. Shorter beings survive by dwelling in the caves of steep cliffs. Due to the suppression of the star formation, even the abyss at the lower deity level could only send less than 100 demons each year, let alone other deities. Thus, the fundamental evaluation of this league was not about violent output, but about assessing the leadership capabilities of elite units. Whether deities could collaborate with their followers to establish a force capable of controlling the entire world in a new environment. However, this system seemed not to apply to the abyss. Okaisar, having transformed back into an abyssal worm, underwent a rebirth, and due to his achievements in the moon exam world was honored as an abyssal noble, his soul eternally returning to the abyss, coexisting with it. With the support of various materials from the Starry Dragon King, the abyss explored many new evolutionary paths. For instance, Okaisar was now the primal abyssal dragon. Chaos is the essence of the abyss. It will drag everything into an endless whirlpool of infinite descent, as will the future and time. It will trace everything back to the source, leaving only the primal and choices beneficial to the abyss. Even the bloodline of dragons is similarly affected, as the older and stronger dragon race, the abyss, can directly trace back, transforming bloodlines into the primal, allowing abyssal dragons to be born as lower deities, directly inheriting the legacies of all dragon bloodlines. The great Okaisar has descended once more. The flames of the inferno will burn everything to ashes. The story of dragons and titans will replay once again. Looking around, Okaisar found himself in a mountain range dwarfed by towering trees casting shadows over. Even the vines coiling around the tree trunks were thicker than Okaisar's waist. Is this the territory of the nature? Titans are exceedingly rare. Their requirements for survival environments are stringent. If any condition is unmet, their bloodlines will regress to match their surroundings. Thus, a legend persists that the human race evolved from titans during the end of Magic Era. Indeed, there have been cases of titans regressing into giants. However, there is still no evidence to validate the entire hypothesis, and even knowledge deities cannot find it. Seeing such a powerful and pristine natural environment, Okaisar had only encountered the nature clan, which includes elves, pixies, fae, and halflings who worship the nature deity, and thus presumed this to be a divine realm of a nature deity. I hope there are else he. Okaisar let out a series of sinister chuckles. Dragons are notoriously lustful, and demons are also a race driven by excessive desires. The overlap of these two bloodlines is akin to stepping on one's own toes, with lust skyrocketing. As the chosen nemesis of the abyss, Lucy has almost become a summoning tool for the abyss. Whenever she appears, the abyss is drawn to her scent, only to beat her into hiding like a mouse, turning all her elven followers into spoils. Fallen elves emerged within this context, becoming renowned alongside succubi, ranking second in the abyss must-have list. The first will always be the pure elves, as the fall of such noble flowers captivates demons, prompting them to lavish great numbers of souls. A saying circulates in the abyss: if you bring a female elf to the abyss and sell her, you will undoubtedly acquire soul resources sufficient to instantly elevate to demi-deity status. Reflecting on the experience of a female elf from 100 years ago, Okaisar twisted his body, his robust muscles, and elongated form uprooting trees around him, clearing a space for himself to move. His obsidian scales glistened under the sun, absorbing all light, resembling a pool of black ink. When coiled, all that could be seen were his crimson gem-like vertical pupils narrowing to needle-thin slits fixated on his prey. As he spread his wings, the scales became discernible. Each scale bore abyssal blasphemous inscriptions swirling and glowing, depicting hymns of the abyss. All enemies that battled against him would have their souls repeatedly purged under the gaze of the abyss, until they too became children of the abyssal mother. The power of chaos surrounded Okaisar. Spells would distort, arrows would deviate, and all long-range attacks below the divine level could not harm him. This is the nobility of the abyss. His veins flowed with the most noble bloodline of the abyss, enjoying the treatment of the abyss-favored child, while also bearing the greatest responsibilities. When Okaisar's dragon roar echoed throughout the forest, almost all creatures trembled in terror, but there was an exception. The bloodlines of the giants began to boil, ancient memories resonating in their minds. A nemesis that is a nemesis. They have returned, stepping onto this land once more, bringing with them the flames of war and continuing the hatred etched in their bloodlines. Meanwhile, everything about Okaisar was under the watchful eyes of the principals. He was marked as a focus of attention. The primal demon. Whose follower is this? As a supreme deity, the abyss could not hinder their gaze. However, the power of chaos made it difficult for the supreme deities to see clearly. The bell and the tribe awakened all the dazed giants. The power from their bloodlines gave them resistance to the dragon's might, and their ancestors instilled courage within them. They were not merely giants, but descendants of noble titans. The giants of the entire tribe donned polished armor and wielded rusted greatswords, holding one last ceremony to honor their ancestors. At dusk the mountains were dyed orange, and the shadows beneath the jungle blurred the surroundings, making everything hard to discern. The wind whistled through the cold waters, and the brave ones ventured forth never to return. The giant tribe raised their torches and marched toward the direction of the dragon's roar. After a long search the sun had completely set, and 3 crescent moons hung in the sky. The azure moonlight reflected upon the water, making the entire forest sway like green weeds beneath the waves. Finally illuminated by the torches, the giants saw a nest woven from numerous trees resembling a bird's nest. Could it be that dragons also build nests like birds? The sound of the wind at night swept through the forest, cracking as it brushed against the branches, the leaves and twigs rubbing against each other. The moonlight merely rested upon the leaves, and the faint sounds of friction made the environment eerily quiet. In the midst of the summer heat, under the vibrant greenery, there should be countless small creatures chirping, whether it be the buzzing of insects or the calls of birds. But it was absolutely not as quiet, silent, and dead as it was now. The chief was the first to sense something amiss, but it was too late. It was as if the calm surface of the water had suddenly erupted, and the surging waves dragged one into the unknown depths. In the darkness a trace of red was discernible. A giant was swallowed by the darkness, merging into the silent night. Stay alert. The torches quickly focused on the spot where the giant had vanished, the flames soothing their recently stirred fears. The giants huddled together and moved forward. Crack! The branches on the ground snapped underfoot. The scream from the back of the group shattered the silence, only to swiftly dissolve into quiet. All the giants' nerves tightened like taut strings, fear pressing against their temples like a gun in the dark of night. Suddenly flames soared into the sky, illuminating the scene, but rendering it even more terrifying. Bloodstains marked the tree trunks, the blood still fresh, trickling down the bark. The nest, resembling a bird's nest, was now consumed by the bonfire. The branches crackled as they burned, the sound of wood igniting drowned out the wind. Only the flickering flames indicated that the wind had not yet ceased. As the bonfire flickered once more, another giant was swallowed by the darkness. Crunching sounds followed. A shadow emerged from the darkness, striding leisurely, as if playing with the giants like a cat toys with a mouse. How foul! I could smell your savage and violent scent from 50 kilometers away. Titans, though I am not a true dragon, I still find you repulsive. Ocas spoke in the tongue of the abyss. The giants did not understand, but the voice echoed in their minds, filled with temptation, compelling them to seek the meaning behind it, to touch the taboo and liberate something. The chief, the bravest warrior, swung his greatsword toward Ocas, but under the influence of chaotic rules, he struck the ground instead. Ocas smiled, his tail coiling around a branch, and with a forceful flick the branch flew toward the chief, piercing through his body and pinning him to a tree. Wow, 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 look at this giant daring to swing a sword at the invincible Ocas. With that, Ocas's tail flicked again, stirring up a fierce wind. The red pupils, set against the backdrop of the night, appeared both beautiful and dangerous. Dragons are nearly perfect creatures, undeniably a top-tier race, and coincidentally, so are the primordial demons. Ocas's bloodline was even more exalted than that of dragons. Let me see the bloodline closest to you. Yes, it is. Ocas approached the chief elegantly, step by step, his tail extending like a tempest to seize a giant, bringing him between Ocas and the chief. This was the chief's son, and Ocas's keen sense identified him. Next, the game favored by demons was about to... Suddenly Ocas spoke to the chief in the giant's tongue, a lowly warrior with Titan blood. This must be the heir and successor of your base bloodline, your direct blood relative, right? What do you want, dragon? Despite his internal organs being ruptured and his mouth filled with blood, the chief remained. Hush, please do not insult me by calling me a dragon. Having received the desired reaction, Ocas confirmed this was indeed the chief's son. The sage once said, fighting alongside one's father is the son's honor, while allowing the son to die in battle is the father's sin. As long as there is guilt, it will belong to my abyss. His scarlet pupils began to flicker in the darkness, exerting a mountain-like pressure on the two giants. Next, you will think of the organs within your bodies, and with each thought the corresponding organ of the other will be burned to charcoal by flames. Ocas chanted once again in the language of the abyss. Abyssal technology. Curse commands. Noble demons possess the ability to control other races through words. At this moment the father and son had become toys for Ocas's amusement. The other giants were so horrified by such a brutal scene that they dared not act rashly. Some giants were so frightened they broke down, fleeing into the depths of the forest. The father-son trial began. At the very start, flames ignited from the chief's mouth, shrinking it into charcoal in an instant. This was a mouth that often scolded his son. Next, the son's legs also caught fire, turning to ash. These were legs that often ran about and caused trouble. Soon after, the chief's hands turned to cinders. These were hands that had often struck his son. Just as Okas had said, with guilt it belongs to the abyss. The father and son began to judge each other's sins, even if their hearts did not wish to harm one another. What of it? If they did not judge one another, how could the evil within their hearts be liberated? As the game progressed, the father and son began to stray from their true intentions. Past grievances uncontrollably played out in their minds, awakening their anger. Anger is like a flame, once ignited in the soul, it cannot be extinguished, only allowed to burn until all flammable material is consumed before it can be quelled. Why? Why are you burning my legs? The son glared in fury, crawling toward the chief, trying to grasp his. You are my son, you must listen to me. I want to live. Soon after, both father and son were engulfed in flames, battling within the inferno, the son choking his father's neck, while the father bit into his son's flesh. Under the authority of their rage, the two giants lost all control. The furious flames reduced everything to ashes. Fueled by guilt, they stoked the flames of evil, burning brightly and eternally. As the first sacrifice concluded, a red seed of brutality emerged from the remnants of the father and son, sprouting from the sins of their wrath. Unable to be transmitted, yet could not hinder the permeation of the ritual, Okas picked up the seed of brutality with his tail, turning to see a giant trembling with a greatsword, unable to move from fear. The hatred towards dragons stemmed from the primal impulse of Titan blood, but no matter how impulsive, when faced with death, fear remained the thickest and most inescapable shadow. With a flick of his tail, the seed of brutality flew towards the giant. In no time, a red-skinned demon of brutality was freshly born. From now on you shall be called Sama, my servant. The Great Backhorse mountain range thus fell under Okas's control. In the year 570 of the Origin era, after 5 years of development, Okaster had already taken control of an entire mountain range with thousands of demons under his command. This force was soon known to the master of this divine realm. On the plateau stood a majestic temple where endless thunder flickered atop the palace, the Thunder Refinement Temple. Thunder is the most common authority of the Titans. The ancient Titans called themselves the Father of the Gods, using thunder to suppress all races. Sitting atop the sacred mountain and looking down upon all foreign tribes, even dragons dared not confront their brilliance. However, history is always like this, its demise is sudden. The favorite of the universe became the Eternal Radiance Divine Clan, and the old powers either became their subordinates, with even the Dragon Clan having to submit, or were suppressed to the point of extinction. The head of the Titans had been held high for too long, and had forgotten how to bow down. Thus war soon broke out, and the Eternal Radiance Divine Clan gained the support of all races. This newly emerged race rapidly elevated its strength at an astonishing pace, actually capable of contending with the ancient and venerable rulers, the Titans. With the defection of the Dragon Clan, the Titans quickly fell. A few, aware of their powerlessness, willingly became followers, while the others were slaughtered to the last. In the temple on the mountain, an aged plateau Titan crowned leaned down to listen to the reports of the diminutive giants regarding the world's intelligence. The mountains are staggered, echoing your majesty. With the lofty summit stands your divine throne. We praise you, Father of the Mountains, Lord of the Peaks. Your most loyal servant Pusolake brings you new intelligence. The dragons have reappeared in your divine realm, and their evil and tyranny will surely defile this place. At this moment, the Lord of the Mountains had grown quite old. The great battle of Ur had scattered his divine fire, causing him to fall to a demigod, and even his divine realm was seized and transformed into a divine domain. Afterward, he was sealed within the mountains, only to return to the mountaintop when the bandits who took his divine realm perished. Yet the divine realm he longed for had become his new shackles. Demigods are the standard for mid-level deities, and only those who possess demigod followers as saints and agents can become mid-level deities. Thus the Lord of the Mountains was selected as the final boss for this tournament. But heroes grow old, and the sun sets in the west. The life of this former mid-level deity had arrived at its final countdown. Have the dragons returned? I understand. The Lord of the Mountains gazed at Pusolake with murky eyes. He was now so old that he could not clearly see this servant. In the empty hall there was nothing apart from the immense divine throne. The emptiness created silence, yet the sound of thunder striking the temple filled the void. The voice of the Lord of the Mountains was very low, and his speech slow, as if speaking was a laborious task for him. Tell me, Pusolake, can the giants still strike at the dragons? Is their bravery still intact? Not all aging steeds retain the ambition for 1,000 miles. Once the proud fall, they may feel despair, begin to self-destruct, and deny everything about themselves. Pusolake remained very pious. He spoke in a tone of flattery. The mountain giants will forever be your bravest warriors. Great Lord of the Mountains, please respond to your people and eradicate the evil dragons. Rather than being ruled by the evil dragons suffering for countless years, it would be better for this about-to-pass old titan to ascend to nirvana upon the divine throne. At least he, Pusolake, would still be the awe-inspiring king of giants after he left. The Lord of the Mountains did not respond, only placing his hand on the armrest. A great voice erupted as this titan stood up. The mountains will respond to all sincere prayers. This titan devoid of divine status, yet greatly craving divinity, was still immersed in his own world. The thunder no longer responded to him, and the mountains no longer regarded him as their lord, yet the grandeur of the setting sun could still change the colors of the hills and stir the seas. An elite army of giants gathered together. Is that the lord of the mountains? Indeed, as magnificent as the legends say. The giants appeared diminutive before the titan, gazing up like children. Seeing these giants, the lord of the mountains felt desolate. Had they deteriorated to this extent? Only a few plateau titans remained, and they were already showing signs of degeneration. The next generation would devolve into mere giants. It could be said to be the sorrow of an entire race, and the Lord of the Mountains could only watch helplessly as his race faced extinction. Just as the giants prepared for battle, an eye opened in the sky with red pupils and pitch-black irises. The abyss always took the initiative. A defense was considered a sign of cowardice, especially by brutal believers like Ocaster. A titan? I have yet to taste the flesh and blood of a titan. Ocaster surprisingly spoke in the ancient titan tongue. Hearing the familiar language, the Lord of the Mountains' muddled spirit momentarily cleared. Dragon, you actually come to deliver your own death. The mountains will become your grave. The Lord of the Mountains looked at the eye in the sky. It was Ocaster's eye. Boom, boom. Red thunderstorms appeared around the eye, tearing open the space, and a mocking dragon face emerged in the sky, followed by a black dragon flying out from the rift. It spread its wings recklessly, summoning the red thunderstorms in the air, letting out a thunderous roar. As a fellow demigod, Ocaster hardly regarded the Lord of the Mountains. What of the former deity? Had he not also fallen from grace and grown old? Today he desired to taste the flesh and blood of a titan. A red-skinned demon emerged from a new rift. This was a demon lord, a brutal demon lord. Also, the Lord of the Mountains gazed at the newly appeared tiny figure. That unpleasant aura did not belong to the dragon clan, and the black dragon above was not of the dragon clan either. A demon. How rare. It seems that even dirtier rats have slipped into my divine realm. The Lord of the Mountains raised his right hand, grasping the air, and a rock spear appeared in his hand. Gripping the spear, the Lord of the Mountains seemed to enter another state, no longer muddled. His eyes shone, with sharp light, firmly locking onto the brutal demon lord. He hurled the spear with great speed. So fast. Before the brutal demon lord could react, the spear was already upon his face. Left with no choice, he could only brace for impact. He raised both hands trying to catch the spear, but the terrifying force was unstoppable, striking precisely against the brutal demon lord's chest. It sent the red-skinned brute flying. At the same time, another rock spear flew towards Ocaster, only to be distorted by the chaotic field around him, missing its target. The Lord of the Mountains blinked and looked at his hand. I'm a bit rusty. At this moment, the brutal demon lord finally landed on the ground. Seeing this situation, Ocaster circled in the sky, letting out another dragon roar, and a tentacle appeared, forming a passageway to teleport the other demons within this divine realm. These demons were primarily brutal demons, all red-skinned and hot-tempered, charging at the giants upon sight. The giant and the demon were locked in a fierce battle, accompanied by an unending stream of dragon beasts. The taint of dragon blood allowed Ukas to quickly produce a batch of cannon fodder. The Lord of the Mountains was well aware of the demon's nature. He only needed to kill the demon commander to cause them to collapse, as these chaotic beings would not cooperate at all. Thus the Lord of the Mountains directly set his sights on the two semi-divine demons. He stepped forward and soon reached the side of the violently thrown demon lord. A longer and larger spear coalesced in the Lord of the Mountains' hand, aimed straight at the demon lord. Like a farmer holding a pitchfork under the moonlight, aiming at a weasel stealing a watermelon. It would surely die. A being hit would mean certain death. The demon lord was alarmed. Was this semi-divine being a fake? How could this old titan be so strong, being a semi-divine being like himself? This is actually the advantage of the ancient method of ascension. Unlike the current mainstream method of faith-based divine forging, the Lord of the Mountains truly possessed a divine body, far stronger than any faith-forged body. His divine fire had merely extinguished and his divine body had aged. It was not that he had lost his divine body or could no longer wield a spear. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Lord of the Mountains could still contend with lower-tier gods. Thus the furious demon lord twisted his body and slipped away from under the Lord of the Mountains. The spear struck the ground, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. This is too exaggerated, right? The demon lord looked at the spear that had shattered and couldn't help but swallow hard. Yes, he was known for his ferocity and volatility, but he was a demon, not a fool rushing to his death. Ukas, what are you doing? The demon lord shouted at the sky while running. Classic case of a teammate failing to deal with the group monster. Shut up. Dragon language spell tier 10 spell Crimson Flame Inferno. As the final incantation was completed, the entire mountain range began to crack and red flames erupted from the fissures. Several columns of flame surged towards the Lord of the Mountains. The mountain stood as an immovable barrier. The flames exploded against the chest of the Lord of the Mountains, leaving only marks and not causing significant damage. The Song of the Abyss echoed repeatedly in the Lord of the Mountains' mind, but the mountains were resolute. This minor influence could not shake his heart. Mountains, oh, respond to me. The authority that had fallen over the eons began to stir slightly as the Lord of the Mountains urged it with his life force. The shadow of the mountains appeared, pressing down on Ukas, causing him to vomit blood violently. His body folded in a peculiar manner, and then fell rapidly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. I am the Father of Mountains, the Lord of the Mountains, commander of the Titan Legion of Ichalai, on the battlefield of the High Plains. Foreign filth demon, you should not have come here, you should not challenge the remnants of the Titans. With the mountain's enhancement, the Lord of the Mountains' body grew even larger. Now even the massive abyssal dragon Ukas appeared as small as a puppy before him. It truly became a farmer and a weasel. The Lord of the Mountains' body continued to grow majestic like the mountains themselves, his power still rising. Until he touched the lower-tier gods, the sky turned to night, and the stars began to rotate, forming a grand array to suppress the Lord of the Mountains. It forcibly pressed him back to semi-divine status. The Lord of the Mountains looked up at the stars. This had once been the domain of the Titans, yet now they came to suppress him. However, the current strength, though not much, was sufficient. Rocks transformed into armor that clung to the Lord of the Mountains' body, and another spear coalesced. The Lord of the Mountains completely cast aside his confusion, his eyes exceptionally clear and resolute. The giant race was being slaughtered by the demons, yet this Lord of the Mountains did not show the slightest distraction. His battle experience and awareness kept him focused on the two semi-divine demons. Outside the divine realm, Song Yuan watched the battle unfold, frowning. This was not right. Why was the intensity so high? Why was there also old divine power? He then turned his gaze to other divine realms. While these guys had yet to touch the world boss. With a curl of his lips, Song Yuan looked at the principals in the audience, unsure of how they had arranged things. Looking at the Lord of the Mountains, Song Yuan's expression darkened, lost in thought. On the battlefield, Ukas was suppressed by the mountains, as if carrying an entire mountain on his back, unable to take flight. Then, like a mountain, the Lord of the Mountains walked towards him, shaking the ground with every step. At that moment, the furious demon lord had somehow come behind the Lord of the Mountains and punched his leg. Now jumping up, he could only reach this height. As the rocky armor on the leg shattered, the Lord of the Mountains halted for a moment and noticed the furious demon lord, who resembled a tiny mouse. He lifted his foot and stepped down. Now he was the mountains. Every move he made embodied the might of the mountains. The furious demon lord never expected that one day he would have to contend with an enemy at the speed least suited to his nature. This was not a battle of the same level. Without restrictions, the Abyss could easily massacre the Lord of the Mountains, yet now there were only two semi-divine beings. One of them was Ukas, who had a high bloodline, starting as a semi-divine being, purely relying on his high bloodline to suppress his opponent's agility. Although the furious demon lord had some skills, the Lord of the Mountains was a professional in dealing with such skills. The puberty-strengthened furious demon lord would never dream of encountering the might of a Titan senior. Who knew how the offspring of the wise Titan, famed for their intellect, could be such a powerful Highland Titan? This bloodline mutation was too extreme. Highland Titan, this muscle is far more useful than the brain. Oh, what hardships have we endured in the past. Just as the furious demon lord barely dodged, 3 earthen spears shot toward him, sealing off all his escape routes. This was battle awareness. The Lord of the Mountains could predict his enemy's next move even with his eyes closed. Do you think you can evade attacks with a small size? All of the Lord of the Mountains' enemies were like this. After countless life and death battles, if he couldn't even summarize a strategy to respond, then he had wasted his long life. As a dying Titan, he had less than a few decades of life left. Oh, after decades he would surely die, yet Ukas was already confronting this world boss. Ukas, don't joke with me. Ooh, I am super brave. 3 earthen spears directly crippled the furious demon lord, rendering him unable to move. At this moment, Ukas was immobilized under the pressure of the mountains, only able to watch as the Lord of the Mountains raised his spear once more, aiming at the furious demon lord. Suddenly, black flames wrapped around the Lord of the Mountains' spear, causing the rocks to disintegrate under the high temperature. The Lord of the Mountains found himself unable to move even a fraction. His entire body lost control. A chant resonated throughout the world. The Song of the Abyss echoed once more, proclaiming the arrival of a certain existence. Now he announced to all beings that he had arrived. The shadow of the mountains surrounding Ukas shattered, floating into the air. At this moment his pupils had changed. Now only deep black remained. When you gaze upon him, he gazes back at you. The will of the Abyss has descended. The terrifying black flames enveloped the Lord of the Mountains, causing his armor to shatter completely. His keen battle instincts warned him of danger. Whatever lurked behind him was exceedingly perilous, and the fear emanating from the depths of his soul left the Lord of the Mountains in a daze. Who exactly are you? At this moment the Lord of the Mountains completely lost control over his body, overwhelmed by a sense of falling. It felt as if he were sinking into the sea, suffocating and despondent with the surrounding waters, solidifying everything, allowing for only descent, endlessly sinking. In a daze the environment around him was swallowed by darkness, and the Lord of the Mountains could only see a glimmer of light coming from behind him. It was a black light, peculiar and undefined. There was no black light, yet the Lord of the Mountains perceived it amidst the darkness. Hekaranos. The Lord of the Mountains heard a familiar voice, and his pupils trembled in disbelief. He struggled, desperately breaking free from invisible shackles, turning around to behold that familiar figure after 100,000 years. Yuka. Hekaranos, did we win? Yuka smiled as he asked, his eyes absent, and two streams of blood tears flowing down. Upon closer inspection, Woka's body was riddled with scars, his divine form shattered. Startled by this sudden transformation, the elderly Lord of the Mountains was momentarily stunned. This moment of daze caused the scene before him to shift again, and Yuka transformed into a female titan. Commander Hekaranos, where is my son? From behind the female titan, a titan warrior appeared, clutching his... Commander Hekaranos, did we win? Another elderly titan appeared beside the Lord of the Mountains, grasping his arm and looking up at him. Did we win? One figure after another materialized beside the Lord of the Mountains. In the dim environment, the black light obscured their faces, resembling the blurred figures of memories. The ground transformed into a quagmire, and the Lord of the Mountains began to sink, with pairs of hands reaching out from the mire, grasping him and pulling him down. Initially the Lord of the Mountains resisted instinctively, but soon his gaze lost its light as bloodied hands covered his face. Beneath the mire lay countless accusations and interrogations, a chorus of insults and denials. Ultimately the Lord of the Mountains relinquished everything and walked toward his own disintegration. In reality the Lord of the Mountains' body was engulfed by black flames, and as the space shattered, his flesh plummeted into boundless darkness. The Abyss believes in the power that comes from the heart. The mind has always been a perilous place, yet the will of the Abyss thrived within the realm of the mind, exploiting the characteristics of its own corruption to discover the sea of consciousness at an exceedingly low-dimensional level. It was an ocean composed of consciousness, the final resting place for the subconscious and conscious minds of all beings. The will of the Abyss exhibited exceptional adaptability. They're even able to directly manipulate the forces of the entire sea of consciousness. He was the born leader of the sea of consciousness. After mastering the power of the mind, the will of the Abyss truly severed itself from the Abyss, becoming a genuine individual. The role played by the will of the Abyss had always been akin to that of a world will, however it was essentially a collective of wills continuously integrating into the consciousness of demons. The epithet of the Abyss Mother also stems from the fact that part of the Abyss Worm is a spiritual fragment of the will of the Abyss, and after the death of a demon the soul is reclaimed, with some soul fragments returning to the will of the Abyss. Chaos is the main theme of the Abyss. As the will of the Abyss, it constantly accumulates chaos. Gradually the will of the Abyss becomes chaotic due to the amalgamation of demonic consciousness losing its autonomy and truly becoming the world will of the Abyss. However, the power of the mind allows the will of the Abyss to self-organize. It sorted out the remaining order within the Abyss, completely releasing the Abyss from the demons, anchoring its self-awareness with this portion of order and guiding the collective consciousness as a single awareness. This portion of order formed the Order of the Abyss, a place of punishment, the homeland of demons. Unlike the chaos of demons, the devils were born from the Order of the Abyss, adhering to absolute rules. However, their inherent evil from the Abyss prevents them from being confined by these rules. As a race, personally created by the will of the Abyss, devils possess an innate affinity with the sea of consciousness. They are born masters of the mind. The power of the mind is the most mysterious and potent of all abilities. There is no darkness, nor is there a quagmire. All obstacles arise from the Lord of the Mountains' inner self, and all shackles originate from his will. The power of the Abyss corruption primarily relies on external distortion, forcibly dragging the will of beings into corruption. However, the power of the will of the Abyss brings about a corruption that arises from within, a self-distortion. Waste, what use are you? Okasair looked down from above, his gaze as deep as the Abyss, unfathomable. The tyrannical demon lord's face was filled with terror, quickly morphing into a plea, but before the transformation completed, pain replaced all expression. He rose into the air, contorting into a twisted posture as his body began to flicker, as if malfunctioning. Soon after, the tyrannical demon lord's body began to blur, dimensions collapsing around him, until he transformed into a mass of pitch-black information and rules resembling tangled yarn. At this moment the demons and giants had also determined their victor. Sama, guided by fate, approached Okasair. He knelt devoutly before Okasair, his red skin contrasting with the towering figure whose profound gaze fell upon this humble tyrant. As a race born from the sin of wrath, tyrants were always impulsive and unrestrained, yet Sama could kneel before a different race. An intriguing soul twisted into a new direction, but change is a good thing. Okaser injected Sama with the material capable of distorting energy from his dragon claw. Sama expanded like a red balloon, his body swelling, and his rank began to ascend. In the blink of an eye, he rose to demigod status. When a flash of red appeared again in Okaser's eyes, the distorting and collapsing darkness vanished before him. He departed and Sama successfully completed his transformation. When Okaser regained his composure, his identity as a noble of the Abyss had been revoked, and he would have to evolve anew from the Abyss worm after death. Their performance this time was abysmal. The two demigods were chased and nearly double-killed by the Lord of the Mountains. As the firstborn of supreme calamity, such occurrences were intolerable. As the Lord of the Mountains vanished, the star core of the heavenly mechanism star appeared. Okaser extended his dragon claw, and the star core floated in his hand. This was the coveted prize of this competition. A single heavenly gangstar core could ultimately be exchanged for 2,000 points. Outside the star, an old man jested with another principal. I've taken a liking to this child. Hey, do you want to sell? The Lord of Shatter and Destruction. Li Xiu, principal of the Academy of Night Songs, master of dark authority and destruction, the Lord of Slaughter. He'll give half the resource weight. He'll transfer him to your school. The principal of Lingxi Academy is the Lord of Order and Harmony, Turing, the master of orderly authority. He'll consider it. Li Xiu smiled and declined. Based on Song Yuan's current performance, he was not worth that price. Beside them, the Lord of Life, Secrecy, Knowledge, and Mockery. Pao Pao fixed her gaze intently on Song Yuan. She had long known of Song Yuan, for his master was named Yen Mo. However, the things she knew seemed to differ from what he had displayed. As the Tianji star was captured by Song Yuan, the second phase commenced, and the passage between the divine realms was opened, linking the world barriers of 108 divine realms into one. Song Yuan also initiated the second step, throwing the absolute grass into the Tianji star. Yet again, this disgusting grass. A demon overseer chewed on a piece of absolute grass, lamenting that the entire Tianji star was left with nothing but this, with all the animals starving to death. The demons found themselves unable to feast. Stop complaining, Lord Primordial Dragon has a fondness for this grass. It is said that he was once a demon overseer, but he earned merit with this grass, and rose to become an abyssal noble. Another demon overseer held a battered abyssal worm, mercilessly tormenting it. Since the absolute grass was documented in Song Yuan's records, it did not appear at the Star Sea Great Wall, but having received Song Yuan's rewards, it still reached the demigod level. The 108 domains witnessed the absolute grass appear like celestial maidens scattering flowers. This would cause widespread panic, plunging nearly all divine realms into chaos, as various factions fought each other for food. Among those most familiar with the absolute grass were the few from Lingxi Academy, as if they were thrust back into the terror of the first monthly examination. The one most affected was Yi Zhen. His followers were among the largest of all the participants. After all, the dragonborn breed proliferated excessively. A vast number of believers required a vast amount of food. However, Yi Zhen remained unperturbed, instead allowing the dragon beasts to give birth freely. While my neighbor stores food, I stock weapons. My neighbor is my granary. The absolute grass is unstoppable. This is the only thought Yi Zhen had after witnessing it. No matter how many times someone burned it down to ashes, it could still survive and sprout the next day. Even in a desert without water, it thrived, adapting to drought by drawing moisture from the air. Who would dare to let such a thing grow in their divine realm? As long as it touches the ground, it can grow. It's a deception. It can thrive without soil as long as there is water. No water. There are stones that can cling to stones and grow like moss. How did Song Yuan manage to control such an aggressively invasive species? Indeed, one must be ruthless to endure the likes of his great-grandmother, even to control grass. With Aelabok and Aelabum, two black dragons born alongside Yi Zhen's divine realm, had now reached adulthood, attaining demigod strength, with 3 offspring of the Holy Realm and 5 Holy Realm followers. At this moment they lay within their cave as dragonkin continued to enter right into the mouths of the 2 dragons. These dragonkin were diluted through countless generations, but even that thin blood was enough for the 2 black dragons to control them directly, even sending them into their own mouths. After feasting, the goal was to expand the clan. Yi Zhen had made breeding their greatest task. Father! Father! The absolute grass has appeared in our territory. A small dragon stumbled into the cave, speaking in a panic. Do not be so frantic, this is not a big deal. Continue to play out, we are already aware of this matter. Unlike wild dragons that leave the clan in their youth, Yi Zhen questioned, where would he throw his future demigod? However, the appearance of the absolute grass was indeed a major nuisance, not because of its impact on their territory. Are you joking? Which dragon's territory would engage in agriculture? If there was no food left, they could just seize a wave. War is coming, Aelabok said anxiously. This divine realm had 3 demigods. 1 tree, 1 bear, 1 tiger. As a mid-tier divine realm, this was actually a normal level. Originally points were calculated by teams. Tion Gangstar required teams to attack together, which was why the Lord of the Mountains could be so fierce. He was meant to face multiple demigods. Unexpectedly, the Abyssal will took action personally and dispatched the Lord of the Mountains in an instant. Do not be afraid, there are only 3 demigods. Aelabum slightly raised her head and licked Aelabok with her tongue. I fear that the surrounding divine realms will also join in as the absolute grass has appeared in their territories for some time now. Then let's kill them together. Aelabum said nonchalantly. The dragon race had its pride. We have 1 month. After 1 month the absolute grass will cover all visible land, the forests will wither, and the rivers will dry up. We should harvest early. We must reach our peak within a month. Let them grovel beneath the dragon's might. Aelabok roared. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the Mountain Lord, the Bear King, and the Willow Sage, 3 demigod great monsters, gathered to discuss how to deal with this crisis. This divine realm once belonged to a nature deity, with the entire forest region covered predominantly inhabited by a creature known as the Yao. This was a method for cultivating followers from ancient relics capable of awakening the consciousness of plants and providing faith. Unfortunately, the master of this divine realm had fallen due to an accident. We have 3 demigods, so we need not fear them. Rather than waiting for a hunger strike to cause chaos below, we should strike directly, the Mountain Lord said fiercely. However, if we engage in battle with those 2 dragons, others from the divine realms will surely join in and take a share of the spoils. The Willow Sage opposed a direct attack. I have a good idea. Why don't you unite with those 2 dragons to attack others? A small head suddenly popped out with red skin, but not a brutal demon, rather a devil. He was a gentleman dressed in a refined suit and wearing a hat. Hello, I am Carrion. As you can see, I am a devil. He tipped his hat in greeting. The 3 great monsters watched the quietly approaching figure warily. Was he of the Holy Realm? Had they already reached a point where they couldn't even sense the sudden appearance of a Holy Realm being? Of course, you can also call me the contract spirit. I come with a contract. As long as a contract is signed, it will bind both parties and violators will lose their souls. With the mind's power activated, the 3 great monsters immediately relaxed their vigilance, even disregarding the devil's abrupt introduction following Carrion's words. So we just need to sign a contract with the Black Dragon, and we need not fear him backstabbing us. This is truly a good thing, and let me see it quickly. The Bear King directly reached out for the contract. The inheritance was not complete. The intellect of these 3 great monsters was quite weak, easily influenced by the mind's power. Coupled with the Abyssal will personally guiding the power of the Sea of Minds to Carrion, they believed anything he said and signed the contract. Then Carrion took this alliance contract to find Aelabok. Indeed, sir, that's right. They wish to ally with you to resist the invasion of other divine realms. Carrion once again activated the mind's power. Oh, then what is your role? What part do you play in this? I am the contract spirit. Haha, then what is the purpose of the mind's power? The dragon race's heritage mentioned this hidden power. However, I agree. The 2 came to an agreement. The pride of the dragon race led him to state, let any schemes come in the face of absolute power, schemes are useless. On the Tianshang star, 5 demigods and the divine realm with the richest natural resources would brew a beast tide that would impact half of the Tiangang divine realms. Beasts galloped. A beast tide approached from 30 kilometers away. A faint tremor quivered through the ground. They're here. Tianlixing, the divine realm of the god of construction, forging, and architecture, was inhabited primarily by dwarves. A dwarf wearing a black iron helm crouched low, palm pressed to the earth, eyes closed, precisely discerning the position of the vanguard beast, the first monstrous entity leading the tide. This wave numbers roughly 200,000. Tai Shohanshi rose, dusted off his hands, and gripped the flintlock rifle slung across his back. Let them come. Let them come. Tai Chueshidai hefted his iron maul, gaze blazing with resolve. Tianlixing, the divine realm of the god of swamps, was an uncanny domain, home solely to semi-elemental beings known as rotting spirits born from primordial mire. These mudborn entities possessed scarcely any sentience. Their intellect fell far short of language or written thought. Yet rampaging monstrous beasts cared nothing for such distinctions. They carried war into this realm. Tianbaxing, the divine realm of the god of grasslands, hunting beastfolk and slaughter, was dominated by beastfolk, who forged the beastfolk royal court, a mighty confederation anchored by the behemoth clans. One devotee, a golden behemoth student, targeted this realm, joining forces with another devotee, a halfling student, to jointly conquer it. By now Tianbaxing lay choked in desolation. Barren plains stretched endlessly, and the beastfolk royal court descended into unprecedented chaos. Backed by divine authority, the 2 students leveraged grain supplies to win over vast swaths of the populace, while the royal court prepared for war, planning raids upon other realms to seize food. But before their armies could muster, the monstrous tide breached the realm's borders. Tianfuxing, the divine realm of the god of commerce and trade, was dominated by humanity. Its mercantile vitality soared. Magic formed its transcendental framework, affluent mages erected towering spires, and even the world's weave of magic had been woven by mages themselves. The god of commerce and trade once unearthed an inter-realm teleportation spell within ancient ruins. Upon acquiring it, Tianfuxing's mages swiftly gave rise to a new vocation, the planar mages. Even after their deity's demise, these mages continued channeling boundless resources into the realm, sustaining its prosperity unceasingly. Tianfuxing had indeed suffered incursions of the Blightgrass, yet resolved them effortlessly through sheer financial might. Entire afflicted zones were simply excised and replaced with purchased land from other worlds. Because the planar mage's abilities mirrored the peculiar gateways native to his realm, Lin Yin deployed goblins here. Zheng Chang accompanied him. As Zheng Chang lacked devotees, he dispatched a demigod avatar. Though termed demigod, its combat prowess surpassed even that of the Lord of Mountains. After all, the Lord of Mountains was ancient, whereas Zheng Chang remained in the prime of his power. Why Tianfuxing? Its services were truly exceptional wealth-bred vice, and Zheng Chang declared himself willing to shoulder every sin. Within the tavern, priceless high-purity magical crystals adorned the ceiling, crimson for fire, affinity, emerald for wind, serving as ambient lanterns. Each crystal held enough arcane energy to fuel a fourth-tier spell. Now that energy seeped softly into the air, freely inhaled by revelers dancing without restraint. Zheng Chang stood among them, reading. Left hand cradled a tome, right hand lifted iron weights. Though the tavern teemed with patrons, an entire row parted instinctively to clear space around him. No other reason. He embraced obscurity in plain sight, savoring precisely this atmosphere. When others cursed him aloud as a scroll-obsessed wretch, his inner drive to outcompete intensified, making such moments a form of cultivation. Suddenly, boom. The tavern door exploded inward, sparks licking across the threshold. A dragonkin with vertical pupils strode in, followed by dozens more surging behind him. Instantly, silence swallowed the tavern, save for the raucous music still blaring. Saint here. All eyes locked onto the dragonkin leader. Oh my, what grand spectacle brings you here, honored guest? The tavern owner materialized before the dragonkin in a flash. The dragonkin crossed his arms, towering over 2 meters tall, gazing down with disdainful nostrils flared, exhaling sharply before declaring in impatient tones, I seek a distinguished guest. Hoya, what are you up to, Shaoan Yu? Zheng Chang's voice cut through the crowd. His bodyguards parted the throng, carving a path straight to him. Honestly, couldn't you have taken your entourage to a private chamber? Zheng Chang rose, eyes never leaving his book, and walked calmly to stand beside the proprietor. I'll cover tonight's tab, in full. A black-clad attendant stepped forward from the guard ranks, handing the proprietor a card inscribed with 10,000 mana crystals, a sum capable of purchasing the entire tavern outright. As Zheng Chang departed with the dragonkin, cheers erupted anew throughout the tavern. In the mage's world, equivalence governed all exchange. The knowledge Zheng Chang brought from the Grand Library was priceless, elevating him effortlessly to Tianfuxing's wealthiest being. Had he retained a divine realm and faithful followers, such wealth, converted into resources, might have propelled an entire race toward ascension beyond mortal reckoning. Zheng Chang's expression remained impassive, his face softly lit by the glow of his book. The steady rustle of turning pages never ceased. Dragonkin Oniyu trailed silently behind him, while the rest of his retinue maintained respectful distance. What does Yijin want with me? Zheng Chang spoke first. Oniyu bowed slightly, approaching with deference. My sovereign faces grave difficulty, and requires your aid. Oh, humph. What trouble could he possibly face? He's been thriving lately. 5 demigods, dozens of saints, legions of monstrous beasts and dragon beasts. His beast tide even devoured Tianjiangsing. What peril remains for him? Zheng Chang's tone carried unmistakable irritation. Though he and Yi Zhun shared the closest bond within their fellowship, the old adage rang true: one fears both a destitute brother and a brother who drives a luxury armored vehicle. Recent reports from his main body painted Yi Zhun as dazzlingly triumphant, and Zheng Chang couldn't suppress a quiet grumble. Why hadn't Yi Zhun reached out earlier to share merit points? Only now, when crisis struck, did he seek help. Zheng Chang's mood soured palpably. Oniyu sensed it instantly. The displeasure radiated from Zheng Chang's very countenance. Stricken with uncertainty, he dared not speak further. One misstep might ignite irreparable conflict, and he would be the first to perish. Fine. Since you've come seeking me, I'll accompany you. Meanwhile, in Prosperity Capital, a black dragon descended outside the city walls, a young adult Saint Tier. At its appearance, the city activated a dome shield capable of withstanding Saint Tier assaults, consuming vast quantities of mana crystals each second. 3 mage towers ascended into the sky. 3 Saint Tier mages began chanting, ready to obliterate the dragon instantly should it attack. Yet the city's new ruler tower issued a single command: deactivate the shield, admit him. The Tianli Star Blackstone Castle serves as the vanguard fortress against the beast tide. Once again, facing a new wave of beastly onslaught. Boom! A surge of fiery light erupted, followed by a series of explosions from afar. These were landmines filled with volatile explosives mixed with fire attribute magic stone powder to enhance their explosive power and packed with steel balls that would scatter in all directions upon detonation. This is the first line of defense, the minefield, where thousands of landmines can effectively halt the advance of the beast tide. However, the frenzied beasts trampled over the corpses ahead and charged madly toward Blackstone Fortress. The absolute scarcity of resources has driven everyone mad. Hunger hangs over them like a sword, yet the leading cause of death is not starvation, but rather the wars over food. Waves of beast tides relentlessly battered the surrounding world, with most of those thrown into the fray being mere cannon fodder. All it takes is to breach one gathering point of other creatures to obtain vast amounts of flesh, which can then be brought back to breed even more beasts. As the landmines were exhausted, a dark line could be seen from afar atop the castle walls. Fire. Within Blackstone Fortress, dozens of catapults launched firestones resembling meteors hurtling toward the dwarves possess a unique profession. Smiths who can enchant constructed buildings and forged equipment, essentially adding attributes. For instance, each catapult in Blackstone Castle has 3 attributes: increased range, increased firing frequency, and enhanced damage radius. With only 3,000 dwarves in the fortress, each dwarf faces more than 600 beasts or draconic creatures. This is practically impossible, yet they have already called for help. They just need to hold on until reinforcements arrive. As the beast tide approached once more, the dwarves set up numerous obstacles in the open area, including barbed wire, tripwires, and ground spikes. In a mere instant, these obstacles proved as fragile as paper. The barbed wire was easily torn apart, the tripwires were kicked aside, and the ground spikes could only be filled by a single beast. The dwarves were overwhelmed. Fire. The dwarves raised their firearms atop the walls, firing at the beast. The dwarven firearms have an attribute that grants a minuscule chance to instantly kill an enemy when wielded by a dwarf, resulting in an effect where a single bullet striking a beast causes it to explode, disintegrating into pieces. Dozens of cannons within the castle began to fire, cooperating with the catapults to manage the beast tide in large swathes. However, the cannons soon ceased fire due to overheating, and the beast tide showed no signs of abating. The dwarves on the castle walls were in a state of panic. Just days prior, a smaller beast tide had attacked this very location, numbering only a few tens of thousands. Blackstone Castle is not large, but its positioning at the mountain's front makes it an extremely important strategic point, yet it has been underestimated. The beast tide commander King Pi believes that a few tens of thousands of beasts can easily take it. However, the dwarves' firepower proved fierce, failing to be subdued, hence today, they directly confronted 200,000 beasts. If they breached this point, it would not be an exaggeration to say that these 200,000 beasts could surge directly into the heart of Tianli Star. The corpses of the beasts quickly piled against the castle walls. If not cleared, they would form a slope, allowing the beasts to directly scale the walls. Flammable oil was poured down the walls, igniting the corpses, but the clearing process remained too slow. The irrational beast tide showed no fear of flames. The castle walls shook violently. It was a ground dragon, a type of subdragon that completely forsakes its wings, focusing all attributes on raw strength. Damn it! How did it get in? If not for the wall possessing a knife-like effect, a section of the wall might have already collapsed, allowing the beast tide to pour into the fortress. Focus fire, quickly focus fire. Blow it up. Regardless of the urgency elsewhere, the dwarves began to concentrate their fire on the ground dragon, betting on the minuscule chance of an instant kill. The ground dragon was specifically arranged by King Pi for this assault, boasting a full 6 ranks meant to breach the castle walls. The dwarves' firearms are too weak against the thick-skinned ground dragon to inflict any damage, and the more powerful towers also ceased fire due to overheating. It can be said that the ground dragon's mechanics completely counter the dwarves, and its stats overwhelm them. With the pressure off the dwarves, many areas became overrun with beasts. Some muscle-bound creatures began to climb, gripping the walls as they ascended. As the ground dragon retreated, it gathered strength and charged at the walls once more. If it crashes this time, the walls would surely collapse. Stop it! Interrupt its charge. How can we stop it? Our attack strength is below 3 ranks while it boasts a full 6 ranks. Calm down. Now is not the time for arguing. Think of a way if these beasts get through, not to mention the others. At least 3 cities behind will suffer. A full 100,000 dwarves. Sai, Hanchi, what are you doing? A dwarf leaped down the walls, charging towards the ground dragon, without looking back. Fortunate that there were not many beasts in this area due to the ground dragon's presence. Blackstone, unbreakable. Iron Hand Hanchi left only this phrase. Arriving on the ground dragon's charging path, Hanchi threw down a bundle of explosives and pulled out a dozen fire magic stones. He aimed his firearm at the fire magic stones. Boom! The flames engulfed the ground dragon and Hanchi alive. A pit appeared in the ground. The ground dragon's heavy scales turned black, but remained uninjured, halting its charge with fierce intent in its eyes. Hanchi, Zidale let out a heart-wrenching roar. Dwarves are not a talkative race. They can be described as taciturn, but they believe more in action. The dwarven warriors fell silent, yet their eyes were reddened, filled with anger and sorrow, but devoid of cowardice. So what if it is 6 ranks? The brave dwarves fear not. Loading, firing, everything proceeded in silence. The ground dragon shook its body, preparing to charge once more. The cannons had cooled down by now, helping the dwarves regain control of the situation around the castle walls. Fiery blasts erupted from the firearms repeatedly, with such high usage frequency that some began to explode. Yet even when injured by the exploding firearms, the dwarves showed no unnecessary actions, instead swapping for a new firearm to continue shooting. Thousands of bullets struck the ground dragon every second, but not once did an instant kill effect occur. Gradually, the frequency of cannon fire also decreased, with more towers overheating and entering cooldown. The situation on the walls went out of control once more. The dwarves had to divert some of their firepower to deal with the beasts climbing up the walls. As the ground dragon charged again, drawing near to the walls, a dwarf would leap down. He could bear the surname Iron Hammer, Iron Hand, or any dwarf warrior, but they all left behind one phrase: Blackstone. Unbreakable. Finally, after yet another attempt to halt the ground dragon, the long-awaited instant kill occurred. The ground dragon with crimson eyes regained its senses in its dying moment, resentfully gazing at the black walls and locking eyes with the dwarves upon Blackstone Fortress. With the threat of the ground dragon eliminated, the dwarves returned to their original firepower points, regaining control of the increasingly chaotic situation. The castle walls were nearly on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. A black dragon shadow appeared in the sky. 10th rank, saint level. Despair descends. Aeoli Ixis, the 4th son of Aeolibok, an adult dragon of the sacred domain. The terrifying dragon's might rendered the dwarves of the Blackstone Fortress immobile, their bodies frozen, as fear swept over them, like the scythe of death resting upon their necks. At that moment, a shadow resembling a pillar shot toward Aeoli Ixis, bound by iron chains. The dwarves of the Blackstone Fortress felt a surge of joy. They recognized at a glance that this was the Dragon Hunter crossbow, designed for hunting mighty dragons, with bolts made of black crystal iron, a material that suppresses magical power and is incredibly strong, thus earning the name Dragon Hunt. Aeoli Ixis watched the Dragon Hunt flying toward him and attempted to dodge, but the Dragon Hunt had an attribute guaranteed hit chance. By sheer coincidence, the dwarves this time were struck by luck. The Dragon Hunt that had already been fired made a direct 180-degree turn in the air, inserting itself into Aeoli Ixis' back without losing speed. Aeoli Ixis let out a mournful howl. The Dragon Hunter crossbow was a creation of the sacred domain, specifically designed to counter dragons. The chains began to tighten slowly, pulling Aeoli Ixis down from the sky. Boys, did we arrive too late? The sound of explosions erupted once more. Reinforcements consisting of 5,000 dwarven warriors arrived, bringing more weapons and ammunition. Hundreds of cannons roared in unison, stabilizing the situation on the walls that were on the verge of collapse. Dozens of master craftsmen descended to the walls for cover, being the greatest resource for this support. They all took out hammers and struck the walls. The once shaky walls instantly became as good as new, even sturdier than before, gaining many new attributes. For instance, projected force field. Periodically, the walls would generate a force field that pushed away the piles of corpses accumulating at the base. Before long, Aeoli Ixis was dragged to the ground, roaring as he twisted his dragon head backward to bite the Dragon Hunt arrow, trying to pull it out, but the Dragon Hunt had an attachment property, making it very difficult to extract once inserted. Aeoli Ixis felt his magical power within begin to slowly solidify, rendering him unable to cap. As the walls were fortified, the dwarves began to concentrate their fire on the black dragon, just as they had done with the earth dragon, betting on the minuscule chance of a critical hit. However, Aeoli Ixis was not a mindless earth dragon. The Dragon Hunt merely restricted his magical power and did not limit his physical capabilities. He immediately abandoned the attempt to pull out the Dragon Hunt and surged toward the walls at an incredibly fast speed. At this point, the tide of beasts had already lost 50,000 of its 200,000, and the Blackstone Fortress was proving to be even tougher than anticipated. With his massive body, the wall was virtually ineffective against the black dragon. He easily leaped atop the walls. Imagine a creature over 100 meters long and over 10 meters high suddenly charging toward you. How terrifying that scene would be. A height of 3 meters and 3 stories means a creature over 100 meters long represents a 30-story building, and now this enraged monster 5 stories high was breathing fire atop the walls. The green toxic flames would corrode any dwarf it touched to death, as one breath from the dragon cleared an entire section of dwarves from the walls, resulting in hundreds of casualties. The bullets from the firearms could not even leave a mark on his scales, and finely crafted iron swords could not scratch his hide, while the armor of fine iron melted under the exhalation. Dragon slayers always operated in small teams, while great dragons always fought alone. A mere dragon hunter crossbow, a creation of the sacred domain, was simply no match for the great dragon, as Aeolioxus rampaged freely atop the walls. Breaths were directed toward the interior of the fortress, igniting buildings while tower after tower was destroyed. The sacred domain experts among the dwarves were held back by the king of beasts, unable to provide support, and the dragon hunter crossbows had all been called upon to defend against the dragon beast, but no one expected that the heavenly injury star could dispatch another sacred domain, especially an adult dragon. Just as the Blackstone fortress was about to be turned upside down by Aeolioxus, a bullet accompanied by the sound of a horn pierced through the black dragon's brain. Nailed it. Four figures appeared atop a cannon platform, one of them smirking with a mix of pride, indifference, and casualness. Upon closer inspection, there was also a doctor wearing a bird beak mask, a suited attendant, and a strangely handsome man, donning an octopus headpiece. 001 blew away the smoke coming from the gun's muzzle. Now this place belongs to our disaster league. The man with the octopus headpiece spoke, catching the slime dripping down from the top of his head with his hand, and carelessly wiping it onto the doctor's white coat. Then this guy raised his voice, asking in a sharp tone, "Who are you?" After asking, he placed his hand on his forehead, striking a rather pretentious pose, saying, "Since you asked sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. We the Disaster League were born to disrupt the world, to annihilate peace, and to ensure that the ladies receive care. I am the leader Isha, by the brother of Elizabeth, a charming and righteous figure combining handsomeness and wisdom. Now I declare the heavenly star belongs to our Disaster League. Those who oppose us shall perish." The one wearing the octopus headpiece was Lu Yuan, the overseer of the strange race, a clone of an unknown generation. The dwarves looked at the four of them with only one thought in their minds, similar to Lu Yuan's alias. "So for the first step, may I take a bit of your time to introduce our true master, the Supreme Disaster?" "Oh no." Quickly tear his mouth apart. He's about to start stringing words together. The poor dwarves were still unaware of what they were about to face when a powerful music began playing. Back, carry the burden. And then these dwarves fell unconscious, only able to see the man with the crooked smile approaching them. "You bring the healing potions." After all the dwarves lost consciousness, the beast tide also ceased, falling asleep alongside them. Hypnotic melody. "Outyin, remember we are a righteous organization, and waste is shameful. High-quality souls were recycled as materials, while ordinary souls were fed as fodder to nourish new entities." 001 held 077. The marionette turning one dwarf after another into puppet. The strange race could directly infect other lives through influence, turning them into dependents, but this would lead to pollution, causing them to lose their original characteristics. For instance, the dwarven master craftsman's occupation. As for the beasts outside the city, there was no need to consider them too much. A feather was plucked out by Lu Yuan and thrown down to the city below. Upon contact with the first beast, the feather burrowed into its body. Soon the once flowing blood turned white, and the first beast exploded, transforming into a flurry of beautiful white feathers. Once these feathers touched something, they would drill into the blood vessels, absorbing flesh and blood to proliferate infinitely. Outside the world, the 12 main gods watched the sudden upheaval and attempted to halt the competition, but when they intervened, they discovered something was amiss. A high-level restriction. One by one, the main gods expressed their helplessness. When the calamities entered this place, the 12 main gods were destined to be mere spectators. Because the author wrote, "No interference allowed." As soon as Zheng Chang left Tianfu Star, the entire space of Tianfu Star was sealed. Or rather, the entire Tianfu Star was trapped within a spherical device. All teleportation magic was rendered ineffective. The sky, replaced by machinery, and natural sunlight transformed into LED lights. Not to mention, they were also blamed for being frugal. Initially, the mages attempted to resist, but the result was that their spells simply failed. Indeed, whether in the magic network or the environment, it was as if magical power had never existed, vanishing completely, and all spell models became inoperative. Even magic stones and crystals turned into ordinary stones and crystals. Many mages who relied on magic to sustain their lives perished on the spot. Achieving this was quite simple. It merely required deleting the magic power entry from the world editor. As a domain still developing even without divine beings, Tianfu Star housed no less than 5 demigods, dozens of holy domain mages, and countless high-level mages. However, the moment magical power disappeared, a demigod immediately perished. This is how the technological side operates, with dimensional suppression and mechanical deification. Facing lower-level opponents, the technological side is dominant, viewing only 2 kinds of enemies: bugs and the invincible. The mechanical race has now become a civilization of information and rules. They are no longer bound by reality, seeing everything merely as information and data, and the world is just a collection of rules that can be edited. Yet the mechanical race, having evolved beyond physical bodies and maintained computational power in data form, sent a spaceship and broadcasted throughout Tianfu Star. Ahem, 123 sound test completed. Hello, residents of the so-called divine domain. I am. Don't mind who I am, you are now colonized. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. free trade, free trade. Now I shall use this precious 3 minutes to purchase every. Not opposing is the same as agreeing. Since I can't hear any opposition, you are now my slaves. I am Jiang Daily, the leader of the Disaster Alliance. You won't understand what I say anyway. Just remember you are. After the broadcast data streams appeared around everyone's necks, with an electronic collar locking onto each person, displaying each individual's number. Go work, go work. A pixelated figure was continuously whipping and shouting go work. Due to the adjustments over the past 2 days, many have perished, therefore we have updated the material system to resurrect them and left a special Easter egg for you to explore. Magical power reappeared, and along with the resurgence of magic came those who had died in recent days. However, no matter who it was, everyone resurrected as a golden-haired, beast-eared little girl, even the 1,000-year-old elder mages. The most crucial part is that this appearance is fixed and rule level. Unless one reaches the divine level and touches the rules, it cannot be changed. Song Yuan, who usually seemed quite competent, was actually playing well behind the scenes. After all, these avatars were based on his true form. Tianfu Star actually had another force, which was the players. Trigger the mission and kill those tin cans. This can be taken literally or metaphorically. After spending so many days together, Lin Yin realized that his followers might have changed somewhat. Previously, even if the goblins rebelled, they would not beg him to strike them again after being struck by lightning. Goblin Chief, this is a good thing. The Goblin Chief had already been recruited by Song Yuan and became a researcher for the mechanical race. Although the Goblin uprising failed, Lin Yin indeed noticed the issue. Many oppressive policies were abolished. Look, spring has come. The Goblin Chief left only this sentence before returning to research in virology, as he was no longer a group of players who had been squeezed of all their value by the Galactic Federation in reality began a second life in the game. Lin Yin also discovered that his followers could be resurrected, but he didn't think much of it. After all, what couldn't they? Lin the Great Genius have experienced both glory and downfall, but I have never seen such followers. My illustrious name has been tarnished by them. Do you know what they're saying outside? It's either that the followers follow the deity or that the deity is trained by them. From that point on, Lin Yin firmly resolved to change his race after reaching the mid-tier god level, but it also left him with psychological shadows, making him almost never descend again or pay attention to what the goblins were doing. As the tower had become a demigod, the goblins had a city as their territory. However, this city might now turn into a city of sin. Players figured out the reward mechanism. When NPCs delivered quest rewards, killing the NPC would yield double rewards. The genius who discovered this mechanism was simply a player. This was an issue with the NPC's programming because an NPC's task always needed to be done for multiple players while the item was singular. What could be done? Just copy and paste a version and hand it to the players. Thus you would see this group of unruly players 1 second kindly helping their neighbor find a lost cat, and the next second beginning a city massacre. Because I couldn't find the cat, and really wanted the reward, I killed my neighbor. Since I killed my neighbor, why not massacre the city? The city had already been gamified with NPCs refreshing daily. A few days ago, Orinid came to find Lin Yin. Lin Yin's avatar chatted with him for a bit before slipping away, covering his backside as he did. Then players unlocked another dungeon, Tianyi, Star Bizarre World. This world is dominated by a creature known as the shape-shifting phantom, a strange race, capable of not only altering their appearance, but also their genes, molding themselves like clay into whatever form they desire, even capable of creating racial talents. This directly ignited the players' desire to capture, as who wouldn't want their boss to kneel before them and sing praises. Of course the boss was just a bonus. Lin Yin remained the focus, as nothing was more exhilarating than being struck by Lin Yin. Due to Zhou Yuan's wicked sense of humor, he altered the perception of Lin Yan's divine punishment among players to be pleasurable, with satisfaction levels higher than any training. Thus Lin Yin transitioned from an NPC ignored by players to a national husband. This directly caused Lin Yan's faith to explode, with almost all goblins becoming devout believers. But at what cost? Besides these players constantly testing Lin Yan's limits to provoke him, Lin Yan's omniscient authority subtly changed. Among his followers, players believed omniscience was unsuitable for Lin Yan. On Tianlao Star, the beast tide recklessly surged into the swamp, only to become trapped within, drowning one by one. Yet the commander of the beast tide seemed oblivious, continuously sending waves of beasts to Tianlao Star. Do you remember the origin of the undead? What crawled out from the swamp were not the spirits of decay, but rather the undead beasts stripped of their flesh and blood. In the depths of the swamp, Palachi was surrounded by dozens of mages assisting him in chanting something. The commander of Tianlao Star is Shan Jun, but he is not in a normal state. The stripes on his body have turned dark red, the color of the abyss. His eyes possess 2 pupils, a dual eye, but each pupil bears a different color. The Lord of the Abyss, Asmathiels, personally intervened, utilizing the power of the contract to split Shan Jun's consciousness into 2, symbolized by the dual pupils, and suppress Shan Jun's original consciousness with mental force. It can be said that Shan Jun is now merely a puppet of the Abyss. Do not sign contracts with devils. The language of the abyss resembles intricate patterns, and no one can discern whether the decorations on the contract are genuine patterns or unfair terms hidden by the devils. As the core of the plan, Tianshang Star will ignite turmoil across various divine realms with the beast tide, while the massive number of beasts will serve as the activation resources for all calamity races. 3 demigod beasts. Shan Jun has been corroded by the abyss. Lu Sheng has become the lackey of the ancient life tree, and the Bear King cannot escape the fate of being controlled under the parasitic seed. After a vast number of corpses were delivered, Palachi completed his chanting. 10th tier spell, joint casting, multi-layered chanting, composite chanting, undead calamity. A pitch-black beam of light shot into the sky as the death canopy slowly descended from above, enveloping the entire Tian Quan star. The undead calamity is the most common war spell of the undead race, vast, in scope, powerful, and easy to cast. However, it is also one of the highest tier spells of the undead race. Because it is fundamentally a composite spell integrating various spells, such as the Death Canopy, Undead Resurrection, Bone Enhancement, and Death Plague. Theoretically, the more spells are combined, the stronger the undead calamity becomes. The entire Tianlao star began to tremble as millions of souls flew out from the swamp, dancing in the dim world below. One hand after another emerged from the swamp. The dead have returned, taking the form of skeletons or walking corpses, spewing their hatred toward the living. A multitude of skeletal dragons soared into the air, circling around the Pillar of Death, welcoming their king. On the head of a demigod-level undead dragon, a skeletal warrior with a broken body quietly sat Ocasius the Bone Lord. He has now completed his revenge. Hundreds of undead dragons have torn apart all those who conspired to murder him. No matter how mighty they were or how they managed to survive, Ocasius would spare no effort. The flames of vengeance will not extinguish until his enemies are turned to ashes. I never expected you to come. At this moment, Palachi had replaced all of his bones with purple ones, noble purple gold, hard and flamboyant. Ocasius is at odds with the council, but this time with the involvement of the Dragon Clan. The Bone Lord's obsession with collecting has flared up. However, he is indeed one of the strongest lords among the undead. The undead race refers to those at the sacred domain and demigod levels as lords, and those who ascend to godhood as great lords. Palachi is a great lord, the Lord of Death, but is currently suppressed to a demigod. Lord of Death, long time no see. Ocasius exchanged pleasantries as the dragons had now landed with the undead dragon army ready to obey Ocasius' commands, prepared to drown all enemies in deathly breath. The undead race is ready. 2 undead council members gazed at Tianlao star, looking toward the other stars above. At this moment, Tianlao star had become a realm of death, with the undead race arranging weapons for the newly born undead. On Tianshang star, the absolute grass has eradicated all plants. The entire Tianshang star has gone mad, devouring the flesh and blood of all of Tianjin star, yet that did not last long. These bloodthirsty beasts are hungry once more. Waves of beast tides surged from Tianshang star toward other divine realms. Lu Sheng is still alive. It survived by allying with the plant clan, and the demigod-level absolute grass is now entwined around its roots. Under the repeated enhancements from Song Yuan, the strength of the absolute grass has reached a terrifying level. The absolute grass is transmitting a vast amount of nutrients to Lu Sheng, which for the first time in its life experiences the feeling of being full. Every leaf swells with life force. At this moment, its willow branches hung down, and a silver-haired girl sat on a swing woven from the willow branch. The moon hung on the branches of Lu Sheng as blue petals rained down from above, accompanied by the fragrance of osmanthus, while moonlight cascaded from the sky, like a waterfall, tranquil and beautiful. An elven priestess and an elven queen bowed to the moon goddess. As primordial elves, their bloodlines are exceedingly noble. The moonlight, like a waterfall, gathered under the willow tree, forming a spring of moonlight. At this moment, Tianshang star has morphed into a devil's forbidden zone, where even devils have retreated afraid to expose themselves under the moonlight. Now is a special period. Lucy has a brief respite, allowing her to escape temporarily from the pursuit of the abyssal, while gaining some time to develop. Are all preparations complete? Lucy, barefoot, grasped the willow branches with both hands, swinging back and forth on the swing. Her little feet swayed, and her silver hair danced in the air as she swung. A blue flower crown atop her head emitted a soft blue glow, merging the silver of her hair, the glow of the crown, and the radiant moonlight, creating an extraordinarily beautiful and elegant visage. All paths have been checked and found to be without issue. The Elven Queen wore a blue ceremonial dress, its long hem trailing on the ground as blue petals fell upon it, and adorned her head, embellishing the crown made from grass rings, beautiful yet dignified. Lu Sheng did not dare to make any movements at this moment. It truly felt that the one swinging on its branches was a true deity suppressed under the star formation. The Elven Queen and the Elven Priestess are also demigods, but Lu Sheng's instinct told it that both of them are stronger than it. There are also varying strengths among demigods. The Lord of the Mountains can easily suppress the tyrant demon lord, while the Elven Queen can effortlessly subdue Lu Sheng. As Lu Si nodded, the moon hanging from Lu Sheng's branches suddenly ascended, hanging high in the starry sky, with moonlight pouring down onto Tianshang's star. All absolute grasses glimmered with a silvery light under the moonlight. As a hub, the absolute grasses from other worlds also began to emit silvery light one after another, as if infected. They began to extract the energy of the world, directly drawing from the world's origin. As the energy was gathered on Tianshang's star, this former domain of the nature god began to tremble. The absolute grass grew deep into the land until the entire divine realm was completely covered by absolute grass. Tianshang star has come to life. Tianxian star, this is the divine realm of the fairies, where they, untroubled by the world, utilize their unique magic, fairyland, to protect the entire divine realm. Fairyland is an illusory type spell that even deities may struggle to see through to find the true path. However, the elemental tribe has cracked this spell. The elemental tribe possesses an unparalleled sensitivity to energy, though any fluctuations of energy cannot escape their notice. Thus, the fairy divine realm was easily torn apart. Wild winds surged forth from the rift, windmills were shattered, and the wheat fields destroyed, turning the fairies' homeland into a desolate ruin. The wind elemental lords of the sacred domain followed the tempest, for the elemental tribe possessed an abundance of sacred domain beings. Dozens of wind elemental lords appeared in fairyland, Galandes, like they were free of charge, and the fairy king was a demigod. Friends from afar, why do you seek to destroy our homeland? Fairies are a peace-loving race. They do not desire war, and even after their home is destroyed, their first instinct is to negotiate with these beings resembling tornadoes. Upon seeing the fairy king, the wind elemental lords exchanged glances, as if questioning who would speak first. After a brief exchange, they expressed unable to win summon aid. The tradition of the Disaster Alliance has always been to bully the weak, rely on strength to oppress the weak, and overwhelm the few with the many without a care for ethics. The fairy king did not receive the envoy for negotiation, but instead encountered two fierce demigod-level primordial winds. Initially, the fairy king thought the two primordial winds represented goodwill, but before he could approach, they joined forces to deliver a sudden blow. A level 8 gale? Suddenly a gale erupted, and although it was labeled as level 8, it was far beyond that, truly chaotic. Caught off guard by this gale, the fairy king found his wings shredded, leaving numerous deep and shallow scratches. Only then did the fairy king realize they were foes. Distant enemies, this is not a place for your interference. In an instant, the fairy king healed all his wounds, his transparent wings gently flapping as he floated in the air. Darkness is about to descend. Super tornado, destroy the parking lot. The two primordial winds grasped each other's hands and began to spin wildly, whirling as the winds of the entire world converged, with a continuous stream of wind emerging between them. In theory, this move has no limit. The primordial winds can continuously infuse and generate wind into the world, and when the power of the wind reaches a certain level, even the rules can be severed. As long as the primordial winds can withstand it, they could even perish together with lower deities. After all, who can endure the gales better than the primordial winds? However, a greater darkness approached. Perfect phantasm. Indeed, the fairy king became as transparent as his wings, allowing all winds to pass through his body. This is fairyland. To defeat the fairy king. Undoubtedly a daunting task. The entire Tianxian star began to disintegrate, but the fairy king's phantasm was a pure mechanism. The primordial winds were nearing their limits, while the fairy king leisurely strolled beside them, chattering away. Isn't peace preferable? Just like now, as you spin, don't you feel dizzy? If you feel dizzy, why come to fight me? And you can't even hit me. Fortunately, the elemental tribe was somewhat dull. To put it bluntly, they lacked intelligence, rarely thinking, and without thought they had no worries. No matter how much the fairy king spoke, the primordial winds remained unmoved. What are you babbling about? Taste my billions of typhoon powers. Thus a very peculiar scene unfolded. Three demigods, one spinning in place talking to himself, while the other two played a game of Super Tornado. It was akin to a silent film. However, it was different for others. The wind elemental lords of the sacred domain could no longer endure the slicing winds of Tianxian star and fled back to the wind elemental realm. As for the fairies, they had already hidden underground. Although the surface continued to be eroded by the wind, the underground could still withstand the winds for a while longer. Just when everyone thought this would be a protracted battle, a figure appeared behind the fairy king. No martial ethics. Come. Deceive. Come. Launch a sneak attack. Wearing a colorful mask, Ma Yuan made his entrance, piercing a steel nail into the fairy king's body. Phantasm broken. Before the fairy king could react, he didn't even finish his last sentence before being turned into a mist of blood by the wind. It wasn't that coarse. I am the master of the mixed element sect, also known as the master of the Disaster Alliance, Ma Weigua Master Ma. Ma Yuan spread his arms, introducing himself to the fairy king, now a mist of blood. However, the fairy king could not perceive any vitality. He had been turned into a mist of blood and forcibly revived. Esteemed master from afar, are you not tired from sneak attacking me? Since you are tired, why continue to ambush me? Isn't it better for us to live peacefully and safely? You are born of your mother, elements are born of their mothers, I am born of my mother, why must we be at odds? Just moments ago Ma Yuan found this guy annoying from the sidelines, now facing him directly, he felt the urge to hit him. Lightning 5 whips. Ma Yuan did not want to continue listening to this chatter, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying bolt of lightning. 1 whip. Thunderous, a thick lightning dragon swung in Ma Yuan's hand, striking the Fairy King. The Fairy King's back immediately turned charred black. 2 whips. Ma Yuan swung his other hand, the lightning whip lashed out, and the Fairy King's wings turned to ash. 3 whips. 4 whips. Ma Yuan swung both hands simultaneously, striking the Fairy King's back with 2 whips. 5 whips. Ma Yuan spread his arms. The final whip held tremendous power, so great that even he dared not guide it with his hands. As the golden thunder struck down, the Fairy King was reduced to mere ashes. Yet again the Fairy King resurrected. Young man lacking martial ethics, constantly reviving. Watch closely, I have one more move called Circle Kick him. A gale surged once more, transforming into invisible blades aimed at the Fairy King. However, as long as Tianxian Star remains unbroken, the Fairy King will not die. Ma Yuan quickly found this rule. The Fairy King cannot leave Fairyland. Even death cannot take him away. Stop. Ma Yuan halted the 2 primordial winds. This is high-quality firewood, not to be wasted. Quickly send it to the fire elemental god. Ma Yuan unleashed the lightning 5 whips again, but this time instead of killing, the 5 lightning whips transformed into chains, binding the Fairy King and taking a piece of Tianxian Star's land to the fire elemental realm. What awaits him will be a cycle of resurrection, and burning endlessly. With the last spike withdrawn, Tianxian Star faced no more obstacles. The wind elemental realm began to assimilate Tianxian Star, and endless winds erupted from the fields of Tianxian Star, which the elementals referred to as the wind wilderness. Meanwhile, the fairies hiding underground, having reached a balance with the winds above, chose to reside underground, transforming into mushroom fairies and cave fairies. In the realm of the god of shadows and conspiracy, known as the Dark Star, humanity serves as its followers. The Abyss has taken on this task, and the fallen elf, the god of conspiracy, and Rose has descended upon this world. The Abyss never goes back on its word. As Rose ascended to divinity, the will of the Abyss personally intervened, dragging her down to the deepest part of the Abyss. A curse erupted, staining the moonlight on Rose with red, transforming the Abyss from merely having a black sun to also having a blood moon. However, being the moon goddess of the Plant Clan launched a full-scale war against the Abyss. In the end, with the help of the Insect Clan, Rose was split into 2, giving birth to 2 sisters. The elder sister is the moon goddess Rose, while the younger sister has become the fallen god of conspiracy Rose. Rose took a deep breath. This had almost become the first impression of all demons after leaving the Abyss, for the Abyss was always filled with the scent of sulfur. Dressed in a black silk gown, the hem embroidered with roses, the dark red roses contrasted with Rose's delicate arms, making them appear even fairer. A black veil covered Rose's eyes, and holding a rose umbrella, her temperament was more vibrant compared to Rose's aloofness. Yet within her vibrant demeanor lay a deadly indifference. She categorized everyone either as tools to fulfill her purposes or as toys for her amusement. Beneath Rose was a bizarre wax demon, lifting her feet and holding her above its head, reverently worshipping her. Okaith was currently assigned to Rose, but she had no desire for him. She found him foolish. It is to be said that being a split from Rose's beauty perfectly inherited Rose's unmatched visage, yet unlike Rose's untouchable elegance, Rose added an air of allure. At this moment Okaith knelt beneath the wax demon, but his eyes were not behaving. He sneaked glances upwards towards the absolute domain. However, what he saw instead was the fist of the wax demon. With a single punch, golden stars erupted in his vision. Rose scoffed disdainfully, opening her rose umbrella, and rose petals fell from it, constructing a staircase of roses in the air. Rose stepped down from the staircase in her high heels. Just like Rose, she enjoyed looking down from above. So tell me, Rose had spent quite some time to teleport into this world. Okaith replied obsequiously, I have corrupted their king and prepared to start a war. Foolish, the king will soon be overthrown due to the war. Do you intend to corrupt every king? And how time-consuming is it to start a war? This is a black gold rose, extremely rare. And this is Mammon's gold coin. Rose pulled these 2 items from her gown's pocket, a rose that had never been seen before and an infinitely splitting gold coin. Have you heard? The price of the black gold rose has risen again. What? Has it really reached 1 gold coin? Is it still rising? Old Zhang next door sold his house and bought all black gold roses. Now not only has he bought back his house, but he also purchased another one. The price of the black gold rose doubled in just 3 days. Moreover, it is said that the king is very fond of it, and the royal family will purchase it indefinitely. Then why bother planting anything? Let's plant black gold roses. You're too late. Those wizards are using spells to hasten the growth day and night. If you want to plant it yourself, you won't be able to harvest until next year. I say just buy it and sell it when the price goes up. Even with that, you can still make a considerable profit. Two farmers were chatting at the edge of the field, growing more and more excited as they spoke, their eyes turning into the shape of gold coins as they continued discussing. Oh no, my mom is about to give birth. Ew, I need to go back and take care of her. That's right, my dog has a birthday. I must The farmer's eyes sparkled with joy as he ran home, without stopping, pulling out his land deed to pawn it, and even signing a contract of servitude just to barely scrape together 1 gold coin. With this single gold coin, the farmer rushed to the Black Rose Merchant Association, a merchant association that had skyrocketed to fame overnight thanks to the Black Gold Rose. The association was crowded, and the price tag for the Black Gold Rose changed every 10 minutes. Rise, rise, rise. It was time to update the prices, and everyone held their breath watching the front desk as it adjusted the fate board according to the information. It has risen. It has risen. The crowd began to cheer. The farmer looked at the price, 1.5 gold coins. My God, wasn't it just 1 gold coin yesterday? The front desk lady pulled out a piece of paper and began to read. According to the Church's latest research, the Black Gold Rose is a highly effective token. The incense from the Black Gold Rose can bring the believers closer to the divine realm of the Lord. According to studies by the Mage Association, the Black Gold Rose is an essential material and a crucial component for casting spells. Furthermore, mages have stated that if Black Gold Rose powder is added to a magic formation, the magical conductivity of the formation will double. Thus, both the Church and the Mage Association have begun to purchase Black Gold Roses in large quantities. The price has risen, continues to rise, endlessly rising. If there is a goddess of wealth in this world, she must resemble the Black Gold Rose. Anyone who owns a Black Gold Rose has become immensely wealthy. Their assets have skyrocketed like a rocket, and the Black Gold Rose has become a symbol of wealth. However, unlike the excited crowd, the farmer felt quite lonely, tightly gripping the only gold coin he had, feeling unqualified even to enter. As if noticing the farmer's despondency, the association's owner quietly approached him, pulling out a contract and speaking in a tone of charity. Your money isn't enough to join this game of wealth, is it? No worries, the God of Conspiracy is merciful. She will let everyone participate in this game. All you need is to have your family and friends sign this contract. The more people who sign, the more Black Gold Roses you can obtain. What do you say? Just like giving bones to stray dogs on the street, the association's owner casually tossed the contract to the ground. The farmer's eyes turned red, and he crouched down to protect the contract, fearing someone would snatch it away. To him, even if it meant betraying his family and friends, what did it matter? This was a path to wealth, a why not take. If the association's owner were to give him a Black Gold Rose for free, he might hesitate, wondering if there was some trap. But now that the owner was targeting his family and friends, it made the farmer lose control. This owner is truly a good person. With the contract in hand, the farmer hurriedly dashed out of the association and soon returned, having gathered the handprints of everyone he knew on the contract. Having exchanged the contract for 2 Black Gold Roses, the farmer joined the crowd, his eyes ablaze as he watched the price tag, eagerly awaiting the front desk lady to raise the price. Rise, rise, rise. Good. It's risen again. One after another, readied individuals joined this revelry, and the effects of the Black Gold Rose continued to multiply. Even the effect of revival had been discovered. Who cares about authenticity? As long as the price tag is rising, as long as it's making money, who cares whether it's real? The revelry continued, and with Mammon's gold, mountains of wealth were no longer a dream. One golden mountain after another was transported out of the royal palace and into the Black Rose Chamber of Commerce. Nobles, commoners, priests, and mages. Everyone went mad. They sold everything they could or directly exchanged their assets for Black Gold Roses at the Black Rose Chamber, even going so far as to sign contracts. The contracts of the Black Rose Chamber were strange, incomprehensible to anyone, yet they seemed to possess some kind of magic. No one cared about the content of the contracts. They only desired gold coins, wanting to earn vast amounts through the Black Gold Roses. In the palace, Rose sat upon the throne, her legs crossed, casually resting one over the other, her glass of red wine swaying gently. The wine, a deep crimson, held floating petals of red roses. The Pope of the Conspiracy Church, who had once been an old man, now rejuvenated, transformed back into a youthful figure, was humbly kneeling beneath the throne. This was the true deity. The Pope, at the peak of semi-divinity, felt it keenly. In just a few seconds, he embraced a new faith, beginning to worship Rose, the goddess of conspiracy. How is the Black Gold Rose developing now? Rose took a sip of her red wine, asking with keen interest, her leg swaying, captivating those around her. But the Pope was, after all, a pope, having once served the god of conspiracy. Trained in the art, his heart held only piety. The god of conspiracy had a profound sense of suspicion. He enjoyed probing into the hearts of his followers. If he sensed any forbidden emotions within their piety, he would annihilate the offender without hesitation. Praise the conspiracy, honor the rose. All the gold coins of the Dark Star have now been exchanged for the wicked currency you bestowed. In other words, the black gold roses had completed their task of harvesting the world's wealth. Mammon, the embodiment of greed among the seven deadly sins, simultaneously held dominion over endless wealth, though this wealth only led individuals deeper into depravity. Just like a single gold coin under Rose's manipulation, the entire Dark Star became tainted with the sin of greed. No one noticed that their coins bore a mouth devouring the essence of original sin that marked their being. If that is the case, then let the harvest begin. Souls that have fallen into sin are the most delicious. Rose spilled her red wine from the glass, which transformed into a shower of petals in the air as she opened an umbrella within them, vanishing from the palace. As usual, people opened their eyes and rushed to the Black Rose Chamber of Commerce. The black gold roses were rising daily. Even without checking, they would continue to increase, for people loved the feeling of making money. But today was different. The Black Rose Chamber was closed. Perhaps something had happened. Surely it was something significant. Yet he had no idea that the Black Rose Chamber had not opened throughout the entire Dark Star. The game reached its climax, the most interesting part. The beautiful dream shattered. The once revered black gold roses, more beloved than parents, fell from their pedestal, halting at the price of 300 gold coins, unnoticed by all, returning to nothingness. As with all gambles, they ended in ruin. The black gold roses collapsed. They were merely a rare flower with no other effects. Yet now fields were filled with black gold roses, and the original crops were destroyed before harvest, all for the sake of hastening the growth of the black gold roses. The entire world came to a standstill because of the black gold roses. The extravagant spenders paid little heed to the skyrocketing prices of food, now quoted in silver coins, but who cared? The black gold roses rose by at least several gold coins daily, reaching 300 gold coins in just a month. Who would pay attention to silver coins? Artisans ceased production, farmers stopped cultivating. They only cared about the few black gold roses stored in exquisite boxes at home. With the Black Rose Chamber's unlimited purchases gone, a dream built on illusion crumbled. Food prices began to soar, increasing even faster than the black gold roses. The order of society collapsed in an instant. The entire world was out of money, with gold coins becoming the most basic unit of currency. A pound of rice sold for 50 gold coins, yet even the wealthiest nobles could not produce that much. Uprisings erupted as the populace began to resist the nobles, the church, and the mage association, seeking to hold accountable those who had plundered their wealth. But were the nobles, the church, and the mage association not thinking the same? Their gold coins had also been stolen. In a world so small, they surely believed it was the conspirators who had taken their coins. The entire black gold rose was a scheme of the church mage's nobles. The entire world echoed in unison, placing the blame upon one another. The mob stormed into the nobles' mansions, vandalizing and looting, only to find that these nobles were also poor, with merely a few more black gold roses than they, lacking even decent furniture. The nobles mobilized their armies to storm the mage association, but they discovered that these mages had even sold their spell books. The entire association had nothing left but various ground-down black gold roses. The mages attacked the church, but the Pope did not appear. Fierce spells rained through the sky, blasting open the church's doors, only to find that these followers of conspiracy had even sold their idols, now offering black gold roses in their place. The priests angrily broke into the homes of one follower after another, attempting to plunder valuables, only to find that apart from the black gold roses, they could find nothing. Where had their money gone? The collapse of the economy triggered the collapse of society. Perhaps civilization could rebuild a new order under the magic of time, but the Dark Star had no more chances. The sun in the sky turned into a black sun, and the abyss descended. In this revelry, everyone became tainted by the original sin of greed. Their souls had long belonged to the abyss. Yet a significant portion was taken by Rose due to the contracts. Mammon's gold coins, after absorbing the greed of the entire Dark Star, successfully ascended into a divine artifact. Rose, holding the gold coins that had accumulated countless wealth, sat atop a throne resembling a wax demon, gazing down upon the entire Dark Star. At this moment, the Dark Star had become a layer of the abyss, with all life undergoing irreversible transformation into abyssal beings. Countless fallen souls lay within Rose's grasp. In this abyss where souls served as currency, her wealth was enough to tempt any demon god. But she was unafraid, showing no signs of concealment. She never hid her ambition. If the demon gods desired her wealth and resources, they should weigh their options carefully. She had coveted the power of the demon gods for a long time. Rose withdrew her gaze, looking towards the world's boundary in the distance where it connected to the neighboring worlds. My dear sister, we shall meet again soon. In the Dark Star, a black rose petal fell upon the crown of the divine willow, drifting down before Lu's eyes. Lu reached out to grasp the petal, but in an instant it dissolved in her hand. Tianyong Star, the divine realm of the god of war, is also the paradise for brave warriors. The predominant race in this realm is a human branch known as the barbarians. However, through education, these barbarians established nations and formed armies, achieving victory after victory for the god of war with their unique barbarian berserker troops. This time, however, their opponent is stronger than ever before. Initially, no one paid attention to the emergence of a certain plant or the disappearance of a city until it became relevant to every barbarian. Two students from Yonghui People's University entered this world, one named Gong Sheng and the other Chung Baobao. Both of their followers are of the human race following the warrior system. After 10 years of struggle, their followers successfully rose to the rank of Viscount in the barbarian kingdom. I sighed, Wahoa, this year's harvest isn't good. The golden-haired man in golden lion armor held a parchment report looking troubled. My lord, there's no need to worry. I've already sent someone to procure food. This year there won't be a significant shortfall. I sighed, Wahoa stood up and handed the report to Arthur. Gong Sheng did not have a demigod follower, and Arthur was only at the 9th tier, focusing on developing his legion's combat capabilities. I hope nothing else goes wrong. It's a troublesome time. Bad news kept coming from beyond the world. Reports of deadly grass arrived from one world after another, and news of war flowed incessantly. Fortunately, deadly grass had not yet appeared in Tianyong Star. However, unfortunately, a fungal blanket had emerged. Yet these people were unaware of what awaited them. Oh, by the way, I discovered an unfamiliar creature while hunting a few days ago. I sighed. Wahua handed a drawing to Arthur. This is an image extracted from a mage's memory. Arthur took the drawing, which depicted a dense forest. In the distance, there was a green figure half hidden in the shadows, yet the smooth lines and sharp foreclaws were still discernible. This doesn't resemble a normal creature, rather it looks like. Arthur fell into deep thought while gazing at the image. A bug. I said. Wahua completed Arthur's thought, confirming that the figure undoubtedly bore the exoskeleton of an insect, and those sharp foreclaws closely resembled those of a mantis. The two exchanged silent glances, and unexpected occurrences had begun. This should be a follower of another deity. Report it to the god of glory and knights. Fortunately, it is not deadly grass. Is there anything worse than deadly grass? Organize a team. I will go personally to see this unfamiliar deity's stance. If this is a warlike god, we must prepare for battle. Arthur ultimately decided to investigate. This creature clearly seemed born for war. Even just the silhouette of its half-hidden body struck a sense of oppression within him. This is an instinctual fear of perfection. This is simply the perfect weapon of war. Thus Arthur felt compelled to check on such a neighbor. He could not feel at ease. The next day, 300 knights were summoned. The god of glory and knights Gong Sheng agreed to Arthur's request and granted him the oath shield and the king's sword, two divine artifacts. The 300 knights formed a formation, marching in unison toward the forest. The forest lay at the foot of the mountains, and Arthur's Viscount territory had relied on this forest for generations, yet none had ever ventured into the mountains, even though legends spoke of gold mines there. No one had ever returned from deep within the forest, not even the Archmage, an 8th-tier powerhouse, who was once the master of the Viscount territory. Do not fear, Lord Arthur is a 9th-tier 3-stage holy knight, far stronger than Viscount is, sir. Furthermore, we have 300 well-equipped knights, and the god of glory and knights is watching over us. Knight Irica was comforting the guide who had only agreed to lead them for a substantial reward. You don't understand, that creature could not possibly exist in this world. It is too perfect, so perfect that it feels like a creation of the Lord. That silhouette has become indelible in my mind. I requested Mage Hallie to help erase my memory, but he refused, insisting that I lead the way. Since 3 days ago when I saw that dark green silhouette, it has become my nightmare, appearing in my dreams. He had not slept well for 3 whole days. The Closido-collapsed state of his mind, coupled with the eerie and dark environment of the forest, made the hunter contemplate fleeing more than once. Do not fear, Illabai, we will be fine. Just consider this a chance to take a breather. Once we return, I will personally request Mage Hallie to erase your memory, I swear by glory. Now you just need to endure the fear for a little longer, and lead us to the place where you saw that creature. Knight Irica secretly cast a courage blessing spell, which made the hunter feel much better. The forest floor was covered in thick moss resembling a green carpet, making a hissing sound. Ga. Ah. Ga. Ah. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy, but the cawing of crows could be heard. A flock of birds took flight in alarm, and the sound of flapping wings caught Arthur's attention. Something was approaching them, and there was more than one. Sounds of startled birds came from all directions. Soon the sound of leaves being rustled was heard, as something weaved through the forest heading their way. The hunter suddenly screamed as he saw a shadow leap out from the forest and pounce. Arthur immediately raised the lion-embossed shield to protect the hunter. The other knights also drew their longswords, warily watching the creature that leaped out of the woods. It was a rabbit. The rabbit held half a blade of grass in its mouth, and tilted its head cutely at Arthur. It seemed they were too tense. As soon as Arthur put down his shield, his battle instincts kicked in, and he swiftly cleaved a jumping insect in half with his sword. How could an insect race evolve to such an extent, and nearly eliminating all flaws makes such a commotion while stealthily advancing in the forest. Everything was done to draw attention and launch this surprise attack. However, no footfalls were missed, no sight was obscured, and without hesitation the sword was swung, as if you knew yourself. Arthur was not the only one ambushed. Over a dozen jumping insects sprang from the shadows, easily lopping off the heads of several knights. The stealth abilities of the jumping insects had evolved to the point where even Arthur could not detect them, let alone this group of knights. Perfect, too perfect. Arthur witnessed the jumping insects with his own eyes. His inner astonishment could not. The jumping insect he had cleaved in half was still writhing on the ground, flesh buds sprouting from its wounds. Arthur had no doubt that if the two halves were put together, this monster could heal itself. The Knight Order immediately formed a circle back to prevent another ambush from the insect race. At that moment, a bellowing roar echoed from the mountains. Arthur's sixth sense immediately sounded an alarm, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Retreat. The knights carried the bodies of their fallen comrades back to back as they made their way back. Irika kept muttering something until he finished his incantation. The sword in his hand emitted a radiant light. He raised the long sword high, and the glorious light shot into the bodies of the fallen knights, their heads reattached, and they miraculously revived. At this moment Arthur was also surrounded by light, and the knights who had just been revived were rapidly regaining. This is the fighting power of the Knight Order. As long as Irika and Arthur do not perish, the entire order is like an unstoppable force. Even if beheaded, as long as the body has not turned to mush, they can be revived. But targeting Arthur and Irika, a holy knight king famously difficult to kill, and a holy knight priest who can revive himself upon death nearly impossible to slay before exhausting his mana. However, the Knight Order found itself in a very passive position. The jump bugs were efficiently hunting with all attacks, striking at vital points, so any defense that failed could result in instant death. Moreover, the claws of the jump bugs were very sharp. The knights' long swords would leave deep scratches even when blocking, and their armor was as fragile as paper. A dozen jump bugs relying on their high mobility and attack power made it impossible for the Knight Order to advance. Arthur was chopping them down one by one, but the efficiency was severely lacking. Indeed, these insectoids were generally only third tier, and the knights were also third tier. But hitting them was another story. The exoskeleton of the jump bugs was very smooth and slick. The knights' swords would slip off without causing any damage. The knight captain was fourth tier, and with the area spell Holy Light Explosion, he could deal splash damage to the jump bugs. However, the jump bugs' terrifying recovery ability allowed them to quickly heal, even from severe injuries. The insectoids continuously evolved, constantly updating their gene pool to achieve such an effect, unmatched single combat capability. And such elite soldiers were numerous among the insectoids. Even at third tier, how much equipment can you equip? Each gene of the insectoids was designed, and every detail of their bodies had been selected. They were born equipped with exceptional gear, crushing their peers at the same level, easily surpassing higher levels. The insectoids are born as weapons of war. Arthur became increasingly alarmed. The performance of these monsters was too powerful. If strength were likened to water, and a person to a water tank, even he could only utilize half of his power. Yet these monsters mobilized all their strength to the utmost, demonstrating their capabilities to the extreme. If they were of the same tier, Arthur asked himself sincerely if he felt he had any chance of fighting back, even with the artifact given to him by Gong Shang. The jump bugs relentlessly launched surprise attacks, harassing him. Suddenly the ground trembled, and the knights wearing metal boots felt it too. What was that? A big fellow was. Based on past combat experience, this should be the noise made by a giant combat unit. The knights experienced knew they just needed to leverage their agility and continuously wear down the enemy. Giant units have great power, but also high consumption. It wouldn't be long before they exhausted themselves, and could be dispatched one sword strike at a time. But Arthur was anxious. His sacred combat instincts told him to run, for this enemy was extremely troublesome. Another roar akin to that of a bull echoed through the air, the vibration intensifying and the sound drawing nearer. The birds in the forest were startled, and countless flew up, making a cacophony of noise. When the knights heard the third bull roar, the sounds of falling and breaking trees reached their ears. Looking up, they saw the monster through the gaps in the tree branches. With horns covered in yellow-brown scales, thick skin like leather armor, hard, yet flexible, towering at over 80 meters tall, the trees were trampled like grass beneath its feet. The Thunder Beast, a giant unit of the insectoids, an absolute weapon of war. If the jump bugs represent the limit of single combat, then the Thunder Beast represents the pinnacle of siege beasts. 80 meters tall, roughly equivalent to a 24-story building. Its heavy biological armor is hard to breach, born with 8th tier combat power. This is the absolute main force of the insectoids in large-scale warfare. Run! Not caring about the harassment from the jump bugs, the Knight Order began to retreat at full speed, carrying the fallen who had been killed by surprise, reviving them along the way. But how could 2 short legs of just over a meter outrun 4 long legs of dozens of meters? The Thunder Beast easily caught up, making no unnecessary movements as its front hooves swiftly trampled toward the Night Order. Power of the Oath. Arthur grabbed the Oath shield, striking it forcefully against the Thunder Beast's front hoof. The terrifying recoil shattered the armor on Arthur's left arm, sending him crashing to the ground. The Phantom of a Lion solidly absorbed the impact of the Thunder Beast's hoof, causing it to stagger back several steps, stirring up a cloud of dust throughout the forest. An 8th tier Thunder Beast without the Oath Shield artifact could easily crush a 9th tier Arthur with a single stomp. This is no exaggeration. The frenzied design of the insectoids gives the Thunder Beast terrifying stats far exceeding the 8th tier. Taking advantage of the Thunder Beast stabilizing itself, the Night Order retreated a considerable distance. Elephants cannot jump. If they attempt to leap, their knees cannot bear the strain and will break. However, the Thunder Beast leaped up, its terrifying form crashing directly onto the retreat path of the knights. Sword of the King. Destructive Strike. Arthur tapped into a surge of power, grasping the Sword of the King and flying up from the crater, delivering a powerful slash to the Thunder Beast's belly. That was the thickest part of the Thunder Beast's skin, the area with the most scales designed to guard against such surprise attack. As an artifact, the power of the Sword of the King is unquestionable. A sword wound successfully appeared on the Thunder Beast's belly, surrounded by a ring of scorch marks from the holy light. The Thunder Beast was sent flying through the air, crashing into the distance, and destroying a large section of the forest. Burning blood. For the honor of the knights. Arthur had to ensure this legion returned. He had sworn an oath. The impact from the Thunder Beast hitting the ground was dissipated by him, and he quickly got back on his feet. At this moment, Arthur tightly gripped the Sword of the King in his right hand, holding the Oath Shield in his left, the golden shadow of the King enveloping him, and the Phantom of the Golden Lion taking an attacking stance. Arthur's aura grew stronger, steadily climbing to 9th tier Ninth stage. With the artifact's enhancement, he could even contend with the Holy Domain. However, the Thunder Beast remained unperturbed, just another child of destiny. The Thunder Beast was enveloped in a crimson mist. Its body began to adjust, its genes, various organs starting to evolve. Soon the Thunder Beast evolved with holy attribute resistance, its yellow-brown scales becoming even more yellow with some golden scales mixed in. And this took the Thunder Beast merely 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, Arthur charged forward, aiming to slash at its leg with the Sword of the King. The Thunder Beast showed no fear and met the attack head-on. As sparks flew, one of the Thunder Beast's legs was severed by Arthur, falling to the ground and writhing into a tank. At the same time, the Thunder Beast turned its body to launch another attack, moving in perfect synchrony. However, Arthur, empowered by a mysterious force, erupted once more, forcibly canceling his after-action lag, and his body twisted in midair, aiming the King's sword at the Thunder Beast. Destructive Strike. King's Judgment. A massive sword of light descended from the sky, piercing through the Thunder Beast's entire body, but the tank bug's attack could not be blocked, crashing directly into his back and causing a tremendous explosion. It shattered the armor on Arthur's back, causing severe burns. Yet as the Thunder Beast was completely purified by the holy light, turning to ash, the tank bug also turned to ash. Otherwise, Arthur, who had exhausted all his strength, would surely perish. At this moment, the forest was in disarray, with a vast open space appearing as holy light penetrated the trees and ignited a sacred fire. Arthur lay on the ground unconscious. On the other side of the mountain, a team of adventurers delved deep into the mountains, entering an undiscovered cave. Jean-Peter was the captain of this small team, and at this moment he was joking with his teammates. "Do you think this could be the lair of a dragon?" The three-man team laughed and chatted. Although they called themselves adventurers, they were actually bored noble disciples, relying on the little skills they learned in the academy to venture out recklessly. "Dragons. I haven't heard that our world has dragons," said another team member. "If there really were dragons, their lairs would be piled high with treasures." The three of them held precious magical torches which emitted an everlasting flame. As they walked, suddenly Jean-Peter seemed to see a light ahead. What was that? The three of them quickened their pace to look inside the narrow opening, revealing a vast space. Inside was a layer of green moss, and a huge bulging mass was continuously producing insect eggs, with enormous bugs transporting these eggs hanging on the moss-covered cave walls. Looking up, the cave's ceiling was covered in insect eggs, densely packed and constantly wriggling. Startled by this scene, Jean-Peter fell back, while the other two companions stood frozen. Suddenly, thin tentacles emerged from the small opening, piercing through the heads of the two, splattering their red and white matter onto Jean-Peter's face. Jean-Peter opened his mouth, his eyes wide, staring at the tentacles. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't even care about the mixture on his face. His mind had crashed. Having witnessed death firsthand, his mind was filled with fear and disgust, his stomach churning violently, his throat dry and sore. If he weren't so afraid to move, he would have already vomited. As the tentacles withdrew, Jean-Peter frantically pulled out a scroll from his backpack, trembling as he tore it open. He completed the teleportation just before the entire cave was blown open and fully exposed. In a blur, Jean found himself beside Arthur, who at this moment was in damaged armor covered in blood and a viscous green liquid hissing ominously. Jean's sixth sense told him to take this man with him. It was the only way he could survive. Thus, driven by the will to survive, Jean's adrenaline surged, unleashing an unprecedented strength as he hoisted Arthur onto his back and headed towards a certain direction where a man-made path lay. Moreover, the traces were fresh. Following the path of the knight's retreat, Jean collapsed with Arthur in front of the Viscount's estate, where a farmer discovered them. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Jean felt as if he had experienced a long dream in which insect eggs turned into monsters destroying nations, and the world, the source of it all, was that cave. Taking a deep breath, Jean suddenly sat up in bed, fully awake. The dream felt so real, and combined with the horrifying yet perfect form of the worker bug he had seen, he had no doubt about the authenticity of the dream. Indeed, Jean was also a destined child, his ability being to foresee dreams. "You're awake?" A maid approached, asking with concern. "The world is about to be destroyed. The world is on the verge of destruction." Jean scrambled out of bed, heading straight for Edward's office despite never having been there before. Ignoring another official in Edward's office, Jean grabbed Edward's shoulders and shouted, "Mr. Edward, you must believe me. The world is about to be destroyed. You are the only one who will believe me." Jean trembled all over, still shaken from the fear of the impending apocalypse. "The swarming bugs will flatten everything. That terrifying war machine devours all, even demigods will be engulfed by the sea of insects. I believe you." At that moment, Arthur entered the office, signaling the bewildered reporting official to leave, while also reassuring the equally confused Edward. Arthur's golden hair now had a tuft that had turned silvery white, which not only did not detract from his beauty, but instead made him even more handsome. "Young man, take your time, and tell me, what do you know?" Jean recounted his dream. Arthur and Edward exchanged glances. "Were those monsters dark green bug?" Arthur described the appearance of the jumping bugs and thunder beast to Jean and took out a drawing of a half-bodied. Seeing that familiar figure, Jean collapsed to the ground, trembling, his lips pale, his eyes bulging as he shakily pointed at the drawing. "Yes, exactly those monsters." Arthur's expression turned grave. Were these monsters truly vast in number? The cultivation cost of such elite-level monsters must be enormous. If Jean's claims were true, their numbers could flood the entire world. Perhaps even gods would be swallowed whole. Just imagining it sent shivers down Arthur's spine. These monsters born for battle could only be understood in their terror by those who had faced them. The Thunder Beast from a few days ago could likely defeat even a dragon of the same rank. After all, he possessed 2 divine artifacts and had burned his life essence to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier just to kill it. To match a legion of such creatures, at least a 5,000-strong Holy Knight Legion would be required. Jean then began to recount everything he had seen in the cave. Arthur's expression grew even more serious. "Just based on this description, if every insect egg hatched into one of those small monsters jumping bugs, the Holy Domain could also destroy this world if they did not intervene. This is serious. When did these monsters appear in your dream?" Arthur could no longer handle this matter. In terms of combat power, he was only comparable to a Thunder Beast, and he needed help. 3 months from now. 3 months. That should be enough time to muster sufficient forces, right? In a month, the Barbarian Kingdom will gather an entire legion at the territory of Viscount Arthur with the support of 2 deities behind the scenes. Not all rulers are fools. The Barbarian King is not stupid enough to gamble the fate of his kingdom for a slight advantage to weaken Arthur, especially when facing a terrifying enemy who can make a knight devoted to the god of glory and chivalry swear an oath. A fully staffed legion with 2 domain leaders at the Sacred Realm and all soldiers at the 2nd tier fully armed. Accompanying them is a legion from Chungbao numbering only 10,000, but it represents all the military power that Chungbao has sent into this world. This is a cavalry legion, the Heavenly Horse Cavalry. Their mounts are flying horses with a thin trace of Heavenly Horse bloodline, possessing no other abilities apart from flight. However, this is also an extremely powerful legion. Chengbao's authority lies in the sky and discipline, with discipline being the subordinate authority of order. The Heavenly Horse Legion actually arrived in 3 days, led by a Sacred Realm Heavenly Horse Knight, whose mount is a hybrid of a Heavenly Horse and a unicorn possessing spellcasting abilities, and at the 8th tier bought by Chengbao. Paul, the leader of the Heavenly Horse Legion, descended on his unicorn in front of Arthur, not daring to look down on this legion leader, who was only at the 9th tier. If a fight broke out, he would surely be the one to lose. "Commander Arthur, the Heavenly Horse Legion has assembled. May the Lord of the Sky be with you." Paul dismounted and reported to Arthur. The warriors of the Barbarian Kingdom, after resting, were also ready, and the 2 legion leaders signaled to Arthur that they were assembled. Arthur nodded, drew the Sword of Kings, and his imposing aura invigorated all the soldiers. Arthur pointed his sword at the mountains, issuing his command, with absolute authority, "March." 3 legions advanced toward the mountains. The forest flattened directly in their path. Marching onward, the magical beasts dared not approach this army. As this army stepped on the fungal carpet, the swarm's consciousness already knew their intentions, ready to crush the still-developing insect tribe. The Star of Courage is not the primary target of the insect tribe. Only a single insect queen was sent with the primary task of strategizing to secure the Star of Courage for the insect tribe. The domains of 36 mid-tier deities are each a colossal wealth with rules, resources, extraordinary paths, and the essence of the world. The immense benefits prompted Song Yuan to risk exposure by integrating the disaster race to divide this wealth. Thus, the insect tribe's task on the Star of Courage was primarily development. Even the guard team did not hatch many, conserving energy to transmit to the forces attacking the Star of Wisdom. However, since they had already been exposed in advance, the insect tribe, having no habit of abandoning resources, declared war. The ready insect eggs hatched in an extremely short time, landing as fully formed adult insects. One after another, insects named flying dragons hatched, hanging upside down on the insect nest. The Lord of the Nest was among the second batch to hatch. Some eggs were directly carried up by the Nest Lord and ascended into the sky. Worker insects began to conduct devastating harvesting, fiercely drawing from the earth's veins, disregarding any notions of sustainable development and secrecy. Batch after batch of jumping insects and stinging insects prepared for action. In just 10 minutes, 100 Nest Lords, 3,000 flying dragons, and 10,000 various ground units were nourished by resources, and by the time Arthur's side had not even traversed 1/10 of the distance, they had already laid preliminary defenses. The reproductive cavity degenerated biological turrets emerging from the queen, who had already transformed into a nest, and temporary turrets began to appear on the fungal carpet. The Nest Lord had already ascended to several thousand meters in altitude with high-precision compound eyes pinpointing Arthur's side. The high-tier combat power was currently the insect tribe's shortcoming, and the 3 Sacred Realm members on Arthur's side posed an insurmountable problem. The consumption of nurturing high-tier units is too great. Neither energy reserves nor time allowed Inseki to nurture a Sacred Realm unit before the war broke out. The scouts of the Heavenly Horse Legion have approached the mountains, and the Nest Lord marked them, countless invisible small insects slowly surrounding them in the air. These small insects can hatch thousands from a single egg. When the encirclement formed, that scout instantly became a skeleton. Before the bones could fall, they vanished into the air. The first round of clashes had begun, and the insect tribe could only stall for time. The longer the Sacred Realm remained unaware of the insect tribe, the more advantageous it would be for the insect tribe. As long as they could delay until the Blade Queen was successfully nurtured, victory would belong to the insect tribe. Since it was a warrior system, there were no magical long-range tests. Arthur's side pushed forward step by step, nearing the mountains. With the maximum range reached, complex chemical reactions began in the weapon chamber's energy, began to converge, and hundreds of biological turrets fired in unison. Silently, the energy projectiles transformed into transparency in the air. Arthur suddenly looked up. His battle instincts told him it was time to block. Block. Attacks are falling. The blessing of the god of discipline took effect. Without any doubt or hesitation, the entire army uniformly raised their shields to block. Explosions erupted, and the transparent energy projectiles were already too late to be noticed when they were seen. As biological chambers, the durability of the weapon chambers is extremely high, and their efficiency is also extraordinarily high, avoiding the overheating phenomena common in normal turrets. Energy projectiles fell like rain, and the nest, backed by the Earth's energy, could unleash nearly infinite. Explosions echoed continuously. The entire force was suppressed, shields worn down little by little. At this rate, before even reaching combat, these soldiers would be completely depleted. Oath Shield. A massive shield appeared above everyone. Arthur is not a lone hero. All his abilities are for the service of the Legion. Now, under the power of the Legion, this shield remained above the army, protecting this host of over 100,000 soldiers. All attacks from the nests were blocked outside the shield, and Arthur's side resumed their march. The insects scattered in the forest began to harass, leveraging their strong individual qualities and the advantages of the forest. The insects started to organize obstructions against Arthur's side. However, unlike the previous small-scale skirmishes, this time Arthur was fully prepared, gradually flattening the forest, using their numerical advantage and the support of the Legion to thoroughly negate the insect tribe's single-unit advantage. This time there were exceptionally many children of destiny in the squad, who, under the enhancement of their explosive growth, the insect tribe's harassment did not have a particularly significant effect. It was time for a real fight. Leading the charge were 30 Thunder Beasts, the maximum yield achieved to the extent that other insects' nurturing was halted. When these 30 Thunder Beasts appeared in the depths of the mountains, as if conjured out of thin air, the Heavenly Horse Legion ascended directly. The Thunder Beasts could not engage in aerial combat. They only needed the Heavenly Horse Legion's constant harassment to prevail. This is the advantage of the Air Force. However, as soon as the Heavenly Horse Legion ascended, they encountered the nest defense network constructed by the Nest Lord. These small insects were nearly invisible to the naked eye, but were exceptionally troublesome. Many heavenly horse knights turned to bones, then to nothingness. Soon Paul discovered the nest lords in the sky. With a minimum combat power of 6 tiers, there were as many as 100 hovering several thousand meters high, completely hidden among the clouds. It was the heavenly horses that employed vision spells to grasp the battlefield situation that revealed their. Paul pulled on the reins and began to ascend. The nest lord also began to rise, luring this sacred realm knight higher to avoid his influence on the ground forces. As the nest lord moved to restrain Paul, the nest insects were also summoned. However, the heavenly horse knights had a new enemy, the spiker flying dragons. These medium-sized units resembling giant dragons used their heads and tails together, spewing venomous projectiles from their mouths while launching spikes from their tails. Moreover, without the protection of the oath shield in the air, the nest redirected their firepower skyward, forming a tight web of firepower that fiercely suppressed the heavenly horse legion. On the ground, the thunder beasts clashed with the 2 sacred realm legion leaders, relying on their tough hides and the nest's relentless energy supply. As long as the thunder beasts remained on the fungal carpet, they were unlikely to be torn apart. However, the 2 sacred realm warriors could indeed turn them into pieces. Gameko and Shino, 2 berserkers, fought increasingly ferociously, specifically countering these heavy units. The ground insect legions engaged in combat with Arthur's side. Jumping insects, tank insects, scythe insects, infectors, and various other insect warriors tangled with Arthur's forces. But the Holy Knight Legion was too formidable. Thick blood, strong recovery, and resurrection abilities. 10,000 Holy Knights stood in the middle of the battlefield, firmly holding back the insect warriors, dragging them down, while the berserker barbarians in the rear built up their strength. The berserkers grew stronger with each battle, their damage increasing. Ranged attacks were blocked by the oath shield, unable to form effective strikes. The battlefield sank into a quagmire. But this is precisely what Nsiki wanted to see. She was in the process of transforming herself into the Blade Queen, which saved time compared to nurturing from scratch. As time passed, the scales of victory began to tip. The thunder beasts were being killed one by one, and the reserve of insect eggs in the nest lords was running low. It all comes down to time. More time is needed. Once the 3 sacred realm members are freed, the insect tribe will undoubtedly be defeated. Calls for aid have been sent out, but there is little hope. In another world, the insect tribe is battling against the coalition of 3 worlds, leaving Nsiki to become a discarded piece. The weapon chambers continue to shrink and operate, launching attack after attack toward the Heavenly Horse Legion, while the fungal carpet worked tirelessly to convert resources, absorbing the corpses on the battlefield and drawing energy from the Earth's veins. However, Gameko and Shino had already noticed that the fungal carpet was continuously supplying energy to the thunder beasts and began intentionally sabotaging it. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Arthur and the 3 sacred realm members are all children of destiny. This density is somewhat abnormal. Whether it is Arthur's seemingly invincible battle instincts or the 3 sacred realm members breaking through under pressure, it all feels off. The first to finish was Paul. The nest lord ultimately consumed all the insect eggs, being defeated by Paul. Even flitting about like a fly could not buy much time. As Paul freed up his hands, it was a devastating blow for the flying dragons. The reason sacred realm members are considered sacred realm is that they are no longer normal beings. Once their domain is activated, their numbers often cease to pose a threat. Within Paul's domain, the flying dragons fell in waves. The accompanying authority of discipline is the decree. Under Paul's decree, the flying dragons could not resist and were crushed to pieces. The thunder beasts were also cut into fragments one by one. Even if these fragments transformed into other insects, they were still shredded by the 2 berserkers. In the Legion battles, due to Arthur's presence, everyone was enveloped in a protective layer that could withstand a single fatal blow, and Arthur's healing aura granted the entire Legion a terrifying recovery ability. It can be said that the insect tribe is at a complete disadvantage. Their development time is too short, and there is only one queen. The existence of prophetic dreams has completely exposed the insect tribe's schemes from the outset. The survival of Jean Peter was also a coincidence manipulated by fate. Everything was working against the insect tribe, but what does that matter? With the last thunder beast killed, Nsiki had completed her transformation. The Blade Queen, the highest creation of the insect tribe, the only high-tier unit. Because she was perfect enough to only require this one type of unit. Like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, Nsiki burst forth from the massive nest. The power of psychic energy erupted, and Nsiki floated in the air, flying toward the battlefield. With a flicker, Nsiki appeared behind Paul, using her psychic energy blade to tear through the heavenly horse. But the most troublesome aspect of the Holy Light system is its ability to resurrect. Paul's mount quickly returned to its original form. Faced with the 3 sacred realm members, Nsiki's first thought was to retreat. Once she becomes a sacred realm herself, she could escape under their pursuit. To redevelop in a different location, the time for this development is too short. We will try again, and the swarm will eventually engulf the entire world. However, the command given by the swarms will hold them back until reinforcements arrive. For this reason, Nsiki could only stay behind. Seeing that killing Paul was futile, Nsiki set her sights on him instead. Nsiki's Sacred Realm abilities are numerous and include, but are not limited to evolution, summoning, nurturing psychic energy, and teleportation. In just an instant of confrontation, Nsiki had already evolved to have resistance to holy light, allowing her to exempt a portion of holy light damage. Being freshly born, Nsiki was still somewhat weak. Her psychic energy pressed against Paul's Sacred Realm, but did not shatter it. At that moment, a spear flew toward Nsiki. Gameko and Shino also flew up to provide support. With the 3 Sacred Realm members teaming up, if there were only one, Nsiki could crush them. If 2, she could maneuver, but 3 truly exceeded her capacity. Moreover, with Arthur's Legion power enhancing the 3 of them, Nsiki could only stall. Unlimited evolution allowed Nsiki's resistances to continuously strengthen: slashing resistance, piercing resistance, and blunt resistance. The 3 Sacred Realm members could not deal with Nsiki for the time being. At this moment, the previously silent Arthur raised the Sword of Kings high. Sword of Kings. All powers were mobilized, including those of the 3 Sacred Realm members. A colossal sword descending from the heavens suppressed Nsiki to the ground, injuring her instantly. The 3 Sacred Realm members seized the opportunity to strike. 10th tier battle skill Holy. Celestial Judgment. 10th tier battle skill Penetration. Piercing Spear. 10th tier battle skill Unseal. Wild Heart. 3 attacks surged toward Nsiki, but she merely smiled, green blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Time's up. Planet-class insect ship has intervened in the battle. Demigod level, a planet-sized insect ship filled the entire sky. As a genetic expert, the insect tribe has maximized the bloodline of the starry sky dragon king. This is the insect tribe's current highest creation, a star-class weapon, a planet-class insect ship. This time the insect tribe has won again. As the planetary-scale insect ship intervened, dozens of Blade Empresses were deployed. Paul and his companions found themselves surrounded with no waste at all as the insect race's gene pool gained new materials. In this world, demigods had not yet appeared. The entire sky was filled with insect ships, yet the barbarian king seemed oblivious. The song of insects resonated across the world as the priests of the barbarians were too weak to cleanse the infection of the insect race. All the barbarians writhed in agony, their bodies sprouting insect shells, their eyes transforming into compound eyes, their voices silenced, reduced to mere howls. As Tianyong Star fell to the insect race, the real competition was only just beginning. Song Yuan occupied Tianhui Star, located beside the core of this league, Tiangang Star. The strange clan seized Tianli Star, where the dwarves' souls were crafted into the 017 Wan creation hammer. The deceased souls rose up, transformed into strange polluted entities wandering within Tianli Star, without crossing into other realms. The mechanical race colonized Tianfu Star, while the elemental clan took over Tianxian Star. Tianshang Star was activated by the plant clan, now transformed into a bumper car detached from its original position. Tianan Star fell under the control of the Abyss, with all its inhabitants descending into depravity, now having transformed into abyssal beings, while the abyssal tendrils continuously transmitted demons to Tianan Star. Tianlao Star has now become a factory for the undead, with dark soul fires burning ceaselessly as the factory equipped wave after wave of undead soldiers. Tianman Star was submerged by insect ships, covered with insect nests, transforming into a military factory for the insect race. Only players, due to insufficient development time, remained entangled in Tianyi Star. 14 students have already been eliminated, all affected by the chaos. With both the Absolute Grass and the Beast Tide surviving, the Beast Tide meant facing the Calamity races ahead. At this moment, 9 out of the 36 Tian gang have fallen under Song Yuan's control. However, 7 worlds are under the control of the Calamity Alliance, while 1 is tied to Lin Yan's name. Song Yuan needed to establish some boundaries with the Calamity Alliance, as an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire league. This was due to the restrictions placed on the Absolute Grass. This was the first time Absolute Grass, as a hero of the plant clan like the Void Dandelion, had a main body with others as its subbodies. However, the main body was locked, and even Song Yuan did not know where it was. This was quite peculiar. It was the first time encountering a situation that violated the rules set by the author. Song Yuan was even prepared to flee, as this was more bizarre than the bizarre. But a system prompt made him stay. Host, you have become the child of destiny. Song Yuan, oh no, have I really become the child of destiny? The growth of Absolute Grass was restricted, maintaining its current level. Despite this, Absolute Grass had already surpassed the capabilities of 3 demigods, as the number of deaths directly or indirectly caused by it reached 1/10 of Tiangang Star, but relying on Absolute Grass' shady mechanism to starve everyone was not a problem. Now it seemed that they had personally intervened, banning Absolute Grass. But what was this child of destiny all about? Was this a compensation for him? Or did they want him to deal with the Calamity races? Perhaps it was both. According to various race reports, the proportion of children of destiny in this league was absurdly high. Usually a world having 2 or 3 was already good. This time one world had thousands. The author's ability is currently only at the advanced level, while the Strange Clan only has the Ancestor's ability at the Transcendent level, which is above the advanced level. Thus interference is normal, but they cannot interfere too much. Even at the advanced level it is still at the highest level. From now on the Calamity Alliance can only be the Calamity Alliance, and Song Yuan can only be Song Yuan. This made things very interesting. Yijin saw Tianshang Star go out of control, and immediately ran off with 2 dragons. The truly powerful students were not affected. After observing spying on the students, Song Yuan found that nearly half had become children of destiny. Moreover, under the regulation of fate, they gathered due to various coincidences. It was obvious what they were up to. A new force utilizing advanced power required vigilance and probing. And Song Yuan's genius students became their test against the Calamity Alliance. This was Song Yuan's first match against them using the League as the chessboard. Now it was their turn to make the first move. Heaven Origin. At Tiangang Star, Zhou Xiuquan sat upon the divine throne with the 3 heavens folding and spinning like a roulette in the sky. Crowds of angels flew in the first heaven. As the child of destiny, Zhou Ziyuquan's ability was called the Son of God. Not only did he forcibly change the initial believers, transforming his initial followers into the angel clan, but he could also cast a Grand Prophecy spell, an unknown tier. However, the Grand Prophecy spell required at least a high-ranking deity of the Holy Light system to release. The believers of Tiangang Star were from the Dragon Clan. At this moment the Dragon Clan had surrendered under the deluge of angels. As a high-tier race, the Angel Clan possessed exceptionally high racial talents characterized by a high lower limit and a high upper limit, and coupled with a reincarnation pool that allowed for infinite resurrection, made this race exceedingly troublesome. As long as a race could be resurrected, it would not be weak. Zhou Ziyuquan's avatar rose from the divine throne. As the holy light illuminated the triple heavens, he descended to the ground enveloped in the holy light. Zhou Ziyuquan's avatar extended his hands, sprinkling the holy light upon the Dragon King's head gently correct. At this moment the Dragon King, having been baptized in holy light, was utterly disoriented, as the holy light system forcibly compelled others to believe in their deity, yet this was very secretive. Those who dared to speak out were eliminated by the combined powers of the holy light system. Everyone shared an unspoken understanding as the Lord's holy court appeared in one world after another. A star core manifested resting in Zhou Ziyuquan's hand. Tiangang Star was conquered. The third phase of the League began. The 72 earthly fiends began to move, merging with the Tiangang Star cluster as the world barriers started to dissolve, merging into one. However, the 72 earthly fiends initially meant as a reward now became strange. Originally their highest difficulty capped at 9 levels, without even a holy domain. But now things fell off. Holy domains and demigods had appeared as the original bottleneck seemed non-existent, with one ancestor after another breaking through, rejuvenating their second lives. One by one children of destiny emerged, including traversers, reincarnators, systems, and grandfathers. Various golden fingers manifested endlessly as they imitated the protagonist to create these children of destiny. Students also began to break through, with the most exaggerated being Zhou Xiuquan, who directly ascended to a mid-tier deity after claiming Tiangang Star, as Heaven Mountain began absorbing Tiangang Star to create the fourth heaven. More and more students gathered around Tiangang Star, all showing clear enhancements. A wave of ascension from holy domain to demigods surged as one believer after another ascended to become demigods and holy domains. Even Song Yuan's abyss began to undergo transformation. As the child of destiny, Song Yuan's ability was known as Abyss Master. This was a direct path to the highest tier of the abyss, starting from the small demons. Now it was the turn of the calamity races. If you have the ability to descend upon Heaven Origin, I hope you have the ability to win. Abyss, I have a task. The presence of the Birdman is the most annoying. For some unknown reason, the distribution of Paradise Mountain is vast, with traces of them in many worlds. The Holy Light system just happens to restrain the Abyss, which is quite bothersome, continually obstructing the invasion from the Abyss. Now Zhou Xiuquan is completely unreserved in his existence. The shining Paradise Mountain on the Tiangang Star can be said to publicly announce its coordinates to everyone. This infuriates the Abyss, as it is the first time it has encountered someone more arrogant than itself. Ken and Grandpa is on the move. Endless darkness unfolds over Tiangang Star. The black sun obscures the holy light. Thousands of layers of rotating planes surge into the League, and demons pulse above the planes. The Abyss, which originally had no world walls, crashes directly into Tiangang Star, with countless black abyssal tentacles stretching out from the unfathomable depths of the Abyss, wrapping around Paradise Mountain. This Abyss is larger than Tiangang Star. Its area far exceeds that of a divine realm of the same tier. Even though this Abyss is only at the lower god level, its total area is already 3 times that of Tiangang Star. When the abyssal plane collides with Tiangang Star, it will disintegrate, causing the demons above the plane to scatter in various directions, and the shattered pieces of the plane will also cause pollution. The Song of the Abyss is the battle song of the Abyss. The Black Sun contends with Paradise Mountain, yet more layers of the Abyss are still being smashed down onto Paradise Mountain. This group of birdmen with white wings exuding a sacred aura tempts the abyssal demons to defile them. The Wheel of the Seven Deadly Sins. A wheel opens at the bottom of the abyss, beginning to judge the sins of all beings, as Rose has just conjured the Rose Frenzy, and the power of the original sin of greed is particularly intense throughout the league. A gold coin shoots out from the wheel, continually splitting in midair. The angels actually begin to uncontrollably scramble for these coins, even killing each other. The Archangel of the First Heaven, the War Archangel Lin Yibel, raises her flame sword and intends to charge towards the Wheel of the Seven Deadly Sins. She should not be the War Archangel. She should be the Courage Archangel, for this is the bottom of the abyss, a place that even demon gods dare not approach. Where are you going, beautiful lady? A man with a lion's head tossing gold coins in his hand whistles and smiles as he appears behind Lin Yibel. This is the avatar of Mammon, a demigod like Lin Yibel. The League's suppression of lower gods is still significant, making it difficult for demon gods to send their true forms and only allowing the entry of demigod avatars. Lin Yibel does not hesitate at all. Her rich combat experience causes her to turn and slash at Mammon. However, the flame sword passes right through him as Mammon transforms into a gold coin falling towards the surface of Tiangang Star. Mammon's voice comes again from behind her. So impulsive, I just saved your life, you know. If you had gone there, not even bones would remain. As the greedy demon god, Mammon is very adept at illusions, just as all greed arises from an unrealistic fantasy in the heart. Mammon's grasp of the power of greed is not wealth, but the power of illusion. Mammon tosses another gold coin and reaches to catch it. I guess it's heads up. Opening his hand, it indeed is heads up, but this is a coin with both sides the same. It only has one face. A palace appears out of thin air, swallowing Lin Yibel and Mammon inside. This is the legendary palace of infinite wealth, filled with countless treasures. The Archangel of the Second Layer, Salawin, sees Lin Yibel being captured and wants to rush to rescue her, but she is also intercepted. It is Beelzebub, the Chancellor of Hell. The man with the fly's head still wears that signature fecal yellow suit, impeccably dressed. Sorry, lady, she has an appointment, you cannot disturb them yet. Beelzebub is acting with gentlemanly manners. He has studied etiquette. The Wisdom Archangel Salawin is not a combat-oriented angel. Although she is also a demigod like Lin Yibel, she has just recently broken through, and her combat capability is quite weak. However, before her, Beelzebub's combat power is quite substantial. In Salawin's eyes, the terrifying demonic aura emanating from Beelzebub rises into the sky, with countless vengeful spirits drifting behind him, and the black aura representing plague entwines around the innumerable vengeful souls. A great evil. Even with her eyes closed, the wails of the vengeful souls can inform Salawin of the magnitude of the sins committed by the guy before her. Summon the Judgment Archangel Desiki's. The Wisdom Archangel also sends a message to Desiki's, and a swarm of flies rushes toward her, each as large as a head, surrounded by the aura of plague. Disgusting. Purify. Salawin blesses herself and retreats, sending a message to the Judgment Archangel that she should not participate in the battle. On the other side, Desiki's receives Salawin's message, but is also caught in a bitter struggle. His opponent is the fallen angel, the strongest warrior of hell, the original sin of pride from the seven deadly sins, Morningstar Lucifer. Lucifer has returned to his original form with deep blue hair and a cold, beautiful face. He appears more divine than Desiki's, his beauty transcending gender. Regardless of male or female, anyone who sees Lucifer can only offer one evaluation: so beautiful. Lucifer unfurls his pitch-black wings behind him, and the black feathers continuously fall, like an autumn rain drumming down on the autumn leaves from the trees, the golden leaves like snow, the black feathers now like rain. Fallen angel. Desiki squints his eyes. The bloodline inheritance has mentioned fallen angels. Angels rarely know about the abyssal races, as much information about the abyss is erased by them, and only ancient and powerful races can preserve and pass down this information. Because Salawin's message informed him of the urgency, Desiki's must head to the first heaven to rescue the other two archangels. Thus, he raises his hand to unleash a powerful attack. Holy Judgment Trial. Zhou Ziyuquan's authority of judgment is activated, and a scale of sin appears, with one plate holding Lucifer's sins and the other holding the sword of judgment. If the scale tips toward the sword of judgment, the authority of judgment will descend and cast holy light upon Lucifer. However, the plate containing Lucifer's sins is astonishingly empty. There is nothing inside, which can only signify one thing: I am innocent. Lucifer smiles at Desiki's. The morning star is innocent. The strongest angel is innocent. In fact, it is the authority of pride that prevents the authority of judgment from condemning his sins. The scale of sin is unworthy. Do you even qualify to be called an archangel? I was once an archangel too. You are not worthy at all. Lucifer unfurls his wings, drawing a sword that is half black and half white, and lunges toward Desiki's, slashing down. So fast. Desiki's barely has time to react. Just as he raises his sword to block, his right hand has already been severed. After chopping off Desiki's right arm, Lucifer spins in midair and strikes down towards Desiki's head. At a critical moment, a small star flies in from the distance, blocking in front of Lucifer's sword. How annoying! Reinforcements have arrived. The star was directly shattered by Lucifer's sword, transforming into a cascade of starlight. An old man resembling a smurf appeared on the battlefield. He was the chieftain of the Star Clan and a follower of another student. He clasped his hands together, and two chains linked by stars flew towards Lucifer. The sky is falling. A rift opened in the sky, revealing a starry night, as countless starry arrows shot towards Lucifer. Lucifer crossed his sword over his chest, and the intersecting sword energy severed the chains, scattering the starlight arrows. Dasis sought to escape through the gap, but Lucifer cast a cold glance, and swiftly slashed with his sword, severing Dasis' other wing. Dasis let out a loud cry, and collapsed to the ground. In Dasis' eyes, Lucifer's figure grew increasingly towering and terrifying, his form flickering, eyes glowing red, trembling, as he shouted, "Demon! Demon!" He crawled forward, his face filled with terror. "You've tarnished the face of an angel, archangel of judgment. Even an ordinary angel soldier has more courage than you," Lucifer mocked. The old man of the Star Clan, realizing he was utterly outmatched, broke out in a cold sweat. From the beginning to the end, Lucifer had never even glanced at him. A profound sense of helplessness filled his heart, and fear coiled around his neck like a venomous snake. He wanted to flee what was a divine decree compared to his life. The haunting song of the soul began to resonate, a thin layer of mist enveloping heaven's mountain, as the river of forgetfulness split space and poured down from the sky, flowing down like a waterfall. Now the battlefield was filled with the hymns of heaven's mountain, the songs of the abyss, and the haunting melodies of the river of forgetfulness. The scene was exceedingly chaotic, like a nightclub, with different music playing all at once. Demons and angels clashed. The Star Clan opened a stargate outside heaven's mountain, guiding starlight like a light technician at a nightclub. Meng Wanling had also crafted the dim environment, turning it into a true nightclub. A ghost in white appeared on the battlefield, causing demons to become lost in the increasingly thick mist. When Lucifer noticed the mist, he found himself surrounded. The ferryman of the underworld flickered in and out of visibility within the fog, aiming to lead Lucifer astray. However, he was arrogant. The foundation of his arrogance was strength. Lucifer's terrifying battle awareness allowed him to withstand wave after wave of the river of forgetfulness, while simultaneously intercepting all of the old Smurf's attacks, pursuing him with his sword drawn. What a terrifying fighting spirit! Even the god of war would be in awe, mused the watching demigod, silently estimating how many of himself could be taken down by Lucifer. The demigods began to rapidly depreciate in this league, as more and more demigods emerged under the influence of the supreme beings. Although the demigods were essentially the peak combatants of this league, there was still a gap between them. A young girl began to pray, summoning spirits from the river of forgetfulness. General Ika has been resurrected again. A demon wearing a blue mask crawled out from the river of forgetfulness. Seeing this absurd scene, Song Yuan silently questioned, "Is this right? Has the signal crossed?" Poor General Ika, although he wasn't resurrected with his rear in this time, he was immediately controlled by Lian Yu with a spell before he could react. In response to the summoning, a shadow dimension began to intertwine with reality as one shadow after another emerged from the ground, clad in blue armor and wielding sharp samurai swords. The Samurai Legion joined the battle. The Abyss was still crushing in a 1v3 scenario. Yet weren't the Shadow Soldiers supposed to belong to the masked demons? They should naturally be used by the Abyss. The consciousness of the Abyss quietly marked Ika's soul aura, preparing to unleash the traditional Abyss skill, the Minotaur. As the Abyss directly collided with the Tian Gang star, penetrating deep into enemy territory, Song Yuan was nearby and couldn't avoid helping. So he sent out his own demons as well. A dragon's roar resounded across the battlefield, and Olibok became even stronger. However, before the long dragon's roar could finish, a gigantic magic circle appeared beneath him, forcibly teleporting him away. When Olibok regained his senses, he found himself trapped in a swamp. Luckily, black dragons live in swamps. He twisted his body and pulled himself out of the mire. He looked around. Where is this? Just as Olibok was puzzled, he heard one dragon roar after another. With a pale body, a rotting soul, and the aura of death, a skeletal dragon larger than him soared through the air. "Little dragon, welcome to join us." In Okazai's eyes, he had acquired another treasure. However, accompanying Olibok was another person. Zheng Chang, who wanted to use Olibok's cover to get close to a demon god for a punch, unexpectedly got teleported along with Palachi. Zheng Chang still held a book in his left hand, while raising a dumbbell in his right. Life continues, and so does the competition. Enemy or friend? Olibok raised his head and released a stream of green dragon breath. The skeletal dragon twisted its body, unleashing a breath of death in response. Okashio's had vanished from the dragon's back at some point, suddenly appearing above Olibok and delivering a punch to his nose. Though his body was broken, Okazaya's strength was formidable. His aura of death was pure and dense. In his earlier years, he was very weak. Having lost his dragon body, he had to persist in his training. He regarded this strength as a gift of weakness. At that moment, Olibok realized that the skeletal dragon was merely a puppet animated by the death aura of the broken skeleton in front of him. What a terrifying reserve of death aura. Struck by Okazaya's punch that shattered his nasal bone, Olibok's breath was interrupted, and he was hit by the skeletal dragon's breath of death. His vitality was directly harmed. At this moment, Zhengchang finally made his move. He swiftly appeared behind Okashio's, releasing the dumbbell from his right hand and delivering a rapid punch, regaining hold of the dumbbell before it fell too far. This punch was unavoidable. Okazaya's body was shattered by this terrifying strike, the wind from the punch blowing Olibok backward several meters. Okazaya's dragon soul appeared. With a casual grasp, a skeleton flew out from the ground. Okashio's embedded his dragon soul within it, and the skeleton began to take shape, turning into a broken form, identical to the body Zhengchang had destroyed. The undead feared nothing more than a warrior like Zhengchang, who relied solely on physical attacks. Zhengchang's gaze remained on the book, and as he released the dumbbell, once more he grasped it again, this time finding a holy light gauntlet on his hand. Old pervert, aren't you going to help me? Okashio's was starting to lose his composure. This stats monster must think he has everything under control. The entire heavenly prison star began to freeze. Ipolachi had made his move. Returning to the battlefield of Tiangang, Star, the scene was exceedingly chaotic. Abyss versus Heaven's Mountain, Ghost Shadow Legion Demons, Star Clan, Dragon Clan. The tentacles of the abyss tightly wrapped around Heaven's Mountain, a black sun hanging above everything, igniting with black flames under the hostility of the abyss will. On the other side, Lin Yin learned of the situation and wanted to return to provide support. Now all the students were like grasshoppers on the same rope, and the natural disaster races as outsiders were all unknowns. The name of the Disaster Alliance sounded like an organization founded by some middle school villain seeking revenge. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. If Lin Yin fell, the others would not fare much better. Although his followers could continuously resurrect, it completely dispelled Lin Yan's fantasies of changing races. He definitely didn't want to see if the natural disaster races had the means to completely wipe out those disgusting little green creatures before switching races. Definitely not. Just as Lin Yan was gathering the players using the divine decree, the mechanical race descended. Lin Yan was assigned to the student camp, which led to the fourth catastrophe also being included. Someone needs to hold back these players, otherwise their disruptive capabilities would heavily influence the battle, and the situation would become uncontrollable. In Tianny Star, the familiar mechanical dome enveloped the Dark Star. All rules were recompiled and rewritten, with countless electronic phantoms flickering on the Dark Star. This is the method of the mechanical race to rapidly compile a world rule, using souls transformed into electronic phantoms to integrate into the world rules, polluting them with a vast and chaotic flow of information. This can disrupt the self-checking ability of the world while temporarily altering the world laws. As a former goblin racist, Gobu is now directing his virus towards the players. In a sense, the goblin race has been exterminated, replaced by the player goblins. One after another, reagents were dropped, and with the support of the mechanical race's computational power, Gobu could compile tens of thousands of viral genes in a second, directly transforming them into viruses targeting specific races, even creating viruses meant for individual players. However, Gobu somewhat underestimated the players. When everything becomes data, how different are the players from Zheng? They only need to die a few times to gain viral resistance, becoming immune to most viruses and exempt from their. All players need to die a few rounds for someone to discover this resistance, and the system will then replicate it as a temporary buff for all players. This is terrifying for the beasts of Tianny Star. A group unafraid of casualties, able to rise again even after death, silent, actually too hurt to speak. They were muted, advancing in silence, still attacking even if their bodies were torn apart. Heavy protective suits beneath gray gas masks are bodies already rotting from the virus, yet they fear nothing, viewing death as a return home. The mentality of the beasts has been shattered. The key is that this group is becoming stronger, from initial slaughter to now being slaughtered all in just a few months. Even players with few 5th-tier ranks have started to team up to hunt 9th-tier beasts. They shout boss as they charge towards the terrifying beasts capable of leading a race, using their lives to bury the 9th tier. Even though the players' professions were restricted by the mechanical race, they still charged forward. Once war begins, it won't stop until every monster is eliminated. The beasts are still retreating. The self-repair of the world consciousness is nearing completion, and the mechanical race's rules are being analyzed, yet the rules of a mid-tier deity's domain remain too powerful, slowing the mechanical race's progress. There is no choice The mechanical race can only intervene directly, unleashing countless ammunition from the sky, covering the entire world. These are magical energy technologies. The shells contain independent special rules. Once they explode, fragments of rules will flood the surrounding environment, conflicting with the original rules, causing greater damage. A demigod-level beast accompanied by several sacred domain-level beasts flew towards the mechanical race's world dome. This action from the mechanical race is too drastic, posing a threat far beyond that of the players. Before reaching the sky, a large hand suddenly appeared, grabbing several beasts as if they were chicks. A towering mechanical titan broke through the green digital chaos, countless dark cannon mouths aimed at the beasts in its grasp. One smaller titan after another emerged from the chaos, beginning indiscriminate bombardment, annihilating all organic life. Activate the cleansing protocol. Extermination order. Begin execution. A black hole appeared in the hand of the star-level titan, engulfing and destroying one of its hands. The demigod-level beast, the black hole hunter, extended its body, pouncing towards the core of the star-level titan. However, the hand of the star-level titan that was destroyed instantly regenerated, and a bell rang out. Ring the great bell once the body is healthy. Dozens of mechanical servants held a ceremony inside the titan. Firing at the black hole hunter, the star-level titan unleashed all its firepower, activating magical energy shields, force field barriers, and dozens of protective shields, yet the black hole hunter moved like a shadow, unaffected by any shield. It seemed to possess no mass or energy, making it impossible to capture. The beasts are particularly strange. Their abilities stem from the void. Simply put, they obtain abilities by fishing for various fragments in the chaotic void and deducing rules from those. Thus, the beasts are very unstable, each containing dozens of different rules from various worlds, which continuously interact and react within the beasts, causing them to remain in a state of mutation. Even the same rules cannot evolve into identical beasts. This makes it exceedingly difficult for the mechanical race to suppress the rules within the beasts, as they even possess uniquely fused rules of their own. After a round of bombardment from the mechanical race, some areas even developed cracks where rules mutually canceled each other out, with chaotic void currents gushing from the fissures. All 5th tier and below beasts perished, and the entire Tiani star was reduced in size. However, the black hole hunter proved particularly troublesome, as the rules within it are unique, and the world consciousness does not reject these unfamiliar rules, even forcefully accommodating them, allowing these rules to operate in Tiani star. These rules have already involved dimensions. Soon the black hole hunter crossed the defense line, striking the chest of the star-level titan, with a claw akin to a small mouse scratching at the armor of a fully armed heavy infantry. If all of the black hole hunter's attacks were as powerful as a black hole, it might be able to contend with the star-level titan, but it seems that was merely a trump card and could not be used repeatedly. The electronic phantoms reappeared, penetrating into the black hole hunter's body, paralyzing all. The transcendent state of reality was shattered, and the black hole hunter was caught again, a slumbering law injected into its body as the mechanical race began to analyze the unique rules within it. The players, on the other hand, were in dire straits, resurrecting only to be bombarded to death, resurrecting to die again in an infinite loop. Now that player levels have risen, the penalty mechanism that required a day to log back in after death has been cancelled, offering 2 options upon death: exit or resurrect. While it is indeed exhilarating, it feels like a system crash with all progress stuck. All players began to vent their anger at the planners. However, Zhou Yuan was not a particularly magnanimous planner. All players were silenced. This was merely a small act of power. Thus, under the cooperation of both sides, the players were restricted. On Tiangang Star, as layers of attacks rained down on Heaven Mountain, the Abyss began to show signs of fatigue. There were too many foes. A few more students joined in. Sacred domains were nearing regular combat power, and dozens of demigods gathered, with even the Abyss personally using tentacles to contend with the demigods. The scene was incredibly chaotic. More and more students were sent to support Tiangang Star, while the Supremes unleashed in overwhelming force, dragging the entire league into an intensity that did not belong to it. Just as the Black Sun was jointly countered by 4 demigod followers, a green planet also plummeted towards Tiangang Star. Tianshang Star, a living planet, became a bumper car. The lower-tier god Lu Si intervened in the battle. In the realm of mid-tier gods, the collision of the Tianshang Star far exceeds that of the Abyss. It shattered the entire Tiangang Star and eradicated all beings below the 9th tier on both planets, including demons. Under the nurturing of the ancient tree of life and the influence of the moon goddess, Lu Sheng has successfully transformed into a laurel tree with the attributes of the pure moon. At this moment, the laurel tree has grown to several thousand meters tall, reaching into the clouds, with its roots embedded in the fragments of the Tianshang Star, continuously growing towards the Tiangang Star below. Lu Si hung the moon wheel on the laurel tree and sat on a swing from its branches as blue flowers bloomed abundantly on the laurel tree. Striking my teammates, Lu Si unleashed a large-scale blessing spell, purifying a vast area of demons. The moon wheel countered the black sun. In this league where only demigods exist, Lucis' lower divine rank was overwhelming. For the first time, the moon wheel and the black sun were evenly matched. This reignited the abyss once more. It's that bitch again. Countless chains extended from the depths of the abyss as a small world gradually rose under their embrace. The Mountain Lord charged out first, the imposing presence of the giant tiger with dual pupils, as Asmontis questioned Lucy through the body of the Mountain Lord. "What are you doing? My master has promised not to hunt you down this time, yet you dare to attack us." Lucy held the swing ropes with both hands, her expression emotionless. A closer look revealed that there were no pupils in her eyes, only deep blue sclera filled with void, a sign of emotional absence. She now possessed only divinity. 47,561. Lucy recited a number, the number of elves that perished in the hands of the abyss. As the deity of the elven race, Lucy lost herself after splitting from Rose. She now embodied the entire elven race. The hatred of the elven race is her hatred. She will seek vengeance in accordance with the will of her kin. Even though what stands before her is merely an avatar or projection of the abyss, the hatred of her race propels Lucy to launch an attack. Without contravening Song Yuan's plan, Lucy will take her own approach to exact revenge on the abyss. "There's no saving you. Since you want to fight, then let us fight." The flames of the inferno enveloped the Mountain Lord as the king of demons descended within the burning body of demons. Do not resemble the chaotic nature of ordinary demons. They adhere more to order. In the inferno, there is only one path to advancement. No two leaves in the world are the same, yet demons of the same rank appear identical. The Demon Legion, clad in black military uniforms, assembled in the inferno, a well-trained army that maintained an upper hand in battles against demons. In uniform identical in height and appearance, they resembled a clone army. Everything about demons is constrained by rules. Lucy brought only 2 elves, the Elven Queen and the Elven Priestess, to avoid casualties, ensuring that the already dwindling elven race would not face extinction in this mission. However, this also posed a significant drawback, as the presence of the army would directly restrain one of them. The Demon Legion dispatched 30,000 demons, this time equipped with magically enhanced weapons recorrupted from the mechanical race. The Elven Priestess and Elven Queen exchanged glances, and the Elven Priestess raised her massive staff to engage in battle. "Fewer. Fire." The commander of the Demon Legion, wearing white gloves, pointed towards the towering laurel tree as hundreds of magical shells flew toward it. Demons are born of order, thus not restrained by Lucy as demons are. The Elven Priestess raised her staff, rooted deep. Countless roots surged from the ground, reaching for the shells in the air, shattering them upon impact. Various colors of magical energy erupted in the sky, accompanied by contracts from the inferno. Contact meant forced signing. Asmontis sliced with his hands, opening a rift, and pulled out a long knife ablaze with the flames of the He spread his wings, formed of infernal flames, and soared towards the laurel tree. The Elven Queen pressed her hands together, and the crystal pendant shaped like a moon on her chest emitted a blinding light, powerful energy waves radiating around her, causing the space to tremble. The green dress made of leaves slowly transformed into battle armor as the Elven Queen soared into the air towards Asmontis. Lucy was manipulating the moon wheel to confront the black sun. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. The moonlight flowed like water, now resembling a flood, repeatedly washing over the remains of the Tiangang star, while the black sun unleashed waves of storm's black flames, scorching the entire battlefield. The aftermath of the battle swept indiscriminately across the battlefield. The angels had all perished under focused attacks. The ghostly legion barely revived before being struck down, leaving only Song Yuan's demons to survive amidst the chaos. The 3 archangels had been slain, and 3 demon gods were left unoccupied. A gold coin was tossed into the air, transforming the moon wheel into a gigantic gold coin, while Mammon now held a coin-sized moon wheel. In an instant, Mammon's arm was scorched as the entire illusion was pierced by moonlight like a sieve. Beelzebub also attempted to summon his minions, but they were reduced to ashes upon summoning. Mammon and Beelzebub exchanged glances, mocking each other. If their true forms were present, they would not heed Lucy at all, yet now they were merely avatars. With the support of the ancient tree of life, the absolute grass, the mother tree of elves, and the void dandelions, Lucy broke free from the suppression of the 108 stellar array, retaining the combat power of a lower deity. There will never be peace among the calamity races. There can only be one, yet all calamity races aspire to be that one. Even among the abyss, peace does not exist. Born of order demons and born of chaos demons are locked in an endless blood war. Even on this battlefield, the demon legions' shells may accidentally strike demons. Lucifer cast a disdainful glance at the 2 demon gods, his contempt evident in his eyes. He flicked his sword, shaking off the blood of Daskis, his gaze fixed on Lucy as he charged at her. Moonlight crashed onto Lucifer like waves, showering him with countless black feathers, yet it could not hinder his advance. Lucy was unable to spare much power to deal with Lucifer as the Elven Priestess and Elven Queen were also occupied. Lucy's emotionless and hollow eyes turned towards Lucifer. She did not regard him with any importance, not out of arrogance, but rather the indifference of her divine nature. She raised her hand ready to grasp Lucifer's sword. At that moment a rose bloomed beside Lucy's ear. Sister Rose's playful voice reached Lucy's ears, momentarily distracting her. In that brief moment Lucifer seized the opportunity, plunging his sword through Lucy's heart. His terrifying combat experience, and made every one of his strikes potentially fatal. As Lucifer successfully attacked the moon, wheel weakened for an instant, prompting the black sun to explode with power, the terrifying black flames blooming above the moon wheel. The power of desecration stained the moon wheel black. Yet a terrifying power of the pure moon erupted around Lucy, forcing Lucifer back, as the moon wheel was summoned back, crashing directly towards him. Lucifer's avatar was instantly purified. Lucy's gown transformed into battle armor. This goddess of the moon was about to get serious. With the onset of an all-out war, the insect race has maximized its advantages. The cost of starting an insect swarm is remarkably low. A single egg from an insect queen can develop into a complete army. How many resources does it take for just one egg of an insect queen? Once she matures and successfully lays eggs, the returns are immeasurable. This is also why many insect queens, even if they die in battle, are not reinforced by the swarm consciousness. Her value is already sufficient. When she hatches the spore blanket and reaches the point of being discovered by enemies seeking assistance from the swarm, she has already transmitted enough energy back to the swarm, breaking even. Why should they attempt to rescue her and increase costs? The Sin Star, the divine realm of the Wayfarers. Here people believe that one is born with sin and must practice diligently to atone. The practitioners suffer for the world, seeking blessings for all lives. The more pain they endure, the stronger they become. Now 3 seeds of the insect race have sprouted rapidly, occupying 1/3 of the Sin Star. In the small city at the border of the insect and human races, Shadowai City, a middle-aged woman with birthmarks and blemishes was yelling angrily at a stall. What's going on? Why are you selling these things at such high prices? Do you not want to sell here anymore? The stall owner was a slightly younger mother. Being on the edge of the desert, her face was ravaged by the wind and sand, marked by labor's toil and suffering. Xiao Xiaoping's expression was troubled, her eyes wavering with desperation. Things have been unstable lately and prices are rising. The pressure of war was causing market chaos, with all merchants artificially inflating prices. Just days ago prices had surged due to the rising costs of scarce resources. The middle-aged woman was the wife of the street's owner, seizing the opportunity to increase stall fees. She wasn't against Xiao Xiaoping's prices, but rather that she felt Xiao Xiaoping was charging too much. What? If things are still unstable, you want to sell here? Selling at such high prices, do you even want to stay here anymore? This implication was quite clear. Due to her birthmarks and blemishes, the middle-aged woman was a rare sinner punished by heaven, meaning her sins were marked from birth, having completed her atonement, making her part of the noble class on the Sin Star. This is why even those who are not conventionally attractive can marry into wealthy families. Xiao Xiaoping's son Anika tugged at his mother's clothes, equally frightened by the fierce middle-aged woman. Take whatever you want, no charge, no charge. Ultimately Xiao Xiaoping sighed and allowed the middle-aged woman to take what she pleased. The middle-aged woman picked and chose, taking a reasonably well-preserved stool, still wearing that condescending expression, leaving behind a remark, "At least you understand." At that moment the alarm bells of the city rang out. Another wave of insect attacks was imminent. The sounds of insects grinding against each other could be heard from outside the city. People in the market immediately began to flee, rushing home to seek shelter in basements, sealing entrances, and awaiting rescue from the kingdom. Fleeing the city now would be tantamount to seeking death. As a major trade city, Shadowai City was responsible for trade between desert towns and the kingdom's interior, guarded by a saint-level practitioner. This is why the insect race had failed to conquer it for so long. If they left the city, the insects would surely devour these refugees before they could reach the next city. Like everyone in the market, Xiao Xiaoping was anxious, but instead of running away, she began to gather her stall's items. Anika helped her. The second bell tolled, and the insects had begun their siege. Explosions echoed from the city walls, and the ground shook. The sounds of cattle bellowing and various cries mixed in with the shouts of the warriors. Xiao Xiaoping ran home with her son. On the way, an insect flew in from the walls, pouncing on a passerby, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. In its compound eyes reflected the images of thousands of Xiao Xiaoping. The insect began to chew the flesh in its mouth, causing the mother and daughter to collapse in fright, scattering their belongings everywhere. Xiao Xiaoping clutched her son tightly, her mind a blur. When the insect soldier lunged at them again, it exploded. Green liquid splattered across Xiao Xiaoping's face. A soldier appeared, lowering his weapon and looking indifferently at the mother and son on the ground. Xiao Xiaoping's face was now covered in green slime. The soldier raised his weapon again, aiming at Xiao Xiaoping, knowing that contact with the insect's tissue would lead to transformation. This green blood would gradually replace her original blood, infecting her very genes. At that moment Anika broke free from Xiao Xiaoping's embrace and positioned himself in front of her, spreading his small arms to protect his mother. The soldier hesitated, the charged mental cannon not firing. Ma Wei-ping, an insect just flew into your jurisdiction, have you handled it? A guard from the neighboring block rushed over. Wealthy families hire soldiers to help clear out insects that have infiltrated their homes when the insects arrive. As soon as the soldier from the adjacent jurisdiction arrived, he saw Ma Wei-ping aiming at a child. Are you mad? Anika was remarkably clean, with only his clothes stained with green blood. Xiao Fan dashed forward and raised Ma Wei-ping's arm, pointing it towards the sky. A loud bang echoed as the mental cannon exploded in the air. His mother is infected with the blood of the insects. Ma Wei-ping looked at Xiao Fan, his expression troubled. Yes, but the child cannot be without a mother. I know her. Her husband was a carpenter in my jurisdiction, and he died. Such incidents were not uncommon. It was not thousands or tens of thousands who died, but one person repeated thousands or tens of thousands of times. Each one was a living person. They had families and loved ones, yet their lives were reaped by war. So what should we do? Kill her, and we'll take the child with us. Are you insane? Killing his mother in front of a child. The child truly cannot be without a mother. The two soldiers began to argue. Ultimately they decided, you come with us. As the third bell tolled, the insect race retreated. With a saint-level guardian in the city, the newly sprouted insect race lacked the strength to contend with the saint-level forces and could only wear themselves down repeatedly. At night a mother and son were added to the military camp. Oh, your little lover. You brought her here. What? Planning to share with us? A burly soldier draped his arm over Xiao Fan's shoulder. She's infected with insect blood. If you want her, go ahead. Xiao Fan brushed off the soldier's hand and broke free. The soldier's face instantly changed, looking at Xiao Xiaoping with disdain. Why haven't you cleaned her up yet? Xiao Xiaoping heard and pushed her son away slightly, but Anika clung to her tightly. Seeing Anika, the soldier seemed to understand. You really are kinda, don't let your kindness harm yourself. And with that the soldier turned and left. Xiao Fan, being an orphan, had profound thoughts on such matters. He brought the mother and son to a cage. The captain has agreed not to execute you for now, but you must stay in here. Xiao Xiaoping nodded in understanding, releasing her grip on her son and handing him over to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Xiaoping with a complex gaze as he took Anika away. Xiao Xiaoping locked herself in the cage, relieved that there was a layer of straw at the bottom to cushion it. The night in Shajiwai City was cold, and Xiao Xiaoping curled up. Within her, two forces intertwined, giving birth to a new child of destiny. At dawn, Xiao Fan came to check on Xiao Xiaoping's condition, and to his astonishment, she had not undergone insect transformation. Yet there was an unusual feeling lingering. I'm fine, let me out please. Xiao Xiaoping looked at Xiao Fan, her tone unexpectedly calm, her eyes devoid of waves. No gratitude, no hatred, no fear, and no pleading. Strangely, Xiao Fan felt compelled to refuse. Not yet. Although you show no signs of insect transformation now, you need to be observed for a few more days before I can release you. If you suddenly transform, it could threaten the lives of others. Xiao Xiaoping accepted this calmly, offering no rebuttal. Can I see my son? This was a reasonable request, as a mother wanting to see her son was entirely normal. Xiao Fan certainly could not refuse. The very act of confining someone in a cage weighed heavily on his conscience, so he would do his best to accommodate her request. Thus Xiao Xiaoping and Anika met through the bars of the cage. However, after just one glance, Anika sensed something was off. Despite standing before her mother, an odd feeling enveloped him. Yet at Xiao Xiaoping's request, the mother and son embraced under Xiao Fan's watchful gaze. After a brief hug lasting only a few seconds, they parted, tears welling in Anika's eyes. He returned to Xiao Fan's side, and they left together. As they walked, Xiao Fan comforted Anika. Your mother has not transformed. Perhaps a miracle has occurred. Do not be afraid. Oh, we will surely win. Anika reached out, wanting to hold Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan did not refuse. No, we will definitely be the victors, Anika inexplicably retorted. Just as Xiao Fan was about to respond, a daze overcame him, and he lost consciousness. Anika withdrew his hand, the injection gland on his hand beginning to regress, returning to an ordinary hand, his eyes cold and devoid of childlike warmth. The Supreme Beings attempted to control Xiao Xiaoping through the guise of the destined child, seeking to obtain intelligence about the insect race. However, they could not outmaneuver the collective consciousness of the swarm, known for its notorious desire for control. Yet their power was not without effect, birthing a new breed within the insect race, the insect whisperers. They were insects disguised in human skin, maintaining all forms at a human level. Even their genes were merely flawed fragments. However, even if subjected to genetic testing by the mechanical race, these fragments lay within the natural range of mutation. Who could have known that just these few fragments could control a host, and at critical moments instantaneously infect an entire genome, temporarily assuming the form of the insect race? Before long, Xiao Fan stood up, revealing a strange smile to Anika. Now, it is certain that we will win. 3 days later the insect race's attack came even more swiftly. The alarm bells rang once more, and a swarm of insects darkened the sky like sand in a storm. The flying dragons amassed resembling a cloud spreading from the horizon, while the roar of thunder beasts echoed like rolling thunder, and the scraping of shells sounded like a torrential downpour. The storm swept in again. The city lord, an old monk, was tending to the sick refugees. The monk's method of healing was peculiar. He did not cure the ailments, but transferred the patient's suffering onto himself, enduring their pain. This is a new form of divine atonement. The insect plague comes to cleanse sins. Do not fear. As long as we remain steadfast and endure this calamity, our sins will be forgiven. The monk gently patted a child's head, transferring the fever to himself, then opened his hands in a gesture of blessing, wishing the child's safety and courage. The alarm interrupted his efforts to alleviate the suffering of the refugees. He clasped his hands together, silently chanting the Buddha's name, and walked outside. The second bell tolled. Unlike usual this time, the insect race's assault was especially fierce. They deployed 40 thunder beasts whose thunderous steps shook the entire city wall. Focus the artillery. Fire. Invisible shells struck the swarm, catching the insect race off guard with this new form of attack. However, they would not stumble in the same place twice. One after another, what were called soldiers were in fact acolytes extracting their mental power atop the city wall. The Buddhist realm unfolded on the ground. It was the city lord stepping in. Wonderful. In the Buddhist realm, there was no hunger, no pain, and no death. All suffering would be borne by the city lord alone. This was also why the sand-gathering fortress was difficult to breach. It was akin to a tortoise shell, impenetrable. Moreover, according to the monk's nature, the more it was attacked, the stronger it became, the shell growing harder. Yet all that is solid will crumble from within. 2 sections of the wall suddenly fell, and a thunder beast kicked down the wall, allowing insect warriors to surge into the city, devouring any human they encountered. The insect race now feared no casualties. The fungal mat could remotely transmit energy. As long as the insect race carried some spores of the mat within them, upon their death the mat would reclaim their resources and energy, returning it to the swarm, minimizing costs. As the insect race began their massacre in the city lord sought to regroup. At this moment, over 100 nest leaders appeared, launching a suicidal assault on the city lord, holding him back. The thunder beasts also began to apply pressure. The city lord could only watch helplessly as all the residents were devoured, finally realizing how foolish it was to hide in the cellar. The keen sense of smell of the insect race could easily detect anyone, no matter how deeply they hid. Within just 20 minutes, under the insect race's efficient slaughter, sand-gathering fortress was reduced to a dead city. Not a single one of the hundreds of thousands remained. All were consumed by the insect race. Only the city lord was left, struggling against the tide. Xiao Xiaoping effortlessly tore apart the cage that had confined her for 4 days, greeted by Anika and Xiao Fan. It was still the 3 of them, but this time their interaction was no longer verbal. Instead, they emitted hissing sounds akin to those of the insect race. The city lord had lost his sanity, slaughtering amidst the swarm, embodying a vengeful spirit resembling a malevolent ghost. You. What do you take life for? The city lord roared, smashing a segment of insect warriors with a single palm. You are the holy domain. We cannot defeat you. But our goal is not to overcome you, but to consume those you protect. As long as we devour them, the resources will be ours. We shall do whatever it takes to consume them. The city lord became increasingly ferocious and insane. The Buddhist realm transformed into hell, long fangs emerging from his mouth. Evil, oh evil. Though my Buddha is merciful, he cannot reform the malevolent ghost. Cutting flesh to feed eagles only stirs their ferocity. Only slaughter. Kill. Slaughtering until the world is empty, filling all sins in hell, stopping murder with murder. Rivers of blood must flow for the world to be pure. The city lord of sand-gathering fortress achieved enlightenment through slaughter, sacrificing the monk's entire cultivation, becoming a demigod through carnage. After 3 months of killing, blood filled his body, completely falling into demonic transformation. A year later, he was slain by the Blade Queen. On the remnants of the Tiangang star, Ruth, donned in battle armor, hung the lunar wheel behind her. In bright silver armor under the moonlight, the shimmering Ruth transformed her previous aura, her once unapproachable demeanor, now radiating a divine might that felt sacrilegious to behold. The blue floral ring morphed into a floral bow in her hand as she stood beneath the full moon, exuding elegance, nobility, and a heroic spirit. Drawing her bow, an arrow pierced through the demon portal, petals glistening under the moonlight. The pure moonlight surged forth, the breath of nature, soft, yet heavy, intertwining 2 forces that wreaked havoc on the battlefield. However, the pierced demon portal tossed a gold coin into the air, transforming into an illusion, as another demon portal appeared beside it. Beelzebub, having just attempted to escape, was now overwhelmed by the abyssal consciousness, countless flies' eyes morphing into a kaleidoscope, as the abyssal consciousness wielded mental power through these minions. Infinite moon reading. Just as she was dragged into the illusion, Ruth shattered the entire virtual world. The sound of breaking mirrors echoed as a crack appeared in the lunar wheel behind her. Still trapped in the illusion, Ruth's gaze shifted disdainfully, glancing at the moon behind her. Once again she summoned her power and loosed an arrow. Her silvery hair danced in the air as blue petals fell upon her helmet, adorning her battle armor. This arrow shot toward the moon, and the moon shattered in response. Ruth returned to reality, countless rose vines entangling her as a girl identical to her appeared behind Ruth, holding her with a black umbrella. "Sister, we meet again." At this moment Ruth's moon had already been partially corrupted by the abyss, sprouting several black lines. Rose's thorns pierced Ruth's neck, crystalline silver, divine blood flowing out. Just before Ruth fully opened her eyes, Rose gently caressed the identical face, and with that drop of divine blood transformed into a sky full of rose petals, vanishing. When Ruth finally awakened, the abyss erosion of the moon could advance no further. Ruth's divine position began to destabilize. She was a forcibly made lower deity, her rank not solid, and she could be suppressed back to a demigod at any moment. The elven race had been unable to develop, unable to provide sufficient faith, leaving Ruth's divine power perpetually insufficient. It could be said that Ruth's engagement with the abyss was unexpected, yet reasonable. The abyss had been excessively ruthless, and this was Ruth's only opportunity for revenge. Moreover, if she could seize more resources from the abyss, it could lead to a new turning point for the elven race. The abyss power gathered towards the Tiangang star under the coercive summoning of the abyssal consciousness, while the plant race was still vying for other divine realms. Ruth completely captured the abyss' attention. The combat power of a lower deity placed her in an undefeated position, although victory was impossible under the abyss frenzy. The black sun began to distort, morphing into an unfathomably deep eye like a black hole. Heaven's mountain had completely collapsed, its remnants being drawn to the deepest part of the abyss. Countless abyssal tentacles waved toward Ruth as the entire abyss under manipulation surged toward her, drawing her into its embrace. The abyss encompasses all, it began to expand until it swallowed the remnants of the entire Tiangang star and Tianshang star along with all life upon them. The abyss transformed into a prison, showcasing its greatest advantage. No one can defeat the abyss on its home turf. The interior of the abyss was pitch black, with most of its affiliated planes being bombarded toward Heaven's mountain, and a small portion aimed at the Tiangang star. There were no rules here, only chaos. Upside down and attribute distortion were merely the norms, and the harder part was the blurring of the self. Ruth transformed into the soul light hanging the moon within the abyss, but it was futile. This was the ultimate darkness. Even the purest moonlight would be distorted and devoured. Infinitely downward, infinitely collapsing. The golden crow representing the sun perished in the abyss, and Ruth would not be an exception. The thoroughly enraged abyss chose to perish together. The first to distort was the Star One race, whose resistance was extremely low, being a high attack, low defense race. They were the first to crumble in the abyss' infinite collapse. Next were the dragons and the ghostly soldier corps, but fortunately General Ika's soul was salvaged, and soon even the angels could not withstand corruption and collapsed, their feathers turning black, bodies gradually fading until they shattered into pieces, leaving no fragments behind. All existence crumbled like ice blocks in a furnace, disintegrating along with the abyss that created the collapsing environment. Ruth's consciousness blurred. She exerted all her strength to activate the lunar wheel, but the once invincible holy light could no longer save her. Such reliance on her accompanying equipment left her powerless, as none could rescue her now. Exhausted, all of Ruth's divine power had been depleted, leaving her with no strength, floating in the directionless darkness, her consciousness dimming further. Once again the familiar scent of roses wafted. "Sister, sleep well." The powerless Ruth was embraced in the warm and rich fragrance of roses. Rose then swallowed Ruth into her being, the two incomplete souls merging once again as the moon instantly turned red and the blue laurel flowers transformed into blood-red thorny roses. "I am lacking nothing now." Rose opened her umbrella, leaving the abyss with Ruth's equipment, departing the League world. The completeness that had held her back was now fulfilled, allowing her to truly nurture the unique authority that belonged only to her, ascending to a divine position. The abyss and Ruth perished together. The plant race had bet right. Due to Ruth, the plant race had been under special attention from the abyss, and now, without the abyss interference, they swam freely in the oceans, soaring from their confines unimpeded. As for the undead are nothing. The first undead plant war doesn't count. It was poorly executed. Outside the League, Zhou Xiuquan, Meng Wanling, Yi Quan, whose followers are the Star One race, and Yi Zhen knelt on the ground wanting to cry, but having no tears. It was all gone. Everything was gone. After hard work for a year and struggling for over 560 years in the divine domain, it was all gone, all gone. "Will you owe me half a demigod follower?" Zheng Chong felt secretly pleased, still reading with his left hand while lifting weights with his right. At this point his right arm had grown as thick as his waist, and his glasses were getting thicker. The competition for authority had even compounded his nearsightedness. Does nearsightedness count as competition? Meanwhile, Song Yuan smiled slightly, dispatching another batch of demons to Tianhui Star. The students had yet to realize that the Disaster Alliance was actually an illegal intrusion, merely treating it as a special project of the League. At this time, the League Association, 3 days late, finally amended the competition rules according to the decree, changing the Star Contest to one against the Disaster Alliance, officially defining the Disaster Alliance as a competition project. This isn't right, is it? Who is concealing this matter? Song Yuan gazed towards the podium where the mocking Master God Bubble smiled as she locked eyes with him. A chill ran down Song Yuan's spine. It was bad. He had caught the attention of a pervert. However, since the rules had changed, there was no need to hide anymore. On Tianhui Star, an altar rose from the ground, housing the names of the great demons that Song Yuan had painstakingly collected, totaling dozens, the weakest being of the Holy Domain level, all renowned great demons. All that was needed was to paint them a picture and sacrifice some souls, only a few 100,000, and they could be summoned to descend. This was the highest level law which the League's grand formation could not obstruct. This was also the official way for demons' mercenaries. If they couldn't win, they would summon the great demons. Except this time, it was Song Yuan doing the summoning. Promise me let them go after the fight, okay? On Tianhui Star, a colossal and magnificent altar rose from the ground. The Abyss Giants were felling trees and quarrying stones, embedding various precious materials such as gemstones, gold, silver, and jade into the altar, which gleamed with brilliance. A dozen demon sorcerers were bustling about, preparing materials and incantations. Okazer was quite leisurely lying in front of the altar with his claws crossed, attended by the brutal demon, Lord Sama, who occasionally fed him pearls containing thousands of high-quality souls. In front of Okazer, a lively performance was underway, featuring a blonde beast-eared halforc in a maid outfit, an abyss elf clad in only a few leaves, a mermaid adorned with mere scales, and a variety of seductive succubi. Under the siren's song, these alluring beauties danced in a way unique to their respective races. Song Yuan initially intended to throw him onto the battlefield of Tiangang Star, but this brat pretended to be sick, even going so far as to dislocate his own arm to avoid it. There was nothing Song Yuan could do out anyway. Sending this brat up would only lead to him escaping back, utilizing the cunning inherent in demons to be lazy. As one of the demons who had been with Song Yuan from the start, he actually liked this guy, so he let him supervise the construction of the altar. This also saved his life. The abyss from which he perished alongside Lu Si was not Okazer's abyss. Okazer was a noble primordial demon born from the original abyss, but it was of little use. The abyss consciousness clearly had a grudge against Lu Si, and he would not have been spared if he went there. It was better for him to bide his time instead of being a deep abyss noble now. How is it going? You've been at it for so long. This lord is already tired of watching. If you don't get it right soon, I will eat you and bring in a new batch of sorcerers. Okazer snorted, speaking in abyssal blasphemy, with each word wriggling like a loach as it burrowed into the hearts of those demon sorcerers. Most of these sorcerers were fallen humans and were highly sensitive to abyssal blasphemy. The power of the abyss made the sorcerers who heard Okazer's roar tremble, their bodies going limp as they knelt on the ground. Because the heritage of those demons was not quite right, many names were incorrect and could not be used in the summoning ritual, requiring a 1v1 comparison. This translation work was quite laborious and slow. After several days, the group of beauties in front of Okazer had changed multiple times, and he was utterly bored, ready to go back to practice. After all, being a civilized dragon in front of so many people was somewhat embarrassing, but it was a different matter when training the aloof flower. Almost there, almost there. Mighty and magnificent, the embodiment of destruction, the most evil primordial abyssal dragon, Lord Okazer, we are ready and conducting the first summoning test. Okazer snorted again, his vertical pupils slowly relaxing. The terrifying dragon might lightning slightly. I hope so, let's get started. The leading demon sorcerers exchanged glances and quickly began chanting an obscure and incomprehensible incantation as the crystal ball on the altar emitted a bright light containing over 100,000 pure souls. A dark red beam of light shot up into the clouds. It was in the ancient demonic tongue. The summoned demon spoke slowly with a hoarse voice, delivering the opening lines. Who is summoning the Lord of Cruelty, the cold-blooded tyrant, the bloodthirsty serpent demon Lenikakanasak? A serpent demon with a snake's lower body and covered in cursed inscriptions emerging from the beam of light slowly released its domain, unabashedly showcasing its strength. It slowly opened its eyes, but instead of seeing humans or any other race kneeling in fear, it found a dozen demon sorcerers clad in demon leather cloaks, with hooded faces glaring at it, as if looking at a pair of snakeskin boots. Oh no, it's demon traffickers. Seeing that the beam behind it had not dissipated, the serpent demon dove back into the light. Where do you think you're going? The leading domain-level demon sorcerer shouted, extending his hand. Come here. The serpent demon cried out, suffering. Suffering. It was actually knocked back, falling beneath the altar. Realizing escape was futile, the serpent demon's courage surged, and taking advantage of the sorcerer's pulling force, it charged at him, attempting to catch him off guard. But a voice rang out, "What do you intend to do?" Which frightened the serpent demon. It froze in midair, looking up to see a deep abyssal dragon lying nearby. Just a glance brought an overwhelming sense of bloodline suppression, such a pure and noble demonic bloodline, such a terrifying and powerful physique, speaking in a language more ancient and blasphemous than the ancient demonic tongue, a complete buff stacked high. It was as if one had just crossed into another world and encountered a soldier in blue armor who opened his mouth to ask pure-blooded human. It was equally terrifying. The pressure was immense, causing the domain-level demon to burst into tears. The serpent demon twisted in midair, landing gracefully on its knees, then bowed its head repeatedly. "Please spare me, great lord." At that moment, Sama had already arrived beside the serpent demon, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, saying in what he believed to be a friendly tone, "Welcome to the Northern Tianhui Star. Don't worry, brother, we don't harvest kidneys here." From the serpent demon's perspective, it was like receiving a phone call where the other party transferred some money saying there was a lucrative job, only to find out upon arrival that it was a group of mysterious individuals wearing clothing made of unknown but familiar creature skins who confiscated its ID, preventing it from going home, and a 2-meter-tall man with a terrifying expression and unfriendly tone spoke in an incomprehensible language. "It's all right, brother, we don't harvest kidneys here." Everything was over, a feeling that its demonic life was at an end. The serpent demon dreaded the thought of possibly having its skull turned into a necklace. Thinking about the possibility of its own skull being made into a necklace made the serpent demon feel suffocated. Seeing the serpent demon's submissive demeanor, Sama realized something was off, and hurriedly explained, brother, we really don't harvest kidneys here." Sama reached out, wanting to pat the serpent demon's shoulder, but the brutal demon's terrifying power combined with Samus' inexperience with his demigod strength caused him to slam the serpent demon into the ground, pinning it down. The serpent demon's heart sank completely. Was it really going to be attacked? Can I at least have a swift end? The serpent demon tilted its head to the side, exposing its waist, tears sliding down its face as it assumed a forcibly submissive posture. Looking at the serpent demon's expression, Sama felt a sense of coercion, but this creature was not innocent. "We really don't harvest kidneys here." Sama felt wronged. "Big brother, why are you wasting words with him?" A brutal demon with a scarred face approached the serpent demon, extending a hand the same size as the serpent demon's head, grabbing its face and lifting it up, then forcefully pressing its head into the ground. This brutal demon threatened in a genuine ancient demonic tongue, "Kid, contact every demon you can reach, or I will hang you up. Harvest one of your kidneys, cast a healing spell, and then harvest another and cast a healing spell again." Saying this, the brutal demon leaned down and menacingly whispered in the serpent demon's ear continuously, "Harvest." The serpent demon nodded through tears. The beam of light had already dissipated, and now the serpent demon could not escape. It felt like a lamb led to slaughter after having its ID confiscated upon entering a park, looking pitiful. The brutal demon released its grip, giving an okay gesture to Sama. Sama felt something was off, yet reasonable. It was exactly in line with the brutal demon's character. Thus the serpent demon approached the altar, crying and reciting the incantation in a jumbled ancient demonic tongue. The gist was, "Father, I have found a world rich in resources where souls are as plentiful as grass on the ground, your beloved son." Another beam of light shot up into the sky, and a hoarse ancient voice resonated from the light, "Who is summoning the Lord of Cruelty, the cold-blooded tyrant, the bloodthirsty serpent demon Nisnes?" Nisnes emerged from the light and saw his foolish son followed by a dozen demon sorcerers clad in demon Bahal. "It's demon traffickers." The leading demon sorcerer opened his hand, and a powerful pulling force emerged, drawing Nisnes down from the altar. Suffering! Suffering! Nisnes shouted in midair. Upon landing, he discovered 2 redskin hulks nearby, cracking their knuckles with seemingly friendly expressions. "Brother, welcome to the Northern Tianhui Star." After some screams, Nisnes and his son ascended the altar. "Dear wife, I have found a world rich in resources where souls are as plentiful as grass on the ground. Come quick, your most beloved Nisnes." A pink beam shot up into the sky, and a graceful, yet cold-blooded voice emanated from the light. "Who is summoning the Lord of Cruelty, the cold-blooded tyrant, the bloodthirsty serpent demon Lenikawamaila?" "Dear best friend, I have found a world rich in resources where souls are as plentiful as grass on the ground. Your most beloved sister." A pink beam shot up into the sky. "Who is summoning the Lord of Cruelty, the cold-blooded tyrant, the bloodthirsty serpent demon Lenikahale?" "Dear son, I have found a world rich in resources where souls are as plentiful as grass on the ground. Come quick, your most beloved mother." "Dear sister, I welcome to the Northern Tianhui Star. Let's not say more. Once you arrive, you are family." Sama once again forced a smile that looked worse than crying, while dozens of serpent demons wore expressions even more miserable than dead horses. Why are there only serpent demons? Did we poke into a serpent demon nest? Okazur asked a few questions looking at the dozens of serpent demons, the weakest being at least 9th tier. At this moment, the clever Sama precisely caught Okazur's meaning concerned about the single breed being easily targeted right. Moreover, this batch of serpent demons was only domain level, they likely wouldn't be sufficient. Sama hurried to Okazur, saying I'll get more brothers from other races to join our harmonious and loving family on Tianhui Star. Then he asked the serpent demons, does anyone know the contact information of other demons? Big brother, why are you wasting words with them? The two brutal demons rushed forward preparing to pummel the serpent demons. The serpent demons quickly got beaten up, each one bruised and battered. Aren't we brothers? What do you want me to contact which demon? Didn't we say we are family? Is this how you treat family? They exchanged glances with their family members they had called over. Cough cough cough, the air in the northern Tianhui Star is so dry. Stop hitting big brother, who exactly do you want us to contact? A small serpent demon couldn't hold back, raising its hand to ask. The two brutal demons covered in scars looked at the serpent demon, as if it were an idiot saying in a tone that implied it should know better. Didn't our big brother say so? The contact information of other demons. The serpent demons what? Brothers. You just came in swinging and we thought you had other demands. The two brutal demons, oh, still keeping your mouth shut. After being beaten for so long you still won't reveal other demons. After a one-sided pleasant exchange, the serpent demons rushed onto the altar eager to summon the demons they knew. They were terrified of being caught and beaten again by the two super strong demons, fearing that it wasn't about not being able to fight back, but that they simply didn't dare. If they fought back they might actually be subdued by the two demigods wailing. Dear friend, I have discovered a world rich in resources where souls are as plentiful as grass on the ground, but I have encountered a bit of trouble and request your aid. This is a deposit. Your loyal partner Lenica. The serpent demon then offered a crystal ball containing 100,000 souls. Previously it was the 7th aunt and 8th uncle who didn't need any benefits, they were eager to come. Now the summoned demons were more distantly related, so some benefits had to be given. Soon black flames ignited on the altar and a hand resembling a goat's hoof emerged from the flames. Accompanied by a roar, a goat-head demon appeared from the fire. Come. However, this demon was domain level and was not affected by the pulling force. Instead of suffering, the goat-head demon became furious and charged out of the flames, wanting to see who had insulted him so. Then he saw Okazur and Sama. The terrifying dragon, might combined with fear from his bloodline, made him realize it was bad. Then he noticed the dozens of demon sorcerers cloaked in demon leather. Oh no, demon traffickers. Just as the goat-head demon wanted to flee, he realized he had emerged too hastily and scattered the flames, leaving him no way to escape. What to do? It seemed he had to use that trick. The goat-head demon roared and lowered his head, charging at Okazur. Please, great lord, accept my loyalty. With a thud, the goat-head demon slid on his knees, performing a dramatic gesture, repeatedly bowing 3 times. You know why he could survive to become a demigod? No worries, it's well known that one should not trust a demon's loyalty. One only needs to feign surrender and wait for the right moment. Alright, I accept it. The goat-head demon then felt as if he had reached some agreement with something. Upon careful reflection he realized, abyssal consciousness. This universe's demon fraud prevention awareness is so weak, don't they know that a demon's true name cannot be casually exposed? They actually included the recitation of the true name as part of the summoning ritual, truly a demon blunder. Upon realizing he had been sold out, the goat-head demon glared at the serpent demon that summoned him, but the serpent demon merely stuck out its tongue, wearing a punchable expression. Damn it. The goat-head demon suddenly shouted, I can also summon other demons. I can't be the only one. So the goat-head demon ascended the altar and began to chant. Baba 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 baba. Baba. He then offered the 100,000 souls he had just received. A new cycle began. As so many demons insisted on having their friends join this warm and loving family, Okazur had no choice but to build more altars. This became a bizarre rule among demons. If a demon suddenly contacts you and insists on you going to a certain place, do not go. They usually start with, hey, I found a world rich in resources.